Chapter 1. Xia Montag, USA. University of California, Los Angeles. Within the confines of the gymnasium, a freshman, Andre Smith, had just crossed the threshold of university life, adorned in the purple jersey of the Los Angeles Lakers. Though the garment hung loosely, it could not conceal his robust musculature and towering stature, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain. He proudly proclaimed to his companions, "The coach of the varsity team has already shown interest in me. He said with my physique, I will undoubtedly shine in the NCAA league. I will lead our team to victory in the NCAA championship and become the coveted star of an NBA team." His peers exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by his grandiose claims. Suddenly, one companion's eyes lit up, as if he had unearthed a treasure, pointing ahead with a sly grin. "Look, your pride in your physique seems to pale in comparison to that Asian guy over there." Andre furrowed his brow at the remark, following his friend's gaze. Before him stood an unfamiliar Asian face. From a region of Asia he could not identify, yet the figure exuded a formidable presence that sent a jolt through him. Though he stood nearly 2 meters tall, this Asian appeared even taller. With arms that nearly grazed his knees, muscles bulging beneath his clothing, and legs that soared to an impressive height, he presented a remarkable physique. Was this fellow truly one of those underdeveloped Asian monkeys? Andre pondered, astonished, suppressing his inner shock. He feigned indifference. He had no desire to embarrass himself before his friends, especially after boasting moments earlier. He retorted mockingly, "So what? Even if they possess physical prowess, they're merely clumsy individuals. Besides, Asians are timid as mice. That I dare wager that if I throw the ball to him, he will obediently retrieve it." With that, he hurled a basketball towards the Asian, venting his discontent. At that moment, Xia Mo stood bewildered, gazing at the expanse of the indoor court, entirely unaware of the impending danger. "Have I crossed over?" He recalled being at home, engrossed in playing NBA 2K on an old computer, manipulating a self-created player on the verge of achieving a grand slam. Then, the screen erupted in blinding white light, and in an instant he found himself in this gymnasium, transformed into a basketball player studying in America. Bang! As Xia Mo pondered how to navigate this foreign land, a basketball struck his body with the speed of lightning, producing a loud thud. To his astonishment, he felt little pain at all. It dawned on him that his physique was strikingly similar to that of his character in the game. "Asian giant, if you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, kindly roll the ball back." A gruff voice echoed, and Xia Mo turned towards it. Before him stood a black man clad in a Los Angeles Lakers jersey, fist raised in a provocative manner. "Am I encountering a bully on an American campus?" Xia Mo curled his lips in disdain, on the verge of erupting in anger. Yet as he pondered the potential for gun violence in this free America, he restrained his fury. Opting for discretion over confrontation, he chose to ignore Andre and instead focused intently on his surroundings. "Ha ha, Andre, it appears your opponent is not as cowardly as you claimed. He hardly regards you at all." One of his companions seized the opportunity to mock Andre, adding fuel to the fire. Andre, incensed by the remark, could hardly believe that this Asian lad would dare to disrespect him so brazenly. He stormed forward, compelled to retrieve the ball himself. However, upon witnessing Xia Mo's naive, country bumpkin demeanor as he scanned the area, his anger surged even further. "Chinaman!" Andre suddenly shouted at Xia Mo. Observing Xia Mo's unsophisticated expression, he smirked inwardly, convinced of his Chinese origins. In his mind, the physique of individuals from the land of the cherry blossoms was unthinkable, while Koreans appeared effeminate. Chinese individuals, in his experience, consistently displayed a lack of worldly knowledge, scurrying about like frightened mice. Indeed, upon hearing the derogatory term, Xia Mo halted, turning to glare at him. "You had better apologize to me right now." Seeing Xia Mo's fury only fueled Andre's delight. Rather than offer an apology, he exaggeratedly imitated Xia Mo's eyes, stretching them wide and erupting in laughter. Xia Mo could no longer contain his rage. While he had tolerated being struck by the ball, Andre's behavior transcended mere ridicule. It was an affront to all Chinese people and their ethnicity. It was utterly absurd that these individuals, who loudly condemned racial discrimination, would turn around and practice it against Asians and Latin Americans. "Negro," he coldly retorted, locking eyes with the cackling Andre. Andre's laughter froze at the sound of that word, his expression morphing into one of incredulous anger. He had not anticipated that this Asian weakling would dare to insult him. In America, such racial slurs were intolerable. Xia Mo's words struck deep, piercing his fragile psyche that had long endured discrimination and humiliation. Andre charged towards Xia Mo, seizing his collar, his fist raised high, ready to strike fiercely. Unexpectedly, Xia Mo effortlessly grasped Andre's fist within his palm. It was only then that Andre realized the sheer size of Xia Mo's hand, which clung to his fist like a formidable anemone, unyielding and secure. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. A middle-aged Caucasian man with graying temples approached briskly, scolding, "What are you doing? Fighting is absolutely forbidden on campus." Upon seeing him, Andre quickly withdrew his hand, addressing him respectfully, "Coach Steve." This Coach Steve was the head coach of the UCLA Bruins basketball team, and Andre had no desire to incur his displeasure, as it could jeopardize his chance to join the team. Steve recognized Andre and held a favorable view of this new recruit. Since entering the 21st century, the Bruins' performance in the NCAA had been dismal, especially during the 2008 and 2009 seasons, barely making it to the Sweet 16. Thus, he urgently needed to discover a robust and exceptionally talented rookie to ensure the team achieves remarkable success on the NCAA stage. And have I not told you before? Despite your physical strength, your basketball skills, particularly your shooting, are patently lacking. Instead of wasting time here, you should focus on honing your free throws. Steve unreservedly criticized Andrew, but he then turned his gaze towards Xia Mo, scrutinizing him carefully. A flicker of surprise passed through Steve's eyes, and he inquired, may I ask your name? Do you have any basketball experience? Would you be interested in trying out for our team?" Witnessing Steve's admiration for Xia Mo, Andrew felt a pang of jealousy and discontentedly remarked, "Coach, Asians are merely clumsy monkeys. When has an Asian ever won a championship in the NBA? The number of Asians who make it to the NBA is exceedingly rare, while we black players are the true geniuses of this sport." Just as Xia Mo was at a loss for words, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Initially stunned, Xia Mo's face soon blossomed with excitement. As an avid reader, he understood the significance of this voice, the essential ability of a traverser. With a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Xia Mo turned to Steve and declared, "I am Xia Mo. I am here to lead the Brown Bears to victory in the NCAA championship." Chapter 2. Uniquely different. Arrogant yellow-skinned individual. Which high school do you hail from? Have you participated in state-level basketball competitions? What is your ranking in Yensi? Anda coldly interrog atet Xia Montag. After his inquiry, he flashed a cunning smile at the coach and proposed, "Coach, why not let him challenge me unknown? If he could defeat me, then he deserve a place on the team." Steve considered this a potentially clever strategy, one that would also allow him to evaluate Xia Mo's basketball skills and playing style. He looked at Xia Mo with a questioning gaze. "Young man, what do you think?" Perhaps concerned about placing undue pressure on Xia Mo, he added, "Andrew's ranked 54th on the YNC rookie list. You don't have to beat him. Just show me if you're worthy of joining the team." Andrew arrogantly raised his head, provocatively staring at Xia Mo. Xia Mo gazed at the domineering Andrew in astonishment, aware that ranking 54th in the NACC was merely a step away from entering the NBA draft. But with the system at his disposal, what was there to fear? "Not a problem. I will go change." Entering the locker room, Xia Mo summoned his ability panel in his mind. His heart raced indeed. Having a system made all the difference. This was practically a guaranteed success. Steve stood on the court, anxiously glancing at his watch, akin to an ant on a hot stove, as his Brown Bears were about to commence a practice match. From what he understood, their opponents, San Diego State University, boasted an outstanding player, Kawhi Leonard. Leonard possessed extraordinary basketball intelligence and formidable defensive capabilities. In last year's NACC competition, he was able to single-handedly defend against players in multiple positions, and his offensive skills were even more ferocious with a refined, low-post scoring technique. This left Steve deeply concerned about the prospects of his team. "Coach, I doubt that kid will show up. He's probably too scared and has found an excuse to slip away. Those yellow-skinned monkeys are always so timid." Andre, growing impatient, could not believe that Xia Mo would dare to stand them up. Just as they were about to leave, they saw Xia Mo, dressed and composed, approaching with ease. Andre squinted, giving Xia Mo a thumbs down with a sneer. "I thought you had run away. But for you, it makes no difference whether you run or stay. You'll still be humiliated by me." "Let's get started. 6 points will determine the victor," Steve interjected decisively. "Let's decide who attacks first with rock, paper, scissors." "No need, let him attack first," Xia Mo replied calmly. Possessing the Kobe Superstar Experience card, the order of play was inconsequential to him. Moreover, given his current physical condition, even without relying on Kobe's skills, he felt no fear towards Andre. However, Andre's arrogance and discrimination against Asians ignited a deep-seated anger within him. Thus, he resolved to give Andre a profound lesson. The two stood at the three-point line, and at Steve's whistle, Xia Mo passed the ball to Andre. Andre initiated his attack, dribbling before executing a feint to the left, attempting to shake off Xia Mo. Yet, Xia Mo remained unmoved, his gaze fixated intently on the ball in Andrei's possession. "Your feints are far too predictable," Xia Mo bluntly stated. At this, the veins on Andrei's forehead bulged. "I don't need you to teach me how to play. Why do you weaklings, lacking athletic talent, have to criticize me?" He exerted himself to dribble beneath his legs, but sweat streamed down his forehead as Xia Mo's defense proved impenetrable, rendering him unable to break through. Andre attempted to use his left hand to fend off Xia Mo, but quickly discovered that his strength was utterly insufficient to budge Xia Mo's solid frame. What to do? Only 24 seconds remained. He was still confined beyond the three-point line, unable to breach the defense. Xia Mo observed Andrei's reddened face, suppressing a laugh while maintaining his defensive stance. Suddenly, Andre made a swift dash, darting past Xia Mo. A glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes clearly. Someone of Xia Mo's size lacked agility. Yet he failed to realize that the gap had been deliberately created by Xia Mo. Andrei's speed was remarkable, and within 2 strides, he had penetrated the key, leaping for a layup on the 3rd step. However, at the very moment the basketball left his fingertips, a figure leaped into the air, long fingers firmly grasping the soaring basketball. An unrelenting block. This scene left Andre stunned, and even Steve beside him was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Xia Mo, nearly the height of center, possessed such astounding vertical leap. While they were still in shock, Xia Mo had already transitioned to the three-point line, holding the ball and waiting for Andrei's defense, not rushing to attack. Andre hurried over, arms outstretched, regretting why he hadn't simply dunked earlier, thus giving Xia Mo the opportunity to block. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, fully focused, and began to confront Xia Mo's prowess. Xia Mo alternated dribbling the ball with both hands, leaving Andre unable to discern its position. When the ball was in his right hand, he suddenly took a tentative step to the left. As anticipated, Andre moved left to defend, but Xia Mo instantly executed a graceful spin, breaking through from the right side. Andre found himself momentarily disoriented. Xia Mo's fluid hesitation, dribble, and shift left him utterly lost. Boom! A spectacular reverse dunk reverberated through the air, causing the rim to tremble in awe. It was as if a heavy bomb had detonated. Steve gazed at this scene with fervor, akin to discovering a precious treasure. "Bring it on!" Andre roared in defiance, unable to accept that an inconspicuous Asian player could triumph over someone with aspirations for the NBA like himself. Yet he could only silently retrieve the ball, handing it back to Xia Mo, preparing for the next round of challenge in the unknown showdown. The rule was simple. Whoever scored would continue to attack. Failure to do so would result in a change of possession. This time, Andre seemed to grasp something. He took 2 steps back, no longer pressing closely for defense. Just as Andre thought he had formulated a strategy, Xia Mo suddenly launched his assault. He charged towards Andre, leaping from just inside the free throw line, soaring like an eagle, his body lifting gracefully into the air, brimming with power. His robust physique extended elegantly in midair, the rugged lines of his muscles revealing a primal beauty, a breathtaking 2-handed slam dunk. He soared from the free throw line, riding on Andrei's shoulders to score. Chapter 3. The preparation in the corner. Andrei's eyes widened as he stared at Xia Mo dangling from the rim, swallowing hard. Who on earth was this individual? His gaze was intertwined with astonishment, fear, and, predominantly, humiliation. The memory of Xia Mo's dunk left a profound imprint upon him, that he had been humiliated by someone he had always looked down upon. Even though the basketball court was mostly deserted, with the majority flocking to the gym to watch the match between the University of California, Berkeley, and San Diego State University, this moment was captured entirely by Coach Steve. He fixed his gaze on Xia Mo, his eyes ablaze with passion as if beholding a beloved, his heart stirring with excitement. With Xia Mo on the team, the Bears would undoubtedly make their mark in this year's NCAA tournament. Was there still meaning in this unknown duel? All right, that'll be enough for now. The school's friendly match is about to commence, and I must hurry over. Xia Mo, I hope you will join me to watch the game. Steve openly expressed his admiration for Xia Mo while showing concern for Andre. Despite Andrei's defeat, he was still ranked 54th in ENC. Andre, thank you for your efforts. If you're tired, you may leave to rest. Andre understood Steve's insinuation, casting a resentful glance at Xia Mo before fleeing this land of humiliation. Inside the gymnasium at the University of California, Los Angeles, the stands were bustling with activity, as you see students anxiously clutch their clothing, worried for the fate of their team. The first quarter was relatively balanced, but the dynamics shifted dramatically with the entry of the opposing team's star, Kawhi Leonard, in the second quarter. In less than 2 quarters, Leonard had already amassed a remarkable double-double, contributing 12 points and 14 rebounds. Following his appearance, the Grizzlies found their offense stifled, with the point gap continuously widening. As the third quarter nears its conclusion, the score stands at 50-66, with the Grizzlies enduring a stern challenge from San Diego State University. Steve, observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of considerable discomfort, unable to maintain his composure amidst such a dismal defeat. In contrast, Xia Mo watched with keen interest from the background. In the 2011 NBA draft, Kawhi Leonard was selected as the 15th overall pick by the Indiana Pacers, only to be traded to the San Antonio Spurs shortly thereafter. In the 2014 NBA Finals, he led the Spurs to victory against the formidable Miami Heat, featuring the trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, earning the coveted FMVP title. Subsequently, in 2019, he guided the Toronto Raptors to triumph over the Golden State Warriors, once again claiming the FMVP accolade. Now, as Leonard graces the NCAA stage, it feels as though the timeline has reverted to 2010. Xia Mo's most vivid recollection of him remains his impeccable defensive prowess. Although he is yet to step onto the NBA stage and has not received the meticulous guidance of the esteemed coach Greg Popovich, he appears somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, for the Grizzlies, he has already become a towering challenge. As the third quarter concluded, the score was fixed at 50-68, a staggering 18-point deficit. The atmosphere within the team was so heavy that it felt as though the very air could solidify into droplets. At their home court, such a significant gap in score was a stark testament to the disparity in strength between the two teams. Steve paused for a moment, gently patting Xia Mo on the shoulder. In the final quarter, I have decided to let Xia Mo take the floor. Steve's decision astonished everyone. Xia Mo? The players turned to gaze at the equally surprised Xia Mo, scrutinizing the newcomer with yellow skin. Was he capable of handling this? Coach, I believe that even with such a large deficit and entering garbage time, we should not abandon ourselves. Coach, even if Leonard is exceptional, can we truly allow such a novice to step onto the court? What will others think of our Grizzlies? The players urged Steve to reconsider, convinced that someone like Xia Mo could achieve little. Regardless of his potential, how could he fare against Leonard's tight defense? Furthermore, what strength could an untrained rookie possess? Having not participated in the team's daily practices, even basic tactical coordination might elude him. Xia Mo was taken aback by his own words and hurriedly addressed Steve. Coach, every team possesses its own tactics and style. I fear that I have yet to fully integrate into our team's gameplay. In these 3 matches, the issue does not lie within our strategy, but rather in the formidable individual prowess of our opponents. Steve shook his head, dismissing Xia Mo's perspective. His gaze fell upon Leonard, who was receiving guidance from the coach, and a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. 2 years prior, their team had boasted a star like Westbrook, a player who dominated the league. However, ever since Westbrook was drafted into the NBA, the team's overall strength had significantly dwindled. With unwavering determination, he stated to Xia Mo, Leonard is the cornerstone of the opposing team, excelling in both offense and defense, much like a mobile fortress. What we need now is a powerful scoring option to breach their impenetrable defense. Upon hearing this, the 7 members of the team displayed skepticism yet refrained from voicing their objections, as Leonard's prowess on the court was an undeniable fact. Steve gently patted Xia Mo on the shoulder and continued, based on your one-on-one encounters with Andre, your formidable skills combined with your exceptional physical attributes undoubtedly make you our strongest asset. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative. The team members collectively furrowed their brows at this statement, as they were well aware of Andre's position at 54 on the UNC leaderboard. Coach, are you serious? We've all witnessed Andre's abilities. Though he may be arrogant, his basketball skills are highly regarded among rookies. Malcolm Lee, the only player in the team with a notable ranking on the UNC list and a promising chance of entering the NBA, voiced his doubts. Am I jesting? I have made my decision, and as the head coach, I will bear any consequences. Upon sensing the skepticism towards his decision, Steve's expression darkened slightly, prompting an immediate silence among the team. He turned to Xia Mo and asked earnestly, Xia Mo, what position do you wish to play? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Mo replied, perhaps the small forward, SF, and shooting guard, SG positions. Steve cast a surprised glance at Xia Mo. His previous shot blocking and dunking feats had already demonstrated his prowess in the paint, more than sufficient to fulfill the role of a forward. However, a shooting guard? With his near-center height playing as a guard, isn't Xia Mo merely using his size to dominate over the smaller players? Could it be that Xia Mo possesses undiscovered skills beyond the arc? Only a transcendent being like Xia Mo comprehends that the future of the league is shifting towards a small ball era, where the operational range of centers and power forwards expands. And formidable forward capabilities become crucial for swift transitions between offense and defense. Take, for instance, the later Miami Heat and Golden State Warriors. Perhaps he should consider playing small forward instead. If he truly fears confronting Leonard, then a position as a power forward might suit him better. It is evident that Steve has misconstrued Xia Mo's intentions, mistakenly believing that he opted for shooting guard out of fear of Leonard. Xia Mo offered no further explanation. For it is indeed an era that emphasizes interior play, and his reasoning would likely elude Steve's understanding. After Steve confirmed the substitution with the opposing coach, Xia Mo donned the number 27 jersey and stepped onto the court alongside his teammates. The sight of Xia Mo elicited furrowed brows from everyone present. They were perplexed as to why the Brown Bears would field an unfamiliar face, particularly one of Asian descent. Many spectators began to vacate their seats upon his entrance. Clearly disheartened by the insurmountable score difference, the fourth quarter had devolved into garbage time, and the inclusion of a novice like Xia Mo was a testament to that fact. Chapter 4, Commencement. The Brown Bears initiated the game, swiftly advancing to the half-court in preparation for an offensive play. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. As a power forward, Xia Mo had not positioned himself advantageously in the paint to impede the opponents. Instead, he stood aloof at the three-point line in the corner. Chapter 4. The birth of a miracle. The spectators observed Xia Mo isolated at the baseline and erupted into laughter, convinced that this rookie was utterly oblivious to his role and the essence of teamwork. Even Steve backstage was left in utter disbelief. How could Xia Mo, despite lacking formal training, choose such an eccentric stance? Surely, even those who frequently play on the streets understand the significance of the paint. The Brown Bears point guard, a Caucasian named Tran, surveyed the scene with a resigned sigh, regretting his failure to vehemently oppose the coach's decision to send Xia Mo into the game. At that moment, Xia Mo raised his arm in a request for the ball. Tran's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Xia Mo would audaciously demand the ball. Choosing to disregard him, he passed it to Malcolm Lee in the paint, confident in Malcolm's capabilities. Xia Mo observed the ball being passed away, a slight frown creasing his brow. There had been a splendid opportunity for a shot, yet his teammates seemed to lack confidence in him. Upon receiving the ball, Malcolm Lee executed a low-post isolation, leveraging his strength to compel the opposing center to retreat step by step. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he pivoted and released a smooth hook shot. Noticing this, Kawhi Leonard immediately rushed to provide support. Just as Malcolm Lee took his shot, Leonard interfered. The ball, which was initially expected to kiss the backboard, veered off course and struck the rim instead. Xia Mo suddenly leaped into the air, soaring over the San Diego State University power forward who was poised to defend him. He seized the rebounding basketball mid-flight and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. A spectacular alley-oop dunk. The arena fell into a stunned silence, captivated by the astonishing scene before them. Was this truly the same clumsy giant who had been standing in the corner moments ago? Even his teammates from the Brown Bears could not help but curse inwardly, questioning why he would linger beyond the three-point line when he possessed such remarkable skills in the paint. Kawhi Leonard, however, displayed little astonishment. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Xia Mo. He addressed the power forward who had previously defended Xia, saying, "Let me take on that Asian player from here on out." The defense was swiftly recalibrated as San Diego State University initiated a new wave of offensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, in the stands, a middle-aged man sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a protruding belly stormed into the Brown Bears backstage area, visibly irate. Upon spotting Steve, he bellowed, "Steve, who authorized you to suddenly field a rookie?" The principal. Steve was taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. He had not anticipated that a mere scrimmage would draw the attention of the principal. Principal Jenkins Stevens snorted disdainfully. He had just learned from his nephew that Coach Steve was showing favoritism to an Asian student, abusing his authority to allow him to join the team without proper evaluation. Throughout his journey, he had overheard departing students discussing the yellow-skinned player, and the 18-point deficit only fueled his fury further. "Principal, Xia Mo is indeed a talented player," Steve defended earnestly. "With him on our side, I believe our Brown Bears will not suffer a devastating defeat in this match." The principal, upon hearing Steve's staunch defense of Xia Mo, felt his anger intensify growing more convinced of a deeper connection between them. Oh, talented, you say? What is his ranking in ENC? Or does he hold any records in the California High School League? What are his seasonal statistics? Jenkins fired off his questions in a mocking barrage, causing cold sweat to bead on Steve's forehead. Witnessing Steve's inability to respond, he scoffed and declared, in recent years, the team's performance has been dismal, and you, Steve, bear the responsibility. After the game, I will report to the Board of Trustees and recommend the revocation of your coaching position. Steve, managing to suppress his anger, retorted, suit yourself, but for now, I remain the head coach, and I firmly believe in Xia Mo's capabilities. Preposterous. I am eager to see what grounds this yellow-skinned boy has to warrant such favoritism from you. Jenkins mocked. Does he possess impeccable shooting techniques? Or can he ruthlessly thwart his opponent's advances? Indeed, in the annals of basketball history in the Celestial Empire, there have been few outstanding athletes in this populous nation. Only Yao Ming has made his mark in the NBA. In his perspective, the Celestial Empire remains ensnared in a state of retrogression reminiscent of the 20th century, bearing the stigma of the sick man of East Asia, perceived as a collective of underdeveloped and clumsy individuals. However, shortly thereafter, San Diego State University launched an offensive. Leonard delivered a precise pass, sending the ball soaring into the hands of the power forward beneath the basket, who merely needed to flick his wrist to send the ball through the net. At the very moment the power forward leapt, Xia Mo also sprang into action. Yet, Xia Mo's leaping ability was truly astonishing. He executed a monumental block that thwarted the opponent's advance while simultaneously seizing possession of the ball. Jenkins, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tightening in his throat, a burning sting across his face. Just as he had uttered the words of a merciless rejection, Xia Mo immediately showcased this extraordinary display. Upon receiving the ball, Xia Mo commenced orchestrating the offense. The opponent swiftly regrouped, yet he remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting his teammates to position themselves. Leonard stood just beyond the three-point line, intently focusing on Xia Mo, attempting to anticipate his every move. Xia Mo smiled subtly, making the iconic gesture of Kobe. Step aside. I wish to engage in a one-on-one. The crowd was momentarily stunned by this gesture. Was Xia Mo truly challenging Leonard to a duel? Such audacity from a rookie. After all, Leonard is renowned as the best offensive player. Xia Mo dribbled the ball, executing a series of intricate between-the-legs maneuvers while alternating between his left and right hands. He initially feigned a movement to the left, only to suddenly pivot and drive toward the right. However, Leonard's defense exceeded his expectations. He swiftly adjusted, intercepting him to the right. Xia Mo dribbled with his back to Leonard, then feigned a leftward move by subtly shifting his shoulder, misleading his opponent into believing he would change direction to the left. In an instant, he decisively pivoted to the right, taking a step back beyond the three-point arc. Leonard, keenly sensing Xia Mo's intention for a long-range shot, immediately raised his arms in preparation to intercept. Xia Mo assumed a quintessential shooting stance, his body angled at a precise 45 degrees. Anticipating Leonard's impending block, he released the ball with remarkable swiftness, its trajectory tracing an elegant arc through the air. Whoosh! The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated, as the three-pointer found its mark with unwavering certainty. The audience erupted into a fervor. Xia Mo's fluid movements flowed as naturally as a stream, evoking the specter of the legendary Kobe Bryant. The players of the Brown Bears glimpsed the dawn of victory, the score standing at 62-72, with merely 1 minute remaining in the match. Leonard, possessing the ball, made a decisive drive, while Xia Mo found himself ensnared by the dual defense of San Diego State University, rendering him unable to assist in the defense. Aware of Xia Mo's formidable prowess, the opposition deliberately positioned two defenders to bolster Leonard's offensive efforts. In a moment of desperation, the Bears' point guard opted for a foul. Leonard executed both free throws flawlessly, rendering that foul futile as the score shifted to 62-74. The Brown Bears mounted another offensive surge, with the point guard crossing half-court and promptly passing the ball to Xia Mo. Xia Mo received the ball and surged forward. Leonard and a forward on the opposite side formed a formidable defense near the free throw line. However, Xia Mo abruptly halted beyond the three-point line, elevating for a jump shot. Leonard reacted swiftly, attempting to block the shot, just as his fingers grazed Xia Mo's arm. Xia Mo made his move. The basketball soared towards the hoop with a perfect arc, accompanied by the melodious sound of the net and the referee's whistle. Leonard committed a foul, granting Xia Mo a free throw opportunity. He approached the free throw line, gripping the ball tightly and taking a deep breath, assuming the quintessential shooting stance, and successfully made the shot. A 3-1 was achieved. The score narrowed to 66-74, just an 8-point difference, with only 40 seconds remaining. A hush fell over the crowd, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the yellow-skinned Xia Mo, filled with curiosity. Was this Asian set to recreate the legendary moment of Tracy McGrady? Were they about to witness yet another miracle? At that moment, the coach of San Diego State University called for a timeout. Xia Mo's teammates, unwavering in their belief in his abilities, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Stephen looked at the astonished Jenkins and said with a grin, "Dear principal, do you still harbor doubts?" Jenkins merely huffed, remaining silent. Steve patted Xia Mo's shoulder with approval, saying, "Well done." He then turned, scanning the team with a serious demeanor, resolutely stating, "We have only one strategy left, to exert every effort to intercept the opponent. We still have 2 fouls to spare. Should they attempt to shoot, foul immediately to buy time. Once we regain possession, pass the ball to Xia Mo, for he is the one who can create miracles." Chapter 5. Xia Mo's solo dance. Upon hearing this, the players of the Brown Bears no longer voiced dissent. They regarded Xia Mo as their sole beacon of hope. From this moment on, "Leonard, you must keep a close watch on that yellow-skinned fellow. If necessary, double-team him." The coach of San Diego State University, witnessing the situation unfold, felt a surge of anxiety, continuously issuing commands to his players. Even though this was merely a friendly match, defeat was not an option, let alone losing to a seemingly downtrodden Brown Bears team. This would undoubtedly cast a shadow over San Diego State University. Remember, do not allow him to touch the ball, foul if necessary. As they returned to the court, a fierce determination burned in everyone's eyes. The music of the court resonated vibrantly. The whistle blew, and the timer began its countdown. As Xia Mo approached Leonard without hesitation, he understood that time waits for no one. Every fleeting second could herald a change. Leonard, sensing the impending pressure, bent down to protect the ball, maneuvering it beneath his hips in search of an opportunity to break through. But suddenly, he felt a lightness in his hand. Under Xia Mo's relentless pursuit, the ball slipped from Leonard's grasp, soaring backward. By the time he reacted, a gust of wind whisked past him, and he turned to see Xia Mo charging beyond the 3-point line with the ball. Leonard leaped into the air, attempting to block Xia Mo's layup. But it felt as though he had shrunk. No matter how he reached, he could not touch the ball. With a swoosh, the ball traced an elegant arc in the air before swishing through the net. The score shifted to 69-74, the gap narrowing, intensifying the atmosphere on the court. Remarkably, only 6 seconds had elapsed. With a 5-point deficit and 34 seconds remaining, 2 stable shots could secure victory. No fouls, Xia Mo cautioned his teammates. He was brimming with confidence, believing that an additional score would only put them in a precarious position. The players of the Brown Bears, fueled by adrenaline, intensified their defense. How could they maneuver? How could they pass the ball? Under the tight defense, San Diego State University's offense descended into chaos, with the ball handler suddenly besieged by 2 defenders. "Give me the ball," Leonard shouted loudly from the backcourt, calling for his teammates. Xia Mo closely pursued Leonard, determined not to allow him to score again. Otherwise, all hope would be lost. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, the ball was hurled into the air. A player from San Diego State University received the ball in the front court. Seeing no one to defend against him, he charged towards the hoop, completely oblivious to Xia Mo's own advance. Thud. What? An unimpeded attempt at a layup was ruthlessly denied by the rim? The player who attempted the layup instantly drained of color, foreseeing the severe repercussions he would face post-match. Xia Mo would not miss any opportunity for retaliation. Swiftly seizing the ball, he cradled it in his arms. With pinpoint accuracy, he executed a long pass, delivering the ball into the hands of a teammate positioned behind him. Without a hint of doubt, the ball confidently found its way into the net. "Well done, Steve. You have unearthed an unrefined gem." Jenkins unabashedly expressed his admiration for Steve. "Just moments ago, who was questioning my judgment?" Steve, witnessing Xia Mo's remarkable performance, wore a satisfied smile. As long as Xia Mo remained with the team, the glories of yesteryear could be reignited. He must be retained. In the midst of their conversation, Xia Mo quietly completed a steal, darting through the open court like a swift gale. To the astonishment of all, he executed a powerful 360-degree slam dunk. This match, particularly the final quarter, had become Xia Mo's personal showcase. Though only a handful of spectators occupied the stands, it felt as if the entire arena was ablaze with fervor. Wow, this dunk could surely be nominated for the NBA's Moment of the Year. Observing this spectacle, Leonard began to question himself. How is this individual so formidable? Am I perhaps too weak? The players from San Diego State University, witnessing this scene, felt their spirits wane. The score had narrowed once more, with merely a 1-point difference remaining and only 8 seconds on the clock. Normally, 8 seconds? Even 10 seconds would be ample time to simply dribble the ball away. Yet now, these 8 seconds felt interminable. The San Diego State University player in possession of the ball ceased dribbling, clutching it tightly in an attempt to run down the clock. Foul. Foul. Steve shouted loudly from the sidelines, urging the players. 1 out of 2 free throws. An opportunity had arisen. The ball was directly placed into Xia Mo's hands. Leonard clung closely to Xia Mo, guarding him with unwavering vigilance. Xia Mo observed Leonard, who was intently focused on defense, and remarked with a grin, "Brother, pay close attention. This shot is going to be spectacular. Tonight belongs to me." Leonard's impassive expression revealed not a trace of emotion, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Xia Mo feigned a breakthrough, yet did not genuinely advance. Having learned from past experiences, Leonard was no longer easily deceived. "Well done, young man. You've become astute." Upon noticing this, Xia Mo ceased his pretense and surged forward towards the basket with unrestrained speed. Leonard followed closely, never allowing a gap to form between them. Xia Mo abruptly pivoted sharply to the left, causing Leonard to be pulled in that direction. As the opportunity arose, Xia Mo seized it with fervor, dribbling the ball with great intensity before abruptly halting his movement to the right. He leaped into the air, releasing the ball. His body tilted towards Leonard while suspended in midair. Could Leonard respond in time? Hesitant to approach closely, he could only awkwardly position himself to defend. The countdown echoed throughout the arena, while the ball traced an elegant arc above. In that fleeting moment, all gazes were captivated. Thud, thud, thud. The ball struck the rim, bouncing back. We have triumphed. We have truly triumphed. The players of the Brown Bears erupted in jubilant cheers as they witnessed the ball soar into the net. Xia Mo witnessed the goal and gently patted Leonard on the back. "My friend, you were absolutely remarkable. I hold you in deep admiration. May we capture a photograph together?" Leonard smiled, no longer resistant to Xia Mo's suggestion. "Your strategy is unique, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Now, revel in the joy of victory." Oh, what a moment reminiscent of McGrady. The reporters surged towards Xia Mo as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. The flashes of cameras illuminated the scene, freezing Xia Mo's image, including the moment he engaged in conversation with Leonard. Seeing this, Steve hurried over. "Oh no, how did these reporters arrive so swiftly? I do not wish for my star player to be exposed to the media so soon." He guided Xia Mo toward the adjacent lounge, surrounded by teammates. Xia Mo became the focal point of the evening. "Hey, kid, thanks to you, their winning streak has come to an end. That feeling is simply exhilarating. In a moment, the principal will personally meet with you. There are matters to discuss, so seize this opportunity." Xia Mo did not dwell too much on the matter. Amidst the crowd's shoving, he repeatedly examined his attributes panel. He wondered what kind of reward such a performance might yield. At that moment, a prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 6. Whispers abound. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What kind of rewards awaited him this time? HM? Is this all? How does it pale in comparison to the novice rewards? Oh dear, it shouldn't be this disappointing. Xia Mo grumbled inwardly. It seemed he needed to voice his grievances about this system. Otherwise, it would remain unresponsive. Indeed. You, my friend, are truly radiant today," Jenkins exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Xia Mo enter the conference room. "What are your plans for the future?" Xia Mo remained silent, wrestling with how to allocate his 5 attribute points. What if he invested them all in shooting? Having just acquired Tracy McGrady's shooting skill set, wouldn't that enable him to dominate the court? With this thought, Xia Mo ceased his hesitation and decisively allocated all his points to long-range shooting. "Join us. Our school possesses the undeniable strength to usher you onto the NBA stage. We have that confidence," Jenkins stated. Noticing Xia Mo's lack of response, Jenkins proceeded to elaborate on the advantages of their institution. "Russell Westbrook. He emerged from here. We boast the most comprehensive training system." "All right." "Huh? What?" Jenkins momentarily lost his train of thought. "I will remain here and assist the team in securing the NCAA championship." "Splendid. You shall take pride in your decision," Jenkins exclaimed with a smile, promptly beginning the process of assisting Xia Mo with the necessary paperwork. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo ceased his delay and strode directly towards the school's training ground. One must admit, this physique is indeed remarkable. Should he secure the championship and gain entry to the NBA, it would fulfill a long-held aspiration from a previous life. Kobe, Tracy, Nowitzki? Just wait and see. I am coming. Hey, kid, I never anticipated your prowess. I previously underestimated you, and I owe you an apology. Enter Steven remarked upon seeing Xia Mo step onto the court. In Steven's eyes, Xia Mo today resembled a reincarnation of Kobe, infused with the spirit of Tracy McGrady. A match that seemed devoid of hope was, at this moment, resurrected. Since Westbrook's departure, the Grizzlies had yet to regain their former glory. However, with Westbrook's return, they garnered renewed attention. Yet, throughout the entire season, they had not secured a single victory until today, finally allowing the team to breathe with relief. It's a trifling matter. We shall train together in the future and strive onward, Xia Mo replied with a smile, gently tapping Steven's chest. After all, in the pursuit of the championship on this court, how could they afford to harbor discord? Steven, witnessing this exchange, also sported a satisfied smile. He intended to invest wholeheartedly in cultivating Xia Mo into the team's core. Harmony within the squad was of utmost importance. This is the demeanor and poise a leader ought to possess. This match has been reported by major media outlets. Xia Mo, you are now quite the celebrity. Coach Steve remarked with a grin. Thanks to Xia Mo's stellar performance in this game, ENC made an exception to adjust his ranking. You have now surged directly to the 40th position. Only 40th? Xia Mo felt a tinge of disappointment within. Beside him, Ender Steven wore a face of astonishment. This previously obscure individual had made an astonishing leap. Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. Ranking improvements depend on your performance in future matches. Prepare diligently for the next one. Following the media's embellishment of the match, Xia Mo became increasingly enigmatic. Photos of him shaking hands with Leonard resurfaced. Some questioned the authenticity of the game, alleging that Xia Mo had purchased his victory with money. The players from San Diego State University remained silent, and the media's portrayal plunged them into deeper controversy. Leonard's voice was drowned out by a sea of skepticism. I am uncertain about the truth of the previous match, but in our upcoming game, I shall demonstrate to the Grizzlies the true essence of basketball, proclaimed Kyrie Irving from Duke University. Let basketball speak for itself, rather than engaging in vacuous online debates. Observing Xia Mo during training, Steve was unwilling to let this prodigy be buried by public opinion. Xia Mo, Ender Steven, come here. Steve summoned the players. As negative comments proliferated online, alleging that they were involved in match fixing, the next match will be your opportunity to vindicate yourselves. I want you to utterly shatter those absurd claims. Do you understand? Understood. The team members responded with enthusiasm. Now, I shall assign the tasks. Xia Mo, your prowess has been evident in this competition, thus you will take the starting position. In the coming days, you must delve deeply into our combat strategies. Andre Steven, apart from Xia Mo, your capabilities are unparalleled. Therefore, I entrust you with the leadership of the second team. No, coach, I request to team up with Xia Mo. My offensive skills at the baseline can significantly enhance Xia Mo's performance, aiding us in breaking through the opponent's defense. Andre Steven's resolute plea earned the coach's approval. I expect you all to give your utmost. This match is our opportunity to establish our name and restore our glory. No one is allowed to be complacent. During this time, everyone focused intently on training. Let those who underestimate us witness our true strength. Is it just me? Or does this system evoke a sense of emotional illusion? Do not worry. For the sake of the system, I will exert every effort to fulfill the task. Owen. He was one of my most cherished stars in a past life. I am intimately familiar with each of his movements, and I am well aware of his capabilities. Moreover, he is not yet as formidable as he will become. Xia Mo promptly logged into Twitter to share an update, urging anticipation. He then delved into the tactical layout of the Brown Bears. The discourse online had escalated into a tempest. It was now upon them to reclaim their dignity. This time, not only were numerous scouts from major teams present, but also a plethora of NBA stars. The spotlight now turned to them. Within the arena, deafening music reverberated continuously as the Brown Bears entered the battleground. I will show you what true basketball is, Kyrie declared arrogantly, standing beside Xia Mo. Stay tuned. Xia Mo replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the basketball in the referee's hand. As the ball soared into the air from the referee's throw, the match officially commenced. Chapter 7. A Taste of Their Own Medicine. The basketball landed precisely in the hands of Kyrie Irving from Duke University as it leaped through the air. Without hesitation, Kyrie dashed towards the Brown Bears hoop. Xia Mo would not afford him any opportunity, immediately engaging in close defense. The seasoned Irving would not shy away from such a challenge, dribbling vigorously to signal his teammates to spread out. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo's lips curled into a smile. With both hands raised in a defensive stance, he bent slightly and struck the ground. Come on, if you can get past me, then you truly possess skill. Pay close attention, for today I shall teach you. A novice, the art of the game. In response, Owen sneered. As the crowd parted, the ball in Owen's hands began to dance with agility. As he sought the optimal angle for an attack, Xia Mo smiled, fully aware of the maneuver. It was undoubtedly a feint to break through, followed by a side jump shot. Seizing the moment while Xia Mo was distracted, Irving surged forward to the left. Indeed, just as anticipated. I had been waiting for you to make your move. Without hesitation, Xia Mo swiftly positioned himself in front of Irving. As Irving changed direction, he too shifted to the right. Irving turned around, only to find that Xia Mo remained closely aligned with him, showing no signs of being shaken off. This is troublesome. This young man's skills are indeed impressive. With no other option, Irving retreated a step and leapt to take a shot. As Xia Mo witnessed the scene, he leaped to attempt to block his opponent's shot. Kyrie's vision was suddenly obscured by a shadow, startling him. Years of experience on the court had taught him that this strike would undoubtedly be thwarted. However, the fleeting moment in midair left little room for contemplation. The ball had to be released. His teammates had retreated to the corners as instructed, offering no support. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to elevate the arc of his shot, confronting Xia Mo head-on. The basketball soared from his hand under Xia Mo's watchful gaze as that palm, akin to a celestial canopy, gently brushed the bottom of the ball. The already challenging trajectory became even more arduous with that touch. The excessive height transformed the shot into an awkward air ball. The game began with such exhilarating intensity, leaving Coach Steve beaming with delight. This kid always brings unexpected surprises. Kyrie, witnessing this moment, wore a sullen expression, blaming his teammates for their lack of assistance, instead opting to shoot in place. So this is your true capability? I had anticipated much greater prowess from the first overall pick. Xia Mo retrieved the ball, gazing at Kyrie as he spoke. Now, prepare to witness what true basketball is. What it truly means to play the game. Xia Mo emulated Irving, signaling his teammates to create space. He intended to conquer Irving by employing Irving's own methods. Observing this, Xia Mo waved his hand, prompting his teammates to swiftly disperse to either side, ever ready to provide assistance. After all, the opponent was Irving, while Xia Mo was merely a burgeoning rookie. Xia Mo knelt slightly, his hips raised, and his center of gravity shifted upward, the basketball almost grazing the ground. The harmony between his fingers and the ball grew increasingly fluid. Kyrie, witnessing this, silently cursed, "Isn't this the very technique I have always employed? To attempt to defeat me with my own style? Such a delusion." Observing Xia Mo's movements, Kyrie remained unfazed, maintaining a half-step distance. His gaze fixed intently on Xia Mo's actions. Watch closely. The forthcoming maneuver will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Kyrie's long-suppressed competitive spirit surged with even greater intensity. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo immediately executed a feint. Yet, Irving remained unmoved. Attempting once more, he still did not budge. Indeed, it appeared he had thoroughly studied the previous match. Xia Mo no longer hesitated. He swiftly maneuvered from the side, while Owen immediately positioned himself to intercept the offensive route. Xia Mo ceased his relentless pursuit of breakthroughs, prioritizing the preservation of his stamina, for he aimed to secure a remarkable 50 points. He confronted Irving directly, leaping from a standstill to execute a backward jump shot. Is this not my signature move? This young lad possesses quite the talent. He has truly grasped the essence of the game. He is a promising prospect. T-Mac, having heard whispers of someone replicating his iconic moment, made a special trip to witness it for himself. Upon discovering it was a young man of Asian descent, his interest waned, yet the current display sparked a flicker of intrigue within him. The audience erupted in gasps, captivated by the sheer beauty of the maneuver. However, on the court, Irving found himself engulfed in confusion. A towering figure suddenly invaded his field of vision, leaving him with only the blinding sight of a pair of dazzling white athletic shorts. Under such overwhelming pressure, he could only retreat, unable to withstand the onslaught. Whoosh! The ball seamlessly nestled into the net. In this initial confrontation, Irving was decisively bested by Xia Mo, and his teammates strode directly towards the sidelines, not sparing a glance at Irving. How infuriating. Was it merely a single point that warranted such arrogance? Under pressure, Irving swiftly advanced the ball into the front court. He sought out Xia Mo's position and provocatively pointed at him. Utterly haughty, for he was the top draft pick. How could he ever bow to another? Moreover, countless eyes were watching from below. A misstep would cost him more than just his dignity. This time, Irving was even more serious, fully focused. His teammates moved to the side at his signal, increasing their off-ball movement, ever ready to receive the ball for a shot. Xia Mo was not easily swayed by such tactics. He followed closely, fully aware that McGrady's skill card was not merely ornamental. Though his defense may have been somewhat lacking, it was more than adequate to contend with him. In response to Irving's provocation, Xia Mo immediately advanced to apply pressure. Observing this, Irving's fury ignited. As a prominent top draft pick, how dare he display such arrogance? Rookie, unless you are thoroughly defeated today, you shall not comprehend why I, Irving, was chosen as the first overall pick. Unfazed, Irving swiftly executed a change of hands while dribbling, pivoted to turn his back on Xia Mo, and with a powerful push, he instantaneously created distance. Simultaneously, he accelerated towards the basket, his confidence soaring. Xia Mo quickly regained his composure and immediately gave chase. Irving, sensing Xia Mo closely trailing behind, found himself in a precarious position as he executed a grand arc, propelling the ball towards the hoop. Thud! The basketball collided violently with the backboard, soaring back into the rear court. In that instant, Irving's smile vanished, replaced by an expression more dismal than one who had tasted the bitterness of a bitter melon. The anticipated first pick had been thwarted thrice in succession by a novice, leaving him questioning his standing and worthiness of the title of first overall. The ball soared into the backcourt, where a teammate seized it and dashed towards the unguarded hoop, delivering a powerful slam dunk. Xia Mo gazed at Owen, a faint smile gracing his lips. The best is yet to come. As soon as the words left his mouth, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Duke University called for a timeout right from the outset. Chapter 8. All eyes on us. Though the initial two offensive attempts faltered, there was no need for despondency. The match had only just begun, and spirits were high. The coach of Duke University continually rallied the players. In the early stages of our offense, we relied solely on individual prowess, yet perhaps Xia Mo's stamina would only last a few minutes. Beyond that, we must adhere to our tactics. Their strategic framework is inferior to ours. By following our game plan, the opposing team becomes insignificant. This is their Achilles heel. We must seize the opportunity. The players of Duke University, enlightened by these words, felt a renewed sense of purpose. After all, the game had just commenced, and our advantages had yet to be fully realized. With this understanding, their morale surged once more. Observing his team regain confidence, the Duke coach continued, in the next phase, everyone should concentrate on defending Xia Mo, making every effort to thwart him, and if necessary, implement double teaming. The interior players must also remain vigilant in guarding the paint. As for the offense, Owen, you remain our focal point. Do not lose heart. Your task is to orchestrate the ball control and make swift passes. The rest should move actively, setting screens. We will prioritize our inside game, and each player must take the initiative to wear down the opponent's stamina. Duke University, reinvigorated, re-entered the court. Meanwhile, Steve of the Brown Bears instructed his players to simply pass the ball to Xia Mo, while the others focused on securing rebounds. Owen dared not underestimate the situation any longer. Victory was paramount. Once achieved, all concerns would be resolved. He cast aside his arrogance and diligently adhered to the school's tactical framework. Owen closely shadowed Xia Mo, yet he found himself outmatched by Xia Mo's speed and agility. With the assistance of his teammates, Xia Mo stealthily positioned himself at the baseline. This fellow, once again lurking at the corner of the three-point line. Steve, witnessing this scene, could not help but comment again, but this time his gaze held curiosity rather than disdain. Owen remained steadfast in his pursuit, but Andreas Steven effortlessly broke through and scored, leaving only Owen to defend. Forced to intervene, Owen stepped forward. However, the ball did not head straight for the basket. Andreas, noticing Xia Mo unguarded at the corner, decisively passed the ball to him. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xia Mo sprang into action, launching a shot that sailed effortlessly through the net, eliciting a satisfied smile from his lips. The sensation was exhilarating, far surpassing the gaming experiences of his previous life. At long last, he could truly showcase his skills. Throughout the ensuing match, Xia Mo consistently created opportunities for his teammates. With remarkable precision, he amassed an astonishing 30 points by halftime. In stark contrast, Irving, while expending considerable energy in his attempts to defend against Xia Mo, managed to score only 20 points, with his shooting percentage steadily declining. Fortunately, his teammates excelled, relentlessly attacking the basket, preventing the score gap from widening. As the second half of the game commenced, Xia Mo, as a key player, chose not to rush onto the court immediately. He remained seated on the bench, attentively conserving his strength. Meanwhile, the score subtly crept closer during the other's respite. Go forth. The stage is set for your grand performance, Steve said, smiling as he gently patted Xia Mo's back. Xia Mo was already eager to make his move. Upon hearing the call, he immediately rose and replaced his teammate. Upon returning to the arena, he instantly became the center of attention. While the cheers for Irving seemed to diminish considerably, many were instantly captivated by Xia Mo's charm. With his entry, he noticed a marked change in the opponent's defensive strategy. As their formation expanded outward, converging towards him, Xia Mo, with the ball in hand, deftly changed direction, drawing the attention of two defenders. Meanwhile, Andre, under the cover of his teammates, silently glided towards the unguarded basket, poised to receive the pass. Xia Mo skillfully executed a curved pass aimed at Andre, and with a resounding swish, the basketball glided through the net. Just as Andre prepared to receive the ball for a counterattack, he was brutally yanked to the ground by the opposing center. This incident instantly ignited the entire arena. Witnessing his teammate being assaulted, Xia Mo could not remain a mere bystander. He swiftly intervened, separating the crowd and offering solace to Andre, declaring, "I shall avenge your grievance." The referee promptly reviewed the footage to ascertain the nature of the foul. What is this? Was the ball shot from within the rim? The foul occurred after the tussle. The referee deemed the basket valid, and the perpetrator was swiftly substituted by the coach. Duke University would not tolerate such disgrace. Resorting to violence when one cannot play? This is utterly unacceptable. Irving, it seems your capabilities are indeed limited. Just look at how agitated your teammates have become. Would you consider joining me? I can teach you the true art of basketball. A playful smile danced upon Xia Mo's face. Through relentless offensive maneuvers, he consistently created opportunities for his teammates with exceptional ball control skills. Andre once again demonstrated his worth by maintaining a steady stream of points. With Xia Mo by his side, he harbored no concerns, feeling entirely at ease. Xia Mo employed Tracy McGrady's shooting techniques, as the ball soared effortlessly over Irving, landing steadily in the basket. Remarkable. How could he be so formidable? Tonight, Xia Mo's instances of error were few and far between. His performance surpassed that of many NBA stars. Irving's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. He was nearing a staggering 60 points in front of Xia Mo, not to mention the opportunities and assists he had created for his teammates. Irving's fighting spirit gradually dwindled throughout the match. And what of his teammates? They ambled aimlessly across the court. The gap in score was insurmountable, 78 to 114. How could victory be achieved? With sheer individual prowess, he dominated the entire arena. Xia Mo, however, remained vibrant, darting across the court with the ferocity of a wild beast. The intensity here paled in comparison to the NBA, and his shooting prowess allowed him to navigate effortlessly, with minimal exertion. This fellow is truly remarkable. Tracy McGrady marveled from the sidelines, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, he possessed my flair, nearly rivaling my youthful vigor. Kobe Bryant openly lauded him, already contemplating how to bring Xia Mo into the Lakers. The scouts, eager and impatient, swiftly reached out to the school for detailed information regarding Xia Mo. In the final moments of the game, Xia Mo opted not to pursue further offense. Fully aware of the rules of basketball, he gently placed the ball on the ground and approached Irving, embracing him tightly. As the game concluded, Xia Mo was immediately surrounded by reporters. While responding to their questions, he was interrupted by the system's notification sound. Chapter 9. Grandiose assertions. Well done, Master. Your performance today was exceptional. The system's voice resonated in Xia Mo's mind, sweet and enchanting. Huh? Why does this system's voice sound so unique? Is it not usually mechanical and cold? How could it be more melodious than Xiao Bing's voice? Could it be that this system is also feminine? Xia Mo's thoughts began to drift. Please refrain from dwelling on irrelevant matters, Master, and concentrate on the upcoming competition. The system resumed its usual calm demeanor and continued. Here are the rewards for this match. Why has the attribute enhancement been diminished this time? This is a punitive measure, considering your excessive reliance on celebrity star experience cards. Henceforth, you must depend more on your own efforts for improvement, rather than external influences. Oh, that seems excessive, after all. That is part of one's prowess. In the future, your journey will hinge entirely on your relentless endeavors. Strive to break through and become even stronger. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo hesitated no longer. A reward, however modest, was preferable to none. In his mind, memories that did not belong to him began to surface quietly. What was happening? It appeared that he had acquired some skills reminiscent of Kobe and T-Mac. Could it be that extraordinary learning ability from earlier? Hey kid, today's game was simply spectacular. A true feast for the eyes. Kobe approached Xia Mo with enthusiasm. Your prowess reminded me of my younger self. Keep striving. I will be following your progress closely. Do remember to inform me before your next game. I shall be there to cheer you on. Kobe stood before Xia Mo, speaking fervently. And me. T-Mac beamed at Xia Mo. Your performance today was outstanding. Those pull-up jump shots, I found them almost impossible to replicate. Welcome to the NBA. As long as you maintain such performance, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in the league. T-Mac generously offered his praise, with Kobe nodding in agreement beside him. Surrounding them, several all-star players gathered, observing the young man with yellow skin. Yet, none approached to greet him. Kyrie was still surrounded by a bustling crowd, but Xia Mo paid it no mind. I am grateful for the recognition from such esteemed stars. I still have a long way to go to match your caliber. If possible, might you offer some guidance? Xia Mo smiled at Kobe and T-Mac, inquiring earnestly, for he yearned to learn more techniques from them. The strongest learning ability was no mere boast. Nearby, reporters witnessed the admiration from the superstars towards the newcomer, eagerly snapping photos. This would make headline news, one of the most sensational highlights of the day. The following day, everyone would witness it. After bidding farewell to Kobe and T-Mac, Xia Mo was invited to attend the post-game press conference. Seeing this, Steve decided to accompany Xia Mo, ready to shield him from any probing questions from the reporters. Hey Xia, your performance today was astonishing. Defeating Kyrie as a rookie and overcoming a top-tier college basketball team is nothing short of miraculous. How do you feel right now? The reporters' questions were relatively polite. Xia Mo pondered briefly before responding calmly. The outcome of this game was already determined, so I believe the victory was deserved. I merely showcased my expected level of play. Expected level? You've only played a few games and already speak so confidently? What can a couple of games really signify? That's rather arrogant. No wonder you're of Asian descent. Pride comes so easily. Do you think you are Yao Ming? Yao Ming is exceptional, yet he isn't as conceited as you. Then, do you have confidence in maintaining such a state in your next game? The reporters retorted, their faces adorned with disdain. A couple of victories mean nothing. Everyone has their moments of hot hands. Xia Mo smiled serenely. Is this truly a challenge? Just wait and witness the forthcoming matches. His gaze radiated confidence. Upon hearing this, the journalist displayed skepticism, jotting down his words, preparing to unveil them to the public after the meeting, eager to showcase this audacious youth. Should his performance falter in the next match, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. After all, not everyone can consistently score over 50 points. Even when facing weaker teams, every squad possesses its dignity and will not tolerate unwarranted provocations. Typically, achieving 30 points is already considered remarkable. Maintaining today's form would be akin to scaling a daunting peak. No one believed Xia Mo, dismissing him as jesting, anticipating a collective chuckle. Observing this, Steve also laughed. It is natural for the young to be brash. Would they even be considered youthful otherwise? Everyone had witnessed his prowess. This is the strength of our team. In our ranks, Xia Mo will only shine brighter, and what you see today is merely the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. In time, you shall discover that Xia Mo is far more than this. Seizing the opportunity, Steve boasted about his team. Indeed, Coach Steve's training regimen is exceptionally refined. I shall undoubtedly achieve significant progress here, continuously enhancing my skills and striving for excellence. Xia Mo praised his coach in kind. After all, he would be spending considerable time here, hoping to contribute to the team's success. Undoubtedly, our squad is impeccable, and we shall continue to triumph in future confrontations. Our ambition is to seize the NCAA championship this year. Absurd. A championship, with formidable teams abound this year. How does your newly formed squad dare to aspire for the title? It is sheer fantasy. Even with outstanding individual performances, victory necessitates teamwork. An exceptional team fosters even more astonishing achievements. Individual prowess is merely the embellishment atop a well-crafted tapestry. Xia Mo observed the expressions of the reporters and chose to remain silent, for his words would ultimately be validated by the passage of time. Henceforth, I shall dedicate my efforts to elevate the team's overall prowess to new heights. The Brown Bears shall become perennial contenders for the championship. Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. I might not believe it myself in your position. Yet, who else possesses the memories of a past life? If I cannot succeed, who among you can? Xia Mo rose and walked alongside Steve towards the conference room. Chapter 10, A Serendipitous Encounter at the Bar. Who could it be? Why does it feel so familiar? In Xia Mo's mind, images of the NBA superstars flashed by one after another. Pardon? Once this thought emerged, it became difficult to erase. After all, he is known as the Lightning Prince. Yet, how could the disparity in appearance be so pronounced? It became clear. Harden's iconic beard had yet to grow. Hey, a glass of whiskey, please. Thank you. Xia Mo, with great enthusiasm, ordered a glass of whiskey at the bar. As he savored the drink, he surveyed his surroundings, pondering the possibility of encountering other basketball stars. Nash, Carmelo Anthony, Tim Duncan, Allen Iverson, Dwayne Wade. Oh, what a gathering of luminaries. Surely, they must be members of the All-Star team from a decade ago. There were also some players of slightly lesser renown, reveling in the merriment of the evening. Could this be an exclusive club for NBA players? Xia Mo was filled with curiosity, for this was his first visit to such a place. Quite unexpected, isn't it? Andre Steven noticed Xia Mo drinking alone and approached him to strike up a conversation. After clinking glasses with Xia Mo, he settled beside him and began to elaborate. In truth, this venue serves as a delightful retreat for basketball stars. Following intense competitions, it is essential to relieve stress, which is why everyone loves to gather here. Furthermore, this bar was founded by a collective of basketball enthusiasts, so it is common to encounter sports icons. Naturally, it is not solely populated by luminaries of the athletic realm. Various celebrities from different fields converge here, and even scouts may make their discreet appearances. It is a melting pot of charisma. One must seize the opportunity. Andre Steven winked at Xia Mo, a playful smile gracing his face. This is the nightlife, a tapestry of diverse individuals, truly a microcosm of the American evening. We have grown accustomed to it. Observing Xia Mo's reaction, Andre Steven assumed the role of a tour guide, commencing his introduction. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo nodded gently, pondering internally. Do you truly believe I am utterly clueless? Such scenes are not unfamiliar to me. I have witnessed them countless times on television. At that moment, the atmosphere within the bar suddenly intensified. Andre Steven turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, exclaiming in delight, tonight promises to be a spectacle. A stunning beauty has graced us with her presence. Oh, Xia Mo, intrigued, wondered who this person could be. To his astonishment, the captivating Jessica Alba had indeed made an appearance. What a fortuitous day. Jessica Alba would undoubtedly be the most radiant presence of the evening. I speak the truth. Perhaps you should pay more attention to your girlfriend. Her eyes are practically ablaze. Allow me to attend to Jessica. Surrounding patrons began to indulge in fantasies of sharing a delightful evening with Jessica. The once bustling bar transformed into a frenzied realm, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch upon her arrival. Jessica Alba, a renowned film star adored by numerous sports icons, was in her 20s, her skin pure as snow, her beauty akin to a lotus blossoming untainted from the mud. Her figure was simply impeccable, her golden proportions eliciting heart-fluttering admiration. Welcome. We celebrate the arrival of our beloved Jessica. Let us eagerly anticipate who will capture her favor tonight and share in the exquisite libations. The DJ, with fervor, announced this from the stage, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm anew. The echo of the microphone reignited the fervor throughout the venue. This was a place for self-expression, and with such a beauty among them, it was only natural to engage exuberantly, stimulating consumption and perhaps even stirring fervor to win Jessica's affection. Haddon made his entrance, immediately adjusting his demeanor to one of determined intent. As the prince of the nightlife, was this not a task well within his grasp? Witnessing this, Jessica felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had come merely to alleviate the pressures of her recent work, seeking solitude and relaxation. Yet now, she found herself the center of attention, without a soul to shield her. Had she known it would be like this, she would have refrained from attending. No matter. She thought, let them be. Soon enough, the excitement will settle, and I shall simply treat this as a form of entertainment, for it will soon disperse. Her manager, equally startled by the unforeseen circumstances, hurried to reassure Jessica. Fear not. With so many renowned sports stars present, it is inevitable that I have fans here. Let us simply enjoy a drink together. The manager, recognizing the situation, refrained from further comment, though not particularly in the spotlight. He too could do little else at this moment. An eye-catching figure, yet he was equally striking in appearance, which naturally gave rise to concern. Xia Mo sat quietly in a corner, observing the scene before him. He felt little emotional disturbance towards the women heading to Vidian. After all, his mind was solely focused on playing basketball and winning the game, and if fate allowed, he yearned to return to his own world. After adjusting his attire, Hardin strode towards Jessica. She had been a figment of his imagination countless times, yet they had never crossed paths in Vidian. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Perhaps he might even stumble upon unexpected rewards. As the best sixth man, he believed he was more than capable. Asking her for a drink should be no trouble at all. Durant, witnessing the moment, cheered him on. It's all on you, my friend, if you succeed. Today's expenses are on me, he declared, displaying a generous spirit. Hardin, encouraged by this, hesitated no longer. After all, opportunity waits for no one. Beautiful Miss Jessica, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink with me? Hardin extended his invitation with the utmost grace. However, Jessica merely glanced at him before turning her attention elsewhere. Who is this guy? So many have been turned away before him. How dare he approach? Hardin, feeling the sting of embarrassment, stood awkwardly in place and downed his drink in one gulp. I am confident that in the near future, you will come to recognize my worth. At that time, we shall indulge in a drink together. With that, Hardin returned to Durant's side, dejected. Oh, the discerning taste of a starlet is indeed quite high, Xia Mo remarked. It was true. With so many basketball stars vying for her attention, it was no simple feat. Andre, observing Hardin's disappointment, commented, for a second-tier player like him, the prospects seemed dim. Perhaps after a few more years of honing his skills, he might find an opportunity. Who knows? He could be a hidden gem, Xia Mo responded. It's just that his identity as a sixth man limits him. Why do you say that? Xia Mo cast a sidelong glance at Andre, mysteriously stating, you will understand in due time. I shall take a brief visit to the restroom. Upon noticing Hardin heading towards the facilities, Xia Mo promptly followed suit. Chapter 11. Coordinated Training. Hey Hardin. Xia Mo approached him with enthusiasm. Who called for me? Hardin inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face. Today feels rather awkward, doesn't it? Are you hoping to win Jessica's affection? I can lend you a hand. Xia Mo smiled at Hardin. FK, are you here to mock me? Hardin retorted, his anger flaring. Jessica is one thing, but you, a mere nobody. Dare to say such things? No. I am here to assist you. Your current dilemma is simply a lack of recognition, preventing you from capturing Jessica's attention, correct? I possess a method to elevate your status swiftly. Are you intrigued? Xia Mo continued. Hardin fell silent. Though the words were harsh, they contained an undeniable truth. The NBA, after all, is a realm that reveres prowess. Without skill, one remains perpetually overlooked. The inability to showcase his true capabilities left him feeling despondent. So, what suggestions do you have? Hardin inquired, his tone grave. Simple enough. I shall help you enhance your skills, teach you a few techniques, and serve as your practice partner. Absurd. You wish to be my practice partner? Hardin exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, it is I. I lack the time for frivolous games. How about a one-on-one match? If I win, I will mentor you. However, upon my entry into the NBA, you must join my team, Xia Mo proposed after a moment of contemplation. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Tomorrow evening at 7, I will await you at your school. Agreed. Xia Mo's smile radiated with joy. Oh, what a pity. You should have seen it. Duncan just approached Jessica for her contact information. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. Andre described animatedly. By the way, Iverson came to see me earlier, Andre said with a serious expression. Oh, why didn't you ask me what he said? What did he say? It was nothing much. He merely praised my performance this season. Keep up the good work. Hey, why do you seem devoid of any joy? Andre queried, concern etched on his face. Take this. It's a note from Iverson that he asked me to pass on to you. Andre then retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Xia Mo. Xia Mo cast a fleeting glance before tucking it away into his pocket. It turned out to be merely a contact number. Upon hearing this, Andre seemed somewhat disheartened. How mundane. Perhaps it was best to return home and seek solace in sleep. The basketball court was ablaze with lights as Xia Mo resumed his shooting practice, diligently honing his skills in hopes of achieving perfection during the forthcoming match. Hello, Xia Mo. After returning, Harden had taken the extra step to research Xia Mo and discovered that he was, in fact, a rising star. This revelation left Xia Mo utterly astonished. Harden's shift in demeanor was strikingly different from the day prior. After all, Harden was destined to become one of the league's elite stars. While not the face of the franchise, he was certainly close. Such an unexpected attitude left Xia Mo quite taken aback. Let us begin, Xia Mo stated succinctly, cutting straight to the chase. Haha, just as I hoped. I am eager to witness what makes you unique. With the ball in hand, Harden did not rush to attack, but instead retreated to the arc of the three-point line. He skillfully altered his movements beneath his legs, the ball dancing deftly between his hands as he sought to identify the defender's center of gravity, disrupting the opponent's judgment with his rhythm before launching himself forward to breach the defense. As his actions accelerated, Xia Mo felt somewhat dazzled. Harden's ball-handling prowess far surpassed that of the current Kyrie Irving. Just as he pondered, Harden seized the moment, executing a swift change of direction that allowed him to break through Xia Mo's defenses, charging straight toward the basket. Xia Mo lagged slightly behind, compelled to follow closely. Utilizing his height and leaping ability, he soared into the air, attempting to disrupt Harden's shot before it was released. With years of experience on the court, how could Harden be oblivious to Xia Mo's intentions? In an instant, he deftly retreated to the left and backward, as the basketball found its way into the net with precision. Xia Mo could only gaze at the rim from above, witnessing Harden's triumphant scoring. Alas, his dignity lay in ruins. How could he possibly continue the match after such humiliation? The ball changed hands. Watch closely. I intend to deploy some innovative maneuvers against you. Moves that are uniquely mine, Xia Mo declared, cradling the ball. He devised a strategy to employ the skills of the former Harden to outsmart the current one. Xia Mo, with the ball in hand, maneuvered with the swiftness reminiscent of Harden, deftly weaving through with an under-the-leg dribble in search of an opening. Despite a series of feints, he was unable to create any distance. Realizing the situation, he decided to unleash his ultimate move. Without hesitation, Xia Mo forcefully tapped the ball and surged forward to the right, aiming to penetrate Harden's left-hand defense. However, overcoming Harden's prowess with his dominant hand was no simple feat. Instantly, Harden extended his arm to obstruct, leveraging his physical advantage to stay closely aligned. Xia Mo similarly executed a step-back jumper, identical in form to the previous move by Harden, exhibiting no difference whatsoever. Kid, can you not even defend against my own technique? Harden remarked, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he leaped into the air, poised to contest the shot. As Xia Mo observed, a serene smile graced his lips. He had awaited this very moment. His body soared through the air, drawing closer to Harden. Sensing the impending threat, Harden hastily attempted to evade. Yet Xia Mo seized the opportunity with unwavering determination. The ball soared from Xia Mo's hands, tracing a graceful arc before landing securely in the basket. Due to Harden's foul, Xia Mo was awarded another free throw opportunity. The score swiftly turned in his favor. Harden responded with a chuckle, impressive indeed. The best is yet to come, Xia Mo retorted in kind. Once again in possession of the ball, Xia Mo employed an array of novel techniques to draw fouls, each time ensnaring Harden, who felt a shiver of disbelief. Could basketball be played in such a manner? Isn't incessant fouling a hallmark of true mastery? In his quest for improvement, Harden began to imitate Xia Mo's movements, adopting his shooting style. Frustratingly, he pondered why the same approach yielded such disparate results. Casting a perplexed glance at Xia Mo, he wondered if this young man truly possessed such formidable prowess. Exhausted, Xia Mo endeavored to confront Harden directly, but Harden's dribbling speed was blinding, leaving no chance to defend. It appeared that he needed to elevate his defensive skills to 50. Otherwise, against stronger opponents, he would remain helpless to prevent their scoring. After 21 shots, Xia Mo collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. He had given his all in defense. Moreover, he had not relied on his signature moves, but had merely mirrored Harden's techniques to counter him. How could he not feel fatigued? Come on, don't take a break. Now's the time for another round. Harden urged Xia Mo, resolute in his desire to reclaim a victory. Chapter 12. Teaching Harden. Xia Mo no longer hesitated and charged forward with determination. Today, he must compel Harden to submit entirely to him. Upon seeing Xia Mo drenched in sweat, a smirk emerged at the corner of Harden's lips. Given your current state, do you truly believe you can defeat me? That is nothing short of a fantastical delusion. Xia Mo responded with a smile, provocatively stating, "Come on, let me witness your true prowess." Humph. I did not exert my full strength during the game earlier. I merely relied on technique to compete with you, yet you managed to secure victory through fouls. Hardin complained with dissatisfaction. Well then, let us see if you can push me aside. This time, I am eager to discover what other tactics you possess to achieve triumph. As Xia Mo spoke, he passed the ball to Hardin. Upon receiving the pass, Hardin unhesitatingly surged towards Xia Mo's left side, attempting to leverage his physical advantage to push past him. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo deftly evaded the oncoming threat, gracefully sidestepping to position himself beside Hardin, and then swiftly following him towards the basket. As Hardin darted forward, he caught a glimpse of Xia Mo's movement and mused to himself, "Is he resorting to that same tactic again? Did I not already unravel it moments ago?" Instead of opting for a step-back shot, Hardin chose to decelerate, closely shadowing Xia Mo, intent on executing a decisive 2-1 play. Xia Mo was taken aback, not expecting Hardin to return the favor in kind. Due to his swift momentum, his body propelled him towards Hardin. Observing this, Hardin decisively tossed the ball towards the backboard. While his right arm was struck by Xia Mo, the ball swished through the net. Turning his head, Hardin smiled at Xia Mo and said, "How does it feel to experience my prowess? I have already mastered all of your techniques. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can defeat me with the same tactics again." Upon witnessing this, Xia could not help but chuckle. How remarkably innocent Hardin appeared. Akin to a child, "I shall employ various tactics against you henceforth, so do pay close attention. What you just witnessed was merely the tip of my iceberg." Xia Mo seized the ball, denying Hardin even a moment to catch his breath, and immediately sought an opportunity for physical confrontation. Misled into believing that Xia Mo intended to drive to the basket, Hardin instinctively leaned back. Xia Mo sensed Hardin's movement and immediately came to a sudden stop, retreating. However, Hardin's momentum prevented him from halting in time, causing him to continue moving backward. The distance between the two widened in an instant. As Xia Mo seized the opportunity, he withdrew his right foot beyond the three-point line while securing the ball. Yet, he had not fully grasped it. Immediately, Xia Mo stepped back completely beyond the arc and had just managed to gather the ball. With his left foot retracted, Xia Mo leapt into the air and released a three-pointer. Hardin, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. How did this fellow retreat 2 steps? Isn't that a blatant travel? While Hardin pondered this perplexity, the basketball traced an elegant arc through the air, swishing cleanly through the net. You watched him, smiling, and remarked, "Wasn't that shot spectacular? Are you certain there was no foul?" Rather than hastily reclaiming possession, Hardin immediately engaged in a debate with Xia Mo. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo couldn't help but break into a silent laugh. "Isn't this the quintessential move from your past life? Why now do you turn to me with such a question? In those days, you employed this tactic to leave the entire alliance utterly helpless." Xia Mo signaled to Hardin and received the ball. "Allow me to break down the movements for you and demonstrate how to execute this technique. First and foremost, while performing this maneuver, one must keenly observe the defender and position the ball away from their reach. Once their attention wavers, swiftly initiate your drive. Just as before, they will be momentarily outmaneuvered. Then, make a rapid stop. Typically, the opponent will react. However, this action creates ample space, granting you the opportunity to shoot directly." Xia Mo began to deconstruct the movements, demonstrating each one meticulously for Hardin. "Wow, this is truly remarkable. It is undoubtedly a practical combat skill. Your talent is truly astonishing. I have decided to incorporate it into my upcoming games. Are you willing to share it?" Hardin inquired with eager anticipation. "Well, this has always been your signature move. No problem. Feel free to use it. Did I not mention that I would teach you? This is the basketball skill I intend to impart to you." Xia Mo gazed at Hardin with a slight smile. "All right, don't rush. Let us continue the game, as I have more techniques to teach you." Upon hearing this, Hardin was filled with enthusiasm. Once he regained possession of the ball, he attempted to replicate Xia Mo's recent move against him. However, he quickly discovered that he could not execute it properly, frequently being called for traveling violations. It seems this move requires more practice. It cannot be mastered after a single observation, you consoled Hardin. Subsequently, Xia Mo picked up the ball and commenced the instruction of the next maneuver. He held the ball and feigned a move to the right front. Noticing Hardin's body slightly leaning to the right, he swiftly retracted his steps and feigned again to the left front. Without allowing Hardin any time to react, he He dribbled back rapidly and launched a three-pointer. The basketball once again swished through the net with precision. After the round concluded, Xia Mo regained control of the ball, facing Harden's defense without hesitation as he made a decisive breakthrough. How could I allow him such an opportunity again? He thought, resolutely stepping laterally to obstruct Xia Mo's path forward. Xia Mo remained utterly composed as he received the ball. With a gentle tap of his left foot and a bold stride of his right, he created distance before executing a reverse layup, the ball smoothly finding its way into the hoop. Throughout these rounds of competition, Harden had been thoroughly subdued. His fighting spirit seemed to have been dulled by these novel maneuvers. Some of these techniques he had attempted in private training, yet never had he showcased them in an actual match. Xia, these movements evoke a sense of familiarity within me. Should I employ them during the game, they would undoubtedly yield delightful surprises, as they represent the skills our team currently lacks. Indeed, we remain in an era dominated by the battle of the paint, teeming with defensive specialists, while the small ball strategy has yet to fully emerge. These techniques belong to the future, destined to flourish in the age of small ball. As Xia, you heard Harden's sentiments, he encouraged, focus on practicing what I have taught you today, and you will undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the NBA in the future. I will share some secrets that will ensure you stand out in your forthcoming matches. Oh, really? I am truly looking forward to it, Harden responded, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Indeed, what I recall is not mere talk, Xia Mo replied, as he began to sift through the memories of his past life in his mind. Chapter 13, Rapid Advancement in Truth. Winning the championship is not as complicated as it seems. As long as you master everything I impart, the championship will naturally be within your grasp. Lin Zhou listened, momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't this just a reiteration of the obvious? Never mind. Let's move on from this topic and continue our training. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo ceased his rambling and promptly employed a technique that Harden had yet to master. This time, he began to impart to Harden the signature moves of Irving from his past life. Xia Mo first executed 2 lateral dribbles beneath his legs, attempting to disrupt Harden's defensive rhythm, while his own center of gravity continuously adjusted. Observing that Harden's defensive focus was being diverted, Xia Mo deftly propelled the ball forward, swiftly catching it with his other hand while inclining his body towards its direction. This sudden maneuver momentarily disrupted Harden's positioning, prompting him to hastily retreat on defense. However, as he repositioned himself, Xia Mo executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly gliding past Harden. The ball arced gracefully through the air, finding the net with remarkable precision once more. Xia Mo turned to Harden and inquired, "What do you think? Is this move cool enough? Would you like to learn it?" This was merely the fundamental butterfly dribble. However, for Harden, it was an entirely new realm. He gazed at Xia Mo with curiosity, pondering just how many basketball skills he had yet to witness. "I want to learn. Please teach me. Once you enter the NBA, I will undoubtedly follow your lead," Harden exclaimed eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Such a technique, he believed, would surely shine brightly in the NBA's future. What a splendid opportunity, how could one not seize it? "No problem, just watch closely," Xia Mo responded with a radiant smile. After all, basketball is not merely an individual endeavor. Nurturing teamwork and advance is of utmost importance. Xia Mo began to contemplate the type of talent required for other positions. In their one-on-one duel, he unreservedly showcased all his skills, even incorporating signature moves from legendary players such as Kobe, Iverson, and McGrady. Although he was not a master of these maneuvers, they sufficed to tackle the immediate challenge. The match transformed into a stage where Harden and Xia Mo took turns scoring, with hardly any mistakes. Under Xia Mo's tutelage, Harden's skills improved significantly, particularly in his step-back and foul-drawing techniques, which left Xia Mo in awe. Indeed, Harden was a quick learner. "Xia, look at these moves. It feels as if I was born to do them, as if they were tailor-made for me. You are truly remarkable." Harden beamed with satisfaction as he observed his increasingly refined step-back jump shot and foul techniques. He never anticipated mastering these 2 skills in such a short span. However, he had yet to grasp the essence of the other moves taught by Xia Mo. "Well, those are your specialties, so it's only natural that you learn them quickly," Xia Mo remarked with a teasing tone, yet his words were laced with encouragement. "It seems you possess quite the talent. If you can master every move as proficiently as these 2, your future in the game will be bright, and you are destined to become a great star. But do not let pride cloud your judgment. Let us continue practicing other techniques." With that, Xia Mo immediately assumed a defensive stance. Harden, undeterred, promptly followed suit. Such an opportunity for practice was rare, and these skills would serve him throughout his life. He began to emulate Kyrie Irving's moves since the techniques of veterans like Kobe and Iverson had been thoroughly analyzed by opponents and were easier to defend against. Irving's unique maneuvers, however, were less known and often led to surprising victories. After a rigorous training session, Harden's abilities, under Xia Mo's guidance, became increasingly sophisticated, as if his basketball skills had experienced a meteoric rise overnight. Do not let it go to your head. Today, I am merely defending against you. Moreover, my defensive skills are quite average. You should seek out a defensive expert to truly hone your abilities, Xia Mo advised, not wishing for Harden to face embarrassment outside. Considering all his skills were developed here, Harden chuckled in response. Xia, you are far too humble. Your skills are top-notch anywhere. There are always greater talents. And out there, you will encounter a plethora of diverse basketball styles, Xia Mo said, gazing thoughtfully at the hoop. Contemplating the future, he realized that the outcome hinged on that three-point shot. Yet, this fast-paced competition left Xia Mo feeling rather fatigued. Throughout the game, applause was scant. However, each possession could potentially yield a moment of brilliance. I hope you can maintain this style, Xia Mo mused. Xia Mo. Coach Steve suddenly appeared on the court. Oh, Harden, what brings you here? Isn't it for practice? Upon seeing Steve, Harden appeared somewhat awkward. Oh, are you here to assist Xia Mo with his training? I am truly grateful. After all, he is the best sixth man, and it is indeed surprising that he would come to mentor an ordinary college student. Could it be that Westbrook sent him? Steve pondered internally. How fortuitous. Perhaps Westbrook will also arrive shortly. He is keen to discover the emerging star at our school. What? Westbrook is coming too? That is absolutely splendid. Xia, make sure to show off your skills in front of the big brother later. He will be utterly astonished. Xia Mo chuckled. You should take the stage. Showcase all the skills I just imparted to you, and allow me to observe the fruits of today's training. Upon hearing this, Steve could not help but feel intrigued. Is Xia Mo training Harden? Isn't it Harden who usually guides Xia Mo? A booming voice echoed among the crowd. Haha, my coach Steve. Here I come. Chapter 14. A display of skills. Why are you here, Harden? Westbrook entered the gym, glancing at Harden with a look of confusion. After all, it was customary for Harden to be training at this hour. Harden smiled in response. I came to see your alma mater and to inquire about some basketball techniques. As he spoke, he pulled Xia Mo closer, preparing to introduce him to Westbrook. Westbrook. Welcome back home. Steve expressed his delight upon seeing Westbrook. It is indeed a rare occasion for a top-tier star to return to his alma mater to observe the newcomers. After all, Westbrook had been away for many years, and this marked his first return. This is my alma mater, so it is only natural for me to come back. More importantly, I miss Coach Steve and often reminisce about the time you spent nurturing my talents. Xia Mo quietly observed Westbrook from the side. After all, in his previous life, Westbrook was a top-tier basketball star whom he had never seen in person. To find him now standing beside him was truly exhilarating. Gazing at Westbrook's muscular build, Xia Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be to possess such strength. Westbrook sensed the scrutiny directed towards him and wondered about this individual. Why was he staring at me since entering? He knew he was handsome, but surely this was excessive. Confounded by the intensity of the gaze, Westbrook inquired, Coach Steve, who is this? Could he be the rookie you mentioned from our school? Andre burst into laughter at the question. Exactly right. This is the supernova I wanted to introduce to you all, Xia Mo, who, like you, is a leading figure on our school team. You two should engage more with each other. Both of you are the finest talents in our school's basketball realm. Xia Mo, come here. This is your senior, Westbrook. You may call him Westbrook directly. If you have any questions regarding basketball, feel free to approach him. I trust he will wholeheartedly assist you in resolving any inquiries. Xia Mo rubbed his hands and took a step forward, greeting, Hello, Brother Wei. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized his mistake. That was a nickname from his past life. The utterance left the three bystanders momentarily stunned. Indeed, such a moniker was quite inventive. Upon hearing it, Wei Xiao's expression shifted. This audacious lad dared to address him in such a manner. Harden, standing nearby, also grew serious, as he would never dare to call Wei Xiao that in usual circumstances. Haha, what an amusing title. I rather like it. Let it be so, Wei Xiao responded heartily. You truly are entertaining. I hope your basketball skills match your eloquence. Merely talking on the court won't suffice. One must rely on true ability, he added. Oh, I misspoke. Wei Xiao, Brother Wei, you are the one I admire most. It is an honor to meet you today. and I hope to seek your guidance in the future. You're too kind. Feel free to ask whenever you do not understand. It is no trouble at all. Not just me, but Harden will assist you as well. And Coach Andre, his knowledge is extensive, Wei Xiao replied. Harden, witnessing this exchange, let out a sigh of relief and remarked, Indeed, we will all support you. Don't hesitate to voice your questions. However, Xia Ge, I believe you're already quite formidable. It should be I who learns from you. Steve, who had been utterly bewildered, was now even more perplexed. If the earlier slip was a mere error, how could he err again? Learning from Xia Mo? Wei Xiao was equally surprised. Was Xia Mo truly that impressive? No. I am merely a novice. It is I who should seek your counsel, Xia Mo humbly replied. After all, he was merely a freshman. With a considerable distance to travel before reaching the NBA, first, he aimed to secure the NCAA championship. Harden, you mean to learn from Xia Mo? Coach Andre questioned, looking at him quizzically. Absolutely. I believe Xia Mo's skills surpass mine. His style of play is unlike anything I have encountered before, Harden confessed, recalling earlier training sessions. This statement piqued Wei Xiao's curiosity. Although his younger brother's skills were not top tier, they were certainly not lacking. He would not gratuitously praise others while belittling himself. Is that so? Since we are all here in the gym today, why not engage in a few friendly matches? What do you think? Wei Xiao inquired with a smile. Gazing at Xia Mo. Upon hearing Wei Xiao's proposal, Xia Mo smiled faintly. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and deemed it unwise to embarrass himself on the court. Engaging in a contest with him would be utterly dull. As he was not particularly adept at defense, it would be far better to let Harden participate. This evening, I had imparted numerous techniques to him, and it was the perfect opportunity for him to put them into practice. My own defensive skills were too lacking to withstand him, rendering any sparring between us futile. After speaking, he gently patted Harden beside him, signaling him to take the court. Xia Mo had tirelessly practiced basketball throughout the night, utterly exhausted. How could he possibly muster the strength to contend with Westbrook? To possess the will yet lack the means would be nothing short of self-inflicted hardship. Harden, everything I taught you today should be firmly grasped. Your elder brother is a formidable opponent. Training alongside him will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for your improvement. Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Harden nodded slightly. While others may not fully comprehend his brother's prowess, he himself was acutely aware. Seeking to practice with his brother was undoubtedly the most effective path to enhancement. Brother, let us engage in some friendly sparring. I have a few moves that I have yet to master, and this is the perfect opportunity to refine them, Harden proposed eagerly to Westbrook. No longer hesitant, Westbrook replied. Since you claim to have learned much from me, today I shall allow you to demonstrate precisely what skills you have acquired. Do not disappoint me. I am well acquainted with your previous style of play and eagerly anticipate a display of something distinctly different. With that, Westbrook picked up the ball and strode towards the court, with Harden joyfully following suit, cherishing this invaluable training opportunity. Xia Mo invited Steve to take a seat on the nearby bench. Come quickly, coach. Don't miss this spectacular face-off between two great basketball stars, Xia Mo exclaimed, signaling for Steve to join him. Steve, filled with curiosity about the techniques Xia Mo had imparted to Harden, decided to set aside his other thoughts for the moment and focus on the game. He approached Xia Mo and settled down beside him. What on earth are you up to every day? I am truly eager to discover the remarkable skills you have taught him, Steve remarked, gazing at Xia Mo with a puzzled expression. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo calmly remarked, Coach, just watch. You will know soon enough. Thus, they began to focus intently on the basketball match. By the way, Coach, do you have the contact information for Andre and the others? This is an excellent opportunity. Quickly invite them to observe and learn some techniques. Xia Mo suddenly turned and said, Indeed, what a splendid opportunity. Please hold on. I shall go fetch them, Steve replied, rising and making his way to the locker room. Brother, you must pay close attention now. Chapter 15. One-on-one coach. Why have you summoned us so late at night? Is it for a midnight training session? Andre inquired loudly. Come quickly. Tonight is a prime opportunity for you to learn techniques. Observe how the top stars play. Coach Stephen solemnly introduced, gesturing towards the court. Look, that is your senior, Westbrook, the superstar of the Supersonics. Andre gazed in the direction of the coach's hand. No way. Westbrook is actually facing off against Harden one-on-one here? Shouldn't they be training in their own arena? Andre exclaimed, astonished, while his teammates stood around, equally dumbfounded. Is the coach really that influential to have summoned both of them? Coach, you possess quite the skill. Why didn't you invite them sooner? We've suffered losses for so long, Andre teased Steven with a grin. It was to hone your perseverance. One cannot always rely on others. Only when the time was ripe did I invite them to impart their skills, Coach Steven replied, stroking his beard with a somber demeanor. Upon hearing this, the others understood that the coach was boasting and turned their gaze towards Xia Mo. Xia Go. I didn't expect to see you here. Andre approached to greet him. Yes, I am here to learn as well, Xia Mo replied as he walked over to join Andre and the others, feeling it was only fitting to stand together in solidarity. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Coach Steven awkwardly chuckled. Now that everyone is here, please take a seat and observe the match between Harden and Westbrook closely. Learn some techniques. The coach instructed everyone to sit down. The players, no longer hesitating, promptly took their seats to watch the game. At this moment, Harden and Westbrook had already engaged in several rounds of competition without any sign of taking a break. The ball in hand, Harden continuously employed new techniques he had recently learned. He charged directly towards Westbrook, seeking opportunities to draw fouls. In this phase of the game, basketball became a contest of strength, an arena where Westbrook was quite experienced as he closely defended Harden with his body. However, after mastering the foul strategy, Harden frequently put Westbrook in a predicament with fouls. Westbrook found himself at a loss for countermeasures and could not help but complain, Harden, can you employ some different tactics? Is the only thing you've learned today how to draw fouls? What is the point of constantly fouling? How can we play like this? Isn't basketball all about physical confrontation? Now it seems to have devolved into merely seeking fouls, devoid of any aesthetic beauty in the game. Brother, isn't basketball all about scoring? Winning the game is what truly matters, right? Who cares about fouls? Harden responded with a smile, having endured his fair share of fouls in the past. Now, the tides had turned, and Westbrook was experiencing the sting of fouls himself. Don't think that the usual rules are ineffective against you. If you don't cease this behavior, I shall no longer practice with you. All right. I won't use those techniques anymore. Instead, I will challenge you in a different manner. Watch closely. Upon witnessing this shift, Harden had no choice but to swiftly alter his strategy. In that case, allow me to showcase my true prowess. With a resolute determination, he prepared for a step-back three-pointer, vowing to make Westbrook truly comprehend the experience. Meanwhile, Westbrook continued to exhibit his signature layup on the offensive end, repeatedly igniting his momentum. 1 dribble, 2 dribbles, 3 dribbles. In an instant, he surged towards the basket like a bolt of lightning. Harden, realizing he could not reach in time to defend, could only watch as Westbrook scored effortlessly. Westbrook leaped into the air beneath the hoop, delivering a thunderous slam that reverberated through the arena, shaking the backboard violently. My goodness, Westbrook is truly remarkable, exclaimed Andre and others in awe. Xia Mo's gaze narrowed, realizing that the electrifying spectacle of slam dunks on television could not compare to the visceral thrill of the live game. Brother, could you perhaps employ a different tactic? How am I supposed to defend against this? Harden replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. This is simply indefensible. It feels utterly futile. As he received the ball, Harden began to showcase a repertoire of other skills. For today, he had acquired more than just a singular move. Brother, I am still mastering this technique. So do be cautious. Do not allow me to easily bypass you. Humph, bring it on. Let us see how you intend to get past me. Westbrook's defense intensified. Noticing this, Harden smiled faintly. The more anxious Westbrook became, the more space he created. He commenced an attempt at the newly learned double step-back jump shot. As Harden's body gradually sank, the basketball danced between his legs. Observing Westbrook's lack of response, he swiftly altered his strategy. He began to dribble forcefully, his body swaying in rhythm with the ball, gradually increasing in amplitude. Suddenly, Harden surged forward to the right, preparing for a layup. Westbrook, recognizing the movement, shifted his weight quickly to the right, aiming to thwart Harden's advance. Seizing the moment, Harden refrained from advancing further and closed in on Westbrook instead. Why not utilize my physical advantage? To neglect it would be a waste. Harden strode forward, colliding with Westbrook's frame. Westbrook staggered back slightly. Who could easily withstand such an impact? He immediately pressed forward, fearing the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. Yet, after engaging in this physical confrontation, Harden opted not to drive past, but executed 2 consecutive step-backs before launching a jump shot. Westbrook, witnessing Harden's retreat, leapt up in an attempt to block. From this angle, he could undoubtedly secure a rejection. However, as Harden retreated 2 steps, he swiftly created distance. Westbrook could only watch helplessly as the basketball sailed past his fingertips, heading straight for the hoop. Upon landing, the ball nestled securely in the net, prompting a satisfied smile from Harden. To his surprise, this step back had proven remarkably effective. What on earth is this technique? Pray enlighten me. Westbrook implored Harden eagerly. That is a riddle. You ought to inquire with Xia Mo beside you. Xia Mo? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Xia Mo. What has transpired? Chapter 16. Action. Xia Mo sensed the gaze of the crowd and responded nonchalantly. Hey, I merely exchanged a few moves with Harden tonight and imparted some techniques to her. It's not that significant. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. This fellow truly knew how to feign modesty. Not significant? A mere few pointers had already left Westbrook at a disadvantage, and if he were to teach a few more, wouldn't he sweep the league? Haha, brother Xia, you are far too humble. Next time you have a good move, don't forget to let us learn as well, Andre said with a smile directed at Xia Mo. Of course, I will share all those moves with you when the time comes. However, how much you can comprehend depends entirely on your own efforts, Xia Mo replied candidly. Without any intention of withholding information, the crowd felt a surge of joy. If they could learn Harden's techniques, wouldn't they be unstoppable in the upcoming college league? Westbrook, with a face full of skepticism, turned to Harden, seeking confirmation of the truth in this matter. Upon meeting Westbrook's gaze, Harden solemnly nodded, seemingly affirming the authenticity of the claims. Coach Stephen, witnessing this exchange, couldn't he help but smile. This was indeed a treasure unearthed. He mused to himself. It seems my judgment was accurate. If what they say is true, securing the championship would be a breeze, and my bonus will surely be substantial. If Xia Mo could remain at the school for a while longer, helping the team secure a few more titles, might I not have the opportunity to coach in the NBA? Xia Mo, I will be relying on you from now on. Andre, you must intensify the training. With the current state of affairs, they will only hold you back. Do not concern yourself with them. Train with all your might. And they will eventually keep pace with you, Andre said, placing a reassuring hand on Xia Mo's shoulder. Indeed, brother Xia, please feel free to teach us. We have no objections whatsoever. In the days to come, we look forward to your guidance, Andre said enthusiastically. How could we refuse the opportunity to be trained by someone of such superstar caliber? We are simply grateful for the chance. No problem, after all. I am a member of the team and will do my utmost to assist everyone. Initially, the plan for the night was to allow them a glimpse of top-tier players in action, moving in sync with me for training. As for today, simply enjoying the showdown between Harden and Westbrook would suffice. Xia Mo addressed the members of the Brown Bear team, instructing them to diligently study their opponent's playing style. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you some unique techniques. Very well, that sounds excellent. Not only will we learn skills, but we shall also witness the prowess of the masters. What could be more delightful? Thus, there were no objections, and as soon as Xia Mo's words fell, they promptly returned to their seats to continue watching the game. All right. Observe all my scoring methods today, said Harden, turning to Andre and the others. After all, these moves were taught by Xia Mo and would eventually be passed on to Andre and his teammates. Consider today as an opportunity to witness the fruits of your training. Come on, my friend, pay close attention to my techniques today. They may prove beneficial for your future, Harden called out to Westbrook. All right, I shall scrutinize your skills today. Let us see what you've got. Subsequently, Harden and Westbrook engaged in an intense duel once more. With the ball in hand, Harden employed today's instructional strategies, mimicking Irving's moves to counter Westbrook. The brilliance of Irving's actions lay in their agility. A series of dribbles caused Westbrook's defense to collapse entirely. This is quite dull. Utterly lackluster, Westbrook remarked. Yet, despite the uninspiring atmosphere, Harden consistently succeeded in scoring. Westbrook, meanwhile, observed Harden's dribbling techniques, beginning to attempt similar counterattacks. Hey, Harden, your moves today are exceptionally challenging, Westbrook exclaimed, repeatedly taking shots but missing time and again. My friend, when I learned, I was just like you. With more practice, you too can reach my level. But alas, everyone has their own style. Come on, let us continue and see whose method prevails, yours or mine, Westbrook retorted, as if they were bantering on the court. Very well, do keep your eyes peeled. The onlookers, including Andre, were dazzled by the fierce competition. Such technique and physical prowess were of the highest caliber. It became evident to Andre that they were still far from the league standards. His gaze involuntarily drifting towards Xia Mo, who was leisurely munching on popcorn. Not bad, not bad. It seems they are learning quite rapidly. Soon, They will become a significant asset by my side. However, gradually, Harden began to struggle under Westbrook's relentless onslaught. Even Harden's physique could not withstand an entire evening of high-intensity training. Third brother, it appears you are faltering. It seems your skills are still inferior to mine. Westbrook gazed at Harden's fatigue, a smile creeping across his face. After all, in Westbrook's eyes, his prowess was unparalleled. Yet, this skill was his alone, unmatched by anyone else. A notification chimed, indicating that his companion was in distress, prompting the following task: reward details, attribute points, 3 in total. Additionally, a skill experience card for Westbrook, valid for 1 hour, along with a skill experience card for Harden, also for 1 hour. The host is urged to execute the task promptly. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback by the voice resonating in his mind. This long-absent system had unexpectedly made its timely appearance. It seems I must assist my younger brother more. In doing so, I shall have greater opportunities to acquire power. As Xia Mo contemplated, a radiant smile adorned his face. He couldn't help but glance at Westbrook. Harden, you seem a bit fatigued. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Xia Mo called out to Harden, his gaze filled with concern. Such methods of winning hearts were second nature to Xia Mo. Upon hearing this, Harden felt a warmth in his heart and walked directly towards Xia Mo, taking a seat in the nearby open space. Then, allow me to practice with you. I wonder if you are interested? Xia Mo proposed to Westbrook. Haha, let us do it. It's a perfect opportunity to test whether you are truly as formidable as they say. Don't let me see you falter. Then let us bear witness together. Chapter 17. A perfect victory. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two seized a basketball, officially commencing their one-on-one contest. Xia Mo gestured for Westbrook to take the initiative. Westbrook, perceiving Xia Mo's arrogance, felt a surge of indignation. This young man, so brazenly confident while still in college, would certainly need to be tempered. With this thought in mind, he suddenly broke through to the right. Westbrook's speed is well known, one of his greatest assets, allowing him to score effortlessly. As he approached the basket for a layup, Xia Mo swiftly pursued, leaping high to intercept the ball. With a resounding thud, he delivered a decisive block, sending the basketball soaring away. This unexpected maneuver left Westbrook astonished. Typically, such a shot would be a guaranteed score. Yet today it was thwarted by Xia Mo. This moment compelled Westbrook to reassess Xia Mo's physical capabilities. It appeared that Harden's earlier remarks were not unfounded. This individual indeed possessed remarkable talent. Subsequently, the ball came into Xia Mo's possession. In the face of Xia Mo's offensive advance, Westbrook opted not to engage in tight defense. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Mo's lips curled into a smile. This development presented an opportunity to unleash a three-point shot. Without hesitation, Xia Mo leaped, executing a jump shot from beyond the arc, denying Westbrook any chance to respond. By the time Westbrook realized the situation, it was too late. He had afforded Xia Mo ample space for his shot, and Xia Mo seized this opportunity, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. This moment was merely a standard maneuver for Xia Mo, yet it served as a stark warning for Westbrook. When facing an opponent with a height advantage, neglecting close defense would yield significant shooting opportunities. Xia Mo capitalized on this gap, often converting the ball directly into the net. After Westbrook attempted a forceful layup, the possession returned to Xia Mo. This time, having learned from his previous errors, Westbrook no longer underestimated Xia Mo. From the instant he received the ball, he adhered closely to Xia Mo, denying him any space to dribble. Confronted with such tenacious defense, Xia Mo struggled to find an opening. Consequently, he relied on his physical strength and individual skills, swiftly advancing with the ball, suddenly halting, and executing a step-back jumper, reminiscent of the technique he had just demonstrated to Harden. The ball swished through the net, effortlessly scoring, making Westbrook acutely aware that Xia Mo's prowess was far more formidable than it initially appeared. Xia Mo continued to make several mid-range jump shots, relentlessly accumulating points, until the fifth attempt, when Westbrook leapt a block and disrupted his shot, preventing another score. These successful baskets profoundly impressed Westbrook, instilling a deep respect for Xia Mo's capabilities. As the ball transitioned to Westbrook, it was now Xia Mo's turn to defend against him. Clearly, Xia Mo's defensive intensity was insufficient to pose a threat, allowing Westbrook to exploit his physicality and speed to launch continuous attacks. Although Xia Mo exerted himself to keep pace, he found it increasingly difficult to match Westbrook's velocity. After all, Westbrook's speed was overwhelming, and the same breakthrough maneuvers repeatedly left Xia Mo at a disadvantage. Xia Mo discerned this situation and adjusted his defensive strategy. opting not to adhere closely but rather to await Westbrook's advance into the paint, where he could directly obstruct his offensive trajectory. This alteration yielded immediate results, as Xia Mo successfully blocked Westbrook's layup attempt. The possession returned to Xia Mo, who chose to employ his most proficient scoring technique, the double step-back jump shot, akin to what he had taught Harden. After a powerful dribble, Xia Mo executed the double step-back with conviction, launching a three-pointer. The fluidity of his movement left Westbrook utterly astonished. The action flowed as seamlessly as water, with such exquisite scoring prowess even before joining the league. One can only ponder how formidable Xia Mo will become once he steps into the NBA and undergoes professional training. After Xia Mo's elegant step-back three-pointer swished through the net, he executed a crossover at the baseline, showcasing his Kyrie Irving-esque ball handling skills, followed by a mid-range jump shot that effortlessly found its way into the hoop. Defending was not Westbrook's forte, and in that moment, he appeared utterly helpless, raising his hand to signal a halt and indicating his need for a respite. This bullfight of a match had thoroughly acquainted Westbrook with Xia Mo's true prowess, which was far from the weakness he had initially perceived. In fact, Xia Mo's abilities surpassed those of many elite NBA guards. Should he ever step into the NBA, he would undoubtedly emerge as one of the dominators on the court. "Young man, you possess quite the talent. I didn't anticipate you had such skills hidden away," Westbrook remarked. "Oh, it's nothing much, just a bit of casual play," Xia Mo replied modestly. "Should you ever have questions, feel free to reach out. I will do my utmost to impart my knowledge," Westbrook assured, patting his chest with conviction. "All right then, it's a promise," Xia Mo replied. "Have you considered joining the NBA this year? You should think about our team. With you, we would undoubtedly be strong contenders for the championship." Westbrook extended an invitation to Xia Mo. "Haha. I appreciate your recognition, Westbrook. However, I prefer to delay my entry into the NBA. The Bears need me now. I aim to lead them to an NCAA championship. Once we secure that title, we can discuss the NBA," Xia Mo stated, eliciting a joyful laugh from Stephen Andre. After all, Xia Mo was the hope of the Bears, and as long as he was present, the possibility of victory remained. Otherwise, all aspirations would merely be empty talk. "Well, it's getting late. Let us head back." "Little brother," Westbrook suggested. "All right, let us go. After we return, we can practice together. I believe the match earlier has sparked some new inspiration in me." "Absolutely. We can discuss it further when we get back. Xia Mo, we will take our leave first. You are always welcome to join the Supersonics. Here is my contact information. You can reach out anytime," Westbrook said. "Sure, no problem. If the opportunity arises, I look forward to our future exchanges," Xia Mo responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to the others, Westbrook and Harden vanished into the night. Just as they parted ways, Xia Mo's phone unexpectedly rang. To his astonishment, the caller ID displayed none other than Kobe. Chapter 18. The invitation. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback, yet he answered the call. "Kobe? What could he possibly want from me?" "Hey, Xia Mo, I have an event coming up. Would you be interested in attending?" Kobe's laughter resonated through the phone. "Are we that familiar?" "Oh, that sounds wonderful. When is the event?" Xia Mo inquired modestly. "Haha, it would be a shame to miss such a free opportunity. Tomorrow, at our team's gym." Kobe sounded exuberant. "All right, I will be there on time." After hanging up, Xia Mo noticed that a crowd had gathered around him without him realizing it. Is a phone call really that thrilling? Yet, the flames of excitement burned brightly in the eyes of Andre and the others. Kobe invited Xia Mo to the event. While others might not grasp its significance, they understood it perfectly. This was a rare opportunity to learn from Kobe. "Xia Mo, is this really a call from LeBron himself?" "Indeed. He mentioned wanting me to participate in a special training camp." No way, no way. This is a program exclusive to top rookies." "Xia Go, your fortune is truly enviable," Andre exclaimed, having long dreamed of such an opportunity. "If only I could go too. Competing with the best might just allow me to shine." One teammate jested. "Dream on. Isn't it enough that Xiagu is personally training you?" Another player retorted without reservation. "Don't underestimate yourself. Your skills must match the occasion. Are you even qualified?" "Whether I am qualified or not will be evident on the court. Enough of this idle chatter." Suddenly, the atmosphere on the court grew vibrant and boisterous. After all, this was an event hosted by LeBron, and participating offered a chance for significant advancement. Xia Mo had yet to regain his composure from the shock, while his teammates were embroiled in a heated debate. Alas, there remains a long journey ahead. "Enough, enough. Let us be silent. It is merely a commonplace training camp. Although it is his first invitation, his ambition is to become a titan of the basketball realm. How could he be overly exhilarated by a trivial event? A grander stage awaits him. My counsel is for everyone to commence rigorous training immediately. The techniques we just learned must be practiced diligently. Perhaps by tomorrow, we shall witness significant progress. He will guide them throughout the process. Should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire of me. Xia Mo hastily redirected the conversation, weary of the quarrel. Coach Andre, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction. Clearly, he had made the right choice. Such composure foretells a bright future. Thus, Andre said nothing further, merely patting Xia Mo on the shoulder and sitting nearby, as if to convey that everything was entrusted to him. Very well, brother Xia, I shall commence training at once. Andre responded eagerly. The teammates ceased their disputes, focusing intently on their practice. With a star player personally offering guidance, who would dare to be distracted by anything else? Practicing basketball is the only matter of significance. Consequently, everyone found partners and began their drills. Xia Mo stepped aside and sat down beside Coach Michael, observing their training. His thoughts, however, drifted towards the inner skill panel. After all, that was the reward following a victorious match, which he had yet to explore. In recognition of your exceptional performance, which exemplified the adage that a good teacher cultivates a great student, the following rewards have been bestowed upon you. Quite impressive. This reward is significantly more substantial than the last. Without hesitation, he allocated all his skill points to the breakthrough, as it was indeed his forte. The more he enhanced this ability, the sharper his scoring techniques became. Just imagine, in the forthcoming realm of basketball, where three-pointers reign supreme. If I could master this skill, would I not dominate the court? He sensed that his vision had grown more acute. The distant hoop appeared as if it were just within reach, and any throw would surely swish through the net. Xia, could you teach me that step-back three-pointer technique? After numerous attempts proved futile, Andre turned to Xia Mo for guidance. Xia Mo generously shared the secrets of mentoring Harden, yet the ability to grasp them rested solely on the player's comprehension. Observing this, the other team members gathered around to witness Xia Mo's demonstration. However, after an extended period of practice, none succeeded. Xia Mo timely offered encouragement. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps this method does not suit you. Each individual possesses unique skills, and I shall impart more shooting techniques to you all. Feel free to explore alternative approaches, especially that step-back move, which has a high error rate. It is not surprising, as in my previous life, if you could master it. That was Harden's signature for others. It often results in a foul. Well, today's training has been sufficient. Reflect on today's lessons and digest them. We shall continue again tomorrow morning. Upon seeing this, Steve rose to inspire the group and urged everyone to return home and rest. Each day presents new tasks. There is no need to rush. Relax and retire early. Otherwise, the results may be counterproductive, Steve wisely advised. The following day, the players of the Grizzlies arrived early at the court, but Xia Mo was notably absent. It turned out that Xia Mo had taken Andre to the Lakers' gymnasium, for it is always more convenient to have a companion in unfamiliar surroundings. Andre, like an eager attendant, followed Xia Mo with enthusiasm. From a distance, Kobe was already at the entrance, warmly welcoming guests, embodying the spirit of a gracious host. Xia, I am delighted to see you so soon. Please come in. You shall not be disappointed today, Kobe greeted him warmly. Thank you. I look forward to it. Xia Mo politely responded as he stepped inside. To his surprise, he found the gymnasium bustling with activity, the heavy metal music creating a festive atmosphere. Is this a party? Xia Mo wondered aloud, looking at Andre, who mirrored his confusion. This was far from what he had anticipated. Chapter 19, An Unexpected Encounter. Wow! Andre exclaimed, unable to contain himself. This was a stark contrast to the basketball training he had envisioned. How had it transformed into a concert? Watching the spectacle, his interest waned significantly. However, Andre's exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Curious glances were cast in their direction. Who are these two? We have never seen them before, murmured the onlookers. What village are these outsiders from, to be astonished by such a scene? Could they have sneaked in? Amidst the surrounding chatter, murmurs rose and fell. Andre, hearing these remarks, felt his face flush with indignation. He considered himself well off, yet here he was perceived as a bumpkin, igniting a surge of anger within him, ready to retort. Nevertheless, Xia Mo appeared oblivious to the discussions, as his gaze wandered in search of delectable treats. After all, this was a party, and there would surely be delicious food available. Hey, Andre, why don't you look around for something to eat? Let us grab a bite, he suggested. Xia Mo gently patted Andre's shoulder, suggesting a course of action. Instantly, a wave of derisive laughter erupted around them. It was utterly absurd to seek sustenance in such a place. Indeed, those who emerge from the mountains often possess such peculiarities. Come on, Brother Xia, let me take you over there, Andre said, suppressing his anger as he led Xia Mo toward the food area. After all, this was Kobe's gathering, and he could not afford to lose his composure. Andre, at your age, why are you still so easily provoked? You will encounter far grander occasions in the future, Xia Mo remarked calmly, observing Andre. Although Xia Mo himself was indifferent to the remarks of others, he felt it necessary to impart some wisdom to Andre. But Brother Xia, what they said was truly hurtful. Just because they play basketball a bit better? I will surely surpass them in the future. What is there to be so proud of? I have witnessed far greater spectacles than this, Andre retorted angrily, expressing his inner discontent. Indeed, such thoughts indicate your growth. There is an old Chinese saying, deeply hidden talents are often unrecognized. When you become sufficiently strong, you will naturally prove everything without needing to engage with them. You are simply not on the same level. Discussing it further is futile, Xia Mo said earnestly as he rose to his feet. Hey, there are roasted chicken legs. Come on, come on. Upon spotting the food, Xia Mo made his way over without hesitation. Seeing this, Andre ceased his internal struggle and hurriedly followed, eagerly accepting the chicken leg offered by Xia Mo, savoring its delightful taste. In this gathering, only Xia Mo and Andre indulged in the food, while those conversing around them deliberately steered clear, lest they be mistaken for a group. This is quite nice. No one is bothering us, allowing us to observe in peace, Xia Mo remarked contentedly. Xia Mo discreetly surveyed his surroundings while eating, eager to catch a glimpse of the illustrious athletes in attendance at the event. Alas, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity, recognizing but a few faces among the crowd. Xia Mo immediately lost interest and urged Andre to continue eating. Cousins? He is here too? Xia Mo turned to see Cousins entering the gym with a bag in hand. Huh, who are all these people? Not a single familiar face. How boring. Upon noticing this, Cousins also seemed to lose interest. He stood there, scanning the surroundings. Hey, Xia, what are you looking at? Andre asked, unable to contain his curiosity at the sight of Xia Mo's focused expression. Look over there, that tall guy. Do you recognize him? Oh, it's him. He ranks 5th on this year's leaderboard. Just a big guy. Nothing extraordinary. Andre replied, instantly recognizing Cousins as he followed Xia Mo's gaze. Xia, let me tell you. This guy might have some issues. He tends to get physical at the drop of a hat. It's best to keep your distance, Andre warned. Well, this Cousins is just like in my previous life, though he appears younger and more innocent now. One must not judge by appearances. There must be something exceptional about him to reach such a position. Comparing yourself to him only brings shame upon yourself, Xia Mo scoffed at Andre. This fellow may have average skills but possesses an outrageously high self-regard. Cousins was indeed one of the top centers in his past life, and Andre dared to mock him. At that moment, Cousins approached them. Andre's expression changed abruptly, thinking, oh no, can he hear us from this distance? Is he going to hit me? This guy is utterly incomprehensible. If he were to hit me, there would be no place to seek justice. Cousins arrived at the empty seat next to Xia Mo and politely inquired, excuse me, may I sit here? With only the space beside Xia Mo vacant, Cousins had little choice, which posed a challenge for him, given his naturally shy demeanor. Of course, please take a seat, Xia Mo responded courteously, completely ignoring Andre, who was signaling frantically from the side. Thank you. Friend, is something wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking? Cousins asked, observing Andre's incessant blinking with concern. After all, sitting next to each other could foster a connection. It's nothing, just got a bit of sand in my eye, Andre quickly explained. Cousins didn't seem as fierce as others had claimed. In fact, he appeared quite affable, Xia Mo pondered. Friend, what do you go by? Oh, I'm Cousins. From the University of Kentucky. I'm here today as an invited guest. Cousins replied, setting aside the hamburger in his hand. And you? He looked at Xia Mo with great curiosity. I'm Xia Mo, from UCLA. Ukla, aren't you the rising star who has recently garnered much attention? I've heard you defeated Irving. Just a game or two. It doesn't mean much. Haha, how fortunate to meet you here. The next match will be a showdown between our two schools. Cousins laughed heartily. Is that so? I am very much looking forward to competing against you, the future NBA center. Cousins chuckled awkwardly, but did not deny it. His aspiration is to enter the NBA and claim the championship title. I am no Kyrie. I won't be easily subdued. Do not expect to score in the paint. Andre proclaimed proudly that in the realm of collegiate basketball, he is unmatched in the interior. Hey, allow me to introduce you to the indomitable backbone of our formidable bear team, Andre. Why have I suddenly become the center? Upon hearing this, Andre was enveloped in confusion. Cousins, drawn by Summer's introduction, directed his gaze towards him. Is it really him? Is he the one who dares to challenge me? This must be a jest. Come on, I am not afraid. Do not underestimate him. He may indeed bring unexpected surprises. Seeing this, Summer's lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Andre was left in a state of shock. In the span of a single meal, he was thrust into the spotlight. How does one navigate this game? Is this not a recipe for self-inflicted hardship? Ha ha ha. Andre, we shall see true prowess on the court. I too am eager to discover the extent of your abilities. Let the court reveal all. Andre confidently replied, for after all, one must not lose face. Xia Mo, Kobe has arrived. Andre quickly shifted the topic. Chapter 20, George. Upon hearing these words, Xia Mo turned to gaze at Kobe. Beside him, Cousins was already fixated on Kobe, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Kobe, a quintessential figure in the NBA during this era, is a legendary superstar who has shaped the course of basketball. No one can deny their envy of his accomplishments and innate talent. The spirit of the Black Mamba, Xia Mo reminisced about his past life, where he would forget to eat and even skip classes just to watch Kobe play. Now, not only did he have the opportunity to meet Kobe, but he could also partake in his gathering, rendering his excitement indescribable. Nevertheless, he skillfully concealed his emotions, maintaining a composed facade. In contrast, Andre's attention was entirely captivated by Kobe, unable to look away. Kobe waved to the crowd, stepping forward to the center of the stage amidst the enthusiastic introduction from the DJ. I am honored that all of you could attend this gathering I have organized. You are all exceptional players, on the brink of entering the NBA and becoming the leaders of a new era. I eagerly anticipate your brilliance on the NBA stage. Today, I hope this gathering fosters early exchanges, enhances your skills, and deepens your understanding of one another. The audience erupted in applause, each yearning for such an opportunity to hone their craft. Of course, in addition to the exchanges, I will personally share basketball techniques with you. Feel free to approach me with any questions. Kobe enthusiastically proclaimed, embodying the role of a mentor. After all, he firmly believed that no one could rival him to this day. Now, let us engage in free conversation and get to know one another. We will commence our practice shortly. With that, Kobe descended from the stage, initiating conversations with the rookies. Xia Mo, what do you think? This is a splendid opportunity, Andre remarked, turning to Xia Mo for discussion. With your remarkable talent, receiving guidance would undoubtedly be a boon, if given the chance. I too would relish the opportunity to engage and learn. Although I have mastered some of Kobe's techniques, I still lack comprehensiveness. If we could practice further. With my extraordinary capacity for learning, I am certain I could make significant progress. Xia Mo began to rummage through the memories of the past decade's draft scenarios in his mind. As the roster was announced, the names of Wall and Paul George stood out prominently. These two star players are indeed renowned. Should the opportunity arise for a friendly competition, it would undoubtedly hold great significance. Xia Mo's gaze shifted to Cousins, who was silently indulging in fruit, and he couldn't help but wonder why this fellow was incessantly eating. Was he simply too introverted? Hey, Xia Mo, are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Cousins inquired, noticing Xia Mo's attention with a hint of confusion. Cousins, why don't you mingle with the other stars? Why must you isolate yourself here, indulging in food? Andre interjected before Xia Mo could respond. Cousins retorted, aren't we all the same? You two also seem to repel others. Us? We hardly know each other. And it's evident that no one else wishes to approach us. Upon hearing this, Cousins clapped Andre on the back with a hearty laugh. Don't say that. I'm here now. Andre coughed from the sudden impact, turning to glare at Cousins, suppressing his irritation. He understood he couldn't match Cousins in strength and had to endure it in silence. Cousins' expression seemed devoid of malice. Bro, could you be a bit gentler next time? You nearly made me meet my maker. Andre complained with a wry smile. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were so fragile. Cousins replied, somewhat sheepishly. I didn't even use much force. Cousins, how do you compare yourself to Yao Ming from China? Yao Ming? I can't compete, at least not now. Cousins pondered and shook his head repeatedly. What a joke. How could a college player compare to a basketball giant? Xia Mo, you overestimate me. Yao Ming is my idol. If I could possess his skills, I would undoubtedly shine on the court, Cousins said dreamily. Want to learn? Xia Mo replied with a mysterious smile. I might not excel in many areas, but I have meticulously memorized Yao Ming's moves. The media covered him extensively. His techniques have been thoroughly analyzed. Yet few comprehend their essence. Xia Mo, do you know Yao Ming? Cousins asked, now intrigued. More or less. If the opportunity arises, I can introduce you. If that is genuinely possible, then I'll consider you a steadfast friend. In the NBA, I'll have your back. Xia Mo chuckled and fell silent. If Cousins could assist him, it would be an invaluable advantage. Cousins, you're here too? A young man with a backpack approached Cousins briskly. George, you finally made it. This is my new friend, Xia Mo, and Andre. Well, what a surprise. Cousins has managed to make friends, George remarked curiously, aware of Cousins' social anxiety that typically kept him from engaging with others. Hello, I'm Paul George. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Cousins is a good friend of mine, Paul George introduced politely, despite his lack of familiarity with the two. Hello, Xia Mo responded, harboring a profound respect for Paul George. After all, in the annals of the past, he had endured grave injuries yet still managed to dominate the court upon his recovery. His resilience is unparalleled. George, there will be a sparring session later, during which you may engage with Summer. He is a rising star who has recently come into prominence. Do you recall the last time when Irving faced defeat? It was primarily due to his influence. Do not underestimate him. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Cousins spoke up. Though he appeared shy in front of outsiders, he was quite loquacious among friends. Upon hearing Cousins' words, Paul George's enthusiasm ignited. After all, his team had previously succumbed to Irving. If he could triumph over Summer in this session, it would signify that his skills have surpassed those of Irving. Haha, it's merely a coincidence, George. I hold you in high regard. Your playing style is one I aspire to emulate. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to converse with you, Paul George. Summer replied with a broad smile. Ha, that is splendid. George, I look forward to your duel. Andre, why don't we also have a few rounds? I merely came to observe. Why am I being roped into this sparring? Andre, who was leisurely enjoying some fruit, suddenly found it rather uninteresting. Chapter 21. The commencement of sparring us too? Forget it. I've been coughing a bit these past few days and am not in the best shape, Andre chuckled awkwardly. If we were to spar, I would surely face a humiliating defeat. That would be quite embarrassing. Cousins, let us simply enjoy our meal. With so many people, there will undoubtedly be numerous matches. We should conserve our energy and save the sparring for the next competition. Andre encouraged Cousins, not wanting to be the sole participant left out, which would be rather awkward. All right, you should just find your own place to enjoy, Cousins interjected hastily, as he did not wish to drag others into his reluctance. Cousins, this is a splendid opportunity. You must seize it. Indeed, go and challenge them. Let them witness your prowess, Paul George added, offering encouragement. Such solitary sparring opportunities are rare. With such an advantageous moment at hand, it is only fitting for the brothers to seize it, while also observing others' techniques to identify their own shortcomings. All present harbored this sentiment, except for Andre, who merely wished to quietly observe from the sidelines, fearing he might be pulled into the fray. Kobe unexpectedly appeared among Summer and the others. He immediately spotted Cousins and Paul George. I did not anticipate that Summer's circle of friends would be so extensive, even encompassing these two exceptional players. After nodding in their direction, Kobe sat down beside Paul George. He held high expectations for George, believing that he bore a striking resemblance to himself. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly shine in the competition. Hey, George, it's a pleasure to encounter you here. I am looking forward to your performance tonight, hoping you will emerge as the star of the evening. I have a surprise in store for you. Kobe addressed George, saying, and you, Cousins, your physique is unparalleled. With further training, your performance on the court will undoubtedly reach new heights. He then turned to Cousins, offering similar encouragement. Both of these individuals are stars brimming with potential, destined to carve out their own space within the NBA. Establishing connections with them now will undoubtedly prove beneficial for future competitions. Kobe's attendance at this gathering was also motivated by a desire to recruit new talent. Should he manage to attract a few exceptional rookies, the Lakers' illustrious era would continue. Upon hearing Kobe's praise, both Cousins and George nodded and smiled, their hearts warmed by the acknowledgement of a superstar. Andre gazed at Kobe with admiration, thrilled to have garnered his attention. Xia Mo, you must already be acquainted with these two, so I shall refrain from further introductions. They are the CR de las Army of collegiate leagues. You should learn from them, as it will greatly benefit your future, Kobe continued, imparting wisdom in his role as a mentor. In Kobe's eyes, Xia Mo was merely an emerging rookie, with 2 games performance insufficient to warrant significant attention, and thus he did not place much importance on him. Had he known that Xia Mo had triumphed over both Irving and Harden, his reaction would likely have been markedly different. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo nodded slightly, choosing not to engage in a debate, for strength would ultimately convey everything. Mr. Kobe, greetings. I am Andre. He responded with enthusiasm after Kobe had greeted the trio. Who is this lad? Kobe pondered to himself in curiosity. Andre, greetings. Enjoy their contest tonight. It will be of immense benefit to you. As long as you remain diligent, your future achievements will be boundless. Yes, thank you, Kobe. I will strive to do my best. Andre exclaimed, his face beaming with delight, for Kobe's acknowledgement brought him more joy than winning a prize. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a courteous remark from Kobe. Xia Mo gently patted Andre's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm to avoid drawing attention from others. All right. You all continue to play. I must attend to some matters, Kobe remarked as he made his way towards the other players. Dear athletes, our second segment is about to commence. I encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically, the host announced as he took the stage. While the staff began to prepare the venue for the forthcoming series of basketball confrontations, Xia Mo bid farewell to Cousins and George, navigating the court with Andre as he sought to observe which match was most fiercely contested, while simultaneously scouting for potential collaborators. Gazing at the future stars of the game, Andre gently tapped Xia Mo on the shoulder, directing his attention to a bustling corner. There, 2 towering centers, nearly 2 meters tall, engaged in an intense battle. The center, clad in red, leveraged his physical prowess to dominate the paint, his robust musculature and powerful arms placing immense pressure on his slender, taller opponent. In the moment of dribbling, his lack of finesse became apparent, forcing him to rely solely on his physicality to forge a path to the basket. The red-clad athlete dribbled forcefully towards the rim, then pivoted, cradling the ball with both hands. With his back to the hoop, he swayed left and right, attempting to shake off the blue-clad center's defense. Noticing his adversaries in action, the red player anchored himself on his right foot, preparing for a jump shot. The blue player swiftly advanced, positioning his hands before the opponent's face in an effort to obstruct his line of sight. In an instant, the red player executed a 360-degree spin to the left, using his left arm to shield against the blue defender. At that moment, the space before him opened up. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the ball swished through the net. Yet, when he attempted the same maneuver again, the blue player intercepted the ball. Upon receiving the pass, the blue player skillfully dribbled the ball through his legs. The red player rushed forward, prepared to block the impending layup. The blue player then made a series of rapid lateral movements before suddenly driving hard to the right, swiftly retreating. The red player, caught off guard, leaned towards the right, allowing the blue player to seize the opportunity, charging into the paint with 3 powerful strides before soaring for a thunderous dunk. Unyielding, the red player initiated a new round of confrontation. This time, he opted not to closely shadow the blue player, instead positioning himself beneath the basket, awaiting the opponent's offensive maneuver. The blue player decisively launched a 3-pointer, the ball finding its mark with unwavering accuracy. Such riveting contests continued to unfold on the court, with the expansive arena brimming with spectators. Xia Mo paced back and forth along the sidelines, suddenly halting in a particular spot, gazing intently at a familiar figure. Lost in contemplation. Who is this? Though not tall, their speed is astonishingly swift. Chapter 22, a splendid showdown. They skillfully dribbled the ball, effortlessly maneuvering past an opponent, the ball finding its mark in the hoop with precision. Xia Mo squinted slightly, recognizing John Wall. As anticipated, he was undoubtedly this year's first overall draft pick. His understanding of Wall was rather superficial. He only recalled that Wall had once held the title of first pick, with other memories confined to moments spent playing NBA 2K. In the game, Wall showcased remarkable speed, a trait Xia Mo particularly enjoyed exploiting with that character. Now, witnessing him in person, curiosity welled within Xia Mo. Opposing Wall was seemingly Kemba Walker. Both players were not particularly tall, which often led Xia Mo to confuse them. In his memory, their appearances were strikingly similar, identical facial structures, nearly indistinguishable features, and both born in 1990. John Wall and Kemba Walker had already begun to make their mark in the previous iteration of the NBA. Further igniting Xia Mo's intrigue, Xia Mo tugged Andre toward the scene, eager to witness firsthand the intensity of the clash between these two legendary figures. Xia Mo, why have you brought me here? What is so captivating about a match between a rookie and an ordinary player? It is the evenly matched duels that truly excite. Like the earlier fierce confrontation between those two, Andre couldn't help but complain. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Kemba Walker executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly surpassing John Wall and scoring with a layup, rendering Andre momentarily speechless. This, Walker, renowned for his breakthroughs, was just outmaneuvered by this role player? Andre fell silent, standing quietly beside Xia Mo, now fully engrossed in the game. Wall, you're falling short. Your ranking is inflated, allowing me to bypass you with such ease. Perhaps you should relinquish your position to me. Kemba Walker continuously taunted Wall, attempting to assert dominance through sheer bravado. Considering your abilities, I suggest you devote more time to practice. With such a mindset, perhaps you should stick to playing with children. Wall retorted sharply. Walker, take note. I intend to break through on your right side, I declared, pointing at Kemba Walker's right flank. You think you can just dictate your moves? Who do you think you are? Walker surprisingly ceded half a step, as if inviting me to attempt the breakthrough. Observing this, John Wall smiled slightly and cautiously stepped forward to the right, only to find Walker unresponsive. Thus, Wall resolved to launch an attack on Walker's right side. Kemba Walker, noticing this, immediately lowered his center of gravity and shifted right. Wall then dribbled behind his back with his left hand, feigning a leftward breakthrough. Walker, wary of the situation, adjusted his stance, leaning left while keeping his feet firmly planted against Wall. Wall retracted his left hand and forcefully dribbled with his right, adopting a breakthrough posture. Walker, with no choice, leaned left to counter. At this moment, Wall's south left hand remained close to Kemba Walker as he took large strides, dribbling from behind to create distance and surged toward the paint. Due to Walker's body leaning left, he struggled to shift his weight in time. By the moment he sought to adjust, John Wall had already glided past him. Seeing this, Walker rushed forward to closely shadow Wall, attempting to disrupt his shot. However, Wall's years of competitive experience were not to be trifled with. He effortlessly shielded Walker's defensive path with his right hand, while his left had already elevated the ball high. With a gentle flick, the ball kissed the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. Cheers erupted around the court in an instant. The finesse of the dribbling and control was nothing short of poetic, truly spectacular. Ha! Andre joined the chorus of cheers, enthusiastically thumping Xia Mo, eager to share his exhilaration. Xia Mo, show us your skills. It will surely astound the entire arena. Andre, perhaps you should focus on watching, Xia Mo replied, slightly sidestepping. Although his pat was light, it still stung. Is it truly worth going to such lengths for a mere ball? Your defense is utterly feeble. No matter where I attempt to break through, you can only stand by and watch me glide past. You are powerless to stop me, John Wall sarcastically remarked, unable to contain his disdain for such a common player daring to challenge his authority. He felt compelled to demonstrate what genuine prowess entailed. A star athlete is indeed a star, not someone to be provoked at will. Bring it on. What does one basket signify? Just now, I merely allowed you that. Come, hand me the ball. Kemba Walker swiftly positioned himself beyond the three-point line, gesturing towards Wall. Wall promptly passed the ball to Walker, then sidestepped to indicate that he was free to advance. This gesture only fueled Walker's determination further. Today, I shall shatter your aura. Without hesitation, Walker executed two swift passes before preparing to drive for a layup. Wall, now positioned within the three-point line, braced himself for Walker's advance. Observing this, Walker immediately halted outside the three-point arc, feigning a move to entice Wall closer. When Wall remained unperturbed, Walker decisively leapt for a jump shot. Wall responded in kind, attempting to disrupt. However, Walker's speed was astonishing. Wall was unable to contest, and the ball soared directly over his head, landing precisely in the net. Is that all? I fail to see your greatness. Individuals as arrogant as you do not deserve such status. Walker swiftly countered, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson. This is merely a glimpse of my capabilities. You would do well to temper your disdain, if you cannot even exhibit the fundamental respect of the court. How can you speak of the spirit of basketball? Wall simply smiled faintly, gazing down at Walker, who stood a half-head shorter. Once he regained possession of the ball, Wall chose not to engage Walker further. He abandoned even the pretense of probing, advancing directly to the left. Walker had no choice but to swiftly adjust his defensive stance, positioning his body to obstruct Wall's path. Wall leaned against Walker's frame and with a sudden burst of speed, he secured the ball after a single step, effortlessly maneuvering past Walker. As Wall brushed against him, Walker could not react in time, and under the forceful collision, he was pushed backward. Wall executed a fierce three-step layup, soaring high to slam the ball into the hoop. After scoring, he strode directly to Walker, flexing his muscles and shaking his head. Walker's expression darkened instantly, and he uttered two words, "Bring it again." Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Mo gently patted Andre beside him, whispering with great enthusiasm, "A splendid performance is about to unfold." Chapter 23. The wounded contest on the field. Fierce warriors were engaged in a heated battle, and Xia Mo and Andre were utterly captivated. "Let us have another round." "Another round," Walker urged. "Once more, let us compete again," Walker reiterated. As time progressed, the score began to widen. Xia Mo cast a glance at Andre and suggested, "Feeling hungry? I find myself a bit famished." "Indeed, I am. Shall we seek a place to satisfy our appetites?" Andre rose to propose. Suddenly, Xia Mo felt a heavy clap on his back. He turned to see who it was and couldn't help but curse. "Oh, it's James." Xia Mo stood upright, astonished by the sight. He was aware that in 2010, James was at the center of public scrutiny. Some praised his style of play as brotherly basketball, while others questioned whether he was manipulating the game. That year, James became a free agent and subsequently joined the Miami Heat. "Hey, brother, seeing you so engrossed. How about a little friendly competition?" James generously extended his hand, inviting Xia Mo to fist bump. Xia Mo gazed at James, speechless. He understood that, with his current system attributes, he could not possibly triumph over the peak-performing James. In any basketball game, James's card is the most elusive to obtain, its rarity second only to that of legendary players. "Very well, I shall speak on his behalf," Andre declared without hesitation. "Come now, my friend, showcase your skills. I have heard that even Kobe sings your praises." James thumped his chest confidently. Xia Mo stepped into the center of the court, resolute in his decision to rely solely on his own abilities for this match. He wished to evaluate the authenticity of his prowess without the aid of any special skill cards. "Come, my friend, you may serve first. Let me witness whether your skills can earn my admiration." James spread his arms wide, prepared for the challenge. It is worth noting that James, standing at a towering height of 2.06 meters and weighing 113 kilograms, is often referred to as a bulldozer. In the face of such sheer strength, any flamboyant maneuvers would prove utterly futile. Xia Mo stood beyond the three-point line, gripping the basketball tightly in both hands, his gaze fixed on James, determination glimmering in his eyes. In the presence of this prodigious talent, beads of sweat trickled down Xia Mo's cheeks. Xia Mo executed a concise yet powerful dribble, with James closely trailing in defense. In an instant, Xia Mo deftly reversed the ball and performed the classic move reminiscent of Allen Iverson, an exquisite change of direction, akin to the butterfly dancing through flowers. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. After all, Iverson had been an idol to countless individuals, both black and white, and that admiration endures even today. James furrowed his brow, attempting to shift his defense to the right, but with his weight anchored on his right foot. He found it challenging to maneuver swiftly. Seizing that fleeting moment, Xia Mo leapt into the air, poised to take a shot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was that really James? How audacious to attempt a jump shot in front of him. This young man seemed oddly familiar. Was he not the one who had bested Leonard? As the basketball was about to leave Xia Mo's grasp, James suddenly sprang into action, leveraging his wingspan to launch a formidable block against Xia Mo. Xia Mo experienced a formidable block. This was his first encounter with such overwhelming dominance. Is this the true prowess of NBA players? Xia Mo whispered to herself. It's my turn now. I must be vigilant. James held the ball, positioned just beyond the three-point line. Xia Mo spread his arms wide, fixating intently on James. Observing James, one could see he made no extravagant moves, instead charging directly towards the hoop with fierce determination. Xia Mo stepped forward to defend, but unfortunately, his physical attributes were vastly inferior to those of James. James activated his tank mode, backing in and enduring Xia Mo's efforts, leaving him utterly helpless. Xia Mo could only be pushed beneath the basket, whereupon James sprang up from his position, executing a resounding dunk. Under the immense pressure, Xia Mo found himself unable to leap. Was this truly the extent of his prowess? He had expected a fiercer challenge, as described by Kobe. James waved his finger dismissively. That was merely a warm-up. The real spectacle was just beginning. Xia Mo offered a calm smile. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Encountering NBA legend LeBron James, the task is about to commence. Defeat the NBA legend LeBron James. Reward: 100 attribute points. Failure results in a total reset of attributes. What the hell is this task? Do I have any choice but to fight? Xia Mo silently grumbled. No. The task has been issued, and the use of any experience cards is prohibited, a cold feminine voice responded. It seems I must give it my all. Xia Mo contemplated inwardly. At this moment, the offensive possession shifted to Xia Mo. He held the ball in one hand, the other protecting it. Gazing intently at James. Come on, let me witness your true strength. In the blink of an eye, Xia Mo executed a between-the-legs dribble, followed by a swift behind-the-back switch. His right shoulder quivering slightly as he broke to the left. His movements flowed seamlessly, like water in a stream, devoid of any awkwardness. James was caught off guard. Having anticipated a rightward drive, typically most would choose to break to the right. Consequently, James had shifted his defensive weight towards that side. Xia Mo turned and flashed a subtle smile at James, seemingly provocative, yet his steps did not falter. He dashed towards the basket, leaping into the air with one hand cradling the ball, intending to score. However, just as Xia Mo took flight, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Above him loomed a formidable figure. It was none other than James, who had also leapt, poised to deliver a resounding block. Xia Mo's initial expression was one of astonishment. Yet it swiftly transformed into a subtle smile. In an instant, he bent his legs in midair, retracting his outstretched hand with surprising speed. Then, with a delicate flick of his wrist, the basketball soared towards the hoop. The ball entered the net at an extraordinarily peculiar angle, leaving James utterly astonished. What sorcery is this? Xia Mo felt a sense of secret satisfaction. What she executed was, in fact, the currently popular jelly layup, commonly referred to as a kiss layup. At this moment, this technique had yet to gain widespread recognition, primarily designed to tease the basketball into a rapid spin, striking the hoop at an exceptionally unique angle to ensure a successful shot. It possesses a certain finesse, yet it holds no efficacy against me. LeBron clapped his hands and then showcased his signature move, the power step. Xia Mo immediately felt a surge of tension as James initiated his signature power move, signaling that the match had truly entered its most intense phase. As time elapsed, both teams found themselves exhausted. The final strike would determine the victor. James cast a glance at Xia Mo and declared in a low voice, "All right, I shall make my move." In response, Xia Mo darted towards the basket, deftly alternating control of the ball with both hands, while James swiftly advanced to defend against him. Xia Mo suddenly leaped into the air, executing a stunning jump shot reminiscent of Tracy McGrady. LeBron James had no time to leap and intercept the shot. Xia Mo gazed at the graceful arc traced by the basketball, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, in an instant, his foot came down heavily upon James's. A surge of excruciating pain engulfed him. Chapter 24. The disorder of the system. Agonizing pain surged towards Xia Mo like a relentless tide. Is this the end? Just like this? I refuse to accept it. Xia Mo cried out within his heart. No, it cannot be. I have yet to claim the championship. It is essential to note that an athlete's ankle is of paramount importance. Once injured, the path to recovery is arduous and fraught with the risk of recurrence. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Warning. Host's ankle is severely damaged. Fracture condition is critical. Initiating venue repair protocol. Beep, beep. The system is experiencing anomalies. Executing secondary repair. A cacophony of cryptic sounds ensued from the system. Xia Mo abruptly lost consciousness. Chapter 25. Rebirth. In the arena, Andre rushed in with a look of terror. James, filled with guilt, supported Xia Mo and inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" At that moment, a grayish-white sphere unexpectedly materialized. It swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire world. Everything seemed to freeze in time. When Xia Mo regained his senses, he slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a pitch-black void. Confusion filled his mind as he lay in the darkness. Where's this? He pondered. Gradually, he rose to his feet, discovering that his legs were unharmed. Bending down, he touched his ankles and felt everything was in order. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by impenetrable darkness, unable to see anything. He reached out to feel the ground, which was unusually cold and far too soft to be ordinary earth. Slowly, a glimmer of light emerged, gradually revealing the silhouette of a young girl. She radiated a luminous glow, so dazzling that Xia Mo found it difficult to gaze directly at her. "Xia Mo, how is your physical condition?" The girl's voice was ethereal and detached, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Xia Mo gradually acclimated to the light, gazing intently at the young girl before him. She radiated an ethereal glow, resembling a captivating fairy, imbued with an air of enigmatic allure. Who are you, pray tell? No, could you be the system? Xia Mo rubbed his eyes, perplexed. I am the system. Designated as T01. Your physical form in the basketball realm has sustained damage. The girl paused momentarily before continuing. Due to the host's bodily impairment, the system has determined a deviation, resulting in temporal and spatial disorder. She descended lightly to the ground, as if floating from the heavens, her toes barely grazing the earth, causing ripples to dance across the surface like those on water. Where is this place? Xia Mo inquired. This is a rift in time and space. Due to the breach in the fabric of reality, you now find yourself within this fissure, she responded. What must be done next? Xia Mo pressed further. Naturally, we must return to your original world, but we must await the completion of repairs. The girl gestured, and a basketball court materialized behind Xia Mo. On the court, a hazy figure emerged. No, to be precise, it was a silhouette formed of shadows. During this interval, you will train alongside the shadow. I must rectify the temporal chaos, otherwise I too shall become disordered and initiate a restart. With a wave of her hand, Xia Mo was enveloped in a golden radiance, transforming into a sphere of light. I have reset all your attributes, including height, weight, skills, and more. Now, you shall adjust them yourself. With that, the girl vanished without a trace. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback. The series of explanations left him utterly perplexed. Time and space were in disarray. Attributes reset. Was it akin to a fresh start? He pondered. Nonetheless, it mattered not. What was lost, I shall reclaim one by one. Xia Mo vowed resolutely. Immediately, an attribute panel materialized in his mind. Previously, I had configured my attributes according to the standards of a scoring guard. This time, I shall experiment with a new amalgamation of attributes, he declared, methodically pressing the attribute buttons. This time, I will learn from my lessons and transform into a swingman. He silently resolved. In that moment, a radiant glow enveloped Xia Mo, gradually revealing his human form. Now, he was unlike before, faster in speed and more precise in shooting. Xia Mo's heart brimmed with excitement. Although his height no longer matched his former stature, his speed and precision had improved dramatically. In the past, his towering frame hindered his agility and defensive capabilities. Now, he had transformed into a versatile swingman, adept in both small forward and guard positions. The prowess of such players often transcends ordinary expectations, reminiscent of the most renowned swingman in history, Kobe Bryant. At this moment, Xia Mo felt as though he had received divine assistance, eagerly rushing towards the basketball court. On the court, a shadow gradually morphed into the silhouette of a player. Instantly, he conjured a basketball, dribbling it on the ground while taunting Xia Mo with his other hand. Hey, come on, let us have a contest. Familiarize yourself with this new physique. Xia Mo gently rubbed his neck with his left hand. Then, he stretched his body and declared, Little Black, let us begin. The shadow immediately charged towards the hoop, and Xia Mo was astonished by his own newfound speed. Xia Mo abruptly dashed before the black smoke, attempting to execute a steal. The black smoke skills were equally remarkable. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, he swiftly changed direction and broke through. Before Xia Mo could fully comprehend the situation, the opponent had already scored. The black smoke extended his thumb, drawing a circle in the air as if in provocation. This fellow possesses a talent for taunting. Xia Mo chuckled to himself. He raised his hand, signaling the black smoke to pass the ball. However, the black smoke remained unmoved. A line of text appearing above his head, lose a game, do 50 sit-ups. This guy has a system of penalties, Xia Mo mused internally. Noticing Xia Mo's lack of response, the black smoke instantaneously unleashed a cloud of darkness that ensnared him. Surrounded by the black smoke, Xia Mo had to concede that the stench was indeed overwhelming. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it right now, he exclaimed, covering his nose. After completing the task, Xia Mo rose to his feet and leaped several times. Clearly, he had yet to fully master this new physique. It seemed that additional practice was indeed necessary. Xia Mo caught the ball, poised to launch his assault. A veil of black smoke loomed before him. Xia Mo gazed at the black smoke, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This individual, in terms of speed, strength, and reflexes, surpasses me. I must discover a way to transcend him. Xia Mo swiftly executed a dribble beneath his legs, attempting to confound the enigmatic figure of black smoke with intricate maneuvers. However, black smoke remained unfazed. Xia Mo recognized the futility of his flamboyant dribbling. Immediately thereafter, he gracefully performed a dazzling change of direction, a true hallmark of his skill. Black Smoke promptly commenced his defense. Damn it! Xia Mo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Xia Mo executed a behind-the-back dribble, grasping the ball with both hands. And after a 270-degree turn, he leaped to take a shot. One could see him soaring into the air, his feet inclined forward, his body slightly leaning back. A quintessential Kobe-style jump shot. Xia Mo applied a gentle pressure with his fingers, sending the ball on a graceful arc swish. The basketball effortlessly found its way through the net. Xia Mo promptly made a gesture resembling a firearm, directing it towards his forehead. This was his retort to the dark smoke. The density of the smoke appeared to diminish slightly. It seemed that securing victory would cause the smoke to dissipate. Xia Mo mused that he would need to continue until there was no smoke left to emit. He retrieved the ball and passed it to the dark smoke. Chapter 25. Dark Smoke. As Xia Mo engaged in his one-on-one confrontation with the dark smoke, the haze became noticeably thinner. Evidently, Xia Mo had triumphed in several rounds. However, his stamina began to wane. Although he had acclimated to this body, it still possessed limitations in endurance. It turned out that when the system departed, it had calibrated Xia Mo's stamina to align with that of the external world. Only through a balance of rest and exercise could his vitality gradually strengthen. Xia Mo grasped the basketball, the sphere spinning nimbly on his fingertips, and at that moment, he had mastered a novel technique, the three-point control. This skill had naturally materialized in his mind during his repeated confrontations with the dark smoke. Its cooldown period was quite prolonged, making it a rare occurrence to utilize it 4 or 5 times within a single match. Nevertheless, this ability was extraordinarily powerful once he crossed half court. Initiating it from any point guaranteed an impeccable accuracy. However, it demanded an exceptionally refined sensitivity from the player's fingers to the basketball. Even now, Xia Mo's shooting percentage lingered around 70 to 80%. Despite his remarkable attributes, it is often said that even the highest talents require relentless effort to sustain their prowess. This time, upon receiving the ball, Xia Mo chose not to drive forward. Instead, he recalled the step-back technique previously imparted by Harden. Xia Mo stood beyond the three-point line, gazing intently at the swirling black smoke, and suddenly feigned a breakthrough. The black smoke, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly positioned itself to obstruct Xia Mo's path. However, in an unexpected twist, Xia Mo retreated, cradling the ball in both hands, and executed a swift, leaning jump shot with remarkable finesse. For an ordinary person, attempting such a shot from this position would be nearly impossible, yet Xia Mo accomplished it with ease. He felt the delicate connection between his fingertips and the basketball. Applying pressure with his fingers as his wrist gently propelled the ball forward. Xia Mo felt the astonishing explosive power conveyed through his fingertips. Indeed, it was precisely this sensation. With a swift whoosh, the basketball swished through the net. Xia Mo raised his hands in exultation, proclaiming, "We have succeeded." The three-point mastery had once again proven effective. Yet he understood that this singular tactic was insufficient. Should he encounter multiple defenders during the match, this maneuver would become futile. It appears that he must endeavor to develop a greater array of innovative skills. Xia Mo positioned himself at the free-throw line, bracing for the challenge posed by the dark smoke. To his astonishment, the dark smoke had also mastered Xia Mo's techniques. With a seamless step back and a graceful fadeaway jump shot, the execution was fluid, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Xia Mo was taken aback, nearly unable to close his mouth in astonishment. "Blast it, this young lad is actually mimicking my moves." Xia Mo cursed inwardly. After making the shot, the boy crossed his arms over his chest, seemingly demonstrating the simplicity of the action to Xia Mo, infused with a hint of disdain. "This skill is the result of my arduous practice. This fellow is truly gifted." Xia Mo shook his head, reflecting on the situation. It appears that defeating him is absolutely essential. With that thought, Xia Mo resumed his push-ups. As Xia Mo reached the halfway point, his strength waned, and he collapsed onto the ground. Alas, his stamina had run out. He needed to take a moment to rest. He slowly rose and seated himself beside the court. The dark smoke also ceased its movement, standing silently on the field. Xia Mo scrutinized the dark smoke, noticing that it had thinned, seemingly enveloping a figure within. Who could be concealed within this shroud of mist? A sense of perplexity stirred within Xia Mo's heart. Meanwhile, the system girl was preoccupied with resolving the temporal chaos instigated by the system. Furrowing her brow and gently closing her eyes, she extended her hands forward, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Amidst the rifts of this temporal space, a fissure adorned with deep purples and blacks of a starry river flickered into view, gradually closing. T01. It appears your guardian has proven inadequate, echoed a voice in the system girl's mind. T02. Refrain from inciting conflict, the system girl retorted. When the world tournament arrives, I shall witness whose companion surpasses the other. The voice slowly faded from the depths of her consciousness. It seems I must accelerate my efforts, otherwise should I face defeat. This world shall be obliterated, the system girl whispered. Xia Mo rose to his feet, brushing off the dust clinging to him. Today, I shall utterly subdue you. He vowed silently within. In this realm devoid of day and night, Xia Mo found himself unable to discern the passage of time. With each push-up he executed and each basket he sunk, the smoky haze enveloping the figure gradually thinned, faintly revealing a rough outline of a human form. It is time to unveil your true visage, Xia Mo thought to himself. Xia Mo gripped the basketball tightly, preparing to launch an assault. He began by showcasing a dazzling display of dribbling. The ball seemed to acquire a life of its own in his hands, exuding an exuberant vitality. The basketball appears to heed Xia Mo's command. Rather than him being subservient to the ball, it dances gracefully around him with an agile finesse. Xia Mo executed a double direction change, first dribbling the ball between his legs from left to right. Then, with a subtle tremor of his right shoulder, he instantaneously altered his course and surged to the right. Before the black smoke could react, Xia Mo had already taken advantage of the momentum to attempt a layup. The black smoke, realizing it was too late to obstruct him, leaped up in an effort to block the shot. However, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Xia Mo's mouth as he bent his legs in midair, holding the ball with both hands, then lifting it upwards in a reverse layup. This movement was executed with remarkable finesse, all thanks to the assistance of the system. Xia Mo's ability to hang in the air has now surpassed all previous records, reaching an astonishing 1 second. It is worth noting that the legendary star Michael Jordan's hang time was merely 0.92 seconds. Whoosh! The basketball swished through the net. Xia Mo danced with excitement as the black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the true form beneath. Xia Mo, how astonishing that he bears an uncanny resemblance to Xia Mo. The dark smoke paused momentarily before speaking. Come forth, for if you cannot overcome me today, the future of the NBA court shall be claimed by me in your stead. Chapter 26. The Duel, Part 2. At this moment, Xia Mo could not afford the slightest negligence. After all, the dark smoke before him had pilfered a significant portion of the basketball techniques residing in his mind. These techniques had become remnants of the past for him. Yet the dark smoke could wield them with ease. Truly an anomaly. At this juncture, the score of the match remained locked at 1-1. Only 2 more victories were needed to secure an undeniable triumph. As Xia Mo dribbled the ball, a sense of reverence filled his heart. The defensive prowess of He Yin was steadily on the rise. At that pivotal moment, Xia Mo detected an opening and resolved to execute his signature step-back maneuver. In an instant, he deftly altered his direction, stepping to the left with his left foot. He Yin instinctively shifted his weight in the same direction, bracing himself for the impending move. Suddenly, as Xia Mo's left foot touched the ground, he propelled himself backward with force. With the ball firmly in his hands, he leaped into the air, poised to take a shot. However, He Yin emitted a cold snort, sending a jolt of realization through Xia Mo. His intentions had been discerned. Yet, the arrow had already left the bow, and he could only muster the courage to continue with his shot. Xia Mo's fingers trembled slightly as the basketball soared through the air. Before he could even rejoice, a multitude of colossal hands materialized before him. It was the impenetrable defense of Leonard. In an instant, the basketball was intercepted by the Phantoms, crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a series of resounding thuds. At this moment, Xia Mo was drenched in sweat. Leonard's prowess was far from ordinary. He had led the Spurs to glorious victories, akin to Kobe, a legendary figure in the realm of basketball, a superstar perched at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Yet, in the presence of the dark smoke, he remained utterly indifferent. Such trifling skills were mere child's play before me. He cast a glance at Xia Mo and coldly remarked, with your current caliber, harboring dreams of entering the NBA is nothing short of a delusion. Within Xia Mo's mind, chaos reigned supreme. Xia Mo, you must not succumb. Your mission remains unfulfilled. He encouraged himself inwardly. Do not forget, Andre is still waiting for you. You cannot afford to give up. Despite his self-motivation, Xia Mo's hands trembled involuntarily. Is this the disparity of strength? He closed his eyes and mocked himself. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered through his mind. No, I still have a chance. There's only this one move left, he thought. Come on, kid, I shall show you the true essence of the step back. He Yin picked up the ball, tauntingly. The step back is a common technique in basketball, one that Harlan had mentored Xia Mo on, no matter the circumstances. This skill could be employed to elude opponents and launch an offensive. The step back is categorized into two types. The first involves a dribble feint followed by a step back shot, while the second entails a back-to-the-basket isolation step back shot. It seems He Yin is poised to execute the latter, which undoubtedly presents a greater challenge, as it demands considerable strength from the waist and abdomen. As Xia Mo contemplated, he approached the free throw line, assuming a defensive stance. As anticipated, the black-clad opponent opted for a back-to-the-basket play against him, which left Xia Mo feeling quite vexed. Faced with such an offensive strategy, he found himself at a loss. In that moment, memories of his high school basketball coach, Steve, flooded back to him. He recalled the coach's wisdom when confronted with a taller adversary in a back-to-the-basket situation. One should engage with the lower body to apply pressure. Conversely, if the opponent was of similar height or more slender, it was prudent to maintain a suitable distance to create defensive space. Therefore, Xia Mo took a small step back, ensuring a measure of distance from his opponent. Xia Mo stood at an angle, one hand resting on his waist while the other deftly maneuvered amidst the swirling black smoke. His body leaned slightly forward, intending to transfer the pressure onto his opponent. Given their similar statures, such a strategy was particularly fitting. A mere modicum of force was sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the black smoke. Do you think this will deter me? The black smoke inquired, a slight furrow creasing its brow. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback as the black smoke elegantly curled around his palm. In the next instant, with a swift turn, it broke free from his left side. Xia Mo was wholly focused on defense when, unexpectedly, the dark smoke had deftly sent the ball soaring into the hoop. Xia Mo, you certainly possess some skill, the dark smoke remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Yet, such trivial cleverness would not deter me. He strode confidently toward the free throw line, provocatively gesturing. With a casual flick of his finger, he lifted his eyelid, inciting a blaze of fury within Xia Mo. This was an overt provocation against the Huaxia people. You have forced my hand. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Fueled by anger, Xia Mo advanced beyond the three-point line. He rhythmically dribbled the ball, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the dark smoke, not on his eyes, but on his feet. At that moment, a violet gleam flickered in Xia Mo's eyes, reminiscent of neon lights against the night sky. What? You've activated Ultra Mode? The dark smoke exclaimed in astonishment. Though Xia Mo remained uncertain of the implications, he remained intensely focused on the dark smoke's movements. His weight shifted with effortless grace, rising and falling as he sought an opening. With a deft dribble between his legs, Xia Mo suddenly changed direction. The dark smoke hurriedly pivoted to defend, but had barely taken a step. Xia Mo swiftly retracted the ball, instantly elevating his center of gravity. The black smoke collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, solidifying its presence. He lifted his gaze towards Xia Mo, his eyes shimmering with violet light, strikingly vivid under the illumination. Xia Mo effortlessly made a smooth shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. To his astonishment, he had unlocked U.L.T.R.A. The dark smoke sat in shock on the ground. Xia Mo approached the basketball hoop, seized the ball, and hurled it towards the dark smoke. The smoke, still enveloped in astonishment, was struck by the ball with a resounding thud. What? Can't even catch a ball? Xia Mo mocked. Ha. You've hidden yourself away quite well. Very well. The dark smoke laughed heartily. It seems you are determined to end things here. He rose to his feet, gripping the ball tightly. With a sudden burst, the basketball exploded in his grasp. Then, his right hand slowly extended, and a new basketball began to take shape amidst the swirling smoke. Come forth. Today I shall demonstrate the true disparity of our strengths, the dark smoke declared coldly. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding his ability to defeat Xia Mo, the current circumstances left him no choice but to fight with all his might. Xia Mo approached the free throw line with an unpretentious demeanor, assuming a defensive stance. In truth, he was uncertain of the meaning behind the words of the youth clad in black. Yet, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his body, as if boundless strength surged within him. His precision, defense, speed, and reflexes had all markedly improved. Xia Mo understood that he still needed time to acclimate to this new paradigm. Yet, he could no longer afford to wait. Uncertainty loomed over how long this state could be sustained. Come on, The score is now 2-2. Xia Mo gazed intently at the dark smoke, his resolve unwavering. The final blow, a contest of life and death. The dark smoke revealed a sinister grin. Chapter 27, The Confrontation, Part 3, at this moment. Xia Mo felt an ever-increasing mastery over his body. His form became an extension of his thoughts, moving freely and unrestrained. The dark smoke clutched the ball in his left hand, suddenly executing a wide directional shift. It appeared he intended to force his way through. Xia Mo smiled gently, and her body sprang into motion, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The dark mist, witnessing this, couldn't help but tremble slightly. So swift, realizing the imminent danger. The dark mist quickly retracted the orb, then turned and controlled the ball with its left hand, preparing to launch an assault from the opposite side. Xia Mo would naturally not stand idly by. With a subtle movement of his feet, he swiftly transitioned into a defensive stance on the left side. He Yin was secretly astonished. This fellow's speed had escalated remarkably. Indeed, Xia Mo had effectively sealed off his offensive route. He Yin's assault was entirely restrained, leaving him at a loss. When one's path of attack is obstructed, an immediate strategic adjustment is essential. However, He Yin remained unfazed. He opted for a back-to-the-basket maneuver once more. Yet again, this tactic. Xia Mo cursed inwardly. Yet, this approach had lost its efficacy against the current Xia Mo. He Yin leaned towards Xia Mo, attempting to engage in a contest of strength. Xia Mo pressed one hand against the black smoke while using the other to continuously disrupt it. "Let us see how this goes," said the black smoke. And without waiting for Xia Mo's response, it leapt up to take a shot. Xia Mo's lips curled into a smile. A pull-up shot reminiscent of Tracy McGrady? Too effortless. He mused to himself. Xia Mo leaped into the air, arms raised high, poised to block. The shadowy fingers trembled slightly, and then he unleashed his strike. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo exerted his right arm with great force, intending to send the ball soaring. However, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Despite clearly seeing the ball and striking with vigor, why was there no sensation of contact with the basketball? A resounding thud echoed as the ball rebounded off the rim, failing to find the net. It is evident that you have yet to fully grasp this technique. Next time, when I take the offensive, you shall surely be defeated. A thin, dry smile curled at the corners of his lips, as he languidly licked them amidst the swirling mist. Xia Mo was utterly terrified, his soul nearly escaping him. He initially believed he had successfully executed the block. However, he could scarcely fathom how this could be. The black smoke had clearly taken its shot. He distinctly saw the basketball and indeed lunged towards it. Yet, that basketball was as insubstantial as an illusion. His hands met with nothingness. At this moment, Xia Mo was still pondering the nature of the ball. Could it be? Could it be some form of extraordinary power? Xia Mo's thoughts began to drift towards the enigmatic realm of magic. He scoffed coldly. "Heisey, have you employed some peculiar magical trick?" The shadowy figure laughed derisively. "It's your turn now. If you fail to score this shot, it shall be your demise." The dark haze seemed to be rejuvenated, brimming with menace. Xia Mo clutched the ball, still unable to comprehend why he had failed to execute the block moments ago. He shook his head, realizing that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The pressing priority was to score. If he could just make one basket, victory would be within reach. Suddenly, Xia Mo sprang into action. He feigned an assault, lowering his center of gravity, prompting the black smoke to mirror his movement. If the black smoke adjusted in concert with his shift, then he might just find an opportunity to break through. Xia Mo calculated internally as he commenced his maneuvers. However, it appeared that the black smoke had discerned his intentions. "Do you truly believe that repeating the same tactics will lead to your victory?" "What?" Xia Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. "It seems my conjecture was correct. Young one, perhaps it is time to employ a different approach." "Ha." The black smoke laughed heartily, yet its defense remained unyielding. "To have anticipated my next move. It appears a change in strategy is imperative." Xia Mo mused. After executing his feint, he subtly elevated his center of gravity. At that moment, a slight opening emerged in the black smoke's defense. Xia Mo, observing the shifting center of gravity and movement of the black smoke, determined his course of attack. At that moment, Xia Mo seized the opportunity. With a swift and dramatic change in direction, he quickly lowered his center of gravity. Meanwhile, the black smoke's center of gravity remained elevated, leaving it unable to react in time. Oh no! A sense of foreboding surged within the black smoke. Xia Mo advanced with determination, and fortunately, black smoke reacted quickly, swiftly sidestepping to keep pace. At this moment, Xia Mo was drenched in sweat, his mind racing with various offensive strategies. Suddenly, he feigned a move, gradually closing the distance to Black Smoke, leaving merely an arm's length between them. Black Smoke discerned Xia Mo's intent, his hands dropping in readiness to defend. He understood that Xia Mo intended to execute a dribbling maneuver to outmaneuver him. As Xia Mo executed a series of swift directional changes, he drew near to the shadowy figure of Haiyan, skillfully maneuvering the ball while continuously obstructing Haiyan's outstretched arms. In that pivotal moment, Haiyan abruptly spread his arms wide, just as Xia Mo was poised to lower his center of gravity for a deft dribble. In that fleeting instant, the ball was intercepted by Haiyan. Xia Mo stood in stunned silence. The same trick again. I warned you not to use it a second time. Haiyan silently retrieved the ball and approached the three-point line. Come, let me demonstrate my unstoppable shot. The dark mist caressed the basketball, his words brimming with fervor. Clearly, his passion for basketball burned as fiercely as a raging fire. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo immediately positioned himself at the free throw line in readiness to defend. In his mind, the scene of the last shot taken by the black mist replayed incessantly. How could this be? He had clearly managed to block it. Before Xia Mo could ponder further, the black mist had already turned his back to him, preparing for a one-on-one confrontation. Once again, it was a back-to-the-basket play. Xia Mo gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to withstand the onslaught. He understood that, in the face of the encroaching black mist, any form of defense would prove futile. The moment of tension and exhilaration had arrived. The black mist leisurely manipulated the ball. In truth, what you cannot obstruct is merely an illusion, it murmured. An illusion? You say? Xia Mo pondered. If it is an illusion, I comprehend now. Suddenly, Xia Mo experienced a profound realization. Everything has become clear to me. Thus, I have devised a strategy. In Xia Mo's eyes sparkled a resolute light. The dark mist, sensing the sudden surge of confidence within Xia Mo, could not help but feel a moment of astonishment. Abruptly, the dark mist turned, leaping into the air, poised to take a shot. Xia Mo leaped into the air as well, yet he made no effort to block the shot. He was patiently awaiting the opportune moment. However, the dark mist released the ball. Xia Mo still refrained from attempting a block. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the basketball struck the rim. Yet it failed to find its way through the net. Xia Mo was taken aback. Impossible. This cannot be, he exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his head. As the dark mist settled, a peculiar smile crept upon its lips. Well, you possess some wit, having deciphered my shooting secret. But what of it? You will never reach my basketball. Chapter 28, Xia Mo's Resolve. You are quite clever, having seen through my inscrutable shot so swiftly, the dark mist murmured. The inscrutable shot is not particularly complex. When I leap, the moment you attempt to block, I will swiftly execute my shooting maneuver. The dark mist picked up the basketball and demonstrated a shooting posture. However, in truth, I am not aiming for the hoop, but rather tossing it upwards. It then mimicked the upward motion. The basketball soared rapidly from the dark mist's hand, only to return gently into its right hand. At the moment you prepare to block, I will have already tossed it up. What you touch is merely an illusion. At that instant, the basketball had returned to my hand, and I effortlessly took another shot. Barely had the words left the dark mist's lips when the basketball swished through the net. But you chose to release your shot a moment too late. Do you understand what that implies? The dark mist's voice dripped with mockery. I will shoot directly, without resorting to the inscrutable shot. So how did you unveil my technique? The dark mist tossed the ball to Xia Mo nonchalantly. Attack now. This is your final opportunity. For some reason, my previous shot did not succeed. Perhaps I underestimated your ability to counterattack. The dark mist rubbed its palms together. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. At that moment, Xia Mo could hardly fathom that the dark mist would opt for a direct shot, forsaking the use of the inscrutable shot. Xia Mo gripped the basketball, standing beyond the three-point line. At this moment, his body gradually felt heavy. His agility, perception, and resilience were subtly waning. Is it time already? It seems you won't last much longer. The dark figure sneered, twisting its neck in disdain. Is this all I can endure? Xia Mo pondered silently within himself. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself at all times, he reflected deeply. With that thought, he held the ball in one hand and suddenly surged to the right with determination. Xia Mo abruptly came to a halt, the ball weaving through his legs twice. At that moment, Haiyan felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet, nearly losing his balance. I cannot allow this brat to lead me around. Haiyan gritted his teeth in frustration. At this juncture, Xia Mo had completely seized control of the game's tempo. He suddenly raised the ball high, poised to retreat. Oh no, he intends to take a step back? A wave of anxiety washed over He Yin as he prepared to intercept. However, Xia Mo unexpectedly pivoted, ready to lower himself for a breakthrough. Just as success seemed imminent, He Yin swiftly repositioned himself on defense. This fellow possesses a certain finesse, He Yin remarked. Xia Mo found himself besieged by a formidable defense, momentarily at a loss for strategy. Yet, a singular thought flickered in his mind. This was the only course of action. A dead horse could be treated as a living one. Xia Mo resolutely made his decision. Xia Mo suddenly leaped into the air, this time opting for a fadeaway jumper rather than a straightforward shot. Upon witnessing this, the defender, He Yin, promptly jumped as well, attempting to block the shot. Xia Mo has made his move. The black smoke eagerly extended his arm. At this moment, the black smoke brimmed with confidence, believing victory was assured. As his palm descended, however, it met with nothingness. It's over. This young man, he is employing the absolute shot. A wave of despair washed over the black smoke. A subtle smile graced the corners of Xia Mo's lips. Suddenly, a swift sound cut through the air. The basketball swished through the net. How could you? Black Smoke inquired, a note of disbelief lacing his voice. If you can, why can't I? I am you, and you are me. Xia Mo opened his arms and gently waved his hand. You. Black Smoke was nearly overwhelmed with fury. Black Smoke represented the inner demon of Xia Mo, a reflection of his very essence. If this reflection could wield his techniques, Xia Mo is equally adept at employing the technique of Black Smoke. Xia Mo was gambling, and he emerged victorious. In truth, Xia Mo's absolute shot seamlessly incorporated a fadeaway jump shot, a maneuver of considerable difficulty. It first necessitates a certain degree of strength to conjure an illusion. Otherwise, the technique proves futile. Additionally, formidable core strength is essential. As previously mentioned, Xia Mo's core strength surpasses that of basketball legend Michael Jordan. Thus, this fadeaway variant of the absolute shot was effortless for Xia Mo. The dark smoke, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, "You cannot possibly surpass my absolute shot. Dare you attempt it once more? Bring it on. I have already discovered the means to counter it." Xia Mo responded with a smile. "Very well, let us proceed," the dark smoke declared as he dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line. At this moment, Xia Mo felt a sense of uncertainty within. In the blink of an eye, before Xia Mo could fully prepare, the dark smoke surged forth, launching a fierce and sudden breakthrough. Xia Mo swiftly stepped forward to defend. However, the ominous black mist offered him no respite. Suddenly, it retreated and leaped into the air. Was it intending to combine this retreat with an absolute shot? Xia Mo pondered inwardly. It appeared that the black mist was not without its tactics. He assessed in his heart. At this moment, Xia Mo also realized that the black mist was, in essence, a reflection of himself. It seemed to be a form of self-mockery. Xia Mo managed a wry smile. Then, the black mist soared high, its gaze filled with provocation as it looked down at Xia Mo, as if declaring that the shot was utterly unstoppable by him. Xia Mo's lips curled into a subtle grin, a hint of mischief blossoming at the corners. As he leaped into the air, the black mist hurriedly prepared to execute the absolute shot. Yet at that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The basketball had been intercepted by Xia Mo. "No, this is impossible." The black mist crouched down, cradling its head in despair. "There is nothing impossible. All it takes is to leap and block your shot from above, isn't that so? You cannot disregard the gaze and shoot directly." Xia Mo approached the black mist with measured steps. "Am I not right, little black?" A playful smile danced across Xia Mo's face as he regarded the black mist. "Impossible. How could you have thought of that?" The black mist glared at Xia Mo, roaring as if confronted by a phantom. "Because I have grasped a profound truth," Xia Mo proclaimed, extending his hand before the black mist. "Because I am you, and you are me." A pure, innocent smile illuminated Xia Mo's face. The black mist was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, understanding dawned upon the black mist as it too extended its hand, their fingers intertwining tightly. Xia Mo effortlessly summoned the dark mist. He then patted the shoulder of the mist, saying, "My good brother, is there really a distinction between us?" With that, the body of the dark mist gradually became translucent. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo inquired urgently, "Are you about to depart?" "Indeed, I must take my leave. We are inseparable," replied the black mist with a smile. This marked the first instance of the black mist revealing a smile. Gradually, Its form became translucent and diminished in size. Ultimately, it transformed into a small orb, which then entered Xia Mo's forehead. In an instant, a myriad of techniques surged within Xia Mo's mind: the dreamlike footsteps, the phantom Eurostep, the battle axe dunk, and the 360-degree turnaround two-handed slam. Each movement detonated like fireworks in Xia Mo's consciousness. Xia Mo was suddenly struck by a splitting headache, causing her to faint. Chapter 29. The Call of the System. Xia Mo gradually emerged from his unconscious state, slowly opening his eyes. He found himself once again on the familiar basketball court, enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, a sharp pain throbbed in his head. Struggling, he placed his hands on the ground and managed to rise to his feet. Why does my head ache so intensely? Xia Mo pressed his palm against his forehead. I recall, I was playing basketball against the dark mist, and in the end, I emerged victorious. Xia Mo reminisced about everything that had just transpired. It seemed that he had triumphed over the dark fog. He strolled slowly towards the basketball hoop, gazing thoughtfully at the net. Why has the system still not manifested? He murmured softly, his heart filled with confusion. He couldn't help but reflect on the days before his journey began. Back then, he was merely an inconsequential individual in class, consumed by games and fervently passionate about the NBA. Whenever the class basketball tournament approached, he yearned to participate, yet the school basketball team consistently erected formidable barriers against him. Xia Mo's basketball skills were far from remarkable. With his frail physique, he found himself unwelcome even on the casual street courts, let alone in competitive matches. He clenched his fists and struck the basketball hoop with force, his heart brimming with resentment. Why, despite my relentless efforts? Xia Mo lowered his head, tears cascading silently down his cheeks. The mocking voices of his classmates echoed in his ears. With that physique, you think you can compete? I could easily outplay you with one hand tied behind my back. My girlfriend plays better than you. In that moment, Xia Mo's frustration intensified. He withdrew his fists and stepped away from the hoop, silently vowing, "Here, I shall become the sovereign of the basketball realm, and I will prove myself to everyone." Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered behind him, yet he remained oblivious. A pure, flawless hand gently rested upon his right shoulder. Sensing something unusual, Xia Mo turned to glance at his shoulder, only to behold a luminous white palm. Startled, he leaped back. Upon turning around, he discovered it was the system. Xia Mo let out a sigh, expressing his exasperation. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. Could you not make your presence known beforehand next time?" He spoke while clutching his chest. "I noticed you were feeling down, so I chose not to disturb you," the system girl replied, gracefully hovering in midair, her hands gently waving, causing the basketball court to vanish in an instant. Xia Mo gently stroked his chin with his left hand, observing the system girl before inquiring, "Why do you seem smaller?" "The repair of the space-time rift consumed an immense amount of energy," the system girl replied, lowering her gaze to examine her own form and letting out a soft sigh. "So you possess the ability to shrink as well. Has the rift been mended?" Xia Mo asked. "Yes, nearly. However, my current energy consumption is too great, and I cannot recover here," the system girl responded thoughtfully. "In this place, I am unable to replenish my strength, making it difficult to assist you in leaving the space-time rift. Perhaps it would be better for you to remain here while I seek a solution." She looked at Xia Mo, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Ah, aren't we supposed to support each other? How can you suggest leaving me behind?" Xia Mo exclaimed, stepping forward in an attempt to grasp her arm. In an instant, the system girl soared to a height of 3 meters, covering her mouth with her right hand and giggling. "I was just teasing you. I find your anxious demeanor amusing. My energy cannot sustain me for much longer. I am nearing my dormancy point and need to rest for a while." With that, she waved her hand, and a small black dot appeared before them, gradually expanding into a void gate, beyond which lay an impenetrable darkness, its destination unknown. "I will continue to slumber within you. You must venture into the endless domain and claim the championship in the ultimate basketball competition there. The prize is the void crystal, which can restore my powers." The system girl floated like an ethereal sprite, her delicate white feet swaying leisurely. "So, what lies beyond this void gate? How can the void crystal replenish your energy?" And, Xia Mo queried, akin to an explorer, "Enough with the questions. I will directly input the scene within the void gate into your consciousness shortly." The system girl said, her form gradually diminishing. "You may call me Xiaoya." She transformed into a beam of shimmering light and shot into Xia Mo's body. "Xiaoya." Xia Mo fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a torrent of information about the void gate surged into his mind. The endless domain was originally a desolate expanse, devoid of soil, water, and inhabitants. until a practitioner ascended and arrived, utilizing their powers to construct a dwelling. Over time, this place evolved into its current form. Because the initial practitioners hailed from a blue planet, the competitive events they hosted bore a striking resemblance to those on the blue planet. Ah, I see. The world of practitioners is quite intriguing, Xia Mo mused as he stepped into the void gate. As he traversed the void gate, Xia Mo felt a powerful tug, and his body instantaneously lost its weightlessness before plummeting from a great height. Oh no. Ultimately, Xia Mo fell with a thud into a thicket. Ouch. That hurt terribly. Struggling to his feet, Xia Mo remarked, "How did I get transported to the sky?" He surveyed his surroundings. Is this a place filled with flying ships? No. Are those cars with wings? Colorful beams of light dart through the air, while those winged vehicles race along the tracks. Towering skyscrapers surround the scene, adorned with a kaleidoscope of flickering neon lights. The figures on the street. Wait, are some of them robots? Xia Mo pinched his cheek. Could it be that I have traversed into the future? Each individual wears a device resembling a hearing aid in their left ear. From this apparatus, a band of light encircles their heads, connecting to the other ear, akin to wearing contact lenses. If I am not mistaken, this must be virtual reality technology. He mused, stroking his chin. After all, Xia Mo is an avid gamer and is no stranger to such advanced technology. At this moment, he finds himself at a loss. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the air. Thief. Xia Mo turned to see a half-mechanical creature, one arm forged from iron, rushing towards him. Xia Mo swiftly approached and seized the man's arm. Release it, or else. Before the opponent could finish his words, Xia Mo launched a sudden punch, striking him squarely. Caught off guard, the man instantly collapsed to the ground. Soon after, a woman adorned with a myriad of colorful graffiti hurried after him. Her true visage was obscured by the vibrant patterns, rendering her both enigmatic and uncanny. Xia Mo did not comprehend the dialogue between them. He merely observed someone rushing towards him. Initially intending to ask for directions, the person's fierce demeanor instilled a sense of threat in Xia Mo, prompting him to take preemptive action. After all, he reasoned, it is always preferable to strike first than to react defensively. The woman spoke to him with fervent eloquence, then clasped her hands together and bowed in his direction. Xia Mo wore a look of confusion. I do not comprehend your language, he admitted, scratching his head. Chapter 30. The Realm of Void. Xia Mo gazed intently at the woman before him. Her silver hair was neatly cropped, accentuating her sharp features, while the elaborate eye makeup obscured the patterns on her face. Clad in knee-high boots, form-fitting leather pants, and a leather jacket, she exuded an aura of competence. The woman retrieved a device resembling headphones from her crossbody bag and handed it directly to Xia Mo, who did not hesitate to put it on. The lightweight apparatus rested comfortably on his outer ear, emitting a series of beeps, and a luminous band extended from his left ear to his right, imbued with a futuristic essence. You can understand me now, can't you? It appears you are a visitor from another realm, the woman remarked, crossing her arms. What is this? Xia Mo inquired, pointing at the device on his ear. This is a translator, capable of converting various languages into a format your brain can comprehend, she explained, gesturing to her own device. Moreover, it boasts numerous functions, such as shopping, she continued, her words flowing effortlessly. Subsequently, the woman expressed her gratitude for Xia Mo's chivalrous actions. You seem to be a stranger here. Are you familiar with this place? What brings you to this realm? She asked. I have come to participate in a premier basketball tournament to win the Void Stone, Xia Mo replied candidly. Oh, is that so? As it happens, I know of a team that I can introduce you to, the woman responded, taking Xia Mo's hand and leading him forward. My name is Vilo. What about you? Vilo glanced back, her gaze fixed on Xia Mo. Xia Mo felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze, as he seldom interacted with girls. My name is Xia Mo. Xia Mo shyly lowered his head. Thus, Vilo led Xia Mo into a speeding car, gliding through the skies. Xia Mo gazed out at the landscape beyond the window. This appeared to be a city of cybernetic aesthetics, where technological advancements had astonishingly surpassed those of my own planet. Xia Mo marveled inwardly. In fact, just prior to his transference, he had been engrossed in a cyber-themed game, leaving him with particularly vivid memories of this style. With a deafening roar, a flying vehicle silently descended upon the pinnacle of a skyscraper. Will gracefully took hold of Xia Mo's elbow, and together they navigated the stairs with steady strides, halting within a peculiar structure resembling a glass dome. With a deft flick of his wrist, Will conjured a series of virtual control panels before them. It seemed this device functioned similarly to an elevator. Xia Mo mused as he observed the ethereal buttons. Then, accompanied by a faint whoosh, the transparent dome vanished in an instant. In the next moment, they found themselves in a vast open space. Here we are. This is my brother's domain. Will waved his hand lightly, causing the glass dome to disappear completely. Xia Mo surveyed his surroundings. The dark purple court exuded an atmosphere entirely distinct from traditional arenas. The ground was adorned with a riot of colorful graffiti, while the court markings, the free throw area and three-point line, were outlined in deep crimson neon lights, flickering with an enigmatic glow. While others engaged in fierce battles within this cyber world, I found myself playing basketball here. Xia Mo couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. What's amusing you? Will inquired, tilting his head in bemusement. Oh, it's nothing. Just the scenery here strikes me as quite novel. Xia Mo chuckled, scratching his head. Hey Will, what prompted you to come and see your brother today? A tall, burly man approached, his dark skin and towering height of at least 2 meters making an immediate impression. He sported a neatly trimmed beard and strikingly vibrant red hair. I've brought you a new friend. He.S. eager to join the competition. Will nodded at him. This young man seems to be from out of town. Greetings. I am Will's brother, Arthur. Arthur's broad palm came down heavily on my shoulder. Impressive physique. I wonder how adept he is at basketball. Arthur then turned and called out loudly, FaZe, come out and meet the newcomer. As Xia Mo observed a shadow emerging from the lounge ahead, her heart raced with trepidation. It was a creature with a head resembling that of a lizard and a humanoid form, dragging along a long tail behind it. FaZe, clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts, exuded an aura of ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. Surely, he does not intend to devour me? Xia Mo nervously swallowed. FaZe, I merely intended for you to meet the newcomer, not to frighten her. Upon noticing Xia Mo's fear, Will reprimanded him. I did not frighten her. FaZe replied innocently, scratching his wrinkled scalp. Is this your first encounter with a mutant? Will inquired, casting a glance at me. I swallowed again, responding. There are plenty of mutants around here. FaZe is quite amiable, so you need not be afraid. However, do keep in mind that there is a troublesome individual named Was. He is rather eccentric, so it's best to minimize your interactions with him. Will whispered this caution into my ear. What are you whispering about? Come, FaZe, this is our new team member. Arthur embraced FaZe's shoulders and nudged him towards me. Hello. I am FaZe. Do not be alarmed by my appearance. I am a vegetarian, a herbivore, FaZe said with a hearty smile, patting his head. Why yes, nice to meet you. This is my first encounter with a mutant. My name is Xia Mo. Xia Mo introduced herself with a hint of anxiety. Just in time. We are currently short-staffed in our facility, Arthur remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Would you like to test your abilities? FaZe ranks 3rd here. You could challenge him. Velo gently nudged me. All right, I can give it a try. Xia Mo still felt a lingering apprehension regarding FaZe's strength. Come on, FaZe. I will assess your power to see if you are worthy of joining the X Alliance. The X Alliance, a premier organization established by Arthur on Planet T, consistently ranks within the top 10 globally. Although Planet T is less than a quarter the size of the Blue Planet, its population is relatively sparse. It is noteworthy that Planet T was once desolate, only a quarter the size of the Blue Planet, which initially attracted numerous displaced beings. Over time, the unique life forms here have proliferated. The original creators, after establishing all of this, continued to guide others in the pursuit of technology and knowledge. And their efforts greatly accelerated the development of Planet T. When they felt that Planet T no longer required their protection and could sustain itself, they departed for new realms of the universe. Now, it has been 2,000 years since the creator's departure. Xia Mo stood beyond the three-point line, gazing intently at the hoop, which appeared as a virtual rim, while the backboard resembled an enormous touchscreen, continuously shifting patterns. There was no basketball hoop. The backboard floated in midair. Xia Mo patted his chest, silently vowing to swiftly locate the Void Stone and escape this land of turmoil. Chapter 31. The Basketball Showdown. Have you ever encountered a court like this? Fess gently dribbled the ball twice upon the ground. Come, let me witness your skills. Fess passed the ball to Xia Mo. Xia Mo held the ball in his hands, gazing at the basketball that was profoundly different from the one he usually used. The completely black sphere bore no texture whatsoever. Xia Mo furrowed her brow. The lack of texture on the basketball made it exceedingly challenging to handle. Xia Mo lightly tapped the ground. I shall launch my attack, he declared. FaZe immediately assumed a defensive stance, spreading his arms wide, ever ready to counter Xia Mo's onslaught. Xia Mo abruptly pushed off the ground, launching a fierce breakthrough to the right side of FaZe. FaZe's large hand swiftly reached out towards the ball-handling hand of Xia Mo. Decisive and resolute, without a hint of hesitation, FaZe's defense was evidently marked by its aggressive intensity. Xia Mo skillfully retrieved the ball and swiftly pivoted. He intended to execute a dual-direction change right from the outset. At this moment, FaZe was unable to anticipate Xia Mo's attacking trajectory, prompting him to create distance between them. His defensive instincts were remarkably acute, eliciting admiration from Xia Mo. Meanwhile, Xia Mo alternated his dribbling beneath his legs, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. With a remarkably low center of gravity, he launched his assault from FaZe's right side. His speed was such that FaZe found himself struggling to respond effectively. Xia Mo felt a quiet sense of triumph within. She had surpassed him. Xia Mo deftly leaped and executed a layup, the ball swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. The pixelated figure atop the hoop transformed into a vibrant array of colors, bursting with exuberance. It appears I have underestimated your prowess. Fist skillfully curled the ball back with his tail. He chuckled modestly, attributing his success to mere fortune. Xia Mo scratched the back of his head in response. Fist received the ball, retreating beyond the three-point line, holding it in one hand while facing away from Xia Mo. Oh no, he struck again. Xia Mo muttered to himself. The disparity in their physiques led Fist to adopt a post-up strategy. He gradually advanced toward the basket, applying relentless pressure with each step. Xia Mo encircled Fist with his arms, but due to their contrasting physiques, he could only adopt a close defensive stance. Fist's expression was elusive, and suddenly, he leaped into the air. Launching from the free throw line, he soared over Xia Mo's head, clutching the ball with both hands, and executed a powerful slam dunk. The pixelated figures on the rim simulated this moment, and a multitude of figures erupted in jubilant celebration. Xia Mo was left in awe. The sheer explosiveness of that jump was astounding. The ability to pivot and execute such a thunderous dunk mid-play was something he could scarcely aspire to achieve himself. It was truly remarkable. As Fist descended and steadied himself, he elucidated, as a mutant, we assimilate traits from other mutant species, such as the formidable physique and exceptional leaping ability of a lizard. With that, Fist clenched his fists, showcasing his robust arms. His muscles resembled small hills, leaving one utterly impressed. Xia Mo chuckled and shook his head, pondering the multitude of mutants he might encounter during the competition. When it was his turn to attack, he had already devised a strategy. He swiftly seized the ball, not allowing FaZe a moment to adjust his defensive stance. He began to continuously alternate his center of gravity. A change of direction, is it? FaZe remarked, observing Xia Mo, it seems your skills are quite impressive. You understand how to deal with power-oriented opponents. Xia Mo remained unresponsive, solely focused on shifting his center of gravity. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity, he transitioned from a low center of gravity to a high one, while FaZe simultaneously adapted to the change. Taking advantage of this opportune moment, Xia Mo immediately advanced to the right with a lower center of gravity. Fist was utterly unprepared for such a maneuver, left only to watch in astonishment as Xia Mo raced past him. After surpassing his opponent, Xia Mo executed the jelly layup, soaring gracefully into the air. With his right hand delicately cradling the ball, he tossed it with a gentle flick, imparting a subtle spin with his fingertips. The ball danced like a mischievous child, spinning and colliding with the rim before finding its way through the net. In an instant, the rim was illuminated in a brilliant purple hue. This exquisite skill was beyond replication. FaZe was taken aback, for this very maneuver was the signature move of Waz. On the sidelines, Arthur observed the scene, thoughtfully stroking his chin. This young man indeed possessed some remarkable talent. Vero sat on a floating bench, her gaze fixed on Xia Mo's layup, her eyes wide with astonishment. FaZe remained silent, quietly retrieving the ball. Did you teach yourself this move? He suddenly inquired. Of course. It's my own understanding. Who else could teach me? Xia Mo replied as he stepped to the free throw line. Your comprehension is truly impressive. To think you devised Waz's signature move on your own, FaZe remarked, retreating to the three-point line and lightly dribbling the ball with his right hand. However, in comparison to Waz's cunning layup, it still falls short. A flicker of emerald light sparkled in FaZe's gaze as he regarded Xia Mo. What Waz? Is he the rebellious one Vero mentioned? Xia Mo pondered for a moment. I must certainly meet him in person next time. Xia Mo stood at the free throw line, gazing intently at Fist. Suddenly, he noticed the flickering green light in Fist's eyes. Xia Mo's heart trembled. What was it? Before Xia Mo could recall the word, Fai's suddenly launched an assault. At that moment, Fai's resembled a bulldozer, charging fiercely towards the hoop. Xia Mo braced himself for battle. However, he suddenly found himself in a state of shock. Before his eyes, a slumbering colossal beast appeared to awaken, charging towards him with a thunderous roar. Its massive form resembled that of a great mountain. Xia Mo stood frozen in place. Immediately afterward, Fai's leapt into the air, forcefully slamming down with one hand. This lad possesses a certain skill, managing to induce Fai's into a state of awakening. Arthur commented from beside the levitating chair. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Ever since he executed that strategic layup, I realized he was exceptional. Velo concurred. No, that hardly qualifies as a true strategic layup, Arthur corrected with a smile. The awakening state Arthur referred to is akin to the ultra mentioned by the black smoke, albeit with varying nomenclature across regions. This state emerges in athletes as an instantaneous eruption of complete focus and concentrated awareness. It involuntarily mobilizes every organ, sense, and muscle fiber within the body, enabling them to perform at peak efficacy, reaching astonishing levels. However, under ordinary circumstances, individuals in an awakening state remain oblivious to it, as concentration often blurs self-awareness. Yet, Xia Mo is capable of perceiving his own awakening state, signifying that his innate talent is unparalleled. Typically, individuals can only harness 5% of their physical potential, much like an ant lifting objects 5 times its weight. In contrast, humans, when fully committed, can exert strength surpassing their own by 20-fold. Xia Mo now found himself immobilized, his body rigid. Young man, are you frightened? I have yet to exert my full strength, Fai's remarked with a grin. Chapter 32. The awakening of Xia Mo. At this moment, Xia Mo stood frozen in place, evidently bewildered by Fai's earlier display. However, he felt utterly powerless. His hands trembled slightly. I must not succumb to fear. Xia Mo bit his lip. It appears this lad has been startled. The current score is 2-1. Although Xia Mo is at a disadvantage, his spirit remains unyielded. He recalled the myriad of taunts he had endured, the indifference of his classmates, and the biting remarks from his parents. Xia Mo clenched his fist in silence, feigning tranquility as he stepped beyond the 3-point line. Come on, this is just the beginning, he declared. In truth, your skills are more than sufficient for a substitute, Fai's remarked. Substitute? Again with the substitute? Xia Mo's thoughts drifted back to the days before he entered this world, when he was incessantly mocked as the water dispenser attendant, perpetually relegated to the bench. But that was no longer an option. He must now unveil his true prowess. With that, Xia Mo grasped the ball, holding it with one hand. His gaze fixed intently on Fai's. As soon as he finished speaking, he dribbled the ball, swiftly switching it behind his back, a hint of derision dancing on his lips. If I cannot break through, then I shall no longer make the attempt. Xia Mo stood beyond the 3-point line, suddenly leaping into the air. Catching Fis off guard at last, Xia Mo resolved to execute the 3-point territory, a technique he had mastered during his confrontation with the black smoke. At this moment, Xia Mo leaped into the air, aimed at the hoop, and with a gentle quiver of his right fingers, he released the ball. Fai's clearly could not intervene in time. The basketball traced a graceful arc, its velocity reminiscent of a comet's fleeting shadow. With a swish, the ball found its mark in the net. Velo stood up in astonishment. A 3-pointer, and from beyond half-court. Velo marveled. Such a distant shot, if not mere chance, undoubtedly indicated that this young man possessed the potential to advance to the finals. Arthur also expressed his approval of Xia Mo. Meanwhile, Fai's nodded, watching Xia Mo with satisfaction. Impressive technique. Yet, it remains to be seen whether it was merely luck, Fai's remarked. Although the 3-point territory could enhance Xia Mo's accuracy, it was not a sustainable strategy. Xia Mo understood that this single maneuver would not suffice to defeat Fis. Now, it was Fis's turn to launch an offensive. Fis skillfully controlled the ball with one hand, preparing for a full-throttle assault. However, Xia Mo was determined not to grant Fis any opportunity. Fis's eyes continued to gleam with an eerie green light. He positioned himself just beyond the 3-point line, leaping high into the air, clutching the ball with one hand, ready to execute a slam dunk, an audacious 3-point dunk without any running start. Xia Mo sensed the impending threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into action, preparing to block the shot. Humph, do you really think you can stop me? Fis taunted provocatively. In an instant, the image of the black smoke technique, the Leonard move, flashed through Xia Mo's mind. Thousand-handed guanine. With remarkable speed, Xia Mo's hands moved like lightning, creating fleeting phantoms before Fis. Countless enormous hands materialized in front of him. Yet, Fis, relying on his extraordinary physical prowess, charged forward. Just as Fis's right hand firmly grasped the basketball, preparing for a slam dunk, a crisp sound echoed, smack. The basketball was swatted away by Xia Mo, soaring into the air. Xia Mo has triumphed. In this moment, he has conquered the fears that once resided within him. He feels a fervent passion surging through his veins, and his emotions blaze ever more intensely. Xia Mo savors the rising heat within him. Now, it is his turn to launch an offensive. Brother, look at Xia Mo's gaze. He is in a state of awakening. Velo exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Xia Mo Arthur, who had firmly believed that Fies would undoubtedly emerge victorious, or at the very least, secure a draw, now finds himself utterly astounded by the scene before him. Xia Mo has unexpectedly entered the awakened state, and in the rare purple form. At this moment, Xia Mo felt his body as light as a feather. Has it arrived? He understood within his heart that the extraordinary state had descended upon him. Fis gazed intently into Xia Mo's eyes, filled with astonishment. The awakening state. This fellow could actually activate such a mode. Fis was so surprised that he could hardly close his mouth. It is worth noting that within the X Club, among the hundreds of members, only a handful could enter the awakening state, easily counted on one hand. Yet, this seemingly ordinary individual before him possessed such remarkable ability. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Xia Mo, holding the ball in one hand, had already assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, Xia Mo's right shoulder quivered slightly, leading Faze to mistakenly believe he would make a breakthrough to the right. Instantly, he lowered his center of gravity and shifted to the right in defense. However, a faint smile grazed the corner of Xia Mo's mouth. Xia Mo stood tall and, with a decisive motion, executed a swift dribble between his legs. Fies, caught off guard, lost his balance and collapsed onto the ground. How did you do that? Fies inquired, propping himself up with his hands. Do you understand the concept of center of gravity transfer? Xia Mo replied calmly, positioning himself before Fies while dribbling. When you focus intently on defending against me, anticipating my direction of attack, my perception sharpens, allowing me to adjust my dribbling technique. In that moment, with a simple maneuver, I can disrupt your rhythm, making it easier for you to fall. Xia Mo proclaimed from his elevated stance. At that moment, Fies looked up at Xia Mo and suddenly perceived the man before him as a towering figure, akin to an insurmountable peak. Xia Mo remained grounded, without leaping, and effortlessly made a basket. Swish, the basketball swished through the net. Fies slowly rose to his feet, accepting the ball. Now, I shall give it my all. At this point, a fierce determination gleamed in Fies' eyes. As the contest progressed, both players exchanged blows, alternating between offense and defense. The score reached a tie of 4-4. The final strike. The outcome of today's victory hinged upon this very shot. Fies gripped the ball with one hand, continuing to engage in back-to-back confrontation. Xia Mo remained composed, his defense unwavering. Suddenly, Fis pivoted and surged forward, casting a fleeting glance back at Xia Mo. There was still a chance. Fis mused to himself. In an instant, he leaped into the air, poised to execute a 360-degree dunk. However, he abruptly realized that the ball in his grasp could not find its way to the hoop. It turned out that Xia Mo had also soared high, a broad hand intercepting the basketball that was destined for the net. What? Fis's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. With a resounding thud, the ball was swatted away. Fis could hardly fathom that the Xia Mo who had once seemed intimidated by his moves now displayed such formidable strength. Xia Mo sprinted forth with steady strides, deftly retrieving the ball. It was my turn to counterattack. Fis, are you ready? Xia Mo declared with a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Fis was drenched in cold sweat, just as he positioned himself at the free throw line, casting a glance at Xia Mo. He was taken aback to find the purple glow in his eyes fading. The awakening form had dissipated. Fis secretly chuckled to himself, realizing that this young lad had only just mastered this skill, and it appeared its duration was rather fleeting. Even Fis himself had no certainty regarding how long his own awakening form would endure. Young man, although your awakening form is formidable, your energy has been entirely expended. Fis asserted. Awakening form? You mean Ultra, right? I sensed it was nearly depleted long ago. However, from here on, I need not rely on that to defeat you. Xia Mo positioned himself beyond the three-point line, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. What? He is actually aware of whether his form is activated. Truly remarkable. Fis exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, this time, luck was not on his side. Fis' emerald glow intensified, sending a shiver down Xia Mo's spine. "Kid, you won't make that shot," Fees declared, and with that, his garments tore as his form instantaneously doubled in size, muscles bulging like mountains. Chapter 33. A life hanging by a thread. At this moment, Fee's veins protruded, his body swelling like a giant. He resembled a deity descended from the heavens. His towering figure standing before Xia Mo steadied his stance, gripping the ball firmly in his left hand, and struck the basketball with vigor. He dribbled with one hand, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Prepare to experience my ultimate move," Xia Mo mused to himself. Subsequently, he launched a fierce assault. Confronting the formidable Fis, Xia Mo gave it his all. At this moment, Fis also began to engage in a close-quarter struggle with Xia Mo. As Xia Mo contemplated the principle of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, he approached Phase in an instant, swiftly pivoting before leaping into the air. This seemingly simple maneuver flowed effortlessly under his command, devoid of any hesitation. Observing this, Phase also ascended high, attempting to block Xia Mo's shot. Was it truly this straightforward? Phase pondered. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Xia Mo's lips as he aimed for the precise moment Phase leapt, perceiving it as an opportune chance for a block. Xia Mo's fingers flicked gracefully, and he swiftly made his move. Phase hurried to block, his broad palms seemingly on the verge of making contact with the basketball. However, it was merely an illusion. A sense of foreboding washed over Phase as he realized the gravity of the situation. With a swish, the ball found its way into the net. Instantly, Xia Mo's name and the striking word victory illuminated above the hoop. Beside him, Arthur was left in awe. Mumbling to himself, how could Xia Mo possess such extraordinary skills? In truth, the absolute shot appeared deceptively simple, riddled with flaws. Yet, when it came to a real confrontation, one would find it nearly impossible to time a block, no matter how adept one was at leaping. The opponent always seemed to be a step ahead, making it impossible to seize the right moment. Xia Mo had executed such a tactic, and Phase was likely unaware of its intricacies, which explained his astonishment. Velo observed Xia Mo, a contemplative expression etched upon his face. At that moment, Phase slumped to the ground, clearly defeated, as Xia Mo had secured the victory. Gradually, Phase emerged from his shock, his body returning to its original form. What just happened? I was certain I had blocked it. Flames of disbelief flickered in Phase's eyes. "You did indeed block it, but it was merely an illusion," Arthur replied, stepping closer. With a gentle wave of his hand, a virtual image materialized before him, depicting the earlier contest between Xia Mo and Phase. Phase stared intently at the virtual screen, witnessing Xia Mo pivot and leap. As Phase launched himself to block, Xia Mo's fingers quivered. The basketball did not soar towards the hoop but arced over his head. Phase had only obstructed a mirage. The ball returned to Xia Mo's hands, and with ease, he scored. So that was it. Phase's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment and admiration. He slapped Xia Mo's back with enthusiasm. "Well done, kid. You've got talent, I like it." Phase laughed heartily. "Just a stroke of luck," Xia Mo said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Young man, splendid work. Welcome to the Basketball Club." Arthur extended his hand. The rough calluses evident on his palm. Xia Mo extended his hand, firmly clasping Arthur's. "Xia Mo, do your utmost here. Consider this my way of repaying your kindness," Velo said with a playful gleam in her large eyes. The favor she mentioned referred to the petty thief Xia Mo had inadvertently helped her apprehend, unbeknownst to her that his true intention had merely been to seek directions. Should she uncover the truth, it would be intriguing to see her reaction. "I shall give my all to emerge victorious in the ultimate showdown," Xia Mo proclaimed, raising his hands high with a radiant smile. As the group departed from the basketball court, they entered a transparent cube, and with a series of beeping sounds, they were instantaneously transported to another area. "Xia Mo, allow me to introduce you to this building, the Basketball Club. The training ground we just visited is located on the first floor. I shall refrain from detailing the other floors. The first floor is dedicated to basketball training. The second is a dining area. My office is on the third. And your dormitory will be adjacent to Fis, situated at room 1002 on the 10th floor," Arthur explained, gesturing gracefully in the air. Xia Mo's communicator immediately emitted a series of beeping sounds, followed by a message displaying, "Key to room 02 on the 10th floor of the Basketball Club building has been received." Xia Mo stared blankly, rendered speechless. "Haha. You must be struggling with the operation. Come to my office. I shall teach you," Arthur chuckled. At that moment, Velo interjected, "Brother, I must take my leave now." I have matters to attend to. She waved her hand and departed. I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises. Velo gently patted Xia Mo's head and spoke softly. Xia Mo's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Is he still a novice? Faiz leaned in at the opportune moment and whispered to me. Although his voice was barely audible, those around us caught his words. All right, Faiz, cease your teasing. I must take my leave now. Farewell, Vilo declared as she leaped into the car, soaring away like an arrow released from its bow. Let us proceed to my office now, Arthur stated, pressing the virtual switch. Arthur's office. The three of us had entered Arthur's office. Come, Xia Mo, allow me to instruct you. Extend the index and middle fingers of your right hand and trace ins in front of you. The interface will manifest, Arthur directed. As Xia Mo followed Arthur's instructions, a mesmerizing interface materialized before her, adorned with options such as communications, transmission, shopping, and payment. This was the interface, allowing one to set various gestures for swift access. Arthur demonstrated a few motions in midair, and a virtual key appeared before him. Why don't you give it a try? I need to organize some things, Arthur remarked. After some time and under Faiz's guidance, Xia Mo finally grasped the nuances of the interface. Suddenly, a chime echoed, and the display read, Arthur invites you to become a temporary member of the X Basketball Club. I understand your intentions. You seek the Void Stone. Hence, I have not formalized the contract, merely designating you as a temporary player. Once we secure the championship, your status will naturally be revoked, Arthur stated. Gazing earnestly at Xia Mo X Basketball Club's 10th floor, Faiz guided Xia Mo to the 10th floor, where a long corridor stretched before them, flanked by doors to rooms on either side. With a cheerful smile, Xia Mo nodded, and at that moment, Faiz suggested, Come, let me show you around the dormitory. He then placed an arm around Xia Mo's shoulders and led the way outside. Xia Mo approached the door numbered 1002, her fingers gracefully tracing the air, and a virtual key promptly materialized, affixed to the door. With a silent whisper, it swung open, revealing a pristine and orderly room, predominantly adorned in shades of gray and white. Chapter 34. X Basketball Club. The space boasted a bathroom and a balcony, although devoid of a kitchen. It exuded a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Faiz guided Xia Mo through the unique artifacts within the room. This circular object is a refrigerator, and the balcony door opens automatically. At night, it dims to block out the sunlight, Faiz explained patiently. Xia Mo gradually fell into a reverie. In the realm of reality, he found himself devoid of friends. Yet here, on his very first day, he encountered trustworthy companions, Faiz, as well as Arthur and Velo, filling his heart with a wave of warmth. Xia Mo, Faiz's voice interrupted his thoughts. I've shared everything I needed to convey. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me. I reside next door in room 1003, and you can reach me at any time. Faiz spoke to Xia Mo with a kind gaze. Then, lowering his voice, he whispered, Do not forget. Waz lives directly across from you in room 1001. His temperament is rather peculiar, so do your utmost to avoid provoking him. If you encounter him, steer clear if possible. Why is that? Xia Mo inquired, puzzled. Waz was one of the founding members of Arthur's X Basketball Club and has been here the longest. Aside from Arthur, he holds the most influence in this place. On the leaderboard, Arthur ranks first in skill, Waz second, and I am third. Faiz paused momentarily before continuing. However, since you have bested me, I believe you could rightfully claim the third position. Faiz said this with a hint of jest. But under no circumstances should you provoke him, Faiz asserted seriously as he looked intently at Xia Mo. If you need anything, just knock on my door or send me a message, and I will respond. With that, Faiz returned to his own room. Xia Mo reclined on the floating bed, his hands cradling his head, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. The entire experience felt surreal. From the moment he traversed back to the NBA dynasty of 2008, encountering luminaries such as Leonard, Duncan, and Wall, to eventually meeting LeBron James. It seemed as though he were ensnared in a dream. Now, in this unfamiliar place, a tinge of worry crept into Xia Mo's mind. He pondered the well-being of Andre. Suddenly, he recalled the boy, Xiaoro. He called softly, yet received no reply. Perhaps she was still asleep. Xia Mo shook his head. Just then, an alert from the communication device broke the silence. Xia Mo checked and discovered it was a message from Faiz. Xia Mo, the training uniform will be sent to you shortly. Please select a number that you prefer. Xia Mo clicked on the mall link shared by Faiz and began to browse through the selections. The number 11 made him furrow his brow slightly. This is the one, he decided. recalling that Rei-Ko Kid also wore the number 11 in his heyday. Following this, he began to search for basketball shoes. Xia Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he beheld a pair of pristine white high-top basketball shoes that captured his attention. The white body, adorned with a hint of red, bore a striking resemblance to a certain J5. Without hesitation, Xia Mo resolved to purchase these shoes, opting for attire that harmoniously featured red and white hues to complement his choice. Xia Mo sent the selected items to FaZe, as he was rather short on funds. FaZe promptly replied that the items would arrive shortly. Surprised by the swiftness of the response, Xia Mo decided to take a shower. Upon finishing, he nearly fell to the ground in astonishment. Xiaoro lay on the bed, no longer glowing. Her smooth skin and long white hair concealed her figure. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. Why didn't you make a sound?" Xia Mo complained. "And could you possibly put on some clothing?" He shielded his eyes with his right hand. "I am awake, but my strength has yet to return. It seems only the Void Stone can assist me," Xiaoro remarked, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she observed Xia Mo's embarrassment. With a wave of her hand, a luminous aura enveloped her, and a loose white t-shirt materialized on her. "All right, let's discuss the situation here," she stated. Noticing that Xia Mo still had his hands over his eyes, she pouted in dissatisfaction. "Are you dressed yet? Do you lack a sense of masculinity?" Xiaoro inquired, her gaze teasing. "Or are you a homosexual?" she added with a playful glint in her eyes. "You." Xia Mo blushed furiously and reached out to tap her on the head. All right. Let me inform you about the circumstances here." With a gentle wave of her hand, an invisible force pulled Xia Mo to sit beside the floating bed. "This place was once desolate. Although I transported you here, I must personally explain that you are now in the X basketball club, understand?" Xiaoro lightly tapped her chin with her index finger. "Of course I know. I'm not foolish," Xia Mo retorted. "Good. Remember that the X basketball club boasts a history spanning several decades. However, be aware that the inhabitants here are not to be trifled with," Xiaoro cautioned. "Waz has been sowing discord among Arthur to gain control of the club, so avoid provoking him to prevent unnecessary trouble," she added after a brief pause. "Our primary objective is to acquire the Void Stone, and then we can leave this place. It is evident that you are not fond of it here. Moreover, your basketball skills, as they stand, are insufficient to secure a victory. More practice is required. The pinnacle of basketball competition is divided into individual matches, group matches, regional matches, and the finals. Initially, the X Basketball Club will select 8 to 9 participants for the individual matches. In this phase, you will compete against other clubs that have drawn the same opponent. The victors will form teams with the winners from other clubs to participate in the 3v3 group matches. Should you lose, your journey will end there," Xiaoro warned with a shake of her head. "However, if you win the 3v3 group match, you will be assigned teammates, leading to the regional match, which is a 5v5 competition, with the victorious side advancing to the finals," Xiaoro explained. "What if we win the 3v3 but do not have enough players for 5? Xia Mo asked anxiously. "Do you think the organizers would commit such a blunder?" Xiaoro murmured to herself. "The strongest individuals, naturally, will be directly granted entry into the regional competition. For instance, Waz and Arthur. They need not even participate in the 3v3 or individual matches," Shiro remarked. "But if I surpass them, would I not also gain direct access to the regional competition?" Xia Mo inquired. "You are overestimating yourself," Xiaoro retorted with a hint of mockery. "Do you believe that the position of the top contender is easily attained? Not only must you triumph over your opponents, but you must also shatter the skeptical gazes that scrutinize you. Do you have any idea how many eyes are upon you? Fiss's compliments are nothing but mere politeness, and you took them to heart?" Xiaoro delivered a light punch to Xia Mo's forehead. Xia Mo clutched his head, groaning in discomfort. "Listen carefully. Waz is not someone to provoke lightly, but if you cannot restrain yourself, then let your frustrations out," Xiaoro advised as she gazed at Xia Mo. Chapter 35. Sinophobia. Suddenly, a knock resonated through Xia Mo's room. "Kid, remember what I said. I need to continue my rest." With that, Xiaoro swiftly vanished into Xia Mo's mind. "What a mischievous little creature," Xia Mo mused inwardly. The knocking grew louder, echoing insistently. "Here we go. Is someone in a hurry?" Xia Mo muttered under his breath as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a figure leaning against the doorframe. No, it was not a mere man. It was a werewolf. Its head resembled that of a wolf, and its feet were adorned with claws, cloaked in a dark, shadowy hue. Its hands had morphed into enormous wolf-like claws, akin to a standing wolf. This could hardly be classified as a mere mutation. It was a true hybrid of wolf and man. Are you Xia Mo? Was inquired, crossing his claws over his chest. Yes. Who are you? Xia Mo swallowed hard. His curiosity piqued. Is it true that you defeated Fis? Was scrutinized him from head to toe. What of it? Xia Mo replied, growing wary. Huh. Even if Fis was half a fool, defeating him still indicates you possess some skill, Was remarked, extending a claw towards the back of Xia Mo's head. At this moment, Xia Mo dared not make a move, not for any other reason, but because he harbored a fear of dogs. The werewolf before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a husky. Was exerted force, pulling Xia Mo's head closer to his own. Let us engage in a contest. Allow me to witness your prowess. Was extended his long tongue and licked Xia Mo's cheek. Was, what are you doing? At that moment, Fies, just descending the stairs to train, observed Was provoking Xia Mo. Just having a look, curious to see who has vanquished you. Was withdrew his hands and then turned towards his door, not looking back. Remember, if your skills prove inadequate and hinder my progress, I shall not hesitate to expel you from the X-basketball team. You. Was slammed the door shut, denying Fies any opportunity to respond. Xia Mo, are you all right? You seem quite frightened. Fies rushed forward with concern. I'm fine, I just fear dogs. Fies paused, then erupted into laughter. Xia Mo, you are simply hilarious, he exclaimed, clutching his belly in mirth. Never mind, I shall go practice my shooting touch downstairs, if you wish to train. Seek me out. Fies waved goodbye as he departed, leaving Xia Mo standing there. It was too similar, too much like a husky. Xia Mo silently murmured to himself. Despite frequently watching humorous videos featuring huskies, his fear of dogs remained insurmountable. Xia Mo gently patted his chest, murmuring with a mix of helplessness and self-mockery. Let me rest for a while, just a moment of respite. Thus, he stepped into the bedroom, plunging himself into the embrace of the bed, sinking into a profound slumber. Xia Mo, after a long absence, finally indulged in a serene slumber. It was a profound sleep that allowed him to be free from distractions. In his dreams, he cradled the NBA championship trophy, having achieved an illustrious record of 72 victories without a single defeat. His teammates surrounded him, lifting him towards the heavens, united in jubilant shouts of MVP. MVP. Former classmates emerged, exclaiming with fervor, Xia Mo, we once misunderstood you. A magnanimous person does not dwell on the petty. Xia Mo responded with a gentle smile. We are all family, it's merely a trivial matter. However, an abrupt pang of pain jolted Xia Mo from his slumber. Xiao Ro had appeared unbeknownst to him, sitting beside him, her hands anxiously shaking his head, yet inadvertently colliding with the wall. Xia Mo, awaken quickly, cease your delightful dreams. Xiao Ro, why are you seated on me? Xia Mo rubbed his aching head. Why does it hurt so much? Just let me sleep a little longer. The dream I was having is not yet finished. Xia Mo attempted to pull the quilt over herself once more in an effort to resume her slumber. However, it was futile. Get up quickly, you must train at once, or you may be eliminated in the individual competition. Xiaoro hastily grasped Xia Mo's arm, and due to her petite stature, she inadvertently fell onto Xia Mo. Xia Mo felt two soft mounds pressed against his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the playful visage of Xiaoro mere inches away. Instantly, he sprang upright, exclaiming, all right, I shall descend at once. Indeed. He is quite the timid fellow, Xiaoro remarked, her arms crossed over her chest, pouting. Xia Mo quickly freshened up, just as the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a delivery robot holding his newly purchased basketball shoes and jersey, which fit perfectly. Xiaoro glanced over and remarked on their stylish appeal. Xia Mo disregarded her and strode out of the room, taking the transparent elevator down to the first floor. The atmosphere on the first floor was vibrant and bustling, with several large basketball courts alive with voices. Arthur was leading his team in practice, while Waz was engaged in a match with a few others. Xia Mo turned to see Fis practicing his shooting alone. He approached Fis, still training. Are you? Fis wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Indeed. Shall we practice together? That suits me perfectly. Xia Mo readily agreed. Subsequently, Xia Mo and Fis engaged in an intense showdown. The audience gradually increased. Have you heard? The newcomer managed to defeat Fis right upon arrival. I know. I also heard he possesses Lord Waz's ultimate technique. Indeed. It seems he is not to be underestimated. Among the crowd, some cheered for Fis, while others rallied for Xia Mo. With his left hand deftly dribbling the ball like a flowing stream, Xia Mo swiftly breached Fiss's defense and elegantly scored with a layup, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. He executed Waz's signature move, the phantom layup. Waz's gaze gradually sharpened on Xia Mo's performance. Impressive speed, young man, Fiss remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. He glanced at the scoreboard, which stood at a tie of 3-3. Fiss continued, your awakening state still lacks duration. I can maintain mine for 20 minutes. Yours barely lasts 10 at most. You need to practice more. Understood, let us continue. Xia Mo replied. Wait. Waz approached them. You, of all people, have mastered this technique? Waz inquired, his eyes fixed on Xia Mo. Isn't it something anyone can learn? Xia Mo responded, puzzled. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that someone dared to speak to Waz in such a manner. Xia Mo was not deliberately putting on a facade. Rather, this maneuver came effortlessly to him. Oh, what a fine young man. Waz lifted his gaze, a provocative glint in his eyes. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. A mocking light flickered in Waz's eyes. And what of it? Xia Mo replied nonchalantly. Come, let us engage in a contest. Do you dare accept the challenge? Waz said, his face marred by displeasure. Chapter 36. The fury of the husky Waz's expression transcended mere anger. It was beyond description. His visage contorted grotesquely as he extended his long tongue to lick his claws. Oh dear, with claws so lengthy, how could I possibly compete with you? Xia Mo quipped. Humph, too much talk. Come on then. Waz was eager to engage. Xia Mo, let it be. Do not lay a hand on him. Fiss whispered discreetly in Xia Mo's ear. I shall challenge you, Waz. Fiss stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. With your record of defeat, no matter how many times, you shall always lose. Waz regarded Fiss with utter disdain. You. Fiss's face turned pale with fury. Come, let us compete. Seeing this, Xia Mo secretly reveled in delight, saying, Xia Mo. Fiss hesitated. It's fine. Watch closely as I triumph over him. Xia Mo winked at Fiss. Xia Mo, with the ball in hand, gazed at Waz. Waz remarked, don't accuse me of bullying you. You may take the first shot. Humph, that's unnecessary. Let us contend for possession instead. Xia Mo relinquished the basketball. The two stood beyond the three-point line. A decisive 5-shot challenge, where the one who scores the most shall gain control. Xia Mo proposed. Waz seized the ball and shot directly, the sphere striking the backboard with a resounding thud before finding its way into the net. Xia Mo let out a dissatisfied hum, thinking it was nothing remarkable. But the subsequent scene left him somewhat astonished. He watched as the basketball struck the ground and rebounded towards Waz, who swiftly took his shot. The ball collided with the backboard and rolled back to his feet. If the first shot was merely a stroke of luck, the consecutive 2 shots that followed could hardly be attributed to coincidence. It became clear that he was skillfully manipulating the trajectory of the ball by harnessing the force of the rebound. Xia Mo silently admired Waz. His prowess should not be underestimated. A series of whooshing sounds filled the court as Waz scored 5 consecutive baskets, showcasing his precision. He then passed the ball to Xia Mo and, with a hint of provocation, remarked, Hey, you're a bit slow. Otherwise, I would have been even quicker. Xia Mo received the ball and, with a quintessential shooting stance, responded with several shots, successfully making 5 out of 4 attempts. At this moment, Waz took the initiative in the offense. Holding the ball, Waz glanced at Xia Mo and remarked with a grin, don't accuse me of bullying a novice. Who is the novice? Xia Mo feigned ignorance, shaking his head from side to side. Humph, silver-tongued. Waz huffed, cautioning, young man, be wary of your steps. Xia Mo spread his arms wide, poised and ready to defend. Waz held the ball in one hand, keenly observing Xia Mo's supporting foot. In an instant, Waz accelerated, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Xia Mo was astonished by his remarkable speed. Immediately afterward, Waz effortlessly made a layup, clapping his hands and saying, It's your turn now, little one. Xia Mo fell into silence as he took possession of the ball, dribbling it with one hand. He thought to himself, his speed is astonishing. I must remain vigilant. Xia Mo exerted a subtle strength with one hand, leaping forward with a grand stride to launch an assault towards the right side of Waz. However, Waz appeared to remain unresponsive. Xia Mo sensed that an opportunity had arisen. He decisively surged forward. As he darted past Waz, he thought, Do you wish to challenge me in speed? Humph, you are far from swift. In an instant, the basketball in Xia Mo's grasp vanished without a trace. He turned back to find the ball firmly held in Waz's claws. Waz tossed the basketball into the air, lightly manipulating it as it spun under his control. To me, This speed appeared as if it were being played in slow motion, magnified tenfold. With an air of arrogance, Was flung the ball back to Xia Mo, tauntingly challenging him, "Come again, let us see if you can penetrate my defense." Xia Mo once again possessed the ball, acutely aware of the pressure emanating from Was. With a low center of gravity, he skillfully dribbled with his left hand, suddenly transitioning to a higher stance as he jogged towards Was. Was, however, remained unfazed, confidently extending his arms in defense. Xia Mo executed Irving's signature move, the Sam God. He initially pushed the ball at a 45-degree angle, leading Was to believe he would accelerate and cut to one side. Xia Mo sensed a slight shift in Was's center of gravity and swiftly repositioned the ball, altering his trajectory in preparation to bypass Was. As Xia Mo suddenly accelerated with the ball, Was's balance was disrupted, a chill running through him as he realized he had fallen under Xia Mo's rhythm. In truth, Xia Mo, while accelerating, had subtly activated Was's alertness, compelling him to quickly adjust his center of gravity in response to the impending assault. At that moment, Xia Mo executed a series of cross steps, a swift change in footwork sufficient to unsettle his opponent. However, Xia Mo's flaw lay in his overly conspicuous feints. Against a seasoned adversary like Was, his intention to execute a backhand strike had already been discerned. Was steadied himself, shifting to defend the opposite side. Sensing the danger, Xia Mo recognized that Was had anticipated his move and was reaching out to intercept him. Yet, with a smile, Xia Mo feigned a backhand shot. While still surging towards his original direction, he deftly employed the indistinguishable fake Sam Good tactic, rendering Was unable to predict his true trajectory. In the blink of an eye, Xia Mo successfully breached Was's defense, leaving Was astonished by the boy's cunning prowess. With no time for contemplation, Was immediately pursued. Xia Mo leaped, knees slightly bent, cradling the basketball, fingers quivering gently in preparation for a jelly layup. A smirk curled at the corner of Was's mouth, trying to replicate my deceptive layup? Your skills are still too immature. With that, Was's hand moved like lightning, lightly brushing the ball just as it was released, altering its flight path. The basketball ricocheted back towards Xia Mo, clapping his hands together. Was proclaimed arrogantly, "Kid, your skills may be strong, but against me, you are destined for defeat." Xia Mo sighed inwardly. Is this how it ends? At that moment, a tall figure strolled over from the sidelines, sporting red hair. Clad in a black-fitted training suit paired with loose shorts, and wearing black athletic shoes, arms crossed over his chest, Was glanced over and frowned. "Arthur, are you being too harsh, bullying the newcomer?" Turning around, Xia Mo was delighted to see Arthur and waved enthusiastically. "Arthur," he exclaimed with excitement. "Bullying? Huh. What a charming way to put it," Was replied, resting his hands behind his head. "Care to experience what it feels like to be bullied?" Was provocatively stared at Arthur. Arthur's demeanor shifted dramatically, clearly incensed. "Do you believe I can render you completely powerless?" Arthur glared at Was, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 37. The Big Brother on the Court. Arthur's eyes burned crimson as he glared at Was. Xia Mo understood that Arthur was defending him. "Captain, is it necessary to get so riled up?" Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. With a scoff, he declared, "Humph, Captain, today is my showdown with Was. Just watch, I will undoubtedly prevail." Xia Mo assured Arthur. "Was, no underhanded tricks." Arthur's gaze remained fixed on Was. He then turned to Xia Mo. "Xia Mo, be careful, don't get hurt." Was casually replied, "Against a little brat, I wouldn't stoop to using despicable means." As he spoke, he licked his claws. "Cunning tactics?" Xia Mo stole a glance at Was's grip on the ball, a chill creeping through him. At this moment, Was expertly controlled the ball with a single hand. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xia Mo. "Allow me to demonstrate what unparalleled speed truly is," he proclaimed. Was undoubtedly a player of speed, and Xia Mo realized he needed to devise a strategy. Suddenly, Was made his move. He dribbled fiercely, charging towards Xia Mo, who, surprisingly, failed to react in time. Was let out a triumphant laugh, concealing the ball behind his body with his left hand, then swiftly receiving it with his right, racing forward to break through. Xia Mo sensed the urgency of the situation and closely followed, fully committed to defense. Quite a swift reaction," Was remarked as he deftly maneuvered the ball behind his back and leaped into the air. He was poised to execute a cunning layup. Xia Mo's gaze was fixed intently on Was's claws, observing as the basketball quivered slightly under his control. Then, under Xia Mo's watchful eyes, it began to pivot towards the hoop. As Xia Mo reached out to block the shot, the ball seemed to possess a life of its own, deftly evading his grasp. Was chuckled to himself. thinking surely he could not defend against this. Yet, in the next moment, he was astounded. Was it already landed? While Xia Mo remained suspended in midair. What an astonishing ability to defy gravity. Xia Mo gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his balance, while his other hand swiftly struck, sending the basketball soaring away. The audience erupted in astonishment. Even the seasoned Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. This young man's progress is astonishing. Arthur silently praised him. Fies was equally taken aback, having successfully thwarted Waz's cunning layup. It is worth noting that in the previous Pinnacle Basketball Showdown, Waz had relied on this very cunning layup to advance from the regional competition to the finals, overcoming countless opponents. Yet today, he was met with Xia Mo's imposing block. Waz clenched his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. Xia Mo steadied his footing and, with a hint of pride, mockingly remarked, "Oh, is that all? Cunning layup? I think it would be better dub Little Fox layup." At that moment, Waz was seething with rage, a silvery haze enveloping the air around him. Waz was serious now. The newcomer was in for a rough time. Just looking at him makes me want to challenge him. Waz began to give it his all. Xia Mo sensed the impending doom. He had merely intended to provoke him verbally. He never anticipated that Waz would take it to heart. In the realm of the court, verbal provocations are the norm, and some players might lose control and be ejected from the game, making psychological training essential for athletes. Waz's recent emotions had been as tempestuous as a storm, having been expelled from matches multiple times due to the barbs of opponents. These taunts rendered him uncontrollable, and in confrontations, he would tear his adversaries to shreds. Waz's fighting prowess was nothing short of terrifying. After all, he was a hybrid of a werewolf. Waz. Arthur succinctly called out to him. I will not end his life. I intend to make him suffer. Waz fixed his unyielding gaze upon Xia Mo, not even glancing away. Xia Mo swallowed hard. Xia Mo, be careful. Waz is serious this time. Faze, the one most concerned for Xia Mo, shouted out. At this moment, Xia Mo held the ball in his hands, contemplating his offensive strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the encounter with the old man on the makeshift baseball field. A clever plan swiftly formed in his mind. Xia Mo, with his right hand gripping the ball, advances single-handedly, facing Waz's defense. Waz, arms outstretched, maintains his balance while keenly observing Xia Mo's movements. Xia Mo suddenly shielded his chest with his left forearm, forcefully pushing Waz toward the paint while dribbling the ball to his side with his right hand. Waz calmly replied, Do you think you can use your body to force me into the key? Not a chance. Though I may not match your size, should you attempt a layup, I shall block you with lightning speed. He suppressed the anger brewing within him. Oh dear, have you seen through my intentions? Xia Mo feigned surprise. Yet his movements remained relentless, continuously leveraging his elbow to push Waz back, gradually encroaching upon the painted area. Xia Mo realized that while Waz's endurance could not rival that of Fist, his speed was astonishing and his accuracy remarkably high. No wonder Fist was unable to defeat him. It was a matter of innate talent. He pondered this fact, reflecting on the cyclical interplay of the 5 elements. Water extinguishes fire, fire melts metal, metal cuts wood, and wood nourishes water, an endless cycle. A competitor with a physical advantage but lacking in speed and agility would find themselves at a disadvantage in one-on-one bullfighting against a speed-oriented opponent. However, power-based competitors possess defensive advantages, while balanced competitors often play a decisive role in larger competitions. As Waz felt the pressure of Xia Mo's relentless approach, a hint of anxiety crept into his heart. He attempted to push aside Xia Mo's right hand, but Xia Mo sidestepped, his arm proving too short to reach. Abandoning defense would mean Xia Mo would break through. Are you playing dirty? Waz questioned. Is this what you call playing dirty? This is strategy, do you comprehend, mister? Foolish dog? Xia Mo retorted mockingly. Waz, knowing nothing about huskies, only sensed that Xia Mo was insulting him. Xia Mo, just wait. I will ensure your defeat is utterly humiliating. Waz gritted his teeth and declared. Xia Mo, disregarding everything else, pressed his shoulder against Waz and leveraged his physical advantage to subdue his opponent. At that moment, Waz found himself at a loss, exerting every ounce of effort to snatch the ball from Xia Mo's grasp. Xia Mo would never allow Waz to succeed so easily. He advanced with measured steps, his left foot firmly planted, reminiscent of most defenders facing the right side of the hoop. Then, with his back to the basket, Xia Mo pivoted and leapt into the air, raising the basketball high above his head. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the ball glided through the net like silk. Waz leapt in an attempt to block the shot, but could only watch in dismay as the ball eluded his grasp entirely. Xia Mo executed a classic hook shot reminiscent of Street Fighter, securing a precious point. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Was. The hook shot. Though considered unorthodox by many and even dismissed by some as non-mainstream, revealed its extraordinary essence to the world following the emergence of the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. On every court, each veteran possesses their unique signature move, the hook shot, a technique that has proven infallible, instilling immense pride within them. Was gazed intently at Xia Mo. Taken aback, I never anticipated you possessed such a scoring technique. The crowd erupted with jeers, perceiving Xia Mo's layup as peculiar, albeit without foul. Only Arthur nodded discreetly, expressing his admiration for Xia Mo. Your method may lack sophistication, yet I commend your ingenuity. Was responded solemnly. However, you remain an insurmountable barrier. Wait, what do you mean by lacking sophistication? This is a hook shot. Are you unfamiliar with Sky Hook Abdul-Jabbar? You naive fool. Xia Mo retorted loudly. Was realized that this young man harbored numerous concealed techniques and could not afford to underestimate him. Preparing to launch his attack, Was held the ball with one hand. Enveloped in a dense silver mist. My defense may be weak, but my offense is impenetrable, Was stated calmly. Let's see about that. Xia Mo sneered. Suddenly, Was exerted his strength, pushing off with his right foot, charging fiercely towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo extended his arms, assuming a defensive stance. Unexpectedly, just as was about to collide with him, he suddenly pushed off with his right foot, pivoted, and remarkably maneuvered past Xia Mo, darting straight towards the right sideline. Xia Mo immediately sensed the impending danger. He swiftly retreated, intent on pursuing Was. At this moment, turning around to counterattack proved challenging as his body struggled to react swiftly. Was had already reached the basket, soaring into the air to execute a cunning layup. This maneuver, seemingly defying convention, often elicits a similar response from defenders. The crux lies in the strength of the wrist, employing the ball's rotational inertia to complete the layup. Frequently, the attacker exploits unexpected angles, breaking through from the flanks. Due to the positioning of both himself and the defender, the shooting angle becomes exceptionally tricky, rendering a conventional layup nearly impossible. In such instances, opting for a side-spinning bank shot emerges as a clever choice, allowing for an early release and mitigating the risk of being blocked. This layup technique is categorized into left spin and right spin. At this moment, Was feigned a move, then sprang into the air with force, while Xia Mo rushed in, leaping to meet him. As Was attempted the layup, he gently flicked the ball backward, preparing to utilize the strength of his wrist to spin the ball. Xia Mo's hands effectively obstructed Was's line of sight. Was smiled faintly and released the ball. The basketball spun towards Xia Mo's palm, and in an instant of contact, it plummeted into the hoop. The audience was utterly astonished, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Was's pass ingeniously utilized Xia Mo's palm as a makeshift backboard. By imparting high speed to the ball, it altered its trajectory upon contacting Xia Mo's palm, landing perfectly in the net. It is worth noting that a human palm is significantly softer than a basketball, with each individual's palm exhibiting varying degrees of elasticity. The execution of such a challenging maneuver by Was undoubtedly demands extraordinary skill. Precision and ball control is paramount. Otherwise, the basketball would deviate upon contact with Xia Mo's palm, resulting in a failed shot. Was steadied himself, coolly declaring, "You are not yet worthy to be my opponent. This is merely the beginning. There is no need to rush." Xia Mo, arms crossed, responded with calm composure. Xia Mo caught the ball, lifting it effortlessly with one hand, fixating his gaze upon Was. The previous hook shot may no longer prove effective, yet I am confident that the absolute shot can be employed once more. A faint smile graced Xia Mo's lips. He lowered his center of gravity and swiftly charged towards Was's flank. Was immediately sensed this shift. He quickly repositioned himself, attempting to defend against the impending attack from the right side. Xia Mo gracefully executed a scissor step, her feet seamlessly transitioning in a swift front and back motion. In the very next moment, as she completed the scissor step, Xia Mo swiftly pivoted, catching Was off guard, and performed another scissor step. This maneuver, seemingly simple, demands a level of fluidity that is not easily attained. It requires adequate space to execute. In the face of close proximity defense, this technique becomes all the more challenging to implement. After receiving the ball, Xia Mo dribbled with finesse, sliding his front foot backward while stepping forward with his rear foot, executing a rapid and powerful cross step. Simultaneously, he introduced a noticeable shift in rhythm, aiming to disrupt Was's defensive balance. while seamlessly integrating cross-dribbling in preparation for a decisive breakthrough. However, Was proved to be a formidable opponent, closely trailing him. Xia Mo suddenly halted his steps. In the next moment, he leapt high into the air. A sudden stop and a jump shot. Was could not help but exclaim internally. Xia Mo's unexpected maneuver caught Was off guard, amidst his fierce attack. He opted for a sudden halt and a jump shot, leaving Was unprepared. Was felt the impulse to leap. He soared in front of Xia Mo, who appeared to be fixated on the hoop, murmuring to himself, "It must go in." Was smirked inwardly. "Huh, you will not make it. Your speed cannot match mine." Xia Mo flicked his wrist with remarkable speed, sending the basketball soaring into the heavens. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered by this sudden action. They could not comprehend why Xia Mo had abruptly hurled the ball high above his head. Has he lost his mind? I dare say he has. Whispers and derisive laughter rippled through the crowd. Yet, only Arthur perceived the underlying intention. It seems he is about to employ that move once more. He watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Would Was be able to decipher it? Arthur's gaze fixated intently on Was. Xia Mo has already tossed the ball into the air, yet Was has not attempted to block it. Instead, he remains fixated on him. Xia Mo was equally perplexed. Having unleashed his move, why did Was not attempt to block? As the ball returned to Xia Mo's possession, he quickly took his shot, and the ball swished through the net. "Kid, I see your shot clearly, but at that speed, it simply isn't sufficient," Was commented. "If it weren't for your superior hang time, that shot would not have gone in. Yet it did, and I rely on that very hang time. What of it? Do you wish to take action?" Xia Mo provocatively raised his chin, though internally he was astonished that Was had discerned his technique. You, Was momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, Xia Mo noticed a shimmering silver light flickering in Was's eyes. Was had activated his awakening form. Chapter 39. Secrets. At this moment, the silver light danced in Was's eyes. This is not good. Was has entered awakening form, Xia Mo thought, his heart tightening. At this moment, Xia Mo found himself at a loss. Having exhausted all means at his disposal, only helplessness remained. "Accept the judgment," Was proclaimed. Suddenly, Was's form began to transform. His claws gradually morphed into hands, and the hind legs of the wolf slowly took on a more human shape. His awakened state, a rare phenomenon, could alter his physical structure, as the awakened genetic power facilitated a gradual transition towards a human form. Xia Mo felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Was's speed was so swift that it left behind a series of afterimages. He launched a breakthrough, executing a series of behind-the-back dribbles, intending to effortlessly dismantle Xia Mo's defense. Xia Mo gritted his teeth, resolutely keeping pace with Was. A subtle smile graced Was's lips as he executed his signature move, the double phantom crossover dribble. With deft control of the ball behind his back, he swiftly transitioned into a between-the-legs pullback, performing a series of seamless moves while keenly observing Xia Mo's defensive posture. Xia Mo pressed forward, fully aware that even the slightest opening would prompt Was to effortlessly retreat for a jump shot. Was discerned Xia Mo's unwavering stance, gradually closing the distance, leaving Xia Mo perplexed and unable to fathom his intentions. Lowering his center of gravity, Was decisively stepped into a defensive position, prepared to make a bold breakthrough. Xia Mo sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated. Was suddenly altered his trajectory. Xia Mo promptly advanced to block him. Was then executed a subtle change of direction, aiming for Xia Mo's side front, dashing towards the pane in preparation for a layup. Xia Mo leaped with all his might. Yet Was offered him no opportunity. The term soaring rim in basketball refers to the art of evading a block after jumping, a technique cherished by players and admired for its aesthetic appeal. Was adeptly steadied the ball with one hand, positioning it beside the backboard, and after 2 steps, he switched hands mid-air, poised for a reverse layup. Xia Mo leaped high into the air, attempting to block the shot. In an instant, Was's arm, which held the ball, suddenly descended. Miraculously, the ball appeared behind him. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball soared at an astonishing angle into the net. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. Lord Was was simply magnificent. My goodness, such a move exists? Lord Was. The young fans by the sidelines rejoiced and cheered for him. You are the first opponent capable of prompting me to activate extreme mode, Was remarked calmly, his words imbued with affirmation. Xia Mo was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Was would employ such a distinctive behind-the-back shot. This scoring technique was unprecedented in his experience, completely overturning his perceptions. The layup with a pull-up. I must give it a try. At this moment, it was Xia Mo's turn to counterattack. He accelerated with the ball, charging straight towards Waz's right flank. Xia Mo executed a deft dribble, his arm swinging dramatically. Waz stood firmly before him, resolutely declaring, "This time, you shall not advance another step." Xia Mo remained silent, executing a unilateral pause to disrupt his opponent. As he surged in one direction, he abruptly halted, thereby confounding the balance of his adversary. Xia Mo advanced forward, taking large strides while alternating hands. First, his left leg moved in synchrony with his left hand, which swayed horizontally as his left foot lightly stepped to the side. Waz sensed that Xia Mo was about to break through and remained on high alert, ready to defend. At this moment, Xia Mo advanced with a gliding motion akin to that of a parallel surface, his left foot gently extended forward, the exaggerated stride inadvertently causing his right leg to shift leftward under the pull. At this juncture, Xia Mo's right leg was relaxed, and with his torso lowered, his right calf was nearly parallel to the ground. The inner side of his right foot was almost grazing the floor when Xia Mo launched his attack with lightning speed. Waz instinctively retreated a step, aiming to create distance for defense. However, Xia Mo provided him no respite, promptly lowering his center of gravity and pressing forward with a series of relentless steps. Although Waz's backward step left him vulnerable to a straightforward jump shot, Xia Mo opted for the more spectacular option of a layup with a pull-up maneuver. Xia Mo's crossover dribble is characterized by a wide range of motion and remarkable speed, with the essence of acceleration rooted in the lowering of his center of gravity. His knees nearly graze the ground during direction changes, creating a deceptive shift that leaves Waz swaying helplessly, unable to discern his next move. As Xia Mo sidestepped in accordance with the trajectory of the ball, Waz fell completely into the trap. Xia Mo swiftly changed hands and immediately broke through. He succeeded. Like a gale, Xia Mo swept past Waz with incredible speed. He rapidly closed in on the penalty area, and as he leaped, his foot firmly anchored to the ground, skillfully transforming his forward momentum into upward energy. Preparing for the subsequent aerial pause, the optimal angle for a layup off the backboard is 30 degrees in relation to the baseline. At this moment, his reverse layup was executed at the perfect angle. Xia Mo soared into the air, his arms mimicking the posture of a layup. At that very moment, Waz appeared before Xia Mo, having arrived silently and with astonishing speed. Xia Mo leapt high into the air, with Waz also springing up in tandem. At the apex of his jump, Xia Mo reached above his head to grasp the ball and pulled it downwards. The ball traced a delicate U-shaped arc in front of his chest, heading towards the opposite backboard. Xia Mo engaged his core muscles, slightly bending his legs and folding his body. He had mastered the strength in his wrists, executing each movement with simplicity and precision. From the initiation to the follow-through, Xia Mo's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the hoop. Waz extended his hand in an attempt to block Xia Mo's shot. Unfortunately, Waz's leaping ability paled in comparison to that of Xia Mo. As Xia Mo reached the pinnacle, Wozniacki began her descent. Xia Mo, with a delicate flick of his fingers and wrist, sent the ball spinning gracefully through the net. A score. Xia Mo felt a surge of fervent energy coursing through his veins. In this moment of intense tension, he had actually achieved it. The players on the sidelines dared not utter a word, fearful of inciting Waz and bringing calamity upon themselves. "No, it is impossible," Waz exclaimed, nearly beside himself with rage. You cannot defeat me." Xia Mo glanced disdainfully at the reluctant Waz. "I have yet to activate my awakening state," he remarked with a sardonic smile. "What? You two possess an awakening state?" Waz exclaimed, taken aback. He pondered silently, astonished that he could contend with me to this extent without even igniting my potential state. "Let us settle this in 3 rounds. Waz challenged, his gaze fixed provocatively on Xia Mo. "Not a problem. Bring it on," Xia Mo replied, brimming with confidence. Chapter 40. The awakening of Xia Mo was found it utterly inconceivable that Xia Mo could perform such intricate maneuvers, gripping the ball tightly. His fury had drowned out all reason. "I must prevail," Waz resolved, seizing the moment when Xia Mo was still unprepared and launched a sudden attack. Xia Mo was caught off guard and quickly retreated, was raced forward with the ball, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the defense. Xia Mo shouted in alarm. Waz's body leaned toward one side, while the other foot took a bold step in the opposite direction, executing a swift change of direction. Xia Mo steadied himself before Waz, intending to leverage his physical advantage to intercept him. However, Waz unexpectedly shifted direction towards his other foot, as if executing a sudden turn at high speed. Simultaneously, his upper body completed the rotation, Immediately thereafter, Was utilized his grounded foot as a pivot, accelerating during the transition between offense and defense, leaping gracefully to score, artfully evading any traveling violations. Xia Mo failed to respond in time, and the ball found its way into the net. This is the Euro step. It is not only visually captivating but also highly practical, demanding exceptional physical coordination and ball control skills. The ball must move in harmony with the upper body, requiring a significant change in direction during the maneuver. Should one falter in ball control, losing possession during the turn becomes all too easy. Was remained silent, clearly giving his all. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Was. At this moment, passion surged. Was secured a point. The score now stands at 1-0. Was triumphantly declared, the best is yet to come. Xia Mo seized the ball and swiftly advanced towards Was's right side. Unyielding, Was promptly pivoted to obstruct Xia Mo's path of attack. Xia Mo sensed that the situation was amiss and swiftly retreated, leaping into the air to execute a backward step combined with a leaning jump shot. Was, with both feet firmly planted, propelled himself directly towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo leaned back with all his might to evade Was's block. Was, equally determined, leaped forward, just as Xia Mo's back formed a 45-degree angle with the ground. He released the ball. Was could not reach it. However, a resounding thud echoed as the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Indeed, such an exaggerated leaning jump shot from Xia Mo would be a miracle if it went in. Yet, Xia Mo was never short of miracles. He quickly pushed himself off the ground and stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, declaring, "Bring it on." Then it was Was's turn to attack. Was cradled the ball against his chest, with one elbow resting against Xia Mo poised and ready. In Was's eyes, a silvery brilliance grew ever brighter, akin to stars shining in the deep night. Xia Mo stood resolutely, unwavering as he braced against Was's relentless onslaught. Suddenly, Was executed a masterful between-the-legs dribble, gliding past like a butterfly flitting through flowers. He positioned himself sideways to Xia Mo, adroitly shifting his weight between the ball-handling and non-ball-handling sides, pivoting on his planted foot. His gaze and shoulders remained unwaveringly directed towards the ball, executing a series of movements that caught Xia Mo utterly off guard. Yet Was not content with merely this. He continued to toy with Xia Mo. Despite having a clear opportunity to break through, he opted to pull the ball back, casually remarking, "You shall regret challenging me today." Was swiftly repeated the between-the-legs maneuver, this time pivoting on his non-dominant foot, elongating his airborne moment, followed by another split-leg dribble. Was's rhythm fluctuated with a captivating cadence, drawing Xia Mo completely into his tempo. Xia Mo suddenly awakened, no longer swayed by Was's rhythm. Was sneered, "Do you think you can unravel my tactics this way? You are far too naive." In the instant Was turned, she swiftly halted her foot on the same side, immediately following up with a step-back jump shot. Xia Mo found himself powerless to intervene. With a swift whoosh, Was claimed yet another victory, igniting a fervor among the audience. "Lord Was is unparalleled. Lord Was, you are truly the most exceptional." Xia Mo composed himself, diligently seeking a solution. However, Was approached Xia Mo, his silent mockery piercing like a sword aimed at him. Xia Mo paid no heed, fully engrossed in contemplating how to breach Was's defenses. Xia Mo gripped the basketball tightly, no longer impatiently attempting to break through. A flicker of violet light danced in his eyes, sending a jolt of surprise through Was's heart. He had activated the awakening state. Was silently exclaimed. Xia Mo sensed a subtle transformation occurring within his body as the familiar energy surged forth once more. The state of awakening returned. He gazed at his palms, gently clenching them. Immediately thereafter, Xia Mo charged towards Was, launching a fierce assault. Observing this, Was promptly fortified his defenses with all his might. Xia Mo remained closely aligned with Was, decisively pivoting. Ordinarily, a turn could only encompass a half circle. Thus, to discover the most advantageous route for penetration, one must meticulously adjust their angle prior to the turn. Presently, Xia Mo's feet were directed straight towards the hoop as he executed a complete 180-degree turn, launching an assault directly at the basket. This represented the swiftest method of evasion, as well as the most effective. Confronted with Was's formidable defense, Xia Mo remained acutely aware of his opponent's defensive focus, all while cautiously safeguarding the ball. At this moment, he was mere inches from the hoop. Leveraging his exceptional physical prowess, he pivoted on one foot, swaying left and right, drawing near to the basket and feigning a layup, cleverly misleading Was and rendering him incapable of discerning Xia Mo's true attacking trajectory. Was, acting decisively, attempted to block the shot, prompting Xia Mo to pivot towards the top. As Was had just been stationed beneath the basket, he hurriedly retreated. Following his turn, Xia Mo positioned his back to Was, the ball securely held behind him. And in that instant, the space for an offensive maneuver beneath the basket widened dramatically. Without hesitation, Xia Mo stepped under the basket and effortlessly scored with a layup. This single point earned him a look of admiration from Arthur. This young man, proficient in close shots, long-range throws, defense, and layups alike, though lacking any particularly outstanding traits, demonstrated a well-rounded skill set, marking him as a potential star in Arthur's mind. The ball went in. It was time to respond. Xia Mo casually passed the ball to Was, who, wearing a defiant expression, positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Was, gripping the ball with one hand, launched an aggressive drive towards Xia Mo's right side. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the basketball was deftly intercepted. Was barely comprehended what had transpired, his eyes widening in disbelief. With his opponent's own tactics turned against him, Xia Mo's eyes gleamed with a purple light as he calmly stated, Chapter 41, Peril lurks everywhere. Xia Mo gently lifted his head, gazing intently at Was. The score now stood at 2-2. Was clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Haha, well done, lad. Suddenly, Was was filled with excitement, having finally encountered a worthy adversary. Here, each day had been monotonously dull. Arthur rarely engaged in competition. And apart from him, no one else seemed remotely challenging. Come on, let me truly relish this contest. Was grasped the ball with one hand and strolled towards the three-point line. I never would have guessed you were someone who enjoyed a challenge. Xia Mo chuckled, pointing at Was. Enough chatter. Let's have a match. Was exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In a sudden burst of energy, Was launched a fierce attack towards Xia Mo's side. Xia Mo's gaze ignited with a violet glow as he focused intently on his defense. Every time Was changed direction, he executed a subtle movement. He typically took a step or two in the opposite direction before making his turn, a detail of utmost significance. Was's footwork and rhythm were impeccably controlled. This time, however, Was did not change direction immediately, as without any momentum, the chances of evading his opponent were slim. While speed is crucial for changing direction, timing is even more paramount. Was continued to dribble, utilizing slight movements in the opposite direction to consistently draw Xia Mo's defensive focus. Suddenly, Xia Mo lost his defensive position, and Was, seizing the moment, executed a clever crossover dribble. He swiftly adopted a horse stance, his legs spread shoulder-width apart, his hips lowered, and his upper body slightly inclined. His gaze fixed intently on Xia Mo. With the ball in his right hand and his left palm facing inward in a receiving posture, he prepared to assist. It was indeed a masterful preemptive change of direction, a technique of remarkable difficulty. Was immediately extended his footwork, enhancing the deceptive quality of the movement, rendering the entire action more fluid and rhythmically captivating. With his center of gravity lowered, Was forcefully pushed off the ground with both feet, poised to launch his attack. Xia Mo reacted swiftly, instantly formulating a countermeasure. However, a faint smile graced Was's lips. In that fleeting moment, he successfully penetrated Xia Mo's defenses. Xia Mo's heart trembled with foreboding. It dawned upon her that an ill omen was at hand. Was had already gathered momentum, poised to unleash his signature crafty layup. Xia Mo hurriedly pursued, striving to rectify his earlier misstep. As the basketball slipped from Was's grasp, Xia Mo executed a precise strike, intercepting the ball with deft skill. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Was's laughter resounded throughout the court, echoing in the stillness that enveloped the other players, who stood in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. To force Was into such a predicament, only Arthur could rival him. Young man, my intrigue for you grows ever stronger. I truly wish to pry open your mind and unveil the secrets it conceals. Was gestured with one hand, mimicking a firearm aimed at his own head. Was. Arthur's voice boomed from the sidelines, alarmed at the prospect of Was taking any drastic actions. Hey, come on, show me your scoring technique, but remember, you cannot defeat me. Was taunted, licking his palm provocatively. Heh, only by trying will you know, Xia Mo replied, invigorated, feeling as though he possessed boundless energy. Xia Mo surged forward with great speed, deftly sidestepping the crossover with a rapid change of direction, aiming to elude Was. Was remained steadfast in his defense, closely shadowing Xia Mo. In an instant, Xia Mo executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, not merely to break through, but to unbalance his opponent in a fleeting moment. Xia Mo swiftly transitioned into a dribble, the key lying in the harmonious blend of speed and force. He rapidly shifted from one side to the other, maintaining the ball low beneath his knees to thwart Waz's attempts at interception. Simultaneously, Xia Mo pressed his shoulders downward, lowering them during the hand switch. In search of the optimal space to maneuver past his opponent, Xia Mo's stride aligns perfectly with his change of direction, allowing him to dribble with such finesse that he can create a greater distance while maneuvering around Waz. Xia Mo's back foot swayed naturally, reminiscent of a gentle dance. Suddenly, with a powerful push from his toes, Waz was caught off guard, hastily shifting to defend. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xia Mo swiftly pulled the ball back and skillfully dribbled it through his legs. Xia Mo felt a secret sense of triumph within. Waz steadfastly resisted Xia Mo's fierce onslaught, silently thanking his fortune. However, Xia Mo's sudden change in direction left Waz instantly on the defensive. Waz abruptly realized the impending crisis, his focus ensnared by Xia Mo's maneuver. Entirely oblivious to the fact that his balance had been compromised, Waz stumbled beneath his feet and suddenly fell to the ground. Xia Mo once again rendered his opponent powerless. His gaze shimmered with a violet radiance as he deftly controlled the ball, locking his eyes onto Waz, resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Waz, seated upon the ground, momentarily chuckled before springing back to his feet. Xia Mo, without a moment's hesitation, decisively chose to take a jump shot. At this moment, Xia Mo was utterly astonished. Waz leapt into the air. This time, his vertical leap was astonishingly remarkable. Xia Mo, caught off guard, could only act hastily. Although Xia Mo's aerial suspension ability is exceptional, Waz's jumping height is equally astonishing. As Xia Mo reached the pinnacle of his ascent, still grappling in midair, Waz had only just grazed the summit. At this moment, the forces of both contenders neutralized each other. Xia Mo found himself at an utter disadvantage, compelled to make a desperate attempt. With a resounding thud, Waz unleashed a strike that sent the basketball soaring, akin to a thunderous blow. Haha. Your prowess is not to be underestimated. Waz laughed maniacally, bordering on insanity. At that moment, Xia Mo had pushed his aerial skills to their utmost limit. Yet he remained unable to evade the impending block. Now, it is my turn, Waz calmly remarked, gently patting Xia Mo's shoulder as he crouched on the ground. With a single hand gripping the ball, Waz assumed an offensive stance and charged towards Xia Mo fully committed to defense. Xia Mo positioned himself, but Waz executed a swift behind-the-back dribble before plunging into the paint once more. Xia Mo quickly shifted to intercept him again. Waz then performed a deft crossover, seamlessly transitioning into a flurry of movements, racing forward with remarkable speed. Xia Mo swiftly retreated, awaiting Waz's next offensive move. Waz prepared to charge. He opted not to take a jump shot. Instead, he was resolute in his intention to outmaneuver Xia Mo with a layup. Watch closely, Waz said calmly. In an instant, he surged forward, taking one step, then another, leaping high into the air. His knees slightly bent, arms outstretched as if to dunk. Xia Mo followed suit, leaping into the air, conjuring numerous massive shadows of hands. Leonard's unique technique. Chapter 42. Waz's past brother. Brother, it's time to wake up. A young wolf cub shook Waz's body. Oh, let me sleep a little longer, Waz replied lazily. Mother has already gone out. The little wolf gently licked Waz's fur with its tongue. I know. Waz sat up, extending his front paws in a grand stretch. Where did Mother go? Waz gazed towards the cave hidden deep within the forest. 18 years ago, when Waz was merely 8, his genes had yet to be altered, and he still retained his wolf form. Mother went to find food, brother. Should we help her? The little wolf, Waz's 5-year-old sister, inquired. No need for that. With your hunting skills, you would only distract Mother. I'll go find her. Waz made his way to the edge of the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Waz's mother appeared, carrying the lifeless body of a spotted deer. Who are you looking for? She asked, setting down her catch. To lend you a hand. Waz looked up, his gaze resolute. Help. Your skills are inferior to your sister's, teased the silver-furred, one-eyed white wolf mother. Humph. One day, I shall become a mighty wolf king like father. Waz raised his head high, determination gleaming in his eyes. However, that radiance soon dimmed. Waz's father, the wolf king of this forest, had once led them in hunts, during a time when the Wind Wolf clan thrived and prospered. Those were Waz's happiest days. Until one fateful day, a horde of humans invaded the forest, relentlessly capturing the Wind Wolves, intending to exploit their speed for warfare. As the wolf population dwindled, the Wolf King could no longer stand idly by. He led the clan into fierce resistance against the humans. However, on a stormy night, the forest erupted into flames as human armies surged forth. The Wolf King rallied all the wolves to fiercely counterattack. Yet, outnumbered, The pack gradually fell into despair. Nig, take Waz and Wogo and flee. The Wolf King growled, biting a human's arm. Father, I will not leave. I want to fight by your side. Waz's voice was filled with stubborn resolve. Hurry. It will be too late if you delay. The Wolf King glared at the throngs of encroaching humans. Kevin, what will you do then? Nig, in anguish, cried out, leave me, run to the mountaintop. I will find you. The Wolf King seized another victim, whose anguished scream pierced the air. Dad. Dad. Wogo whispered in terror. Get away. Quickly. The Wolf King turned, casting a stern gaze upon Waz, Wogo, and Nigeria. At that moment, a bald human raised a glowing sword, charging towards the Wolf King, exclaiming, Aha, meet your demise. Kevin. Nig shrieked in horror. Just as the sword was about to strike the Wolf King, the bald man felt a sharp pain and looked down to see a small wolf clenching his arm. Gore. 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 Waz emitted an enraged roar. The bald man violently swung his arm. Let go, you little brat. Waz, the Wolf King commanded. The bald man was forced to switch hands, using the hilt of his sword to mercilessly strike Waz's head. Die, die, you little pest, he bellowed furiously. Regardless, Waz resolutely refused to yield. In the next moment, the bald man flung Waz aside with brutal force. Ugh. Waz collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of pained groans. I will kill you. The bald man, noticing the bloodied arm from the bite, felt the agony surge through him, compelling him to raise his other hand, poised to end Waz's life with a fatal blow. Waz, get up. The Wolf King raced towards him, intent on intercepting the attack. In that life and death moment, Nig stepped forward to shield Waz. At that instant, the Wolf King clamped down on the bald man's right calf. The bald man cursed under his breath, damn you, get away. Yet his sword remained unwavering as it descended. Ah! Nig's scream echoed through the forest. The blade of the bald man's sword glided from Nig's forehead down to beneath his eyes. Nig curled up in agony on the ground. At that moment, the Wolf King, consumed by fury, radiated a multitude of wind blades. Then he lunged to sink his teeth into the bald man's head. Around them, numerous wind wolves rushed forth. Wolf King. Wolf King. One by one, the wind wolves called out the name of their leader. The Wolf King. Are you all right? I'm fine. The Wolf King howled towards the heavens, then turned to Nigeria. Nigeria. The Wolf King approached Nigeria. I am fine. Just lost an eye, that's all. Nig raised his head, revealing a deep sword wound stretching from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. Thanks to the Wolf King for timely biting the bald man's leg. Otherwise, it is all my fault. It is all my fault. Waz slowly rose from the ground. If it weren't for me, Mother would not have. If only I could be stronger, I could have protected her. Waz lowered his head, filled with sorrow. Nig stepped forward, gently nudging Waz with his head, blood splattering onto Waz and dripping into his heart. Waz, this is the fate of the wind wolves. Do not blame yourself. Nig comforted. Nig, quickly take Waz and Wogo away. The next wave of human attacks is imminent. The Wolf King gazed into the distance, where orderly points of light appeared. They have arrived. I will not leave. I want to fight alongside my father. Waz looked up at the Wolf King. You fool, hurry and go. The Wolf King glared fiercely at Waz. Young master, please leave. Another fierce battle is about to begin. Waz, hurry and go for the future of the Windwolves. You must survive. Other Windwolves urged Waz, while the Wolf King understood that there was no time left. With a sudden charge, he collided with Waz, who instantly collapsed to the ground. Nig, go quickly. The Wolf King watched as those points of light drew nearer and grew larger. Chapter 43. The trial of courage. As dawn approached, golden light scattered across the sky like fish scales. The morning is near. Nig stood at the mountain's peak, vigilantly watching the cave entrance all night, yet still saw no sign of the Wolf King. Kevin. Blood tears mingled in Nig's blind eyes, silently cascading down. On the court, Waz abruptly awoke from his memories, confronted by the illusory shadows of hands. Dad. The teachings of his father surged within Waz's heart. He clenched his hands tightly, making a mighty effort to throw the basketball. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Mo immediately extended his arms. The basketball was deftly caught by him, producing a crisp sound. Waz stood there, momentarily stunned. I shall become the ultimate champion, Waz whispered earnestly. If you wish to claim the throne, you must first surpass me, Xia Mo replied with a calm demeanor. The scoreboard still read a tie at 2-2. Whoever scored next, be it Waz or Xia Mo, would determine the outcome of the match. The competition reignited with fervor, both sides giving their utmost effort. In Xia Mo's eyes, the deep purple remained shrouded in darkness, while Wozi's gaze flickered with a faint silver glimmer, as if it were on the verge of extinguishment. Xia Mo pondered quietly, noting that this state of fervor had persisted remarkably long. He advanced with the ball, his steps light and nimble. After a brief pause, he subtly swayed his head and shoulders, attempting to confound Woz, yet Woz remained unfold. Xia Mo extended his arms straight, nearly parallel to the ground, executing a feint to the left with fluidity in his movements, leaving Woz unable to withstand the deception. In an instant, Xia Mo decisively surged forward, breaching the defense. Was this truly the conclusion? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Woz. Yet, the image of his father's valiant sacrifice flashed through his mind. In that fleeting moment, Woz's silver eyes ignited into a fierce crimson blaze, radiating brilliance as his speed surged dramatically. He pivoted and glided, positioning himself once more before Xia Mo. As Xia Mo observed the fiery intensity burning in Woz's eyes, a chill ran through his heart. Arthur, seated in the audience, bore witness to Woz's actions, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. It appeared that Woz had ascended to a new level. The prospect of their next confrontation left Arthur with a sense of foreboding regarding his chances of victory. He shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, Xia Mo's left leg and left hand moved in perfect harmony. His left hand swept gracefully across, while his left foot deftly stepped to the side. Woz, noticing this, rushed forward to intercept, yet Xia Mo's speed was astonishing. He nimbly circumvented Woz's defense. Then, with elegance, Xia Mo leaped, intending to counterattack using Woz's own technique. However, as he soared, raising the basketball high in a gesture reminiscent of a slam dunk, he swiftly retracted it. In that instant, with a sharp clap, the ball was firmly grasped in his hands. I shall not allow you to score. Woz's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Mo instantly. Xia Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. It was now Woz's turn to attack. Like a tempest, Woz surged forward, and Xia Mo immediately moved to block him. Get out of my way, human. Woz's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was as if a gale propelled him, and in the next moment, countless blades of wind surged towards Xia Mo. Woz, cease this at once, Arthur exclaimed, utterly astonished at the unfolding scene. In a critical moment, Xia Mo executed a roll to evade, narrowly escaping as Woz's wind blade struck the ground where he had just been standing, shattering it instantly. Xia Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have met a grim fate. Woz advanced rapidly, executing a powerful axe-like dunk that secured a point. 3-2. Woz emerged victorious. Yet, the arena was devoid of cheers. All were stunned by Woz's recent display of ferocity. What were you attempting just now? To kill? Xia Mo questioned loudly, pointing at Woz. Indeed, I aim to eliminate you. That is the only way to triumph, Woz replied, departing the court without a backward glance. Fis hurried over to support Xia Mo. Are you all right? Are you okay? I'm fine. Just fortunate to have reacted swiftly, Xia Mo assured him, steadying himself with Fis's assistance. Arthur navigated through the crowd, approaching with concern. Xia Mo, are you well? I'm fine, Captain, Xia Mo responded with a smile. What technique did Woz employ just now? Xia Mo pressed for answers. Woz was originally a wind wolf from Xia, Arthur explained. Wind wolf? Xia Mo inquired, puzzled. Xia Mo. He is an outsider and is unfamiliar with the significance of the wind wolf, Fis interjected. Come to my office, Arthur gestured. In Arthur's office. Fis assisted Xia Mo as they entered. Ah, young man, take a seat. Arthur gestured towards the sofa before his desk. You have hidden depths. And today's match truly broadened my horizons, Arthur exclaimed with excitement. Hiki, it was merely a stroke of luck, Xia Mo humbly replied with a smile. Modesty does not become you. To hold your own against Woz is quite remarkable. Fis praised, giving a thumbs up. Xia Mo. The competition is set to commence in 3 days. Make sure to rest well and avoid overexertion, Arthur advised. Understood, Captain, Xia Mo nodded gently. Captain. You haven't yet mentioned the wind wolf, Xia Mo inquired, filled with curiosity. You are quite the inquisitive one, Arthur chuckled in response. Arthur took a sip of water and began recounting past events. When the basketball club was first established, the membership was sparse, nearly invisible, let alone the mutants. This was a decade ago when Arthur Holder and a few teammates were camping in the forest, when suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. Captain, what was that noise? A burly teammate asked. Should we go check it out? Suggested another rotund member. What are you staring at? Curiosity breeds trouble, warned a striking young woman. I will investigate. You all stay here and set up the tents. Arthur declared, activating the communicator's illumination mode. A brilliant beam cutting through the darkness as he moved towards the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived at the explosion site. Before him stood several colossal fortifications. Utterly devastated by the blast, Arthur paused momentarily. Are you familiar with the Windwolf? They are the unique inhabitants of this forest, living in groups. Although they are carnivorous, they seldom pose a threat to humans, their astonishing speed possibly attributed to genetic factors. Initially, the ancestors of the Windwolves were cultivators who brought two wolves to this place. Over time, influenced by environmental radiation, their genes underwent transformations, evolving into the Windwolves. Waz, for instance, is one such Windwolf. Arthur took a sip of water and continued his narration. Chapter 44. The Agreement at this moment. Xia Mo gazed in astonishment at the figure behind Fis. Sensing Xia Mo's gaze, Fis turned to look as well. Waz was seated at a table behind Fis, savoring his wine in solitude. Waz, what brings you here? Xia Mo called out loudly. Xia Mo attempted to engage him, as Fis was aware of Waz's current melancholic state and wished to prevent further discord. Upon hearing the voice, Waz cast a fleeting glance at Xia Mo, snorted softly, and then turned back, consuming the wine from his bottle in one go. Humph. Still ignoring me? Xia Mo pouted, visibly displeased. Oh dear, that's just Waz's nature. Don't mind him. Fis chuckled, offering consolation. Shortly thereafter, the ordered dishes were served. Xia Mo, eyeing the uniquely shaped meals on the table, swallowed hard. Can we eat these? He inquired, pointing at the variously shaped foods. Of course we can, Fis replied, picking up a spoon-like utensil and beginning to indulge. Can eat. Xia Mo gazed at the exquisite dishes before him, yet found himself unable to take a bite. The vibrant green, azure, and crimson delicacies were daunting. He seized a green jar and took a hearty gulp, only to discover that it bore the taste of beer. Xia Moden's heart soared with joy, with beer in hand. Everything transformed into a delightful experience. He picked up a uniquely shaped piece of green food and brought it to his mouth. In an instant, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in his eyes. This, is it not roasted tofu? Xia Mo was overjoyed, for despite the outward differences, the flavors and textures were astonishingly alike. He then sampled the blue food, which was delightful, reminiscent of roasted chicken wings. Next, he took a bite of the red food, which tasted like skewered meat. Consequently, Xia Mo indulged in the culinary delights with abandon. Fis laughed heartily beside him, exclaiming, How exquisite, isn't it? I frequently visit this place to savor these delicacies. Come, let us toast. He raised his cup to clink with Xia Mo's, his face beaming with joy. Xia Mo drank heartily and indulged in the feast before him. Although there were slight differences from the barbecue stall, the flavors reminiscent of it were sufficiently satisfying. He mused to himself. Enjoy the food and drink, Fais exclaimed with a hearty laugh. As time passed, the two had consumed 2 cases of liquor at the restaurant. Xia Mo felt no intoxication, while Fais was already slurring his words. Xia Mo, I can't drink anymore. You really can handle it. Fais lamented, leaning heavily on the table. Don't be like this. Get up and continue drinking. This is just the beginning. Xia Mo urged. I truly can't anymore. Fais replied. What a wimp, move aside. Waz's voice resonated at just the right moment. Waz stood up and swiftly pulled Fais to a nearby seat, taking his place opposite Xia Mo. Come, let us have another drink and compete a bit, Waz proposed. Absolutely. Just what I was hoping for. Xia Mo fixed his gaze on Waz, his eyes resolute. From the court to the table, a series of fortuitous twists had led to this extraordinary encounter. Empty bottles began to accumulate, transitioning from 2 cases to 3, then 4, gradually, until they reached 8. To be honest, your skills on the court need refinement. But your capacity for liquor is indeed impressive, Waz commented. I can't be hearing correctly. Is Lord Waz actually praising me? Haha. Xia Mo widened one eye, raising an eyebrow and looking at Waz with keen interest. Waz, already slightly intoxicated, began to ramble. I must win the championship. By any means necessary. Remember, only by claiming victory can the fate of mutants be rewritten. Waz took another swig, sighed deeply, and prepared to leave. Xia Mo called after him. Is it over? You're leaving already? It's getting late, and there's training tomorrow, Waz replied without turning back, waving his hand dismissively. I will surely help you achieve the highest honor, Xia Mo assured loudly. Suddenly, Waz paused for a moment, then resumed his stride. At this moment, Xia Mo felt no intoxication, nor any signs of excitement, only a slight fullness in his abdomen. Alas, it seems I truly cannot hold my liquor, Xia Mo said. slightly disheartened. Just then, inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Boss, bring me a case of beer. I want it to go." Thus, Xia Mo carried a case of beer in one hand while the other was wrapped around the still mumbling face. On the 10th floor of the X Club, Xia Mo first settled face before returning to his own chamber. He placed the wine box upon the table and arranged several dishes of appetizers. Xiao Ro, he called softly. A luminous orb drifted from Xia Mo's mind, descending onto the bed and gradually transforming into a human form. "Did you summon me for something? I am utterly exhausted," Xiao Ro said, rubbing her mouth and stifling a yawn. "Come, have a bite." Xia Mo gestured towards the food on the table. Xiao Ro's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. "All right," she exclaimed, darting swiftly towards the table. "Now, let us toast." Xiao Ro cheerfully raised her glass, gently clinking it with Xia Mo's. Xia Mo quietly inquired, "Do you possess any skills that I have yet to explore?" "Skills, indeed, I have an abundance. Would you care to try them out tonight?" Xiao Ro gazed at Xia Mo with sultry eyes. Xia Mo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clarified, "I meant the practical ones." "Oh, I see. I was merely teasing you. I have no interest in you," Xiao Ro replied, sipping her drink while savoring the delicacies. "Though I do not require sustenance. The flavors are simply exquisite, irresistible," Xiao Ro expressed with satisfaction. "If you desire to taste, I shall bring you some every day," Xia Mo said with a grin. "Now, speak up. Is there something you need my assistance with?" A weasel wishing a chicken well certainly harbors ill intentions. Xiao Ro took another bite of her food. "Could you share the tales of the mutants here? Surely, you must know them." Xia Mo clasped his hands together, beseeching Xiao Ro. "Hasn't he Arthur already recounted those stories? Why do you still ask?" Xiao Ro shot Xia Mo a disdainful glance. During that occasion, he merely mentioned Was. "I am curious why Fi's, being a mutant, experiences changes only in his head, while Was has merely acquired the ability to walk upright and speak. Furthermore, Was awakening mode can alter his physical structure. I do not comprehend." Xia Mo pondered, stroking his chin. "You are truly foolish. Oh dear." Xiao Ro continued to eat and drink. "Please, tell me. I am genuinely eager to know. Additionally, I do not understand why this state is referred to as awakening mode here, while in the Rift, the shadows call it Ultra." Xia Mo remained immersed in contemplation and posed a question. Chapter 45, The Encounter. Are you confused? The terminology varies across regions. The so-called awakening state, in simpler terms, refers to the activation of one's physical potential to its utmost limits. When fully unleashed, a person's strength can indeed shake a giant willow tree. Xiao Ro interjected, her voice mingling with the grains of rice. Throughout ancient times, numerous instances of humanity entering the awakening state abound, such as Lu Zhishan's shattering of willows, Wu Song's battle with tigers, and Zhuge Liang's enlightening wisdom, all serving as vivid illustrations. You are the one I have discovered on this blue planet, capable of maximizing your abilities across various domains. Hence, I have chosen you. Xiao Ro drained her cup and let out a satisfied belch. Your talent is truly exceptional. Once you claim victory, we shall return, and I will elaborate on your mission, for a more significant calling awaits your completion. Xiao Ro picked up a piece of verdant grilled tofu. This is but a fleeting moment in the journey of life. Your true stage lies in the grand NBA competition. She savored the last drop of the green liquid. Well, I have shared all that is necessary. Do not inquire further about what is not needed to be known. After feasting, I shall take my rest. Xiao Ro rose and gently rubbed her slightly swollen belly. Just as Xia Mo was about to finish his words, Xiao Ro transformed into a luminous orb and instantaneously melded into his body. Hey, that girl. Xia Mo shook his head with a sigh. She doesn't even allow one to finish speaking. She consumes my food and drink, then turns to sleep. While tidying the disheveled dining table, he grumbled, I'm not asleep yet. Suddenly, Xiao Ro's voice echoed in Xia Mo's mind. Oh dear, I was wrong, he said, pressing his hands together in earnest apology. Humph, Xiao Ro huffed lightly. Xia Mo finished tidying up, took a seat, and opened a bottle of green beverage, which he then consumed in one swift motion. He thought to himself, for the time being, I shall set aside the matter of transient encounters as mentioned by Xiao Ro. My foremost task at present is to seize the championship. Xia Mo took a refreshing shower, donned her sleepwear, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, a sudden knock at the door roused her from her dreams. Xia Mo groggily rose from his slumber, slipped on his slippers, and ambled to the door to open it. Why are you still not ready? Hurry, we must descend for training. Faze, already clad in his training attire and brimming with vitality, patted Xia Mo on the shoulder. seizing him with enthusiasm. Go wash up. I shall await you downstairs. Today, Arthur will be guiding the training. All right. I will tidy up immediately. Xia Mo extricated himself from Faye's grasp and made his way toward the bathroom. I shall take my leave now. See you downstairs. Do remember to have breakfast before heading to training. Faye reminded him. Xia Mo swiftly completed his morning routine and donned his training attire. Last night, Xia Mo indulged excessively in libations. Upon awakening in the early hours, his stomach was as empty as the vast expanse of the desert. He hurried to the dining hall, hastily consuming a few morsels before making his way directly to the practice field. On the training ground, the players stood in meticulous order, patiently awaiting instructions. Arthur, with a grave demeanor, positioned himself at the front of the line, imparting to them the intricacies of combat strategies. During the 5-on-5 confrontation, he emphasized the importance of refraining from solitary endeavors and the necessity of placing unwavering trust in one's teammates. Once the guard secured possession of the ball, he elucidated how one should navigate a double team and how teammates ought to provide assistance when screens were set. Arthur eloquently shared his tactical insights, his words flowing like a steady stream. Xia Mo entered the line of sight with slightly unsteady steps. Xia Mo, come here quickly. Faye urged in a hushed tone upon catching sight of him. I'm coming. Xia Mo approached Faye's side. What are we discussing? Xia Mo inquired with curiosity. We're going over tactics. There will be free throw training later, and Arthur might assign you to play as a guard or small forward. So just follow the arrangements when the time comes, Faye whispered to him. After 2 hours of explanations, the audience was nearly dozing off. Subsequently, everyone was dismissed for a brief 30-minute respite. Faye found Xia Mo, who was drinking water on a floating chair not far away. Xia Mo, do you think we can advance to the group stage? Faye gazed intently at Xia Mo, asking earnestly. You, don't say such things. Xia Mo lightly patted Faye. Whether we can make it to the group stage is another matter. Xia Mo admonished. No, I'm just reminding you that our opponents are quite formidable. Faye replied seriously. Arthur just reviewed the data. In truth, the teams participating this time are not to be underestimated, so you must be cautious, Faye expressed with concern. Then tell me, just how formidable are they? Xia Mo nudged Faye's arm. I want to tell you, lest it adds pressure. Faye turned away. He departed, leaving Xia Mo alone on the bench. At that moment, Arthur approached, casting a glance at Xia Mo and spoke. Xia Mo, you've arrived? Did you listen to the briefing just now? Arthur inquired. Greetings, Captain. Xia Mo rose to pay his respects. Oh, don't be so formal. Sit down, Arthur said kindly. Taking a seat beside Xia Mo, let us put it this way. As your team leader, I hope you will give it your all. There are many participants this time, with varying skill levels. You must be careful. Do not let a little talent lead you to arrogance. As the ancients said, pride leads to downfall. Arthur said sincerely, patting Xia Mo's shoulder. Faye has already reminded me, Xia Mo responded. Good. Remember, never underestimate the strength of your opponents. Arthur emphasized, waving his arm. Captain, I understand. Xia Mo replied loudly, standing up. Shortly thereafter, basketball training commenced on the court. The group lined up, jogging around the largest court to warm up in an orderly fashion. Then, they formed lines to practice shooting one by one. Was among them, fully engrossed in the activity. As dusk approached, the training session concluded. Dismissed. Next, we will engage in 3-on-3 matches, Arthur announced, subsequently assigning teams at random. To my surprise, I found myself grouped with Faye. Even more unexpectedly, was also our teammate. Waz shot me a glance and coldly remarked, Don't become a burden to me. Who would hinder your progress? Xia Mo retorted, her voice resonating with clarity. Observing this, Faye hurriedly assumed the role of mediator. Oh, everyone, harmony is key to success. Since we are in the same group, we ought to unite our efforts, right? I have no intention of collaborating with him for profit. Both Xia Mo and Waz countered in unison. Chapter 46. The training challenge in the afternoon, Arthur organized a simulated 3-on-3 team competition. Over 100 participants were divided into 50 teams, each vying for victory, with rewards for the triumphant. As for the nature of the rewards, Arthur kept it a secret. Teams lined up to face off, with winners advancing, and the competition continued. Each match played to a 5-point system, 1 point for shots within the 2-point line and 2 points for those beyond it. The ultimate champion would receive a prize, the details of which were to remain a tantalizing mystery. Remember, in 3-on-3, success hinges not solely on individual prowess but also on the trust within the team. Do you understand? Arthur's voice resonated clearly. Understood. The crowd responded thunderously. Xia Mo, do not disappoint me. Was called out loudly. Don't you dare hold me back. Xia Mo shot back. Humph. Weren't you afraid to play with me? You've been avoiding it. Was mocked. Humph. That essay foul. As long as your skills are not as dismal as your tolerance for alcohol, I shall be grateful. Xia Mo's tone remained calm, yet each word was impactful. You. Was left speechless. All right, enough with the bickering, it's almost our turn, Fis urged. Let us discuss our strategy. I will focus on rebounding, Was. You are the fastest, so play as the point guard, intercept, and then pass to Xia Mo for scoring. Fis began laying out the game plan. Who wants to receive his pass? Was glared at Fis. Hey, who needs his pass? I can handle 2 opponents myself. You take care of the remaining one. Xia Mo replied. Oh, stop the arguing already. Fis raised his voice to restore order. Humph. Both Xia Mo and Was scoffed simultaneously. As the intense matches unfolded one after another, Xia Mo and her team stepped onto the battlefield. At this moment, the debate between Xia Mo and Was persisted, with Fis striving to mediate the discord. Arthur shook his head with a wry smile, clearly aware that his earlier counsel to Xia Mo had been disregarded. The competition commenced. Xia Mo and his companions are about to face off against opponents of novice level from the club. One is a lanky man, another a robustly built individual, and the last is a short-haired young man. The slender man possesses a tall figure, yet does not appear particularly muscular. He clearly excels in seizing rebounds. The stout man has a corpulent physique, seemingly lacking in agility. The short-haired youth wears a smile, indicating that he is a master of speed. The two sides decide who goes first through a game of rock, paper, scissors, with Xia Mo emerging victorious. Xia Mo, with the ball in hand, pressed his lips together in dissatisfaction before passing it to Was. The one defending was none other than the hefty player, who was met with a fierce glare from Was that instantly made him uneasy. Then, a young man with short hair charged forward, and the two closed in, leaving Was in a precarious position with little chance of escape. Xia Mo raised his hands high and shouted, "Pass the ball, Was, pass the ball." However, Was feigned ignorance, resolutely insisting on challenging the two opponents alone. Xia Mo secretly muttered to himself, autocratic ghost, only concerned with his own interests. Was, controlling the ball with one hand, found himself ensnared by a double team, rendering him unable to advance. In a moment of oversight, the short-haired youth deftly intercepted the ball. In an instant, possession of the basketball changed hands. The short-haired youth secured it, and the hefty player immediately pivoted and sprinted towards the three-point line. The short-haired youth executed a precise aerial pass, the ball landing firmly in his grasp. Without hesitation, the short-haired youth charged towards the basket. Xia Mo swiftly advanced to intercept. The young man with short hair leveraged his weight advantage, turning his back against Xia Mo. He raised one hand, and before Xia Mo could react, the short-haired youth swiftly maneuvered, executing a screen. Xia Mo found himself unable to break free as the hefty opponent charged towards the basket. With a powerful stride, the player took 3 large steps, leaping into the air while cradling the ball in both hands. At that moment, Faze also soared into the air. In a critical instant, a hint of a smile flickered across the hefty player's lips as he abruptly altered the trajectory of the ball, sending it soaring directly above the head of the slender man. The slender player leapt into the air, while Faze was preoccupied with defending against the hefty player, leaving him no time to assist. Was hurriedly rushed to the scene. The slender man successfully caught the ball and, without hesitation, executed a fierce dunk. The opponent scored, and the basketball hoop illuminated in red, signaling a celebration of triumph. It's all your fault. You should have passed the ball from the beginning. You were surrounded. Are you a novice? Xia Mo scolded loudly. Would passing to you be of any use? Do I trust you? Look, you couldn't even defend against a hefty player. Don't even mention dribbling. Was shook his head and shrugged. All right, enough noise, let us focus on the game, Faze advised at the right moment. Then, it was Xia Mo's turn to throw the ball. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Was. Upon receiving the ball, Was immediately executed the exquisite skill known as butterfly dance, instantly leaving the crew-cut boy bewildered and charging towards the basket. The tall player and Faze followed closely, preparing to defend. Realizing the precarious situation, the hefty player rushed forward to apply tight defense. Was let out a cold chuckle as he deftly reversed the ball in his hands, skillfully dribbling from behind. His changing rhythm and speed, along with the fluidity of his movements, made his gaze dance with agility. Was lowered his center of gravity, his shoulders slightly drooping as he glided his body sideways, pulling the hefty player along with him. Seizing the opportunity as the hefty player's balance shifted, Was swiftly changed direction, effortlessly breaking through the hefty player's defense. He arrived at the basket, leaping into the air to perform his cunning layup. In response to this move, the tall player also leaped with all his might. However, he failed to block it. Just as the basketball seemed destined to swish through the net, suddenly, a figure soared in, arms outstretched to embrace the ball. It was the crew-cut boy, unbeknownst to anyone. He had dashed forward in the meantime. Was glanced back, only to find Xia Mo blocked by the hefty player, unable to get close. Useless, was cursed inwardly. Haha. Lord Was, your cunning layup is indeed impressive. However, I've realized that a one-handed block can redirect the ball's trajectory, causing it to bounce into the net. I thought, if I grasp the ball with both hands, he won't be able to escape my control, the crew-cut boy explained with a smile. He had actually deciphered the cunning layup. Indeed, the cunning layup is virtually invincible in one-on-one situations since a blocker cannot cover the ball with both hands simultaneously. Yet, this is a team match. The crew-cut boy, grinning as he held the ball, strolled towards Xia Mo. Once a block fails, teammates are always there to provide support. Xia Mo was taken aback. The young boy with a buzz cut possessed an astute mind and an astonishingly swift reaction. Chapter 47, Team Spirit. At this moment, the score stood at 1-0. Everyone felt a palpable tension for Waz's predicament. The cunning layup had been thwarted. Originally, the buzzcut boy was supposed to take the shot, yet he passed the ball to Xia Mo instead. Let's try again, he whispered. In truth, the boy was training Xia Mo. He recognized Xia Mo's boundless potential and could not allow him to languish in despair. As Xia Mo received the ball, he passed it to Waz and accelerated his run, raising his hands high while shouting, "Pass! Pass!" However, Waz did not heed his call. Believing instead that it was his own lack of speed that caused the missed opportunity, he swiftly launched an offensive, dribbling the ball low between his legs with a swift and agile posture, gradually closing in on the buzzcut youth. With a quick spin and a deft maneuver, he cleanly evaded his opponent. The movement was rapid and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. In that moment, Waz charged forward once more. Almost immediately, the stout player attempted to impede Waz's progress, but Waz cleverly directed the ball between the stout player's legs, then swiftly darted behind him. Maintaining control of the ball as he raced ahead, approaching the restricted area, he leaped with explosive force, executing a layup that was as swift as lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Waz raised his arms, poised to shoot. Yet, the tall adversary had already taken to the air. Observing this, Waz artfully arched his hands to execute a spectacular reverse layup. Waz did not pause. He maneuvered around the tall player, only to be closely followed by the buzzcut youth, who leaped to defend. Unbeknownst to all, the buzzcut youth had stealthily accelerated to catch up. With arms outstretched, he sought to obstruct Waz's advance. But a subtle smile crept across Waz's lips. Then, with one hand, he concealed the ball behind his back and flicked his wrist gently. The basketball traced a graceful arc, landing perfectly in the hoop. 1-1. Waz, through his individual prowess, secured a point. The buzzcut youth shook his head in silence, receiving the ball, cradling it with one hand before swiftly passing it to the stout player. Upon receiving the ball, the stout player advanced immediately, while the buzzcut youth discreetly provided cover. Xia Mo found himself at a loss, attempting to maneuver around the buzzcut youth to intercept the stout player. Unexpectedly, just as Xia Mo turned, the stout player had already passed the ball to the buzzcut youth. The buzzcut youth was on the move. With a lightning-fast breakthrough, he charged towards the basket, was raced towards the buzzcut youth, preparing to confront him. Suddenly, the buzzcut youth threw the ball towards the hoop, and it soared through the air, tracing a flawless trajectory. FaZe was tightly guarded by the tall player, unable to leap. "FaZe, hold your ground," was shouted. But it was too late. The tall player soared into the air, delivering a powerful dunk, a spectacular aerial connection. Xia Mo was left astounded by the scene before him. The opposing team exhibited remarkable teamwork, while their trio fought individually. How could they possibly triumph? Waz, with determination, held the ball and swiftly passed it to Xia Mo before dashing towards the basket. Xia Mo exerted all his strength to resist. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Xia Mo stepped back a pace, retreating beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Xia Mo's eyes. As the realm of three-point magic was unveiled, the plump fellow sensed impending doom and rushed forward. Attempting to thwart the shot, Xia Mo, without a moment's hesitation, took decisive action. His fingers trembled slightly as the basketball soared forth like an arrow, leaving a shimmering trace in its wake. The ball carved a radiant arc through the air, and with a swift whoosh, it swished through the net. At this moment, Xia Mo secured 2 points, emerging victorious with a total of 5 points. The short-haired young man approached and extended his right hand, congratulating him on his first triumph. However, he cautioned, one must understand that only through teamwork can one truly prevail in a match. This was merely a 3-on-3, in a 5-on-5 scenario. Your chances of success would be non-existent. Xia Mo extended his hand, firmly grasping the hand of the short-haired man. Waz, your self-centeredness is truly exasperating. Fist could not help but complain. Hey, this is merely a 3-on-3 skirmish. I could handle it all by myself. Was retorted coolly, crossing his arms. You saw just now. Had it not been for Xia Mo's precise three-pointer, you would have already lost. Fist exclaimed anxiously, stamping his foot in frustration. I believe he was merely fortunate. I would have made the three-pointer as well, was stubbornly insisted, his obstinacy having become his hallmark. Xia Mo approached, his face ashen. Was, this is not a personal showcase. It is a team competition. Team competition? It is merely a group match, and I can handle it single-handedly, Was retorted with a cold sneer. Subsequently, they entered the next round of contest. The new match commenced, with their opponents consisting of 2 tall players and 1 shorter individual. The muscular giant appeared to be of a height comparable to Faye's, while the bald man was slightly shorter. The diminutive player was even shorter than Was, evidently a skilled dribbler. At that moment, they decided possession through a game of rock, paper, scissors. The opponents emerged victorious in this regard. The short player took possession of the ball, swiftly passing it to the bald man, who immediately activated his charging mode. Despite Xia Mo's fervent defense, it proved futile. The bald man prepared to break through, with Xia Mo trailing closely behind. Suddenly, Xia Mo felt a sharp pain, as though he had collided with a wall. Turning his head, he discovered it was the muscular giant. The bald man surged forward with the ball, and FaZe hurriedly rushed to intercept him. Given that they were nearing the scoring zone, observing FaZe's defense, the bald man leapt into the air. FaZe, mistaking his intention for a shot, also jumped up. Yet, in a surprising twist, the bald man directed the ball downward, delivering a precise pass to the short player who had stealthily positioned himself behind FaZe. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had silently approached, waiting for the opportune moment. Upon receiving the ball, the short player forcefully slammed it onto the ground. The muscular giant immediately leaped forward, powerfully seizing the soaring basketball and executing a two-handed dunk. This exemplified perfect teamwork. Xia Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. It was simply unbelievable. At first glance, the lineup appeared unimpressive. The playmaker was too short, while the other 2 were excessively tall. However, their synergy completely compensated for these shortcomings, transforming them into advantages. The diminutive player had stealthily positioned himself behind FaZe, biding his time and waiting for the opportune moment to confuse FaZe with a feint. Then, he awaited his teammate's pass, leading Xia Mo and Was to mistakenly believe he would take a shot, thereby neglecting the muscular player. The diminutive player leapt into the air, forcefully slamming the ball down. At that moment, Was and Xia Mo had already jumped. Yet, the spot where the diminutive player struck the ball was precisely in front of the muscular player. The basketball soared before the muscular player, who then sprang into action. He secured the ball with ease, followed by a breathtaking two-handed slam dunk. Chapter 48, Perilous Moments. At this juncture, the score stood at 1-0. Xia Mo pondered to himself, the teamwork displayed by the opposing side was nothing short of impeccable. Had it not been for their seamless collaboration, this victory would have been nearly unattainable. Was received the ball. He cast a fleeting glance at Xia Mo, then forcefully struck the ball towards the diminutive defender. Taken aback, the defender was momentarily dazed, allowing the ball to rebound back into Waz's hands, who immediately launched an offensive. Was cleverly utilized his opponent to reclaim possession of the ball. Xia Mo gritted her teeth as Waz was about to engage in another one-on-one duel. With a single-handed grip on the ball, Was effortlessly maneuvered past the short opponent, then surged forward with great intensity. Xia Mo waved frantically, yet Was pretended not to see. Was, pass the ball. Xia Mo shouted loudly. However, Was remained unmoved. At that moment, a muscular man approached, preparing for a direct confrontation. Was nimbly dodged him, showcasing his agility with a delightful maneuver known as the windmill dribble, effortlessly breaking through the defense. He swiftly closed in on the basket, leaping for a layup. Was soared into the air, one hand cradling the ball in a dunking posture, just as the towering opponent leapt to intercept. Observing this, Was quickly altered his trajectory, intending to execute a reverse layup. Unfortunately, the giant's height proved formidable, and after consecutively breaching 2 defenders, Was found himself slightly winded. As he neared the ground, he had no choice but to take the shot. Thud. The ball was firmly caught by the towering figure. The giant hurled it towards a nearby shorter player, who stood alone beyond the 3-point line, unguarded, while Xia Mo found himself sandwiched between defenders. Was hurriedly made his way to the shorter player. Without hesitation, the shorter player took the shot. In a critical moment, Xia Mo swiftly moved to block the shot. He exerted himself to contest. Yet the ball soared high into the air, intercepted by the muscular man, who utilized his physical advantage. After seizing the ball, the muscular man brought it beyond the 3-point line, preparing to shoot. Was swiftly returned to defend, confronted by the muscular man. Was confident in his ability to thwart the attempt. Although he was at a disadvantage in size, he believed his speed surpassed that of his opponent. Was closely shadowed the muscular man. With his back to Was, the muscular man pressed forward aggressively, rendering Was's speed ineffective at that moment. Was struggled to hold his ground as the muscular man advanced relentlessly, and at the opportune moment, the tall player appeared again to set a screen, allowing the muscular man to surge toward the basket. Fis had positioned himself beneath the hoop, arms wide open, ready for the impending challenge. The muscular man leaped high. With both hands clutching the ball, he prepared to dunk. Humph, do you think I am easily intimidated? Fis also leapt, one hand firmly blocking the basketball. The muscular man roared with effort, attempting to slam the ball into the hoop. Fis gave it his all. Whack! The ball was deflected away. Xia Mo! Fis called out loudly. Upon witnessing the ball soaring in his direction, Xia Mo immediately dashed towards the point of its descent. Xia Mo leaped gracefully, intercepting the swiftly soaring basketball. At that moment, the shorter opponent was hot on Xia Mo's heels, intent on seizing the opportunity to snatch the ball. However, Xia Mo would not allow him such satisfaction. With a deft behind-the-back maneuver, Xia Mo left the shorter adversary at a loss, then surged towards the hoop. A robust opponent rapidly retreated, positioning himself to obstruct Xia Mo's path. Xia Mo sensed a shift in the situation and promptly passed the ball to Was, who was taken aback by the sudden move. Was glanced at Xia Mo, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Well, you're quite clever." With the ball in one hand, he fixed his determined gaze upon the shorter opponent and, with a swift motion, advanced forward, prompting the shorter player to hasten his pursuit. Was suddenly bellowed, "Fisher." He executed a behind-the-back dribble, evading the shorter opponent, and leaped into the air, soaring towards the basket. As Was ascended, basketball in hand, he prepared for a layup. The taller player, witnessing this, also leapt into the air, arms outstretched, aiming to block the shot. Yet, Was expertly secured the ball mid-air and gently tossed it to the lower right. The ball landed precisely in Fisher's hands, momentarily catching him off guard. "Fisher, now," Xia Mo urged loudly. Regaining his focus, Fisher leapt up with a fierce roar. "Make way." He forcefully dunked the ball, sending the taller player reeling back in shock. A subtle smile crept across Xia Mo's lips, indicating that the competition among Was, Xia Mo, and Fisher was just beginning. On the sidelines, Arthur's lips curled into a slight smile. These two youngsters had finally hit their stride. Arthur felt a swell of joy, as this marked their first harmonious collaboration. "I passed you the ball because I noticed your eagerness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have," Xia Mo said with a hint of pride. "Humph, who cares?" Was retorted coolly. Despite their teamwork, their banter remained unabated. Fisher wore an expression of helplessness. At this moment, the score was tied at 1-1. The ball then shifted to the opposing side. The shorter player received the ball and immediately passed it to the muscular man. Upon gaining possession, the muscular player activated bulldozer mode, forcing his way through. Was struggled to withstand the onslaught. Fisher rushed forward, one hand braced against the ground while the other guarded intently. Was glanced at Xia Mo, who also looked back at him, their thoughts in sync. Was swiftly switched to defend against the shorter player, while Xia Mo took on the taller one. The muscular player, realizing he could not overpower Fisher, intended to pass the ball back to the shorter player. However, seeing that the shorter player was closely marked by Was, he redirected his attention to the taller player, who was being guarded by Xia Mo. After a moment's consideration, he opted to pass the ball to him. The taller player caught the ball. Xia Mo swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Despite the opponent's advantage in height, their movements were sluggish and their dribbling skills lacked finesse. Height was their only superiority. Xia Mo swiftly adjusted his defense, attempting to intercept the tall player's pass. Yet, how could the towering figure easily concede? He cast a fleeting glance at the muscular man and then lofted the basketball over his head. The robust player understood the signal immediately, dashing forward with great speed. In an instant, he leaped, extending his arms to securely catch the ball, and launched a fierce offensive. The tall player was already beneath the basket, with FaZe closely trailing behind. Xia Mo swiftly took his position, yet he was still a moment too late. Before his eyes, a robust man soared into the air, poised to make a layup. Xia Mo would not grant him a moment's respite. He leaped forward, extending his hand to block the shot. However, the burly man swiftly switched the ball from his right hand to his left. The basketball struck the backboard with great force, ricocheting off and spinning around the rim before finally swishing through the net. Both players, the robust one and the tall one, soared into the air. Their collision a shared celebration of victory. Chapter 49, Strategy. The opponent scores 2-1. The game has entered a critical and fiercely contested moment. Xia Mo cast a glance at FaZe, who responded with an approving gesture. However, Waz appeared utterly perplexed, completely unable to decipher the unspoken communication between the two. Xia Mo received the ball and decisively passed it to FaZe. FaZe dribbled in place, with a tall defender closely trailing behind. Xia Mo swiftly dashed beyond the three-point line. The diminutive player, upon witnessing this, realized that Xia Mo was rapidly approaching the halfway line. Unperturbed, he merely lingered near the three-point line, awaiting Xia Mo's advance. Arthur, equally perplexed, could not fathom the intentions concealed within Xia Mo's actions. Waz called out loudly, "FaZe, pass the ball." "Xia Mo, what are you up to?" FaZe responded with a gentle smile. Xia Mo stood beyond the three-point line, suddenly leaping into the air, his hands striking a shooting pose. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. What was this young man thinking? Surely, he couldn't have lost his mind, could he? A shot into thin air? Laughter erupted. Arthur furrowed his brow, perplexed by the scene unfolding before him. Velo approached and stood beside Arthur, both captivated by the spectacle. Waz was equally taken aback by Xia Mo's audacious act. Uncertain of his intentions, Faith fixed his gaze upon Xia Mo, his eyes honing in on the young man's hands, making slight adjustments to his aim, positioning just above his right hand. Suddenly, Faith exerted force, launching the ball towards Xia Mo. It was only then that the diminutive figure realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no! Xia Mo leapt high into the air, poised to make his shot. In an instant, the basketball landed perfectly in his right hand. At this moment, he had assumed the shooting stance. His fingers quivered slightly as he initiated the three-point maneuver. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the ball soared forth, seemingly trailing a comet's tail. With a swish, the basketball glided through the net, scoring a perfect three-pointer. The shift in momentum was instantaneous. The score, now 3-2. The spectators erupted in joyous cheers, their excitement palpable. What an incredible display. Oh my, such teamwork. Wow. Xia Mo is truly a legend. The applause resonated throughout the arena, and praises flowed incessantly. Ah, so that's how it is. Xia Mo is indeed a master of strategy, remarked Velo as he gazed at Arthur. This is not mere cunning, it's strategy. Xia Mo is exceptionally astute. Arthur commended him. Waz was equally astounded. Xia Mo's remarkable move had won Waz's admiration completely. Xia Yi strode directly towards FaZe, and the two engaged in a warm handshake. On the eve of the competition, Xia Mo discreetly conversed with FaZe, saying, "When the time comes, if we find ourselves trailing, I shall provide you with a subtle signal." Xia Mo imparted this technique to FaZe, who nodded with a hint of confusion. "Forget everything else. Just remember, when I give you a signal, pass the ball directly to me. Aim carefully and make a rough prediction." After a high five with Xia Mo, FaZe approached Waz, intending to share a similar gesture. Waz maintained his indifferent demeanor. "Humph, who would want to high-five you?" he retorted coldly before walking away. Yet, deep within, Waz felt a flicker of comfort. For it meant his chances of claiming the top spot in the upcoming showdown had increased slightly. "Xia Mo, that was brilliant," came a female voice from nearby. Turning around, Xia Mo saw Vilo. He responded with a cheerful smile. "Oh, it was nothing. Just a strategy one thought of suddenly before the match." "Absolutely fantastic. It truly reflects your style." At that moment, Arthur approached Xia Mo with a hearty laugh and gave him a hearty pat on the back. "You really are something. I knew I was right about you." Arthur gave him a thumbs up. "Haha, FaZe's pass was right on point." Xia Mo scratched his head. "Now we move on to the top 12, so we must remain vigilant." While you may handle some one-on-one situations in the gym, teamwork is an entirely different matter. Never act solely on your own. Arthur reiterated firmly. Understood, understood, my lord Arthur. Xia Mo replied, hands tucked into his pockets. Xia Mo, that was quite impressive. I had underestimated you. Was surprisingly complimented him as he approached. Feeling a bit awkward, Xia Mo could only manage a couple of forced chuckles. But remember, you will never surpass me, Was declared, still holding his head high. Hey, Xia Mo scoffed lightly. Must you be so arrogant in your compliments? Do you fancy yourself the proud protagonist of a new generation? He mused internally. As the whistle blew for other courts, the list of the top 12 gradually emerged. At that moment, Xia Mo brimmed with confidence, convinced of his ability to win the championship. This was also to prove himself as a valuable player. Xia Mo, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? FaZe inquired quietly as he leaned in. Tricks? There's not much else. Just remember, during the match, when I give you a signal, act just like you did earlier. Xia Mo instructed FaZe. What if someone specifically guards you and stays too close? FaZe asked anxiously. Then why not teach Was instead? Where has your comprehension gone? It's truly exasperating. Xia Mo gently tapped FaZe's forehead. He chuckled, and FaZe, stroking his shiny head, wore a smile tinged with helplessness. At last, the moment had arrived for the three of them to take the stage. Opposite them stood a muscular yet short man, an exceptionally tall youth with a horse-like visage, and another clad in leopard print, with a human head and leopard legs. Huh, is he also a mutant? Xia Mo whispered to FaZe. Yes, he is our club's second-best point guard after Was. Though his skills are slightly inferior to Waz's, FaZe replied softly. What are you two whispering about? Was interjected as he approached. The game is about to begin, and here you are, murmuring like you've run out of tricks. Was sarcastically remarked to Xia Mo. Xia Mo retorted, equally proud. At this moment, Xia Mo was engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with the man with leopard legs. Emerging victorious, FaZe held the ball, glancing at Was, who was struggling to shake off the man with leopard legs in search of a position. While Xia Mo was closely monitored by the brawny man, rendered immobile. FaZe fell into deep contemplation. FaZe, FaZe. A clear voice jolted him from his reverie. He opened his eyes to see a little girl. At that moment, FaZe still resembled a lizard, a mere child. FaZe, come eat. The little girl extended her tender hand, offering a strip of meat through the gap in the tank. FaZe needed to eat well to grow quickly. Then I can take FaZe out to play, she exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 50. Phases passed at that time. FaZe could not speak. He was only a small lizard. He stared wide-eyed at the little girl before him. She was about to reach out her hand to gently touch FaZe. What are you doing? You can't touch it. It's a test subject. A deep male voice interrupted. Daddy, I just wanted to touch FaZe, the little girl explained. Be good. Let us go see other animals. The stranger lifted the little girl and left the area. After a long while, many people arrived. One person opened the tank and restrained FaZe. FaZe struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Another person took out a syringe and aimed it at FaZe. This is the last fire lizard. If it explodes, the plan will come to an end. A figure standing nearby muttered to himself. FaZe shook his head, and fragmented memories surged into his mind. FaZe, hurry, hurry. He saw Xia Mo running on the court. The little girl? FaZe murmured softly to himself. Never mind, I shall not dwell on these matters for now. FaZe shook his head once more. The ball descended into Xia Mo's hands like a flash of lightning, and he resolutely resisted against the tight defense of the leopard man. Xia Mo seized the opportunity, skillfully maneuvering the ball between his legs, while FaZe timely approached to provide assistance with a screen. Xia Mo swiftly seized the opportunity and launched a full-throttle sprint. The leopard-faced man, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated and assumed a defensive stance. However, FaZe unexpectedly dashed backward, heading straight for the basket. The horse-faced man quickly filled the gap, obstructing FaZe's path. Xia Mo raced toward the basket with fervor. At that moment, was akin to a released arrow, darting toward the hoop and leaping into the air. Xia Mo executed a clever maneuver from behind. The leopard-clad man believed that Xia Mo was about to break through, hastily preparing his defense. However, this was a masterful pass. Xia Mo dribbled behind his back, deftly flicking the ball with his left elbow, sending it soaring towards Was. Upon receiving the pass, Was's lips curled into a subtle smile, brimming with confidence. In an instant, he executed a breathtaking slam dunk. The audience erupted in astonishment, applauding Was for his remarkable display of skill. Well done, young man, Was chuckled, giving Xia Mo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This was the first time Xia Mo had witnessed Waz's smile, warm and inviting. In the quietude, basketball bridged the emotional distance between Xia Mo and Waz. At this moment, the scoreboard reflected a score of 1-0. The leopard male held the ball, surveying the court meticulously before swiftly passing it to his muscular teammate. The muscle-bound player received the ball, relying solely on brute strength, lacking in finesse. He charged forward with unrestrained vigor. Upon witnessing the situation, Xia Mo promptly called out, Waz. Waz swiftly adjusted his defense, for his stamina could not possibly rival that of the muscular man. The muscular figure descended like a ferocious tiger from the mountain. Xia Mo found himself at a loss. In a crucial moment, Fist stepped forward, arms wide open, resolutely guarding the court. As the muscular man saw Fist approaching, he casually passed the ball to the man with the horse-like face. Upon receiving the ball, the horse-faced man prepared for a powerful dunk. Alarm bells rang in Fist's mind. Just as the horse-faced man was about to execute his slam dunk, Xia Mo and Waz dashed forward like a tempest. Suddenly, the horse-faced man grinned, lightly tossing the ball to the leopard man beyond the three-point line. The leopard man stood at the free-throw line, leaping without hesitation. With a crisp swish, the ball made its way through the hoop, scoring for the opponents with a deceptive maneuver that caught them off guard. What just happened? Was chastised Xia Mo. After all, Waz's fiery temperament was not to be trifled with, as he was rather self-centered. However, playing alongside Xia Mo seemed to have altered him somewhat. It's all right, Waz. We shall strive harder. Fist encouraged Waz. Waz remained silent. Now it was Xia Mo's turn to serve. He exchanged a glance with Fist, who instantly understood the cue. Xia Mo intended to once again employ his previous strategy. He directly tossed the ball to FaZe and dashed towards the three-point line. The cheetah man, observing this, offered a slight smile but remained stationary, steadfastly guarding the three-point line. FaZe received the ball, cradling it in one hand, and surveyed the positions of Xia Mo and Waz. Xia Mo suddenly leaped into the air, arms poised for a shot. Upon witnessing this, FaZe grasped the ball with one hand and hurled it directly towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo felt a surge of joy within, as this opportunity appeared far too effortless. However, a sudden jolt coursed through her heart. The man resembling a flowered leopard seemed to have teleported, now standing directly before her. Just moments ago, he had been positioned beyond the three-point line, yet he now closed the distance with alarming swiftness, causing a sense of foreboding to rise within Xia Mo. The basketball, however, remained conspicuously absent. As Xia Mo descended, his gaze fixed upon Fist. Fist remained poised, effortlessly clutching the ball with one hand. A smirk played on his lips, for he had successfully deceived his opponent. The ball had never left his possession. It was merely a feint. I am well aware of your speed, Cheetah, Fist remarked, passing the ball to Waz. Waz seized the ball, unimpeded. With remarkable agility, he dribbled with both hands behind his back, his shoulders swaying rhythmically with his movements. Suddenly, Waz surged to the left, anticipating the muscular defender's reaction. In an instant, he pivoted, executing a deft maneuver beneath his legs. The muscular man nearly lost his balance, and seizing the opportunity, was once again broke to the left. The defender stumbled, crashing to the ground amidst gasps of astonishment from the audience. Waz had outmaneuvered his opponent. A triumphant smile graced Waz's lips as he accelerated towards the basket, launching a fierce assault, closely pursued by Fist, and the muscular-faced man was leaped into the air, the basketball transitioning from his left hand to his right beneath his legs, just as he prepared for a layup. The muscular-faced man also leapt to intercept. At that moment, Waz skillfully passed the ball to Fist. Fist now? Waz called out emphatically. Fist roared, delivering a thunderous slam dunk that sent the muscular-faced man reeling. The scoreboard boldly illuminated the score, 2-0. The opponents had yet to score a single point. The cheetah initiated the next play, swiftly passing the ball to the muscular-faced man before darting towards the basket. Waz attempted to step into block, but was firmly held back by the muscular defender. Damn it, Waz cursed under his breath. Xia Mo found himself unable to match the speed of the leopard man, who was rapidly approaching the hoop. FaZe hesitated, torn between defending against the leopard man or the horse-faced man. At the moment the horse-faced man leaped, FaZe too sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, the horse-faced man skillfully passed the ball to the leopard man, who followed suit with a jump. Just as Xia Mo arrived, it was too late. The leopard man executed a fluid layup, smoothly depositing the ball into the net. The lights above the hoop flickered to announce a score for the blue team, heightening the tension among Xia Mo, Waz, and FaZe on the court. FaZe gently patted the shoulders of his teammates, reassuring them, "It's all right. This time, we'll put in extra effort and surely triumph over them." Chapter 51. The little girl, the leopard man's team, remained vigilant, acutely aware that their opponents comprised the strongest lineup from the club. A victory in this match could restore their ranking. Was raced forward with the ball, swiftly passing it to FaZe, who adeptly controlled the ball, breaking through the defense and weaving between adversaries. Quickly evading a burly defender who was left bewildered by a sudden bypass, Was appeared poised and vigorous. As he approached the hoop, he leapt into the air. In a flash, he executed a clever one-handed switch, showcasing his exceptional layup technique. Just as the basketball left his hand, the leopard man had unexpectedly materialized. A chill ran down Waz's spine. At this moment, Xia Mo found himself obstructed by a brawny man. It turned out that the defensive strategy had shifted, and he had been switched out. At this instant, the man in leopard print lightly touched his fingertips, causing the basketball to veer off course and strike the rim, only to regretfully bounce away. The man with the horse-like face leaped instantly, rendering FaZe immobile beneath his oppressive presence. The horse-faced man cunningly pressed his left foot against the inner side of FaZe's right foot, preventing him from jumping. Swiftly, he seized the ball and passed it directly to the brawny man. The latter charged towards the three-point line. Upon crossing it, he unleashed a fierce assault, heading straight for the basket. Xia Mo strained to resist. However, it was futile. The brawny man approached the basket, preparing to leap, while Xia Mo gritted his teeth and held firm. Observing this, the brawny man flicked the ball behind him, delivering a precise pass to the leopard print man, who was now poised for action. The two swift players engaged in an intense showdown. Two fleeting shadows, one black and one white, intertwined in a relentless clash. Ultimately, the leopard print man, with a double change of direction and an intensified breakthrough, successfully eluded Waz. Enraged, Waz was indignant. As a symbol of speed, how could he be outmatched by this leopard print man? He stubbornly pursued. Sensing Waz closely trailing him, the leopard print man unhesitatingly passed the ball to the horse-faced man. Without delay, the horse-faced man leaped, preparing for a one-handed dunk. FaZe followed suit, rising to block the basketball from the other side. The two roared in unison. On the sidelines, applause and cheers erupted in waves. "Go FaZe! Go Horseface!" The cheerleaders on both sides rallied for their respective champions. Amidst a sudden headache, FaZe felt his strength wane, yet the horse-faced man succeeded in dunking the ball, instantly leveling the score to 2-2. Both teams were now even, matching the scores of Xia Mo, Waz, and FaZe. At this moment, FaZe experienced a sharp pang of headache, cradling his head in his hands and shaking it in disarray. "FaZe! FaZe!" The voice of a little girl echoed in his mind. "FaZe, are you all right? Should we withdraw from the game?" Xia Mo approached with concern. "Hey, Big Lizard, are you in pain?" Waz also came over. "No, it's nothing. Let's continue. I just lost focus for a moment." FaZe replied, shaking his head. The game had reached a boiling point. Now, any team that scores would clinch victory. The horse-faced man held the ball, delaying the pass as he awaited FaZe to regain his optimal state. "I'm ready," FaZe finally spoke. "Good." The man with the horse-like face responded promptly, swiftly passing the ball to his robust teammate positioned by the three-point line. The burly man, upon receiving the ball, scanned the court thoroughly. Subsequently, he relayed the ball to the man resembling a leopard, who launched an aggressive attack without hesitation. Waz, however, was evidently not an opponent to be trifled with. His gaze was now flickering with a faint purple light, indicating a state of awakening, albeit not entirely conventional. Xia Mo observed Waz intently, recognizing that he was in a semi-awakened state. What exactly is a semi-awakened state? In layman's terms, it refers to the ability to modulate the intensity of one's awakening state according to personal condition. To prolong this state for the forthcoming matches, Waz opted for the lowest power setting, akin to activating the energy-saving mode on a mobile device to conserve energy. Was charged forth to confront the man resembling a leopard. The latter attempted to break through with a behind-the-back dribble, but Waz detected an opening on the left side. Just then, the leopard man abruptly pulled the ball back, intending to pass. A subtle smile crept upon Waz's lips as he seized the opportunity to snatch the ball with astonishing speed. The leopard man was left astounded. Waz's velocity surpassed all expectations, leaving him unable to keep pace, let alone control the rhythm of the game. It was at this moment that the leopard man comprehended the formidable nature of Waz. After securing the ball, Waz immediately passed it to Xia Mo, who awaited beyond the three-point line. Xia Mo received the ball and, without a moment's hesitation, made a breakthrough. A robust man immediately stepped forward to defend against Xia Mo. Seeing the dire situation, Xia Mo exerted a forceful push and passed the ball to Face. Upon receiving the ball, Face, with his back turned to the man with the horse face, prepared to launch an offensive. The man with the horse face, unwilling to concede, kept a vigilant watch on Face. Holding the ball in his left hand, Face pivoted on his left foot, ready to make a layup, when the man with the horse face immediately initiated his defense. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through Face's mind, gritting his teeth in endurance. He passed the ball to Was. Upon receiving the ball, Was glanced at Face and, sensing his discomfort, swiftly advanced towards the basket. The leopard man strained to defend but was no match for Was's speed, and in the blink of an eye, Was successfully breached the leopard man's defense. He surged straight towards the basket. The man with the horse face stood in Was's path. Observing Face's condition, Was realized the predicament and had no choice but to pass the ball to Xia Mo. Xia Mo received the ball and cast a glance towards Face. Face, Xia Mo shouted, dribbling and swiftly altering his steps. Then, he executed his signature drag step. The robust man was caught completely off guard and was promptly sent sprawling. Xia Mo dashed forward with great urgency. The man with the horse-like face attempted to intercept him. Just at that pivotal moment, Xia Mo skillfully delivered the ball to Fis with precision. Xia Mo harbored unwavering confidence in Fis, believing wholeheartedly that he would score. At that moment, Fis seized the ball, while the man with a stern expression pivoted to defend. Suddenly, Fis's gaze drifted outside the court, where he faintly caught sight of a little girl. The visage of that girl bore an uncanny resemblance to one from his memories. A torrent of fragmented recollections surged into Fis's mind like a tempest. At this instant, Fis was oblivious to everything else. He resolutely withstood the onslaught of these memories. With a sudden leap, he executed a forceful and resounding dunk. The score was now 3-2. Through this electrifying slam that reverberated throughout the arena, Fis claimed his victory. Xia Mo was filled with exhilaration as she dashed towards Fis, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Fis, you were absolutely incredible. I always knew you could do it. Xia Mo vigorously shook Face. However, at that moment, Face suddenly clasped his hands around his head, shaking it incessantly. Then, he turned his gaze back towards the crowd, only to find that the little girl had inexplicably vanished. At this instant, Face was inundated by a torrent of memories. Face, awaken, do you still remember me? Face, flee. Hurry. Will we meet again, Face? These voices instantaneously revived Face's recollections. Chapter 52, The Choice of Destiny. Face. Face. The calls echoed. Face opened his eyes to find himself still encased within the glass tank. The little girl rested her hands on the table, gazing intently at him. Face, are you well? She inquired with her head tilted. At that moment, Face could only emit soft sounds. You seem to be in good spirits, Face. The little girl giggled joyfully. Face, I heard my father say that you will soon become a human. We must play together then. The little girl fixated her gaze upon Face. Although he could not comprehend her words, he felt her affection for him profoundly. Face responded with a soft utterance. Face was originally a fire lizard from the Xia forest. Fire lizards are exceedingly rare creatures on this planet, due to their remarkably low survival rates. It is quite exceptional for 3 out of 10 to survive. Moreover, a fire lizard lays eggs only once in its lifetime. Thus, the rarity of fire lizards is self-evident. In his early years, Face was taken away by a genetic modification experiment. Along with him were his siblings. Indeed, he was the youngest among them. That was the moment he first encountered the little girl. In a spacious laboratory, the girl was cradled in her father's arms, her eyes wandering around. Daddy, what is that? Daddy, this animal's color is so beautiful. Daddy, this animal. The little girl chattered incessantly, pointing at each creature within the transparent tanks. Director, it is time for the meeting. The director glanced at his daughter and said, Sweetheart, Daddy must attend a meeting now. Would you watch the little animals while I'm gone? All right, Daddy. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Be good. Daddy is going to the meeting. Remember, you can only watch, not touch. You mustn't touch anything. Just look. After the dean's admonition, he departed alongside several individuals clad in white uniforms. A young girl meandered through the amusement park, her gaze captivated by an array of extraordinary creatures. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she explored each peculiar little being in turn. Eventually, her steps halted before the transparent habitat of Face. She stared intently at the diminutive flame lizard, adorned with scarlet scales, tiny claws, a hairless head, and large, expressive eyes that rendered it particularly endearing. The girl reached out her hand, hesitated, and then withdrew, recalling her father's counsel. "What is your name?" she softly inquired. Faiz, lost in slumber, awoke to the sound. Lazily yawning and turning his gaze toward the girl, she glanced around and noticed a label affixed to the tank's wall. "Oh, so your name is Faiz," she exclaimed. "Faiz. Faiz, look over here." The girl's hand lightly touched the glass, attempting to capture Faiz's attention. However, Faiz seemed indifferent to her presence. Thus, the girl remained before the glass tank for a full hour. The dean returned at an opportune moment, lifting the girl into his arms and affectionately planting a kiss on her cheek. "Have you been a good little one?" he asked. What is this little creature?" the girl inquired, her eyes wide with wonder. "This is a flame lizard, isn't it beautiful?" the dean replied, gazing at her with fondness. "Flame lizard. His name is Faiz, right?" The girl pressed further. "Indeed, he is called Faiz. When he matures, your father will assist in a procedure, and he shall transform into a human form," the dean explained. "How delightful. Can you let him out to play with me now?" the girl asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Not just yet. Perhaps in the future. When he grows older, your father has promised you may play together," the dean assured her with a smile. In the days that followed, the girl visited Faiz whenever she had a moment to spare. While Faiz pondered the presence of this frequently appearing little girl. Who was she, and why did she come here every day? Gradually, the girl and Faiz grew familiar with one another. Whenever he heard her call, Faiz would respond. When the girl extended her finger to touch the glass, Faiz would chase after it, causing her to erupt in joyous laughter. As time passed, the flame lizards matured. Faiz's brothers were taken into a dimly lit room by the dean, but they never emerged again. "Dean, these flame lizards have failed to match. They all exploded." "This is the last one," reported a man in white. "Dean, this is our final opportunity. We must proceed with caution," another woman in white reminded him. "I am certainly aware. The plan is set for 3 days hence." The director sighed helplessly. As dawn broke on the third day, he arrived at the laboratory with his young daughter ahead of schedule. The little girl, as always, sought her friend Faiz to play with. Observing this scene, the director forced a smile, though his heart was heavy with concern. He could not shake the feeling that this might be a farewell between his daughter and Faiz. The little girl wanted to feed Faiz, but the director gently intervened. After all, the subject must not eat prior to surgery to avoid unforeseen complications. At that moment, the director led his daughter into his office. "Be a good girl and wait here. Daddy will be back shortly." He settled her into a chair, ensuring her comfort. "Understood, Daddy," she replied obediently. Subsequently, the director instructed the staff to transfer the transparent container housing Faiz to the operating room. Intense light illuminated Faiz, and suddenly, the top of the container opened, a large hand pressing down on Faiz. The anesthesia was ready. In an instant, a syringe injected a solution into Faiz's body. Faiz let out a startled cry and then slowly closed his eyes. "Director, may we begin?" inquired the assistant, holding a scalpel. "Just a moment. This anesthetic takes a little longer to take effect. Be patient," the director replied softly. After all, Faiz shared a deep bond with his daughter, and should the surgery fail, he wished for Faiz to depart without pain. 5 minutes later, the director commanded, "Let us proceed." One person held a tube, inserting it into Faiz's throat, while another affixed multiple electrodes to Faiz's body, connecting fine wires to a nearby computer monitor. "Director, all is normal. The fire lizard's vital signs are stable." "Excellent. Commence the surgery," the director decisively ordered. At that moment, a man firmly grasped the scalpel and began to make a slow incision. An hour later, 4 doctors were intently engaged in the genetic modification procedure. Only one step remained. At this juncture, one doctor glanced at the screen, exclaiming, "This is bad." The man's gaze fixed on the screen. The data indicated that the fire lizard's vital signs were rapidly deteriorating. "Hurry, continue the surgery," the director commanded with determination. However, another doctor hesitated. Faiz's vital signs plummeted dangerously, teetering on the brink of shock. Yet, the director, having come this far, could not allow for any further hesitation. He had to gamble everything, hoping for a successful outcome. At this moment, the surgery entered its most critical phase. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. "Success, director," the man exclaimed with exhilaration. "Ah, splendid. Splendid." The director, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Fis was enveloped in a multitude of tubes, weakly curled within a crystal container. The director brought the young girl to visit Fis. "My dear, Once Fist recovers, he will gradually regain his human form, the director softly assured his daughter. How wonderful. The girl cheered with excitement. Day by day, Fist's condition steadily improved. He slowly opened his eyes and, to his astonishment, began to comprehend the conversations of the men beside him. Record all his physiological data daily. Do not confuse anything. Be meticulous, they instructed. Yet, Fist remained unaware of his circumstances, weakly parting his lips and gazing intently at the world outside. A month later, Fist's body had begun to grow, and he was now able to stand. However, neither the girl nor the director had returned. 2 months passed, and the laboratory was deserted. Fist had grown to the size of an adult crocodile. Half a month later, on this day, Fist found himself within the container, which could no longer accommodate his massive form. Just as he pushed open the glass lid, the entire research facility began to tremble. Amidst a series of explosive sounds, Fist swiftly fled the scene. Fist, are you all right? Xia Mo shook Fist's body. Fist came to himself, staring blankly at Xia Mo. Fist, you seem off. Xia Mo inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just a headache. As if I've recalled something, Fist replied. Seeing that Fist was not gravely harmed, Xia Mo embraced his shoulders and continued. We have now entered the top 6. It's the semifinals, and we are to face the last 2 teams. Xia Mo beamed with joy. Is that so? Fist asked. Indeed, but what is the matter with you? You seem distracted, Xia Mo remarked, scratching his head in confusion. It's nothing at all. I merely remembered something from the past. Fist explained. What memory weighs so heavily on your mind? Could it be thoughts of a once-admired female lizard? Xia Mo teased. No. It's... Fist began to elucidate, but was interrupted by Waz. Hey, don't celebrate too soon. There's another match ahead. Waz approached and said. Waz. Fist responded. Come on, let us take a 5-minute break. The match is about to begin, Xia Mo urged. At this moment, Fist attempted to recollect his memories but could only recall fragments of crawling out of the container. The rest was a void. He had just seen a small girl in the crowd. Was it merely an illusion? Straining to look among the throng, he could not find her. It seems I am experiencing a delusion, he pondered. Faye shook his head helplessly. Xia Mo, well done. Arthur approached, grinning. Kiki. Xia Mo chuckled innocently. Your collaboration is truly seamless. I anticipate witnessing an even greater synergy in your forthcoming matches, commented Vilo as he walked over. It's all thanks to Xia Mo's coordination. Faze patted Xia Mo on the shoulder, singing his praises. Heh, Waz let out a soft snort. Waz. Your performance was quite commendable as well, Faze quickly added upon noticing Waz's disdainful huff. Do I need you to tell me that? Naturally, I excel. But perhaps the 2 of you together might stand a chance against me, Waz replied, reclining with his hands behind his head, exuding arrogance. Waz. Although you seldom heed my advice, you must understand that teamwork in basketball is paramount. Relying solely on individual prowess often leads to failure, Arthur admonished seriously. I know. Captain, Waz seemed to dismiss the warning. Waz's arrogance remained as unwavering as ever. Vilo observed him, a smile playing on his lips. Waz's cheeks flushed slightly as he turned his head away. Xia Mo, your performance is astonishing. I eagerly await your next confrontation, particularly your display in the climactic battle. Vilo remarked, turning to Xia Mo with admiration. Xia Mo scratched his head, grinning bashfully. Xia Mo, I'm awake. Xiao Ro's voice echoed in Xia Mo's thoughts. Huh? Xia Mo suddenly snapped back to reality. What a reaction. I can converse with you in your mind. Do you understand? A voice resonated in his consciousness. Close your eyes, Xiao Ro instructed. Xia Mo closed his eyes, and the image of Xiao Ro gradually materialized. You see, as long as you truly perceive, you can see me. In fact, it is of no consequence if I do not appear. Xiao Ro twirled gracefully before Xia Mo. Then, why can't you manifest directly in my mind? Xia Mo inquired. I must emerge to breathe fresh air, after all. Staying too long in your rigid mind will suffocate me. Xiao Ro made a playful grimace. You. Xia Mo momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Oh. I merely wanted to remind you that your next opponent is likely to be formidable. The teams we faced earlier pale in comparison. Xiao Ro cautioned. Really? Xia Mo responded. I have reviewed their information. There are 3 mutants, and they seldom appear in the basketball club, usually playing on the streets. They may possess unexpected tactics. So you must exercise caution. One of them is likely a primate mutant, which should confer a significant strength advantage. What about Faze compared to him? Xia Mo asked. They should be evenly matched, Xiao Ro replied. FaZe ranks third on the leaderboard. Xia Mo insisted. Is that all you ever consider, the leaderboard? This primate mutant has no interest in such trivial rankings. Yet based on the data, his strength is comparable to FaZe. Xiaoro explained. There is also another. A cheetah mutant, exceedingly swift, though still not as fast as Waz. Then there is no cause for concern. After all, Waz's speed is among the best. Xia Mo reassured himself inwardly. However, do not focus solely on the statistics. When you previously competed against Waz, I also believed you would be defeated due to your lower numbers. Yet that match proved your ability to triumph over Waz. Chapter 54. The battle beyond the halfway mark. Nevertheless, you must treat the last opponent with utmost caution. Xiaoro warned. What is the matter? Xia Mo asked. Regarding the final opponent, I cannot discern his special abilities. He appears no different from an ordinary person, making him difficult to detect. Yet his overall metrics are nearly on par with yours. You must be vigilant. Rest assured, even though Waz's data surpasses mine significantly, I still emerged victorious. This individual has lower metrics than I do. How could I possibly lose? Xia Mo proclaimed with confidence. Do not become complacent. Exercise caution. And do not let the match slip from your grasp. Xiaoro admonished. All right, I understand. Once I win the match, I shall take you to savor some delicacies. Xia Mo replied enthusiastically. Xia Mo. Xia Mo. At that moment, Vilo called out loudly to Xia Mo. Xia Mo slowly opened his eyes. I thought something had happened to you since you kept your eyes closed. Vilo inquired with concern. No, I merely closed my eyes for a moment. It is what one might call conserving energy. Xia Mo replied dismissively. Everyone, come and drink some water. Arthur produced 3 bottles of water, handing them to Xia Mo, Fis, and Waz. Xia Mo, consider the next 3 opponents merely as appetizers. I am uncertain of their true capabilities. They have only recently joined the club and are seldom seen during training, often opting for casual games. Their presence in the finals indicates they possess a certain level of skill, Arthur elucidated. The fact that even Arthur was unaware of their genuine strength made Xia Mo ponder the necessity of proceeding with caution in this match. The break was over. The 3 warriors prepared to take the stage. The opponents gradually made their entrance. Indeed, across from them stood a gorilla, a canine, and a human. The gorilla bore a striking resemblance to a real gorilla in every aspect, save for its ability to speak. There was almost no distinction. The dog-headed man, resembling Fis, retained a fully human form, with the exception of his canine head. The final competitor was difficult to describe, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, neither thin nor robust, with an appearance somewhat akin to that of a bull. At this moment, they commenced a game of rock, paper, scissors. The dog-headed man squared off against Xia Mo in this contest. Xia Mo emerged victorious. Subsequently, it was Xia Mo's turn to serve. He surveyed his surroundings, and then directly passed the ball to Waz. Waz received the ball, his gaze fixated on the man before him. In an instant, Waz launched an assault. With a dazzling feint, he deftly maneuvered past the man. Just as Waz reveled in his success, the man with the canine visage reappeared with astonishing speed. Waz caught sight of him and immediately executed a behind-the-back dribble, pivoting as the ball bounced up, then surged forward with determination. However, the canine-faced man remained steadfastly glued to him, clinging like an unyielding adhesive. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Waz swiftly passed the ball back to Xia Mo. Xia Mo tightly gripped the basketball, his gaze fixed upon his opponent, a formidable figure as robust as an ox. He altered the rhythm of his dribbling, endeavoring to disrupt the opponent's footing. However, the ox-like man remained as steadfast as a rock, prompting Xia Mo to silently admire his prowess. Suddenly, Xia Mo executed a deft behind-the-back dribble and surged to the right. The ox-like man immediately rose to defend, but inadvertently collided with Fiz, who skillfully created an obstacle for Xia Mo. Xia Mo seized the opportunity, swiftly darting towards the hoop, while the imposing figure of the gorilla man stood resolutely in his path, thumping his chest to display his might before promptly engaging in defense. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Mo executed a penetrating pass to unravel the situation, and then surged towards the back of the gorilla. Waz became aware of Xia Mo's intention and simultaneously raced towards the hoop. Xia Mo leaped into the air, gripping the ball with one hand, poised to execute a jelly layup, as the dog-headed man swiftly lunged forward, attempting to block the shot. Xia Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he called out, Waz. In an instant, he hurled the ball to the right. Waz caught it, leaping into the air, the ball trembling slightly in his grasp. A phantom layup. The dog-headed man sensed Waz's movement but was powerless to intervene. The gorilla man lagged behind, still straining to catch up. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the basketball was firmly seized by a single hand, leaving both Waz and Xia Mo astonished. The bullman, with just one hand, had intercepted the phantom layup. This feat was nearly impossible, as the ball should have altered its course upon contact with his palm. How had the bullman accomplished such a remarkable act? He gestured for the dog-headed man to retreat to the three-point line before accurately passing the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, the dog-headed man immediately gripped it with one hand, his body swaying unsteadily with each dribble. Waz, witnessing this, dared not let down his guard, as a fellow speedster. He understood that even a moment's inattention could lead to being surpassed. The dog-headed man began to advance, alternating his dribbles before executing a between-the-legs maneuver, inching closer to Waz. Waz took a step back, and the dog-headed man suddenly reversed direction, launching an assault from Waz's flank. Waz swiftly adjusted his defense at that moment. The dog-headed man accelerated fiercely, intent on breaking through Waz's guard, but Waz was not an easy opponent. He quickly countered, stealing the ball and preparing to shoot. The dog-headed man employed a behind-the-back dribble to thwart the theft, while Waz persistently obstructed his progress. In desperation, the dog-headed man passed the ball back to the bullman, who now faced Xia Mo's stringent defense. As Xia Mo observed the bull-like figure with the ball, his alertness surged instantaneously. For Xiao Ro had previously cautioned him to be wary of this individual. Unlike the time when Waz faced him, Xiao Ro had not issued such a warning then. The bull-like player received the ball and, without the slightest hesitation, initiated a swift offensive. He pivoted and leaped, executing the movement with remarkable precision and decisiveness, displaying no trace of doubt whatsoever. In a moment of astonishment, Xia Mo immediately leaped into action. The bull-headed man opted for a backward shot. Xia Mo exerted every effort to obstruct, extending his arm in an attempt to shield Niu Nan's gaze. With a resounding thud, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. "You are exceptional," remarked Niu Nan with a calm demeanor. Likewise, Xia Mo replied, his gaze fixed intently on Niu Nan. At that moment, the gorilla was engaged in a fierce contest with Fis over the rebounding position. The ball descended slowly from the air. Seizing the opportunity, Fis leaped first, with the gorilla closely following suit, mirroring his ascent. In midair, they grappled. Fis stretched his arm with all his might to seize the ball. The gorilla, not to be outdone, prepared to strike with one arm poised. At the precise moment Fis made contact with the ball, he deftly flicked it with his middle finger, guiding it toward himself before securing the catch. Yet, an imminent crisis loomed. The gorilla, ablaze with fury, directed both arms towards Fis's head, attempting to wrest the ball away. In terms of strength, the gorilla evidently held the advantage. However, in the realm of cunning, the gorilla was no match for Fis. Chapter 55. The conclusion. After firmly grasping the ball, Fis utilized his momentum to twist his body backward. The gorilla appeared somewhat clumsy, blindly exerting force to reclaim the ball. Suddenly, Fis successfully acquired possession. He swiftly passed the ball to Waz, stationed beyond the three-point line. The gorilla, enraged, pounded his chest in frustration. Strength alone is insufficient. One must possess wisdom. Fis pointed to his head, emphasizing the point. The gorilla roared in exasperation, expressing his dissatisfaction. Waz received the ball, positioned himself at the three-point line, and gazed intently at the distant hoop. He held the ball with one hand, feigning an attempt to break through. The dog-headed man fell for the ruse. With a slight smirk, Waz quickly passed the ball to Fis. Fis caught the ball, preparing to execute a breathtaking dunk. The gorilla would not stand idly by, glaring fiercely at Fis. Fis initially intended to dunk. However, he realized that the gorilla's physical prowess was superior, and a head-on clash would result in defeat. Hence, Fis wore a cunning smile. As the gorilla lunged at him, Fis turned his back to the gorilla, executing a spin while pretending to pass. The gorilla, deceived, attempted to intercept, but was once again outmaneuvered by Fis, who then feigned a shot. The gorilla, tricked into jumping, was left in a moment of vulnerability. Fis maintained his balance with one foot, while the other stepped forward, gliding beneath the basket for an effortless layup. The score stood at 1-0. Fis had showcased the dream shake. In truth, this was a technique taught by Xia Mo. Upon hearing Xiao Ro mention the gorilla, Xia Mo surmised that it must possess immense strength, placing Fis at a disadvantage. Thus, he imparted the dream shake to Fis to enhance his chances of victory. Xia Mo patiently imparted the secrets of the dreamlike step to Fis. Although Fis was not particularly adept in many areas, his understanding of basketball was remarkably profound. allowing him to grasp concepts with remarkable ease. After a brief yet meticulous guidance from Xia Mo, Fei's comprehended the essence of the technique merely through verbal instruction. Despite his initial attempts at the dreamlike step appearing somewhat awkward, they were nonetheless sufficiently impressive. Following a successful score, Fei gazed at the gorilla with great interest, mimicking its chest-thumping gesture, an action that incited the gorilla's ire. The atmosphere on the court was charged with intensity. Fei executed a peculiar maneuver, outsmarting the gorilla and securing points. At that moment, the opposing team retained possession of the ball. The dog-headed man controlled the ball and passed it to the ox man, who received it. Xia Mo fixed his gaze upon the bull man, bracing himself for defense. The bull man, with a single hand, dribbled the ball. Confronting Xia Mo, he executed a combination of a back dribble followed by a breakthrough. Xia Mo dared not let his guard down. Confronted by this equally formidable opponent, he remained vigilant, while the bull-like man's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. Awakening state. A surge of alarm coursed through Xia Mo's mind. The bull-like man swiftly swayed his body, causing the ball to oscillate in tandem, showcasing his extraordinary dribbling skills at an astonishing speed. Subsequently, he maneuvered the ball with such rapidity that Xia Mo found it nearly impossible to perceive his movements, let alone anticipate his next intentions. Just as Xia Mo pondered his next move, the bull-like man executed a single-handed dribble, effortlessly evading Xia Mo with a deft crossover step. Xia Mo found herself unable to remedy the situation in time. The bull swiftly charged towards the basket, approaching the scoring zone. He passed the ball to the gorilla, who securely caught it with both hands, cradling it against his chest. With unwavering determination, he leaped high into the air, executing a thunderous slam dunk. The gorilla poured every ounce of his strength into the forceful dunk. Fist soared upward, attempting to intercept the gorilla's powerful move, extending one hand toward the ball in a desperate bid to block it. Despite the gorilla's lack of finesse and agile intellect, his sheer strength proved insurmountable for Fist. The gorilla emphatically smashed the basketball into the hoop, sending Fist reeling from the overwhelming force. Upon landing, the gorilla pounded his chest vigorously, as if to release his pent-up fury. Such immense strength. Could it be that he had consumed countless bananas since childhood? Fist continued to taunt the gorilla with his words, fully aware that the only way to undermine such a simple-minded yet physically formidable opponent was to dismantle him psychologically, driving him to the brink of collapse. Now, it was Xia Mo's turn to initiate the offense. Xia Mo, ball in hand, passed to Waz, who faced the dog-head man with unwavering composure, his eyes shimmering with a silvery glow. Waz, now in a state of awakening, swiftly broke through, his hands alternating in dribbling, followed by a deft change of direction. He successfully outmaneuvered the dog-head man, who faltered, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Waz cast a sidelong glance at the dog-head man, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Grasping the ball, Waz dashed forward with the speed of lightning, confronting the imposing figure of the gorilla giant blocking his path. He unhesitatingly passed the ball to Fist. As Fist received the pass, he was poised to launch an offensive. However, unbeknownst to him, the defense had already been established. The bullhead man swiftly obstructed Fist. Fist glanced at Xia Mo, but Xia Mo was ensnared tightly by the dog-head man. With no alternatives at hand, Fist began to weave around the bullhead man with the ball. The bullhead man merely smiled indifferently. Fist suddenly launched an assault on the bullhead man, followed by a feint, preparing to shoot. Yet, the bullhead man did not falter. Fist's feint seamlessly transitioned into a genuine shot. In a flash, Fist leaped into the air, ready for an aerial jump shot. At that critical moment, the bullhead man reached out, firmly grasping the basketball Fist had released. Once again, the ball was securely caught by the bullhead man with a single hand. Subsequently, he passed the basketball to the gorilla giant. The gorilla giant methodically brought the ball beyond the three-point line. Then, with tremendous force, he surged towards the basket. Xia Mo was utterly incapable of thwarting the onslaught of the gorilla giant. The gorilla giant executed no intricate maneuvers or evasive tactics. It simply charged forward with unbridled force. At that moment, Fist stepped up, bracing one hand against the gorilla giant's elbow while raising the other in defense. Observing this, the gorilla giant promptly passed the ball to the Minotaur. At this instant, the Minotaur found himself beyond the three-point line on the left wing. Seizing the ball, the Minotaur leapt into the air with tremendous vigor. Xia Mo immediately dashed towards the position of the Minotaur. The Minotaur leaped gracefully into the air, executing an elegant jump shot. Xia Mo leapt high into the air, swiftly executing a remarkable block. As Xia Mo's fingers grazed the basketball, it spun gracefully on the edge of the hoop for 2 revolutions before finally sinking into the net with precision. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Yet you stand powerless against my 3-point shot. Just a mere brush of contact from you. Otherwise, it would have been a flawless swish. The Minotaur spoke slowly. At this moment, the score on the court stood at 1-2. If the Minotaur, the gorilla giant, and the dog-headed man were to secure just 1 more point, victory would be theirs. Chapter 56. Unwavering determination. At this juncture, the match had reached a fever pitch. It was now Xia Mo's turn to control the ball. After Xia Mo received the ball, he cast a fleeting glance before passing it directly to Was. The dog-headed man was evidently no match for Was, whose eyes sparkled with a silvery gleam. With a mere couple of deft changes in direction, he left the dog-headed man utterly disoriented. Was dribbled with one hand, executing a long stride to effortlessly evade the dog-headed man. At that moment, the bull-headed man came in to assist defensively. Was dribbled the ball beneath his legs with both hands. Your speed is indeed remarkable, the bull-headed man remarked during the defense. However, your rapid pace causes you to overlook the precision of your movements. Holding the ball with one hand, Was showcased the skill known as butterfly through flowers. Just as he turned to receive the ball, the bull-headed man swiftly knocked it away with a decisive slap. Was's face was etched with disbelief. Xia Mo was equally astonished. The graceful dance of Was's butterfly shadow had been unraveled by the bull-headed man. With a firm grip on the basketball, the bull-headed man effortlessly tossed it to the dog-headed player. The dog-headed player received the ball, intent on a 3-point victory shot. In this moment of desperation for triumph, he found himself unguarded, poised at the arc, ready to seize victory. The bull-headed man furrowed his brow, wishing to halt the dog-headed player, but it was too late. The dog-headed player leaped, a triumphant expression on his face, but in an instant, his countenance twisted in horror. Unbeknownst to him, Was had silently appeared before him. You wish to challenge my speed? I have been watching you all along. Was soared into the air, deftly swatting the basketball away, sending it soaring out of bounds. The opponents regained possession of the ball. In a fit of impatience, the dog-headed player clutched the ball tightly and passed it to the gorilla instead of the bull-headed man. The bull-headed man snorted in disdain. The gorilla received the ball, charging forward, only to realize mid-advance that the ball had vanished without a trace. The gorilla turned back. And at that moment, Was teasingly beckoned with a finger, taunting the gorilla while holding the ball skillfully with one hand. Enraged, the gorilla surged towards Was. Nearly beside himself with fury, Was executed his light wave footwork, controlling the ball with rapid precision, every movement striving for perfection to avoid colliding with the gorilla. After all, in terms of strength, Was could not surpass the gorilla. Was darted past the gorilla, who, coming to his senses, could only desperately chase after Was, who turned back to make a face. Soon after, Was found himself face-to-face with the bull-headed man. At that moment, the bull-headed man's eyes blazed with a cerulean fire, akin to a raging inferno. Witnessing the bull-headed man entering a state of awakening, Was's heart sank. He swiftly passed the ball to Xia Mo. Xia Mo received the ball, confronting the one who stood at the forefront. Xia Mo's lips curled slightly as he resolved to make a breakthrough. With a feint, he followed it up with a genuine shot. The opponent was caught completely off guard. As Xia Mo took a shot, the bull-faced man leapt into action, intercepting the basketball before it could reach the hoop. His leap sent the canine-headed player crashing to the ground. If you lack the strength, do not embarrass yourself by stepping onto the court, the bull-faced man remarked, gazing down at the fallen opponent. The canine-headed player found himself momentarily speechless. The bull-faced man then swiftly passed the ball to the gorilla, signaling for him to return the favor. Understanding the cue, the gorilla dribbled past the 3-point line and accurately tossed the ball to the bull-faced man. Without hesitation, the bull-faced man resolved to launch an aggressive attack. Utilizing his physical prowess and agility, he deftly maneuvered past Was and Xia Mo, leaving only Fies as a solitary barrier in his path. The bull-faced man soared into the air, poised to execute a powerful slam dunk. Fies also leapt, one hand forcefully covering the opposite side of the basketball. Fies shouted aloud. Xia Mo, at an indeterminate moment, leapt into action, quietly positioning himself beside Fies to lend support in their defense. Though I may not know your name. Have you forgotten? This is a team competition, Xia Mo exclaimed, as he and Fies united their efforts to thwart the ball from entering the goal. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air, and Was adeptly caught it, swiftly stepping beyond the 3-point line. The dog-headed man remained closely attached to him in defense. Do you truly believe you can hold me back? Was taunted, before skillfully dribbling and pivoting, effortlessly evading his opponent. In the instant, he shook off the dog-headed man. Was immediately passed the ball to Xia Mo. Confronted by the bull-faced man, Xia Mo exhibited an extraordinary level of caution. Xia Mo executed a graceful sidestep, the sway of his shoulders causing his entire body to undulate rhythmically. The bull-faced man, however, remained unimpressed by this display. Observing his lack of response, Xia Mo resolved to force his way through. He sought to test whether he could breach the defenses of the bull-faced adversary. As Xia Mo surged forward with remarkable speed, he distinctly sensed that the bull-faced man appeared to anticipate his next move. Feeling the opponent's intention to snatch the ball, he swiftly pulled it back. Quite impressive, isn't it? The eye of the emperor? The bull-faced man remarked. What? Xia Mo clearly did not catch his words. However, the bull-faced man ceased to speak, fixating intently on the ball in Xia Mo's possession. Xia Mo swiftly altered his direction, executing a deft dribble beneath his legs, attempting to exploit the shift in momentum to unbalance the bull-faced man. Futile effort. My physical capabilities are steadily improving, the bull-faced man remarked with a smile. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Xia Mo's eyes shimmered with a violet glow. In an instant, his speed intensified, and he continuously shifted directions, making a bold breakthrough while dribbling with his back to the opponent. The bull-faced man, undeterred, ignited with a blue flame of determination, relentlessly pursuing and guarding against any advances. This match is truly exhilarating. I never realized there were such hidden talents in the club, Arthur remarked with a nod and a smile. It seems my brother has discovered another gem, Velo chimed in with a grin. On the court, Xia Mo persistently varied his strategies and attempts to break through, while the bull-faced man defended with fervor, chasing intently. It was as if a duet had emerged, exclusively between the two of them. Xia Mo abruptly hit the brakes, feigning a jump shot. However, the bull-faced man was not deceived. Xia Mo swiftly changed hands, executing a dribble beneath his legs to stabilize his body, and then surged forward with great speed. At that moment, the man with the bull-like face suddenly extended his hand. With a resounding thud, the basketball was swatted away by the bull-faced man. Xia Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 57. The Team. Xia Mo widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that the events unfolding before him felt so palpably real. His full frontal assault, characterized by a flurry of relentless attacks and an array of ever-changing moves, failed to break through. Instead, his opponent effortlessly deflected the basketball. In that moment, Xia Mo recalled Xiao Rou's admonition to be wary of the opponent with the countenance of an ox. It dawned upon him that the prowess of this bull-faced man was unfathomable. As the bull-faced man swatted the ball, it was swiftly retrieved by the gorilla, who tossed it to the dog-headed man. Grasping the ball, the dog-headed man cast a glance at the bull-faced man and let out a cold snort. Clearly, the dog-headed man was eager to showcase his abilities. With a single-handed grip on the ball, he focused his gaze on Was, dribbling at an alarming speed, yet to Was, it appeared as if time had slowed to a crawl. Standing motionless, Was remained undeterred, leading the dog-headed man to mistakenly believe his speed was overwhelming, compelling him to make a decisive breakthrough. As the dog-headed man brushed past Was sprang into action, snatching the basketball as if it were drawn to him by magnetic force. The dog-headed man was left in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend how Was had seized the ball. Without delay, Was passed the ball to Xia Mo, who caught it, his eyes shimmering with a fiery purple flame. The bull-faced man dared not underestimate the situation. Upon seeing Xia Mo holding the ball with one hand, he swiftly shifted his weight, attempting to disrupt his opponent's rhythm with dynamic movements. However, the bull-faced man granted him no such opportunity. He remained rooted in place, utterly unyielding. Xia Mo executed a swift dribble between his legs, rapidly breaking through. The bull-faced man sensed the move and immediately shifted to defend. Xia Mo discerned the movement of the bull-faced man and promptly retreated 2 steps to create distance. He unleashed a myriad of skills, intricate dribbling, double direction changes, dragging steps, and feigned shots leading to genuine drives. Yet, the bull-faced man remained steadfast in his defense, leaving Xia Mo utterly at a loss. Sweat trickled down Xia Mo's cheeks. I concede your strength, but against me, you still lack a certain finesse, the bull-faced man declared. Your speed is remarkable, and your techniques are numerous, yet you have overlooked the most crucial aspect, soul. No matter how splendid the movements may be, without soul, all is in vain, he asserted with a grave tone. Soul? Xia Mo pondered deeply. Suddenly, A premonition struck him. During his next attempt to break through, the bull-faced man would likely attempt to intercept the ball. This intuition surged within him, inexplicably strong. In the next moment, as Xia Mo prepared to advance, the sensation intensified. He sensed something amiss and instantly pulled back the ball. The bull-faced man's attempt to intercept once again fell short. Precognitive ability? Eye of the Emperor. Kid, you are increasingly intriguing me, the bull-faced man remarked with a sinister smile. Xia Mo was disinclined to listen to his ramblings. He swiftly dribbled the ball between his legs, pivoted, and, as his body turned, transitioned from a high center of gravity to a low one, decisively making his breakthrough. This time, Xia Mo succeeded. He deftly maneuvered past the bull-faced man, eluding the defense. Xia Mo discerned that the defensive line on the right flank of the Rhino Man was exceptionally vulnerable, a likely chink in his armor. At this moment, Xia Mo had stepped into the realm of decisive victory. He fixed his gaze upon the approaching triumph, disregarding the towering presence of the giant ape before him. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, clutching the basketball with one hand. Yet, the giant ape loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Even with Xia Mo's extraordinary ability to remain airborne, he felt an overwhelming pressure in its presence. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take his shot. Xia Mo clenched his teeth and decisively passed the ball. Humph! The giant ape snorted, effortlessly swatting the basketball away. The sheer power of the giant ape's leap was astonishingly formidable, as if it loomed over Xia Mo, leaving him with no avenue of escape. He had not even a moment to shoot, let alone pass the ball to FaZe. FaZe, who had initially stood behind the giant ape, was now firmly suppressed. Unable to leap, a forced attempt might jeopardize his ankle. The basketball flew out of bounds. Once again, it was Xia Mo's turn to execute the throw-in. He directly passed the ball to Waz. Waz was still closely guarded by the dog-faced man. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of trepidation crossed the dog-faced man's face, for he had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Waz and wondered if he could withstand this next assault. Overestimating oneself. Waz scoffed, swiftly evading the dog-faced man, who couldn't even comprehend how it had happened. Waz continued forward, only to find the Rhino Man blocking his path. The Rhino Man gazed at Waz with a mocking expression, sending shivers down Waz's spine. Holding the ball with one hand, Waz deftly dribbled beneath his legs, pivoting to seek an opening. However, the Rhino Man offered no opportunity, closely adhering to him, prepared for tight defense. Waz had anticipated this scenario. He quickly pivoted, breaking to the right as the Rhino Man closed in, charging ahead. The Rhino Man was utterly unprepared for Waz's astonishing speed. It was as if a tempest swirled beneath Waz's feet, propelling him forward, his eyes gleaming with a silvery light. Even the Rhino Man was taken aback. Is this the power of the mutant wind wolf? The Rhino Man mused. Waz suddenly leaped, intent on a swift resolution. He held the ball aloft with one hand, pushing it upward before executing a cunning layup. The giant ape stood in front of Waz, leaping to swat the basketball down. However, the ball seemed to possess a life of its own, altering its trajectory upon contact with the giant ape's hand, heading straight for the backboard. A smile broke across Waz's face, only to freeze in place. The giant ape struck down at the basketball just before it could hit the backboard, sending it flying. The power of this giant ape was truly terrifying. At this moment, Xia Mo was again tasked with the throw-in. As the giant ape had just knocked the basketball out of bounds, he winked at FaZe, who instantly understood Xia Mo's intent. Suddenly, Xia Mo hurled the ball to FaZe. FaZe dashed forward with the ball, only to find the behemoth standing like an impenetrable wall before him. Xia Mo raced to beyond the three-point line, nearing the center court position. Xia Mo suddenly leaped into the air, adopting a shooting stance that instantly ignited the entire arena. Upon witnessing this, FaZe promptly delivered a precise pass to just above Xia Mo's right hand. In the tense atmosphere, suddenly, a long-faced man materialized right before Xia Mo. Did he think the same trick would work again? The long-faced man soared into the air, just as the basketball landed perfectly in Xia Mo's grasp. Xia Mo had no alternative. He acted swiftly, his fingers trembling as the basketball spun rapidly under his command. The man with the elongated face struck down forcefully. Chapter 58. Mental Power. A faint smile lingered at the corner of the man's mouth, but to his astonishment, he found that he had failed to make contact with the ball. Xia Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. The perfect combination of a jump shot and a three-point territory. What astonishing power this is. The long-faced man seemed to finally grasp the impending crisis. Cursing inwardly how dreadful it was, the basketball descended once more from above Xia Mo's head, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the ball traced a graceful arc through the air. With a swish, the basketball found its mark in the net. The entire arena erupted in an instant, collectively chanting Xia Mo's name. Xia Mo's strike was truly astonishing, decisively determining the outcome of the match. Xia Mo steadied himself and gently patted the shoulder of the long-faced man. "You are indeed formidable, but you seem to have forgotten that sometimes 1 + 1 can exceed 2. With that, Xia Mo dashed towards Fis, and the two leaped simultaneously, their backs colliding. "We won. Just one more match to go. And once it's over, we shall be champions," Xia Mo exclaimed with exuberance. Waz stood nearby, gazing at Xia Mo, and unconsciously revealed a smile. This was a rare sight for Waz. The man with the elongated face could scarcely believe his eyes. He had lost, and in such a complete manner. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, frantically pounding the ground, lamenting, "My relentless training day after day, playing in the wild, was solely to better myself, yet today I have been bested by a novice." Xia Mo approached slowly and crouched down before the long-faced man. "In truth, I concede that you are indeed formidable. In a one-on-one duel, I cannot assure victory. However, this is a team competition, necessitating cohesive collaboration. You cannot merely focus on the fleeting advantage before you. What is paramount is possessing a comprehensive perspective." Xia Mo shook his head and remarked, "The moment you collided with your teammate, I knew you were not the kind of individual who understands the essence of teamwork. From that instant, I concluded that your defeat was inevitable, impossible, with sufficient strength. Victory is assured, regardless of the circumstances." The long-faced man pounded his fist into the ground, roaring in anger. "Ah, so you wish to engage in a 3-against-1? Xia Mo retorted with a light laugh. The long-faced man fell silent, at a loss for words. "This is the crux of your downfall, your unbridled arrogance." Xia Mo's words flowed steadily. The bull-headed man lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. "Xia Mo, splendidly done," Arthur exclaimed loudly. "Ha, the captain overpraises me. It was merely adequate." Xia Mo replied, his face alight with joy. "That move was undeniably spectacular." Velo suddenly appeared from an unseen corner, exclaiming with excitement, "It was just all right." "Fist possesses a greater aptitude for seizing opportunities," Xia Mo humbly stated. "That move was undoubtedly a 3-point shot, a moment of inspiration at the arc. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift enough." Xia Mo had anticipated the astonishing speed of the bull-faced man, and Xiao Rou's reminder lingered in his mind. Thus, an idea struck him, leading to the conception of this move. "Xia Mo, your action has truly astonished me. I must concede that you bring me surprises in every match." Waz commented with a calm demeanor. Xia Mo felt a surge of joy, for it was rare for Waz to offer praise. And this was a rare commendation directed towards him. "Xia Mo, are you prepared for the next round?" Arthur inquired. Let us take a moment to rest." "Fis and Waz also require some recuperation," Xia Mo replied. "Very well, take a brief respite. There is still one more battle ahead," Arthur said as he settled down not far away. Xia Mo, Xia Mo." At that moment, a voice echoed in Xia Mo's mind. Xiao Rou was calling out to him from the depths of his consciousness. Xia Mo slowly closed his eyes, and the image of Xiao Rou gradually emerged in his vision. "Xia Mo, congratulations on successfully advancing to the finals." Xiao Rou beamed with joy. "Xia Mo, you must remain vigilant in the upcoming match. I suspect Arthur will be present." Xiao Rou thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. "Arthur?" Xia Mo replied, astonished. "Indeed, Arthur. I predict he will make an appearance in the finals, so you must exercise caution." Xiao Rou's clear gaze fixed upon him. What are Arthur's statistics?" Xia Mo inquired cautiously. "Arthur, the small forward, is undoubtedly a leader. As the captain, his metrics are nearly flawless. You must be on guard. Especially since you are a swingman, it is inevitable that you will face Arthur in this match, so proceed with utmost care," Xiao Rou softly advised. "Understood." Xia Mo gestured affirmatively. "Captain Arthur, alas, it appears this match will not be easily won. Relying solely on a few clever tricks may not suffice to secure victory against them," Xia Mo pondered to himself. Xia Mo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Arthur, who was stretching a short distance away. It appeared that Arthur would indeed make his appearance in the next round. Xia Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought. "Xia Mo, what occupies your mind?" Fis inquired, noticing Xia Mo's contemplative demeanor. "Fis, may I ask you, how would you assess Captain Arthur's combat prowess?" Xia Mo turned to him with curiosity. "Speaking of Arthur, his strength is truly formidable, nearly omnipotent. He can excel in any position. He is our little forward. Remember the peak competitions from 2 years ago and the year before that? He led the team into the top 5. Do you grasp the significance of that? Fist spoke with enthusiasm. Do you know how intense the internal conflicts within the team were back then? For instance, he had friction with nearly everyone, and several teammates were always pursuing their individual agendas. Although they performed excellently in individual matches and group competitions, team events require collaboration. How could one succeed by fighting alone? Yet, Arthur, with his individual strength and exceptional leadership, managed to break into the top 5. That was merely 2 years ago. Last year, he soared into the top 3. You see, team events indeed necessitate a spirit of unity. A single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle is hard to snap. Given that Arthur achieved such success through sheer personal ability, you can imagine how powerful he truly is. Fist looked at Xia Mo, recounting Arthur's illustrious history. Is it truly as remarkable as you portray? Interjected as he approached. You're here. Xia Mo greeted him with a smile. Humph, from your tone. It seems you intend to face Arthur? Chapter 59, A Formidable Opponent. Wore a disdainful expression and continued. Humph, he merely excels in command. I find him rather average. Clearly held a critical view of Arthur. In your opinion, how would you evaluate Arthur's strength? Xia Mo fixed his gaze on I concede he is indeed slightly stronger than I am. But, let's say, Arthur has his vulnerabilities, replied, looking at Xia Mo. At that moment, the astonished expressions of Fist and Xia Mo surprised What? After following Arthur for so long, I never noticed his weaknesses. Fist exclaimed loudly. Shoo, keep your voice down. Cautioned, gesturing towards Arthur in the distance. He's still over there. If you speak so loudly, he'll hear you. Fist quickly covered his mouth upon hearing this. Shot Fist a glare and continued. To you, Arthur may seem invincible, brimming with advantages. But I will tell you, his foundation is quite unstable. Against a speed-oriented competitor like me, he might withstand the challenge, but when faced with Xia Mo, he could very well lose his balance. What? How did I not perceive this? Fist questioned, puzzled. Why can I succeed where he cannot? Xia Mo pressed. Oh dear, let us finish his point. Xia Mo gently pressed down on Fist's hand, which was poised to retort. Please, continue, he urged. With a radiant smile, Xia Mo addressed After all, had unveiled crucial information that directly swayed the balance of victory and defeat in the match. Ahem, this is the fruit of my prolonged observation. I call it discerning the strengths and weaknesses of my adversaries, ensuring my success in every encounter. I have long yearned to triumph over Arthur. Hence I have kept a close watch on him. I can divulge my reasons, but Xia Mo, afterwards. You must impart to me the fluidity and speed techniques of transitioning between high and low centers of gravity, proposed. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo responded with a smile. All right, Lord let us not dwell on that. I shall impart all my other skills to you. Very well, replied as he settled beside Xia Mo and Fist. The reason I believe in your capabilities lies in your ability to swiftly transition your center of gravity. Your artistry is exceptional, swift, clean, and decisive. His lower stance is rather unstable and cannot withstand your variations, analyzed. What if he does not follow Xia Mo's rhythm? Fist inquired. You are truly dim-witted. If Arthur does not adjust his steps and center of gravity in accordance with Xia Mo, he would merely allow Xia Mo to break through. Exclaimed. It is indeed a dilemma. He must either defend, risking being outmaneuvered, or forego defense and allow Xia Mo to glide past effortlessly. I believe. Unless he has undergone sufficient training to stabilize his lower body, he is destined for defeat. Gazed at Xia Mo as if he beheld a glimmer of hope. The outcome of this match rests entirely upon you. Xia Mo, Fist, and I are at a loss against Arthur's invincible defense. Stated. Invincible defense? Xia Mo questioned. Indeed. It is Arthur's signature skill, replied. It appears that Arthur is not an adversary to be taken lightly, although has pointed out his weakness. I must proceed with caution, for knowledge of a weakness does not warrant complacency, Xia Mo contemplated. The whistle sounded, heralding the imminent commencement of the match. Xia Mo, and Fist stepped onto the court. Opposite them, Arthur approached alongside a tall, dark-skinned man and a slender figure. Xia Mo, this match will be your final hurdle. Let us engage in a contest, Arthur said with a smile. Captain? Xia Mo feigned surprise, inquiring. Well, let us give it our all this time. I wish to see what hidden skills you possess, Xia Mo. Xia Mo replied, gazing at Arthur. Hiki, no problem. Bring it on, Arthur responded with a grin. This time, I shall surely surpass you, was declared through gritted teeth. All right, let us also assess your progress, Arthur replied. Rock, paper, scissors determined the possession. Arthur and Xia Mo gestured. As expected, Xia Mo won the right to control the ball. Xia Mo grasped the ball and, after a moment of contemplation, passed it to Was. Upon receiving the ball, was immediately met with the rigorous defense of Arthur. Arthur spread his arms wide, exuding an aura of quiet intensity, as if a fierce flame blazed beside him. Was furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of irritation, and deftly dribbled the ball. He then swiftly extended his arms, pivoting to prepare for a breakthrough. Was attempted to navigate through Arthur's defenses by shifting his center of gravity. Yet Arthur remained unfazed in his defense. Was noticed that Arthur's lower body was far more stable than before, despite his earnest efforts to mimic Xia Mo's techniques. He could not penetrate Arthur's impregnable barrier. Arthur held his ground, steadfast as a rock, leaving Was unable to advance even a single step. In that moment, Was dribbled the ball beneath his legs, feigning an attempt to break through, and promptly passed the ball back to Xia Mo. Ha ha, what remarkable progress! Arthur exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Was had made significant strides. When faced with an opponent, he instinctively passed the ball to his teammate upon sensing a threat. Xia Mo received the ball, facing a slender opponent. The individual spread his arms wide to defend against Xia Mo. Xia Mo, undeterred, felt a surge of energy as her eyes instantly shimmered with a violet glow. She promptly activated her awakening state, intending to decisively vanquish her opponent. Xia Mo swiftly dribbled the ball between his legs, then pivoted to break through the defense. His right foot was nearly parallel to the ground, and his shoulder trembled with the rhythm of his dribbling. He endeavored to shake off the slender opponent, yet surprisingly, the speed of this wiry figure matched Xia Mo's own. Xia Mo furrowed his brow slightly. With swift movements, he dribbled the ball with both hands, his shoulders rising and falling, intending to employ a double hesitation dribble to bypass the slender man. However, the slender man took a step back, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Mo. Xia Mo perceived this as an exceptional opportunity. He swiftly retreated, executing a backward leap shot. Xia Mo's body leaned slightly backward, relying on the strength of his waist to remain suspended in midair. At that moment, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Xia Mo glanced downward, only to find that the frail man had also leaped into the air. Moreover, he noticed that the man's arms were particularly elongated, obstructing Xia Mo's path to the basket. Chapter 60. Arthur. At this moment, Xia Mo had no choice but to throw the ball. He could only wager on his own ability to make the shot. Xia Mo swiftly flicked his fingers, resolutely launching the ball towards the hoop. However, the basketball was effortlessly swatted away by his tall and slender opponent. Xia Mo could only helplessly accept this outcome. The basketball spun in the air for several revolutions before Arthur skillfully caught it. He then dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line. At that moment, Arthur faced Was, skillfully dribbling with one hand as he swiftly advanced to Was's left side. Was quickly moved to defend. With remarkable agility, Arthur dribbled the ball twice between his legs and forcefully broke through Was's defense. Was hurriedly adjusted, while Arthur's gaze burned with fierce intensity. As Arthur pivoted, Was attempted to guard him, but upon turning, Was realized the ball had vanished. The basketball was now firmly in the hands of the tall, slender man, who leaped into the air with the ball in hand. Xia Mo was utterly unprepared for this scene. Arthur's pass was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, the ball landed in the hands of that slender man. Xia Mo suddenly realized that the individual was preparing to take a shot. He leaped up in haste, but it was already too late. The slender figure released the ball. His right hand trembled slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared towards the hoop, swishing through the net with a crisp sound. 1 o'clock. Arthur's precise pass left Xia Mo in awe. What an extraordinary technique! How could he deliver the basketball into the opponent's hands in the blink of an eye? It was nothing short of magic. Was took possession of the ball, surveyed his surroundings, and passed it to Fis. Fis received the ball and swiftly advanced, a robust defender trailing closely behind him. With his back to the giant, the defender pressed against Fis's back while obstructing his line of sight. Noticing this, Fis glanced at Was and observed him swiftly repositioning. Without hesitation, Fis passed the ball to Was. Upon receiving the ball, Was charged toward the hoop. Arthur positioned himself directly in front of Was. Was, showcase your prowess, Arthur urged. His gaze fixed on him. Was merely snorted coldly in response. Was dribbled the ball with agility, performing a behind-the-back maneuver before attempting to break through. Arthur remained composed in defense, fully aware of Waz's next move. At this moment, Arthur activated his panoramic vision, a skill that enhanced his coordination with teammates. In a 5-person team, its impact was unparalleled. However, with only 3 players now, the effectiveness of the panoramic vision was halved. Yet Arthur had not ascended to the role of captain solely due to this ability. His overall competencies surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Arthur spread his arms in defense, and when Waz's attempt to pivot and break through proved futile, he resorted to dribbling the ball between his legs, trying to disrupt Arthur's balance. Nevertheless, Arthur's physical prowess had significantly improved, and Waz's shift in weight was less agile than Xia Mo's, rendering him unable to alter Arthur's balance instantaneously. Waz had no choice but to pass the ball to Xia Mo. It was now solely dependent on Xia Mo. Xia Mo cast his gaze towards the slender man, fully aware of his long arms, and understood that he must proceed with utmost caution. Xia Mo continually adjusted his center of gravity, keenly observing the defensive movements of the frail man. At that moment, with a deft dribble between his legs, complemented by an elegant spin and a rapid breakthrough, he caught the diminutive defender off guard, nearly causing him to stumble. Xia Mo charged fiercely towards the basket once more. Fists stood resolutely in front of the imposing figure, exerting every effort to secure a favorable position. Xia Mo stood beyond the 3-point line, leaping into the air. He had no intention of attempting a layup. Rather, he aimed to execute a jump shot right there on the spot. Just as Xia Mo ascended, preparing to release the ball, an unexpected figure, a slender man, had dashed in front of him, also leaping into the fray. The man's lean physique, bolstered by his long arms, allowed him to close the gap swiftly, despite his slightly delayed start. At this moment, Xia Mo was consumed by urgency, hastily retreating. The slender man suddenly sprang up, desperately attempting to intercept with one hand. However, he merely grazed the basketball with his middle finger. The ball forcefully struck the rim and ricocheted away. Taking advantage of the situation, FaZe prepared to leap for possession. The imposing figure of a muscular man swiftly turned, positioning himself in front of FaZe, claiming the advantageous spot. FaZe was unprepared for such a blockade from the robust giant. With determination, the giant leapt, firmly grasping the ball in both hands. He then passed it to Arthur. Upon receiving the ball, Arthur instantly stepped beyond the 3-point line and dashed toward the basket. Waz attempted to obstruct him, but found himself at a loss. Arthur charged forth like an unstoppable rampaging rhinoceros. He rapidly approached the hoop and leapt into the air. FaZe hurriedly followed suit, striving to block him. Arthur's arm bulged with tension, and as FaZe soared, Arthur's palm effectively sealed off FaZe's defensive route. A sly smile flickered across Arthur's lips as FaZe, noticing he had not taken a shot, glanced at his hand, only to realize the basketball had inexplicably vanished. At that moment, the ball had fallen into the grasp of the muscular giant. Simultaneously, Arthur had passed the ball to him while executing a feigned maneuver, pretending to circle behind for a layup, successfully deceiving FaZe. The giant soared high, with a forceful dunk, 2-0. This was an unequivocal display of dominance. While the muscular giant and the slender man appeared formidable, it was Arthur's exceptional court vision that truly stood out. He adeptly integrated each individual's strengths into the team strategy. Arthur steadied himself, gazing intently at Xia Mo, and declared, "Unleash all your tricks, or else you shall face defeat." "Then you shall witness my new move shortly," Xia Mo replied with a secretive smile. After analyzing Arthur's weaknesses, Waz devised several strategies for Xia Mo. Yet, in the face of Arthur's overarching perspective, Xia Mo found himself momentarily at a loss, unless he could elevate his team consciousness beyond that of Arthur. Just then, Waz possessed the ball and passed it to Xia Mo. Xia Mo received the ball, confronting the slender man, suddenly realizing that Arthur might have already discerned his vulnerabilities or uncovered the secret to his directional changes. Thus, Arthur intentionally allowed Xia Mo to be guarded by the slender man, exploiting the latter's reach advantage to counter Xia Mo. If the slender man were to confront Waz's speed would easily triumph over him. Arthur's intellect was indeed extraordinary. Xia Mo held the ball in one hand, pondering how to break the deadlock. After deep contemplation for an extended period, he still found no viable solution. With gritted teeth, he resolved to launch an assertive attack. At that moment, the slender man offered a faint smile. Chapter 61. The future of familiar premonition surged within Xia Mo, as he sensed that the lean man was about to seize the ball from him in the next moment. Just as he was about to break through, Xia Mo suddenly altered his move, pulling the ball back. The lean man reached out with his right hand, but grasped at nothing but air. Arthur, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. He was unaware that Xia Mo possessed the eye of the emperor. This remarkable ability allows one to foresee the opponent's next attack direction and defensive maneuvers, akin to glimpsing into the future, and is also referred to as the eye of the prophet. In truth, this is not an extraordinary skill, but rather a culmination of years of training, enabling players to transcend ordinary perception and anticipation, allowing them to predict the opponent's next move. At this moment, Xia Mo was capable of precisely that. You actually anticipated that I would steal the ball from you. The lean man slowly began to speak. Xia Mo remained silent yet resolutely advanced forward. The slender man made another attempt to steal the ball, but Xia Mo adeptly pulled it back once more. At that moment, the brilliance of his eyes sparkled like violet light. He swiftly retreated, leaped into the air, and prepared to shoot. The slender man smiled and stepped forward, leaping as well. In his view, even if he could not block the shot, a mere brush of his fingertips against the ball would ensure it could not find its way into the hoop. This was his signature skill, the golden touch. With just a gentle contact, his fingers would tremble rapidly, altering the ball's trajectory. Xia Mo smiled serenely, her shooting motion suddenly transforming as she deftly held the ball with one hand and delivered an accurate pass to Face, standing beside the lanky man. The grin on the lanky man's face instantly stiffened. He had not anticipated that Xia Mo would pass to Face. Face received the ball, pivoting on his right foot, one hand gripping the ball while the robust figure loomed closely behind him. He executed a feigned layup to the right, yet the sturdy opponent remained unfazed. Subsequently, he crouched slightly, clutching the ball with both hands, and turned to the left to prepare for a shot, but the muscular adversary remained motionless. In an instant, Faze leapt backward for a jump shot. At last, the formidable opponent sprang into action. He soared high, extending his broad palm just as Faze released the ball. The opponent swatted it down with a resounding clap, sending the basketball flying out of bounds. "I'm sorry," Xia Mo Faze murmured, his head hanging low in disappointment. "It's all right, Faze. Your footwork was excellent just now," Xia Mo encouraged, giving him a thumbs up. "No worries. We'll try again and keep pushing. We will score," Xia Mo declared confidently. Following this, Faze executed the inbound pass, sending the ball directly to Was. Was caught the ball, dribbling with one hand, then swiftly maneuvered through his legs and switched hands behind his back to break through. Noticing Arthur moving, he opted to pull the ball back and executed another dribble between his legs. Emulating Xia Mo, he began to slide, his shoulders swaying rhythmically with the dribble. Then, he launched another offensive, a swift change of direction, a spin. He broke through from the opposite side. Was discerned that Arthur's footing had grown unsteady. Realizing the opportunity before him, Was swiftly dribbled behind his back, then cleverly switched hands between his legs. Seeing that Arthur's center of gravity was still too high, Was surged toward the other side of Arthur, launching a fierce breakthrough. Was successfully breached Arthur's defense. He charged directly toward the basket. At that moment, the imposing opponent stood in his path. Faced with this challenge, Was executed a feint with his left foot, deceiving the robust adversary, who anticipated Was would break through on the left and immediately bolstered his defense on that side. Seizing the moment, Was decisively stepped to the right and leapt for a layup. The basketball spun twice on the edge of the rim before settling securely into the net. 2-1. Was had scored. Xia Mo, Was, and Fiss's team finally scored. Was, your skills have improved significantly, Arthur exclaimed in admiration. Was, however, did not respond to Arthur. At this moment, Xia Mo was also filled with newfound confidence. He believed that they still had a chance to win the match. The tall, slender player initiated the serve, directly passing the ball to Arthur. Arthur, undeterred, continued his aggressive approach, but this time he was met with the formidable defense of Fiss. Fiss had been strategically assigned to counter him, but who would guard the imposing opponent? Xia Mo strained to thwart Arthur, his eyes locked onto him, vigilant against any sudden passes. A fierce physical confrontation ensued between Fiss and Arthur. Fiss resolutely impeded Arthur's advance. With no alternatives left, Arthur resorted to a back-to-the-basket play. Fiss's hands were firmly planted against Arthur's back. Left with no choice, Arthur passed the ball to the tall, slender player. At that moment, Was faced the slender player head-on. Aware that speed could not rival Was, the slender player realized his chances of breaking through were slim, and he might even be at risk of losing the ball to Was. He decisively passed the ball to the imposing opponent. The imposing player, bracing against Xia Mo's defense, advanced towards the hoop. Then, without mercy, he leapt high into the air, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Xia Mo realized that the situation was dire and immediately leapt into action. However, his physical prowess was evidently inferior to that of his formidable opponent, leaving him struggling to break free from the oppressive grip. Xia Mo, in a moment of desperation, summoned his ingenuity. He harnessed his levitation ability, exerting all his strength to linger in the air for just a little longer. At that very instant, his formidable opponent could no longer maintain his stance. With all his might, he executed a powerful slam dunk. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, Xia Mo swiftly extended his hands, exerting every ounce of strength to obstruct the descent of the basketball. Accompanied by Xia Mo's fervent roar, his formidable opponent also summoned all his might. At that moment, Waz suddenly surged forth, leaping with equal fervor, one hand pressing against the side of the basketball, exerting his full force. Together, they propelled the ball out of bounds. A successful block. Arthur could only shake his head in resignation. After all, in terms of speed, Arthur was utterly incapable of defending against Waz, especially considering that Waz's velocity doubled in a state without the ball. Both of you. The burly adversary glared at Xia Mo. What? Is teamwork not permissible when it comes to blocking shots? Xia Mo shrugged and retorted. The collaboration between Waz and Xia Mo rendered their stout opponent speechless with frustration. As the game continued, the basketball went out of bounds, granting Arthur's team the opportunity to inbound. Seizing the moment, Arthur skillfully passed the ball to his lean teammate. He dribbled with one hand while safeguarding the ball with the other, remaining vigilant against Xia Mo's attempts to steal it. Xia Mo spread his arms wide, focusing intently on defense. The slender opponent swiftly dribbled the ball with alternating hands, attempting to pivot and change direction. Xia Mo remained steadfast, recognizing the opponent's awkwardness in maneuvering, and noted that his excessively long arms hindered his movements. Xia Mo crossed her arms and gazed intently at the slender figure, resolutely declaring, "You shall not pass my barrier." Chapter 62, The Turnaround. The score remained at 2-1. The slender individual controlled the ball with one hand, showcasing a variety of dribbling techniques, yet to Xia Mo, every movement was fraught with vulnerabilities. Sensing her scrutiny, he promptly intended to pass the ball to Arthur. He looked towards Arthur, who shook his head, signaling him to confront the challenge alone, thus aiding him in overcoming his inner fears. The slender individual had long perceived his dribbling skills as a liability. However, any weakness can be ameliorated through diligent effort. Consequently, he executed rapid dribbles beneath his waist with both hands. Seizing the moment, he suddenly propelled the ball to the right. Xia Mo swiftly shifted her defense to the right, yet the slender individual's elongated arms allowed him to easily retract the ball and break through to the left. Xia Mo, caught off guard, hastily turned to the left to block, but the lanky opponent, taking advantage of his long reach, advanced swiftly. However, his body was effectively obstructed by Xia Mo. The lanky player exerted himself as Arthur nodded with a smile. Realizing he could not break through, he decisively grasped the ball with his left hand and passed it to the burly man. The burly man seized the ball and roared as he initiated his attack. Upon witnessing this, Fies immediately spread his arms wide to block him. The burly man, seeing Fies, forcefully attempted to shove him aside with his shoulder, but Fies, relying on his physical resilience, steadfastly resisted. In a sudden turn of events, the burly man retreated to prepare for a shot. Fies was still engaged in a fierce struggle, and the unexpected withdrawal nearly caused him to lose his balance. Regaining his footing, Fies leapt to contest the shot. The burly man's right hand trembled slightly before he swiftly released the ball. Fies, arriving just in time, executed a magnificent block, sending the ball flying. With all his might, he forcefully swatted the basketball away. Once again, he had saved the team. The ball soared out of bounds once more. The burly man was instantly filled with frustration. Arthur approached, gently patting his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't be disheartened. Focus better next time." "Yes, Captain," replied the sturdy man in black. Once again, Arthur prepared to inbound the ball, surveying the distribution of his teammates on the court. At this moment, Fies was closely guarding the burly man. Arthur had no choice but to pass the ball to the lanky player. Xia Mo fixed his gaze upon him, determined to prevent him from receiving the ball, yet the lanky man, leveraging his long reach, effortlessly seized control. With one hand firmly grasping the ball, he swiftly dribbled beneath his legs, his eyes locked onto Xia Mo, aware that Arthur was crafting opportunities for him while simultaneously honing his skills. He endeavored to replicate Xia Mo's earlier evasive maneuver, though somewhat unrefined. It flowed reasonably well. "Your movements lack precision due to your excessive imitation of me. Your wingspan is your asset, Learn to utilize it, Xia Mo advised while maintaining his defensive stance. The lanky man remained silent, wholly focused on changing directions. He alternated dribbling with both hands at a rapid pace, capitalizing on his reach, allowing him to dribble beneath his legs without significantly lowering his center of gravity. However, this came with drawbacks, as a higher center of gravity hindered his ability to break through. Presently, he found himself unable to penetrate Xia Mo's defense. With a series of swift dribbles, the lanky man executed a behind-the-back maneuver coupled with a pivot, resolutely opting to attack. Impatience will lead to failure. Xia Mo smiled, choosing not to defend directly but instead attempting to steal the ball. Noticing Xia Mo's hand approaching, the lanky man swiftly shifted outward. Fully aware of the advantage his reach afforded him, Xia Mo furrowed his brow, realizing he had fallen into a trap. The slender man had deliberately exposed a flaw to lure him into a misstep. Consequently, he successfully breached Xia Mo's defenses. Arthur, observing from the sidelines, smiled with satisfaction. The slender man, having evaded Xia Mo, glanced ahead, noting that the robust figure before him was tightly marked, making it impossible to pass the ball to him. In regular matches or training sessions, the slender man had never garnered much attention. Only Arthur, as the captain, treated him with a degree of kindness. During practice games or recreational play, he was often relegated to defensive duties, denied the opportunity to shoot or secure rebounds. And his advantage of long arms was overlooked by others. It was only when playing alongside Captain Arthur that he felt acknowledged, receiving passes and trust from him. Thus, a lingering sense of inferiority resided deep within him. With the ball in hand, he strode purposefully toward the restricted area, drawing near to the basket, preparing to score with the simplest of layup techniques. Suddenly was materialized before him with astonishing speed, leaping to extend a claw and swatting away the slender man's shot. In an instant, the tall, lean figure's expression dimmed, revealing profound disappointment. At that moment, Arthur approached him and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done. You have taken the crucial first step. I look forward to your progress." Arthur gazed at him, his face radiating a reassuring smile. The slender man, now visibly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and replied, "Captain, I have let you down. Do not speak like that. Only through earnest effort can one discern success from failure. Keep pushing. The match is not over yet," Arthur encouraged as he dashed towards Xia Mo, preparing to defend. He understood that, at this moment, the slender man could not withstand Xia Mo, as shadows loomed in his heart, prompting Arthur to confront Xia Mo himself. Waz swiftly passed the ball to Xia Mo. Xia Mo, with a single hand gripping the ball, gazed intently at Arthur. "Xia Mo, come on, let me witness your extraordinary dribbling skills." Arthur fixated on Xia Mo, his arms outstretched, embodying a solid and formidable defensive stance. Xia Mo was naturally unwilling to concede. With one hand controlling the ball, he swiftly executed a series of crossovers beneath his legs, relentlessly pressing against Arthur. Arthur, determined in his defense, attempted to close the gap, with Xia Mo observing this. Xia Mo promptly employed a behind-the-back dribble followed by a seamless spin. Arthur quickly pivoted towards Xia Mo's direction, maintaining a tight defense. Sensing that Xia Mo would attempt to breach his defense, he extended his right hand to pull the ball beneath his legs, receiving it with his left hand, and swiftly continued with another beneath-the-leg dribble. Chapter 63. The decisive strike. Arthur poured every ounce of effort into his defense, as Xia Mo showcased an array of techniques: beneath-the-leg dribbles, rapid direction changes, behind-the-back dribbles, spins, and breakthroughs, all executed with remarkable finesse. Confronted by a formidable opponent like Arthur, Xia Mo dared not to underestimate him. In response to such a strong adversary, Xia Mo alternated his dribbling with both hands, his shoulders beginning to sway rhythmically. As one foot glided smoothly along the ground, he executed a drag step. The violet light in Xia Mo's eyes intensified. Suddenly, he surged forward, launching an attack towards Arthur's side, prompting Arthur to become alert and defend vigorously. However, with his center of gravity elevated, Arthur bore the pain in his ankle and swiftly shifted to a low defensive stance. Yet, Xia Mo let out a light chuckle, quickly retracting the ball, then changing direction and switching hands to break through to the opposite side. Arthur was taken aback. Such rapid reflexes and agile movements. He immediately turned to defend, but alas, in a low stance, it was difficult to cover both sides. Coupled with Arthur's unstable footing, he fell to the ground with a thud. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. The captain had been outmaneuvered by the newly arrived blonde youth. Xia Mo had no time to explain and immediately leaped, intending to take a jump shot. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a large hand obstructed his attempt. It belonged to a tall, slender man, his face glistening with sweat. Captain Arthur has placed great expectations on me. I cannot let him down. I must not allow this shot to score easily, the lanky man shouted. With reckless abandon, Xia Mo swiftly took a shot. The tall man, perceiving the action, immediately employed his defensive technique, effectively blocking Xia Mo's attempt and firmly grasping the basketball in both hands. The captain, observing Arthur rise from the ground, spoke with reverence. Well done. Keep it up. We are only 1 point behind. Arthur encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Without delay, Arthur dashed towards the three-point line, and the tall man promptly passed the ball to him. Arthur seized the ball and launched an aggressive attack. Unbeknownst to him, Waz had silently appeared behind Arthur, and in an instant, the ball was snatched from his grasp. Arthur was momentarily stunned, astonished by Waz's astonishing speed in executing the steal. Waz then promptly returned the ball to Xia Mo. Unable to reinforce the defense in time, Arthur could only rely on the tall man to confront Xia Mo. The tall man positioned himself before Xia Mo, watching him skillfully dribble, swallowing hard, spreading his arms wide, his gaze fierce and focused as he prepared to defend. Xia Mo unexpectedly closed his eyes. Then, with his hands dribbling behind his back, he broke through once more. The simplicity yet seamlessness of his movements was executed with such fluidity by Xia Mo. Xia Mo sensed that the tall man would attempt to shift his stance for defense. Without hesitation, he opted to break through. Xia Mo effortlessly surpassed the tall man. He opened his eyes, having closed them primarily to test whether his opponent's next move was something he could discern through direct observation or anticipate intuitively. It appeared that this skill had automatically activated upon the awakening mode being initiated. Xia Mo pondered to himself. Xia Mo swiftly advanced forward, confronting Arthur directly. Arthur gazed at Xia Mo with a solemn expression, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. Come forth, Arthur intoned gravely. Xia Mo, without a moment's hesitation, chose to launch a powerful breakthrough, charging towards Arthur's right side. Arthur swiftly sidestepped to confront him. Observing Arthur's defensive maneuver, Xia Mo took a bold step forward. Xia Mo had taken half a step forward, utilizing the momentum to leap into the air. Upon seeing Xia Mo's jump, Arthur retreated and soared upwards. You are far too impatient. Arthur's large hand was already positioned above Xia Mo's right hand, prepared for the shot. Oh, who says so? Xia Mo replied with a subtle smile, and Arthur immediately sensed something was amiss. In an instant, Xia Mo swiftly transitioned the ball from his right hand to his left, harnessing the strength from his core to adjust his body, leaning slightly to the left. He drew the ball behind his head with his left hand and then launched it powerfully towards the hoop. The shot was executed flawlessly, and the basketball swished through the net, leveling the score at 2-2. Remarkably, Xia Mo had equalized the game. Waz patted Xia Mo on the shoulder, commending. That move was truly brilliant. Xia Mo scratched his head, smiling without uttering a word. At that moment, the lanky man held the ball, scrutinized it for a moment, and ultimately passed it to Arthur. Upon hearing the commotion, Xia Mo quickly stepped forward to counter Arthur's advance. The previous play had indeed taken me by surprise. Arthur dribbled the ball, gazing at Xia Mo, and smiled, saying, Hey, it was merely a coincidence. Xia Mo replied while dribbling, indeed. Xia Mo skillfully controlled the ball with both hands, swiftly executing a behind-the-back dribble in an attempt to shake off Arthur in an instant. However, Arthur remained steadfast, closely trailing him. Observing this, Xia Mo was compelled to retract the ball and resorted to a crossover dribble, his body undulating in a mesmerizing dance. Yet, Arthur stood firm, impervious to Xia Mo's maneuvers. Seizing the moment, Xia Mo lowered his stance and surged forward, decisively breaking past Arthur. Arthur, caught off guard, was thoroughly outmatched by Xia Mo. He did not shift his position to follow Xia Mo's center of gravity, remaining rooted in place. As Xia Mo quickened his pace, Arthur found himself unprepared. Had he swayed with Xia Mo's movements, he risked losing his balance. Thus, Arthur opted to let Xia Mo pass, planning to attempt to block afterward. At that moment, a slender figure swiftly moved to reinforce, arms raised high, ready to intercept Xia Mo. Xia Mo recognized his opponent and immediately executed a deceptive dribble between his legs, cleverly passing the ball to Waz maintained a seamless synergy with Xia Mo and charged towards the restricted area upon receiving the pass. He leaped high, poised to make a layup. The burly figure, clad in black, could not stand idly by as Waz approached an easy score. With a powerful leap, the giant extended his arms wide, aiming to obstruct Waz's path to the basket. Realizing the imminent threat, Waz glanced back at Xia Mo, but time was of the essence. He swiftly returned the ball to Xia Mo. Having already maneuvered past the lanky opponent, Xia Mo caught the ball and sprang into action, preparing for a backward jump shot. The slender adversary rushed in response, leaping into the air with outstretched arms, attempting to thwart Xia Mo's shot. With the strength of his waist and abdomen, Xia Mo leaned back with all his might. His back was nearly parallel to the ground. At this moment, Xia Mo did not hesitate to strike, delivering a decisive and pivotal shot. Chapter 64. Xia Mo leaned back with all his might, his wrist trembling lightly. The crucial shot was released with remarkable speed. The slender, tall man extended his long arm like a shadow, his fingertips lightly grazing the edge of the basketball. A faint smile played on his lips. Yet the ball whizzed through the air and swished through the net. The score now stood at 3-2. The trio of Xia Mo, Fei Si, and Wazi emerged victorious. Impossible. I clearly made contact. How could it possibly go in? The tall, lean man gazed in disbelief as the basketball slipped through the net. How did you accomplish that? He stared at Xia Mo, inquiring. Hee. The matter is far simpler than you might imagine. After shooting, Xia Mo leaned back too far and found himself seated on the ground, quickly rising to his feet. I was certain you would intercept the ball, so I took a risk. If you hadn't touched it, I would have never scored. I added a bit of force. Without your intervention, the ball would have rebounded directly out, but your touch altered its trajectory, allowing it to land perfectly in the hoop. Xia Mo approached and extended his hand. Get up, don't lie on the cold ground. He spoke softly to the tall boy before him. Do you not think I'm terrible? The boy lowered his gaze, his voice barely audible. Haha, who says that? You blocked me multiple times. I truly admire you. To have made it this far is already commendable. With more practice, you will surely surpass Captain Arthur in the future. Xia Mo smiled at him with warmth. Really? The boy grasped Xia Mo's outstretched hand, feeling this was the first time he had not been mocked. Arthur watched from a distance as the boy stood and glanced back at him. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. Silent tears streamed down the boy's face. Xia Mo, that shot you just made was simply divine. You didn't even realize it. Truly, your leaning jump shot left me breathless. Fei Si dashed over to Xia Mo, enveloping him in a joyful embrace. Haha, it was merely luck. Xia Mo remained his usual humble self. At that moment, Arthur approached Wazi and patted his shoulder. I haven't seen you so invested in a game in a long while. Wazi's expression was stoic. Humph. You have two excellent teammates. I anticipate your remarkable performance in the Pinnacle Showdown. With that, Arthur departed the court. Wazi. Fei Si tugged Xia Mo toward Wazi, continuing. Wazi, your pass just now was incredibly precise, and that previous layup was so cool. I see you in a new light. Fei Si extended another hand, giving a thumbs up. Humph, that last shot was indeed commendable. Wazi turned away from Xia Mo, leaving the court. Remember, maintain this form. Don't wait until I advance to the group stage while you're out. Wazi waved his hand, leaving behind a parting remark. Humph, that Wazi sure is tough with his words. Xia Mo shrugged. Ahem now. The first place for the simulation match has been decided. It is the trio of Xia Mo, Fei Si, and Wazi. Arthur announced loudly from the stage. Microphone in hand. The first place this time comes with a prize. Arthur paused momentarily. The players in the audience began to speculate about the nature of the prize. Some suggested it was the allure of fine wine, while others believed it to be a pass for the preliminary rounds. A few even relished the thought of Captain Arthur hosting a banquet that evening. Arthur's clear voice resonated. For the champion of this group match, I shall bestow upon you the annual VIP card for the restaurant. For 1 whole year, all expenses on the ground floor will be waived. As soon as the words left his lips, the chatter among the players intensified. A whole year? Goodness, how much silver could be saved? Had I known this, I would have devoted myself entirely. I had assumed it would involve additional one-on-one training sessions, as the captain often arranged in the past. As Xia Mo and Fis exited the stage, he remarked to Fis, you and Wa should go and collect your reward. Fis retorted, aren't you coming along? With a sigh. Xia Mo replied, I suspect that once this match concludes, I must return to my own world. I cannot linger here. Take the card with Waz and enjoy it to the fullest. Xia Mo smiled at Fis, which stirred a hint of melancholy within Fis's heart. Xia Mo gently tapped Fis, rousing him from his reverie as the two hastily approached the stage, dragging Waz along with them. What are you doing? Was protested loudly. Ultimately, they successfully obtained the VIP card. Though Waz appeared calm on the surface, His heart was brimming with joy, for it was a card granting free access for an entire year. He frequently dined and drank at the restaurant downstairs, and this would undoubtedly save him a considerable sum. Let us celebrate tonight with a hearty meal, Faze excitedly suggested. Absolutely. Xia Mo agreed with enthusiasm. Was remained silent, yet his tacit approval was unmistakable. Later, the three returned to their respective rooms. Xia Mo lay on his bed, reminiscing about the match and reflecting on his shortcomings. Just now, I feel my speed needs improvement. My awareness must be sharper. I could have done it this way. Xia Mo murmured to himself. Suddenly, Xiaoro emerged from his thoughts. Could you please stop appearing like a ghost? You always startle me, Xia Mo complained, looking at her with discontent. Humph, if I hadn't reminded you, would you have defeated Arthur? That Minotaur would have surely bested you, Xiaoro retorted, seated on a floating chair with her legs swinging in midair. Even without your reminder, I could have triumphed over him, Xia Mo said, resting his hands behind his head and gazing sideways at Xiaoro. I heard you're going out to dinner tonight? Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How do I explain bringing you along? Should I say I picked up a daughter? Or a girlfriend? Or perhaps that you're directionally challenged? Xia Mo teased her. Xiaoro's eyes dimmed instantly, and she pleaded, can't you just bring me a little something? The green packaged tofu barbecue flavor. I'm afraid that's not possible. Xia Mo replied, humming a little tune. Why not? Xiaoro pouted, glaring at Xia Mo in dissatisfaction. Because that's a coupon. Can't you think a little? What boss would let us walk out with takeout? Xia Mo explained, looking at her. Whenever food is mentioned, your brain seems to short-circuit. He remarked lightly. Humph. I won't help you anymore. Xiaoro crossed her arms defiantly and turned her head away. All right, let me think of a solution, Xia Mo said, scratching his head in contemplation. After a while, Xia Mo suddenly asked, can you change your appearance? I'm not a fairy. What do I know about changing faces? Xiaoro replied, still fuming. What I mean is, you could transform into Velo or Arthur, and we could go together. It would feel quite natural, wouldn't it? Xia Mo proposed. That's a splendid idea. Xiaoro's face brightened immediately. Xia Mo thought to himself, this girl changes her mood faster than flipping a page. He then opened the chat window with Velo. Velo, have you set off yet? Before long, Velo replied to the message. Well, I've stepped out to attend to some matters and may not return for a while, but I shall certainly watch the grand showdown. Did we win? Upon realizing that Velo would be unable to return for the time being, Xia Mo promptly informed Xiaoro. I just inquired. And Velo is out for business and won't be back soon. Today, you shall take on Velo's guys and accompany me. Splendid. A feast. A feast. Xiaoro exclaimed joyfully, shaking her head from side to side. Xia Mo sent a new message to Velo. Victory achieved. Congratulations. Xia Mo and Wei Luo exchanged a few more words before closing the chat window. Xiaoro, do you have any information regarding the list of participants for the Apex duel? How would I know? Xiaoro shot Xia Mo a glance. I'm not a fortune teller. Who can say how many people are currently participating in the Apex duel? However, I am certain that this competition will be extraordinary, especially with such enticing prizes at stake. Xiaoro's thoughts were solely focused on the culinary delights of the evening, causing her to miss the conclusion of Xia Mo's words. Xia Mo sighed and continued to lie on the bed. Xiaoro, do you think we can return? Of course we can, as long as you secure the championship. Xiaoro comforted, observing Xia Mo's despondency. But right now, I feel a bit lost and lack confidence. Everyone seems so formidable. What if I fail to achieve first place? Does that mean we cannot return? Xia Mo gazed at the ceiling and spoke slowly. If we do not win the championship, there will always be other paths for us to consider. Do you remember the Chinese proverb? Ah, yes. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. Xiaoro and Xia Mo exchanged glances, their lips curving into smiles. Hearing you say that only deepens my melancholy, Xia Mo remarked, cradling his head with both hands, reclining on the bed, and exhaling a heavy sigh. As Xia Mo reopened his eyes, the night had already descended. He noticed Xiaoro nestled against his chest, her small face drawing near as she exclaimed, delicious food, delicious food. All right, I hear you, he replied. Rising from his repose, Xia Mo made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After his shower and dressed anew, a knock at the door interrupted him. He glanced at Xiaoro, who nodded in affirmation, then transformed into a glimmering light that entered his mind. Upon opening the door, he found Faze and was waiting outside. Come on, Xia Mo, let us head downstairs for a late-night snack. Faze cheerfully wrapped an arm around him. The three soon settled at a table in a restaurant downstairs, ordering a sumptuous feast. However, faced with the vibrant array of dishes, Xia Mo felt a complete lack of appetite. Xiao's voice echoed in his mind, Xia Mo, do you wish to indulge all by yourself? Xia Mo quickly closed his eyes. The image of Xiao gradually materialized in his thoughts as he responded. Please wait a moment. I do not wish to wait. Hurry, hurry. Xiao anxiously stamped her foot. Xia Mo opened his eyes, glanced at Fei's, and then at Was, before saying, I wish to step outside for some fresh air. It feels rather stifling. Fei's quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, asking, shall I accompany you? No need. I shall return shortly. I merely seek a breath of fresh air, replied Xia Mo as he swiftly rose and departed from the dining hall. Fei's cast a fleeting glance at Was and then resumed his indulgence in the delectable cuisine. Xia Mo stepped into a tranquil alley, glancing around to ensure there was no one else present, before closing his eyes. Come forth, it is safe here, he murmured within his mind. In an instant, Xiao leapt from his consciousness, gracefully alighting on the ground. She recalled the visage of Vilo, and with a flash of golden light, she transformed into Vilo in an instant. Xia Mo glanced around and nodded. Indeed, quite similar. Not merely similar. It was almost identical. Xiao shot him a glare. Although she was uncertain about how Velo interacted with them, Xia Mo advised, speak less and observe more. As you command. Xiao pretended to salute. Subsequently, Xiao followed closely behind Xia Mo as they returned to the restaurant. Was and Fis, upon noticing Velo trailing behind Xia Mo, exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, Velo? Didn't you go to Xianguang? Oh, I ran into Velo. She mentioned she was taking a stroll nearby, so I suggested we dine here and invited her to join us. Xia Mo hastily clarified. Ah, I see. Fis responded. Thereafter, Xia Mo and Velo took their seats side by side opposite Fis. Come on, Xia Mo. I didn't let you fully enjoy it last time. But this time I must win against you, Was declared, as he picked up 2 bottles of emerald green liquor from the ground and handed one to Xia Mo. Thus commenced a contest between Xia Mo and Was at the dining table. Meanwhile, Velo was savoring her food with great enthusiasm, continuously stuffing her mouth as though fearing she wouldn't have enough time to relish the flavors. Oh, Velo, didn't you say you wouldn't eat the food here? Fis suddenly inquired. Xia Mo suddenly sensed that something was amiss, as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. It was over. He felt on the verge of being exposed. Xia Mo silently lamented. Oh, no, I'm just particularly hungry today, for some inexplicable reason. Perhaps I'm still growing, Wei Luo mumbled while chewing. Oh, so that is the case. Then you must come again next time, especially since there are coupons. Eat as much as you desire. Fei chuckled heartily at the sight of Wei Luo relishing her meal. Chapter 66, Inebriated. Come on. Xia Mo. Another round. Was raised his bottle, clinking it against Xia Mo's. Was evidently somewhat inebriated, yet Xia Mo remained as clear-headed as ever. This wine, it has absolutely no effect on me, Xia Mo thought with a wry smile. Subsequently, he and Was crazily downed another bottle. Fei quietly observed their contest from the side. Was had attempted to coax Fei into joining, but he politely declined. Fei recalled the last time he had drunk a mere sip and ended up utterly incapacitated, and he had no desire to embarrass himself again. Naturally, Was labeled Fei a coward. At this moment, Wei Luo continued to feast voraciously, seemingly intent on devouring every morsel on the table. Observing this, Fei hurriedly activated his communicator and ordered several more dishes. Wei Luo, take it slow. Sure, no problem. Wei Luo signaled an okay and resumed her indulgence. I've never seen Wei Luo eat so much. I rarely witness her at the dining table. Perhaps she is concerned about maintaining her figure, being a girl. Yet this time, it's rather excessive, Fei muttered to himself. Was, have you ever seen Wei Luo eat this much? Fei gently nudged Was beside him. Was glanced at Wei Luo and replied, I haven't tea, to be honest. I seldom see Wei Luo eat. Perhaps she is upset and is using food as a means of venting. But be careful not to gain weight. Was's words hung in the air, but Wei Luo remained indifferent, continuing to munch away, even seizing a green bottle and downing it in one go. At that moment, Fei observed Wei Luo and felt that something was off. Given Wei Luo's personality, she would typically retaliate with a couple of punches if Was joked like that. Fei, look at Wei Luo. She polished off a bottle in one breath. Why don't you take up the challenge? Was picked up the green bottle from the ground and thrust it toward Fei, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Xia Mo shook his head with a light chuckle. Realizing that Was indeed a person who was utterly devoted to alcohol, his fondness for it seemingly boundless. At this moment, nearly 2 hours had passed, and the two had nearly consumed 5 or 6 cases of liquor. Was, in his current state, was likely on the verge of inebriation. He swayed unsteadily, gesturing with his hands in the air, and stammered, "Xia Mo, I must concede to your capacity for drinking, but when it comes to basketball, you fall short." Xia Mo replied with a smile, "Indeed, you are absolutely right. So, Was, have you yet to dispose of your little green bottle?" He shook his own empty bottle, while Was still had more than half of his remaining. Who does he look down upon? Was tilted his head back and downed the contents of his little green bottle in one swift motion. Subsequently, they proceeded to finish nearly 2 more cases, until Was could no longer endure and collapsed onto the table. At this moment, Xia Mo felt a slight inebriation and couldn't help but reflect on the low alcohol content of the beverages on this planet, which failed to truly intoxicate him. Oh, how solitary it is to be invincible. He sighed softly, speaking to himself. "Come, let us 3 drink together." At that moment, Velo picked up the small green bottle, clinked glasses with Xia Mo and Fez, and without hesitation, drained the entire bottle. Velo patted his belly, his face radiating satisfaction. Fez was taken aback, astonished at Velo's remarkable capacity. Amidst his surprise, Fez too mustered the courage to finish the drink in his hand, and Xia Mo likewise lifted the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Time passed unnoticed. Fez could no longer consume another drop, barely maintaining his lucidity. Xia Mo, too, felt a sense of disorientation from Velo's relentless drinking. "All right, let us conclude for today." Xia Mo turned to Fez. Fez returned a similarly pained expression, nodded, and then hoisted the slumbering Was, making his way towards the door. Xia Mo gazed at Velo and said, "Shall we take our leave now? Is this satisfactory?" "Indeed, indeed. Let us go." Velo replied with a playful tilt of her head and a smile. As the quartet stepped out of the restaurant, they walked side by side along the bustling streets. "Well, I must be off now. Let's gather again next time." Velo waved goodbye to Fez and Was. "All right, take care on your way," Fez advised. "I will see Velo off. You two wait for me at the base of the building," Xia Mo insisted eagerly. "Very well, no problem at all," Fez responded, hastily supporting Was as they made their way towards the building. Xia Mo and Vilo swiftly entered a narrow alley, and upon noticing the absence of any onlookers, Xia Mo urged, "Hurry inside." "All right," Vilo responded, transforming into a beam of light and seamlessly entering Xia Mo's mind. "Good heavens, your capacity for alcohol is truly astounding," Xia Mo murmured to himself, then promptly dashed toward the building below. It was only during this hurried descent that he realized something was amiss. Xia Mo was momentarily stunned. Was that not Velo? What was he doing at the base of the building? Had he not stated that he would refrain from coming during this period? He hurriedly approached, just in time to see Fis linking arms with Was as they leisurely entered the building. "Fis." Velo's voice rang out, interrupting their stride. Velo, is that you?" Fis turned toward Velo, his face a mask of confusion, for had he not just witnessed Xia Mo escorting Velo away? "Fis, why are you still here so late?" Velo inquired, puzzled. "Just a moment," Fis began, but Xia Mo quickly interjected. Velo, what brings you here?" "I came to return something. Was left his belongings in my car," Velo explained. At this moment, Fis's mind replayed the scenes from their earlier dinner, leading him to question whether he was experiencing a mere illusion. "Velo, earlier," Fis attempted to clarify, but Xia Mo hastily interrupted again, nudging Fis forward and stating, "We've all had a bit too much to drink. Let us head home. You should return early as well." "All right, take care," Velo responded. As the trio traversed the transparent corridor, Fis pondered for a long while before finally speaking. "Xia Mo, I seem to recall that we were 4 in total during dinner. Correct?" Xia Mo realized that Fei Si was also intoxicated and quickly denied. "How can there be 4 people? It's just you, me, Was, and Velo. Just now you were the one who..." At this moment, Fei Si was completely bewildered. "What are you saying? Haven't I always been helping you support Was?" Xia Mo feigned confusion in response. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps I've had too much to drink," Fei Si mumbled as he carried Was away from the transparent corridor. Chapter 67. A new challenge. Fei Si gently placed Was on his bed, tucked him in with a blanket, and then staggered out of Waz's room, still murmuring, "I remember Velo dining with us and getting me thoroughly drunk." Xia Mo leaned against his door, suppressing a laugh, fearful that it would lead to internal injuries. Fortunately, this time it was Fis who regained consciousness. Had it been Was, it would have been troublesome indeed, for Waz's intellect is far sharper than that of Fis. At that moment, Xiaoro floated out from Xia Mo's mind, settling into a floating chair. Her hands gently caressing her round little belly as she looked at Xia Mo and said, "Thank you for your hospitality today. I am thoroughly satisfied." Xia Mo shot a glare at Xiao Ro, exclaiming, "It is solely because of you that I almost compromised our cover just now. Had it not been for Fei Xi's inherent lack of intellect, you would have surely been exposed." Xiao Ro met Xia Mo's gaze, pouting in defiance. "Since no one has noticed, then what is the issue?" With that, she gracefully descended to the ground and strolled up to Xia Mo, softly stating, "I'm going to rest now, to make sure to sleep early as well." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ro transformed into a beam of light, swiftly merging into the depths of Xia Mo's mind. "All I do is eat and sleep," Xia Mo murmured in complaint. At that moment, a knock echoed on his door. Xia Mo felt a sense of bewilderment. Who could it possibly be at such a late hour? Upon opening the door, she was astonished to find Willow standing before her. Xia Mo felt a tightening sensation in his heart. Could it be that she had uncovered a secret? He responded in a flustered manner, "Velo, it's so late. Why haven't you rested yet? What brings you here so suddenly?" Noticing Xia Mo's unease, Velo gently patted his chest and asked, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come see you? Yet here you are, speaking in a stammer. Is there something you are concealing from me?" Xia Mo, anxiously scratching his head, exclaimed, "No, not at all. Truly, I simply indulged in a bit too much wine earlier, causing my tongue to become somewhat tangled. Miss Willow, if you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave for the night." As he spoke, he attempted to close the door, apprehensive of the complications that Willow might present. Observing his actions, Willow swiftly interposed her hand to prevent the door from shutting, gazing at Xia Mo with intent and stating, "I have some matters to discuss with you." As Xia Mo heard her words, he paused in his motion to close the door. "What is it? Won't you invite me in to sit and discuss leisurely?" Willow smiled at him. "All right, please, come in and speak." Xia Mo politely gestured for her to enter. Willow stepped into Xia Mo's room, surveyed her surroundings, and settled into a floating chair, leisurely crossing her legs as she gazed at him and asked, "Xia Mo, how do you perceive your basketball skills?" "Well, I think they are rather decent, I suppose." "Why do you ask?" "Willow," Xia Mo responded, puzzled by her inquiry. Hypothetically speaking, if you were to face my brother in a one-on-one match, what do you believe your chances of winning would be?" Willow questioned. "Perhaps a 60-40 split. Captain Arthur excels at supporting his teammates in a one-on-one. I believe he wouldn't have any special tactics against me. I'd rate myself 6 and the captain 4. Xia Mo candidly offered his perspective. "I see. Let me tell you, the Pinnacle Showdown begins the day after tomorrow, and Arthur has also registered you for it. There are a total of 11 participants. And tomorrow a supervisor will come to the club. He is the judge for the showdown. This time, the competition is particularly stringent for some reason." Willow paused briefly before continuing, "Given your skills, I shouldn't worry, but I just learned that the judge arriving tomorrow afternoon is the most severe one, named Yin Long Judge." "What does that entail? And who is this Yin Long?" Xia Mo inquired, sitting down beside the bed, his face filled with confusion. "The core mission of the judging committee is to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the participants, especially newcomers, assessing various aspects such as skills and potential. Veteran players like Waz and Fist do not require evaluation, but you and other newcomers must pass the assessment to compete. This is to save time and prevent chaos during the matches, making management easier," Wilnu explained. "Tomorrow, the judge will challenge you one-on-one to gauge your strength. You must win. Otherwise, you will not qualify to compete," Wilner emphasized. "Yin Long is a demanding judge. Even Waz, who is exceptionally skilled and possesses a commendable attitude, did not pass his scrutiny." Wilner cast a worried glance at Xia Mo. "I thought it would be quite a challenge. It seems trivial." Xia Mo chuckled lightly. "This is no trivial matter. Do not be arrogant. Arrogance breeds overconfidence. The world is vast, and there are many strong competitors. Exercise caution, for if you fail, no one will come to your aid," Wilner cautioned. "I suspect tomorrow will involve a one-on-one challenge or a test of your three-point shooting accuracy," Wilner speculated. "What significance does such an evaluation hold?" Xia Mo queried, bemused. "Did I not just explain? It is to assess your abilities and eliminate players with inadequate skills, allowing for better arrangements in future matches and preventing disparities in team strengths. Most importantly, it serves to discover star players," Wilno elucidated. "Ah. Similar to talent scouts seeking potential new stars," Xia Mo mused internally. "Much like in our world, where scouts traverse various universities to select outstanding athletes," Xia Mo pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Xia Mo, are you listening?" Seeing Xia Mo lost in thought, Werner called out loudly. I'm listening. I'm listening. Xia Mo hurriedly replied. Well, as long as you are listening, I shall take my leave now. Rest early, so as not to affect tomorrow's matters. Werner stood up to depart, leaving Xia Mo alone in the room. Though Xia Mo is not conceited, he understands that with his prowess, it would not be difficult to capture the attention of a talent scout. After Werner's departure, Xia Mo reclined upon his bed, reflecting on his words. If he were to be selected by a talent scout, could he join a more formidable team and expedite his departure from this place? Yet, why does he feel such an attachment to this club? Xia Mo pondered over Faze, Arthur, Waz, and the experiences of these past days, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 68. The trial. Xia Mo was immersed in an endless dream. In the ethereal realm of the NBA arena, he stood as the eye of the storm, commanding attention. Alongside Faze and Watts, he emerged victorious in a pivotal basketball showdown, shattering the archaic conventions of the mutants. Xia Mo, Xia Mo. The persistent calls roused him from his slumber. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Xiao Ro before him, her crystalline gaze intently calling his name. Xia Mo rubbed his eyelids and inquired, Xiao Ro, what time is it now? Xia Mo, it's already past 10. Are you still lingering in bed? Xiao Ro wrapped her arms around Xia Mo's neck, resting her delicate head against his chest. Xia Mo gently patted her head, prompting Xiao Ro to immediately shield herself with her hands, exclaiming, Xia Mo, you are so annoying. Look, your saliva is about to soak my clothes. Xia Mo gestured to her chest, insisting, not at all. Xiao Ro does not drool. Xiao Ro straightened her posture, countering Xia Mo's claim. Xia Mo chuckled and said, hurry down. I must prepare as well. We have training soon, and the judges will arrive shortly. We cannot bring disgrace to the club. As he spoke, he gently lifted Xiao Ro's hand, akin to lifting a delicate kitten. Xia Mo, you are truly incorrigible. Be careful, I might render you utterly skillless. Just wait and see how you will play basketball afterward. Xiao Ro protested loudly. All right. You stay obediently on the bed. I shall bathe at once, Xia Mo replied, placing Xiao Ro back onto the bed before he himself entered the bathroom. Xiao Ro sat on the bed, pouting with her hands still pressed against her head, murmuring, Xia Mo, you are so infuriating. After taking a shower, Xia Mo emerged to find Xiao Ro fast asleep. With great care, he tucked her in and adjusted the corners of the blanket. He let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, it seems I am truly raising a daughter. Shaking his head gently, he quietly exited the room. Xia Mo arrived at the training ground, where an unusual bustle filled the air, likely due to the imminent arrival of the judging panel, which had drawn a large crowd. Suddenly, a robust arm encircled him. Xia Mo, you must give it your all today. I've heard the judges are coming. Turning his head, Xia Mo realized it was Faze. Accompanying Faze was Watts, who chimed in. Xia Mo, you cannot falter at this juncture. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity to participate in the one-on-one competition. Oh, I am well aware. Velo sought me out last night and informed me of this, Xia Mo replied, crossing his arms and laughing heartily. Besides, with my capabilities, this is hardly a trivial matter. By the way, Watts, was Velo present during dinner last night? Faze inquired as he turned to Watts, prompting a sudden jolt of surprise in Xia Mo, who also turned his gaze towards Watts. I can't recall clearly, I only remember that Xia Mo and our drinking Velo must have been there, right? Watts pondered as he reminisced about the events of the previous evening. Xia Mo swiftly diverted the conversation. Hey, how many judges will be present? The judging panel consists of 5 members, one of whom will specifically assess your speed, shooting, and reaction abilities, while the other 4 will be responsible for scoring. Faze explained to Xia Mo. However, today as judges Yin Long, who is notoriously strict, Xia Mo, you must be on your guard. Faze warned. Oh, it's a minor detail. Just watch how I'll make Yin Long regret his decisions. Xia Mo confidently patted his chest. Yin Long was previously Arthur's coach, Faze whispered. Coach, what position did he play? Upon hearing this, Xia Mo was taken aback. Arthur's coach? Previously, he specialized in small forward, possessing remarkable skills, though not without flaws. Was interjected. What flaws? Both Xia Mo and Faze inquired simultaneously, their gazes locking onto Was like guided missiles. Was looked at Xia Mo and chuckled. Join me for another drink next time, and I'll reveal it to you. All right, no problem. What flaws? Xia Mo impatiently pressed for information on Yin Long's weaknesses. Yin Long's weakness is quite apparent. His arms are relatively short, so he cannot block your absolute shot. However, he has an exceptional vertical leap, which compensates for this deficiency. But your hang time ability is extraordinary. Do you understand? Was elucidated. No wonder he has called Yin Long. It turns out he has short arms. Xia Mo chuckled to himself, recalling that dragons typically have shorter limbs, much like the forelimbs of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Got it. Waz, you wanted to learn my crossovers and breakthroughs, right? Come. I'll teach you, Xia Mo called out as he stepped onto the basketball court. Waz remained stoic, saying nothing, and slowly approached Xia Mo. Waz. Watch me do it once. Xia Mo picked up the ball and demonstrated the crossover. Waz attentively observed. Remember, when you lead your opponent into your rhythm, you have already won half the battle. It means you can manipulate their pace at will. At this moment, do not be hasty. Proceed step by step, gradually increasing your speed. Xia Mo's movements intensified, his shoulders rising and falling rapidly. Also, once your opponent reacts and attempts to adjust their balance or rhythm, decisively break through. At that moment, they often sense your intention and prepare to intercept, ultimately losing their balance and falling. Perhaps you could allow your opponent to completely acclimate to your pace. When they are deeply entrenched, suddenly change your strategy. For example, during the transition from a high to low center of gravity, without any alteration, break through directly. The opponent, caught off guard and hurriedly defending, will naturally lose their balance and tumble. What if the opponent chooses not to defend? FaZe inquired. How foolish can you be? Not defending may prevent them from falling, but it opens the floodgates for me, allowing an effortless breakthrough. Xia Mo playfully chided. Oh, I see now. FaZe scratched his head in realization. Xia Mo passed the ball to Waz, urging him to give it a try while he took on the role of defender. Waz received the ball and, following Xia Mo's guidance, endeavored to lead him into his rhythm. Something felt amiss. Your legs should sink a little deeper. Like this. Shoulders need to drop slightly. No, you must do it this way. This time, you executed it splendidly. After a brief period of practice, Waz had grasped the essentials, and it was undeniable that his talent for basketball was indeed remarkable. Chapter 69. A vast disparity. Xia Mo gazed at the fiery dragon trailing closely behind him, and suddenly found that hastening to conclude the competition lacked allure. Thus, he came to a halt, patiently awaiting the dragon's approach. As the dragon drew near, Xia Mo regarded him with a playful smile and said, Come now. Let us see if you can thwart me once more. The fiery dragon, understandably incensed, felt the sting of Xia Mo's mockery. Xia Mo elegantly beckoned with his fingers, inviting Yin Long to make his move. Yin Long charged fiercely towards Xia Mo, intent on snatching the ball from his grasp. However, the sphere in Xia Mo's hand seemed almost alive, dancing nimbly around him, eluding Yin Long's reach entirely. Seizing the moment, Xia Mo swiftly pivoted, feigning a breakthrough. Believing Xia Mo was about to breach the defense, Yin Long shifted to the left, only for Xia Mo to execute a cunning behind-the-back maneuver, followed by a dazzling jelly layup. The behind-the-back move, while technically simple, carries an air of profound humiliation. A chorus of boos erupted from the sidelines. What kind of defense is this? I could maneuver past him with my grandfather's wheelchair. Hilarious, utterly humiliated by a behind-the-back move. At that moment, Yin Long was consumed by rage, his eyes shimmering with a faint crimson glow. He activated his awakening mode. Now it was Yin Long's turn to attack. His eyes glowed slightly red as he fixed his gaze on Xia Mo, who met his stare with unwavering resolve. Yin Long initiated a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly turning to bypass Xia Mo. In an instant, Xia Mo closed the gap, expertly snatching the ball from Yin Long's grasp. Yin Long staggered forward for a couple of paces before realizing the ball had vanished, hastily pivoting to defend against Xia Mo, who now stood poised beyond the three-point line. Xia Mo stood beyond the three-point line, gracefully brushing his left hand against the side of his neck, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Long, implying that this shot would determine the outcome. A shiver ran through Yin Long's heart as he swiftly stepped forward, attempting to defend. Xia Mo surprisingly forsook his customary absolute layup, opting instead for a challenging fadeaway jump shot from beyond the three-point line. The audience was left in a state of astonishment, utterly shocked by the audacity of his choice. Yin Long rushed forward, leaping before Xia Mo, relying on his prideful jumping ability. A subtle curve graced the corner of Yin Long's mouth as his palm pointed decisively towards the space in front of Xia Mo's right hand. Xia Mo smiled faintly and whispered, "Too weak." With steady precision, he propelled the ball from his hands. Just as Yin Long's hand brushed against the back of Xia Mo's hand, the basketball glided into the hoop like silk, the crisp sound of swishing reverberating throughout the arena. Coupled with the previous foul, it resulted in a direct 2-1. In a decisive clash, Xia Mo ascended to glory, bringing the competition to a dramatic conclusion. Yin Long stood frozen in place, seemingly petrified. What a ridiculous judging panel. In their quest for convenience, they shattered the dreams of others. With such a lackluster standard, they ought to return and train diligently for another decade. Xia Mo nonchalantly extended his pinky finger and leisurely cleared his ear. To obliterate another's aspirations for personal gain. Alas, in the end, one must rely on true prowess, dear sir. With a wave of his hand in farewell, Xia Mo strode away from the court. The audience erupted in excitement, fervently discussing the spectacle. Wow, that turn was absolutely stunning. If I were a girl, I would marry him without hesitation. Look at Yin Long, still standing there in a daze. Xia Mo, so handsome, truly remarkable. That 2-1. No, wait. It was a 3-1, suddenly putting us 4 points ahead. Goodness. Incredible. The fervor on the court surged like a tidal wave. As Xia Mo descended from the stage, FaZe immediately embraced him, exclaiming, Xia Mo, you have become increasingly enigmatic. Haha, I didn't even activate my awakening state just now. Xia Mo replied with a hint of pride. I believe that Yin Long's strength is less than half of Arthur's. He notably lacks the unwavering spirit that Arthur possesses. Xia Mo assessed. It is not that he has weakened. Rather, you have grown stronger. Xia Mo was remarked as he approached. Your movements and techniques have exhibited remarkable improvement. I'm astonished by your rapid progress in just a few days, was praised. Hee, don't forget who I am, Xia Mo said, crossing his arms and standing tall. His face aglow with joy. Master, your original intention for playing has changed, Arthur said as he walked over to Yin Long, gently patting his shoulder. In the past, playing basketball with you was my happiest time. But since your retirement, you have transformed. You are no longer the Yin Long of old. Master, perhaps it is time for some introspection, Arthur concluded before departing from the court. Yin Long had lost his passion for the game. Perhaps it was the torment of inner demons, or perhaps it was the blow dealt by Xia Mo that left him feeling defeated. At this moment, the quartet of judges swiftly approached Xia Mo. They were no longer anxiously awaiting the next round of evaluations. Among them stood a gentleman clad in a sharply tailored suit. His hair meticulously styled, gleaming as if polished. This suave individual extended his hand towards Xia Mo, saying, Greetings, Xia Mo. We are members of the judging panel, as well as sponsors of the Pinnacle Duel. I am the CEO of the Star Players Club. Xia Mo courteously responded and exchanged a handshake with him. What brings you here? Xia Mo had already surmised the intentions of his counterpart. Mr. Xia Mo, our club serves as a cradle for stars, boasting top-tier athletes, a scientifically designed training system, and state-of-the-art facilities. To be frank, there is no comparison between this place and ours. Based on your recent performance, we firmly believe you possess the capability to serve as the chief executive officer of our club. He swallowed hard, preparing to continue his discourse. However, another judge interjected immediately. Greetings, Mr. Xia Mo. I am the CEO of a basketball club, and our arena is even more modernized. It is worth noting that our venue is the largest on the planet and has been consecutively recognized as the best in several editions. If you were to join. Yet, before he could finish, yet another voice eagerly chimed in. At this moment, Xia Mo felt as though his ears were about to become calloused. It was then that Fei Si quietly approached him, gently pulling him closer and whispering in his ear, Xia Mo, I must tell you, Club A is truly remarkable. They have been champions for consecutive years. If you join them, you are sure to secure first place, and that would allow you to return home sooner. After speaking, Fei Si succumbed to a fleeting melancholy. She longed to play alongside Xia Mo, to become teammates. However, if he chose to join Club A, it would mean they would become rivals. All right, I understand. Xia Mo cast a glance at Fei Si and then cleared his throat. Everyone, please. Let us have a moment of silence. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. How should I put this? Xia Mo paused for a brief moment. I am truly honored to receive your recognition today. Although my skills are rather modest, I am grateful for your concern and support, as well as your invitation. Nevertheless, I have decided to remain with X Basketball Club to continue my basketball journey. Chapter 70. Choices. Xia Mo's tone shifted, becoming exceedingly resolute. You may wonder why I remain at the X Basketball Club. The answer is simple. There is joy here. Xia Mo cast a glance at the man in the suit. What advanced technology are you speaking of? Should I encounter your team, I will undoubtedly showcase the formidable clash between myself and Yin Long. Xia Mo provocatively approached the suited gentleman, his gaze sharp and penetrating. And you? Do you truly believe that the size of your gym holds any significance? So what if it is large? Select any player from your team. Do you think he can stand against me? Indeed, I possess this unwavering confidence. You four have trespassed into another's domain, poaching talent without consideration for the club's sentiments. Have you inquired about the players' choices? Can such actions be deemed just? Prepare yourselves, for I shall ensure your hasty retreat. As Xia Mo's words fell, an instant silence enveloped the arena for 3 seconds, only to be followed by a surge of tumult. Expel these interlopers from the gym. You are not welcome here. Depart at once. Amidst the crowd, countless players surged towards Xia Mo, vociferously demanding that they leave. The 4 individuals turned pale, pointing at Xia Mo with threats. You will regret this. I shall await your reckoning. Xia Mo responded with a provocative smile. After a considerable time, the 4 finally departed under the insistence of the crowd. The players clustered around Xia Mo, forming a circle. Xia Mo, your speech was incredibly cool. You spoke nothing but the truth. Xia Mo, can you lead us to victory this time? Xia Mo, amidst the cacophony of compliments enveloping him. Xia Mo was whisked away by Fei Si, escaping the scene. Fei led Xia Mo to the rooftop of a skyscraper, where they sat side by side. 2 crates of miniature bottles of liquor piled before them. Xia Mo, do you truly intend to remain here? Fei Si inquired, sipping his drink. Are you not pleased? Xia Mo clinked his glass with Fei's and took a sip. Given the opportunity to leave earlier, why do you choose to stay? Fei asked, perplexed. Fool, there is joy only in playing ball with friends. Places like that merely preach science. Utterly dull. Xia Mo waved his hand dismissively. Xia Mo, your words resonate profoundly. No wonder I always find such joy in playing ball with you. It has been ages since I felt this happy. Fei Si remarked with a smile directed at Xia Mo. I feel the same, Xia Mo replied. At that moment, a shadow stealthily approached from behind Xia Mo. A claw suddenly emerged, and with a sharp crack, the bottle in Xia Mo's hand shattered. Xia Mo sprang up in terror. Xia Mo, did you not promise to accompany me for another night of drinking? Waz's voice emanated from behind. But, isn't there a competition tomorrow? I worry you may not be able to endure it. Xia Mo explained, gazing at Waz. Endure? There is nothing in this world that I, Waz, cannot accomplish. Waz glared at him through gritted teeth. By the way, we are directly entering the group stage, so Xia Mo, you shall have to face the individual competition alone. Faiz remarked, casting a casual glance at Xia Mo. Xia Mo was immediately engulfed in a wave of frustration. At that moment, his communicator vibrated, revealing a message from Arthur. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., Velo will come to fetch you for the individual competition. Tomorrow afternoon, the individual competition. Xia Mo shrugged, accepting this reality. Subsequently, he gestured for Waz to join him at the table, and together they plunged into a fervent debate. During this time, a plethora of memories from the club flooded Xia Mo's mind, deepening his affection for this place, filling his heart with solace. Before long, the 2 boxes of emerald green liquor bottles had been completely consumed by Xia Mo and Waz. It was evident that Waz's tolerance for alcohol was lacking today, as he began to show signs of inebriation before finishing even 1 box. Xia Mo, your words today have profoundly resonated with me, Waz remarked softly, gazing into the distance. In my past, I played with unbridled anger. Yet this time, in my quest to alter the fate of mutants, I have poured in my utmost effort, striving tirelessly, hoping that no other mutant will repeat my tragic path. I cannot bear to witness such events unfold in the lives of my brethren. Waz's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he continued, just like my father, who dedicated his life to our people while neglecting himself, and my mother, who sacrificed everything for my sister and me. I realize now that I have been too fixated. Your words have enlightened me. I must play for myself now. For basketball is my true passion. Since meeting Arthur, I have sensed a subtle shift in my mindset. Hearing your words today has deepened my understanding of Arthur's struggles. As Waz's voice trailed off, I and Faiz fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, Faiz broke the stillness, stating, Waz, we are all mutants. Do not mistake my apparent simplicity. There are matters I comprehend. For mutants at the lower echelons of this planet, changing our circumstances is a formidable challenge. And relying solely on legislation is utterly insufficient. Do you believe that winning first place will rewrite our history? Waz, that is an impossibility. It necessitates the collective voice and struggle of all mutants. Of course, winning the championship and enacting mutant rights is crucial, but for now, you must confront yourself and let the past remain in the past. Upon finishing, Faiz fell silent, leaving Xia Mo and Waz at a loss for words. The trio lingered in the upstairs room for an extended period. It was only when Waz's intoxication began to wane that they departed from that place. At this moment, Xia Mo's heart was undoubtedly a tumult of emotions. For someone as tender-hearted as he, witnessing such circumstances was a burden he could hardly bear. Akin to Waz's tragic tale, after hearing Waz's story, Xia Mo felt powerless to provide tangible assistance. All he could do was help Waz secure victory and advocate for change for mutants. At this juncture, Xia Mo returned to his bedroom. Discovering Xiao Rou engrossed in a television game on the bed, he settled into a floating chair. "What is the matter, Xia Mo? You seem a bit down today," Xiao Rou remarked, holding a virtual keyboard as she typed. "Xiao Rou, how much do you know about mutants in this world?" Xia Mo gazed at Xiao Rou and inquired. "I am indeed aware of certain facts. On this planet, there exist merely 20 million inhabitants, which is rather sparse. To put it into perspective, the population of Huaxiao alone is a staggering 1.5 billion. The land here is scarce, and considering the planet's diminutive size, it is understandable." Xiao Rou intertwined her words with the imagery from the television. "However, can you guess how many mutants reside on this planet?" She turned to Xia Mo, posing the question. Chapter 71, The Mutants. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Rou's question. 20 million. Could there possibly be 20 million mutants? Xia Mo tentatively responded. Xiao Rou gently shook her head, raising a finger to correct him. "No, it is only 10 million. The initial mutation experiment resulted in precisely 10 million mutants. You must understand, the total number of mutants is merely 10 million. Therefore, do you grasp why altering the current situation is so arduous?" Xiao Rou tilted her head to look at Xia Mo, speaking softly. "I still do not comprehend." Xia Mo confessed candidly as he gazed at Xiao Rou. "How terribly slow-witted you are," Xiao Rou exclaimed as she leaped down, standing on the ground, and pacing slowly as she elaborated. "Consider it, with only 10 million individuals. How could one possibly gain the acceptance of everyone? They are far too rare, and each mutant possesses a unique form. The world would prefer they did not exist at all." After listening, Xia Mo clenched her fists tightly. The lofty officials were all devising ways to eliminate them, as they were the byproducts of failed experiments. Although there were instances of success, they posed a significant threat to the lives of ordinary people. Hence, it would take a considerable amount of time to eradicate the prejudice against the mutants. However, if they could clinch the championship this time, establishing regulations to protect the mutants and granting them rights would be a meaningful first step. After Xiao Rou finished speaking, Xia Mo fell into deep contemplation. Why? When all are life, can they not coexist peacefully? Xia Mo's fist tightened progressively, the knuckles turning pale. "You see, this is something you cannot comprehend. Higher life forms inevitably look down upon their inferior counterparts, much like fish preying on shrimp, with fish holding a sense of superiority over shrimp. This reflects the hierarchical perception that exists among living beings." Xiao Rou resumed her seat upon the floating chair. Xia Mo secretly vowed to secure the first place. As night descended, Xia Mo retired to bed early, for the following day held a competition awaiting him. Xia Mo tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, his mind consumed with thoughts of the mutants. Tonight, Xiao Rou had not entered his consciousness, insisting instead on sleeping beside him. Xia Mo, unable to refuse her, reluctantly acquiesced. Xiao Rou nestled against his arm, gradually drifting into the realm of dreams. Xia Mo pondered deeply and slowly closed his eyes. The following morning, Xia Mo was gently roused from slumber, opening his eyes to find Xiao Rou softly shaking his arm. He glanced at the clock, noting that he still had some time before Velo would arrive to pick him up. Thus, Xia Mo rose to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he donned his team uniform and meticulously inspected his shoes. Xiao Rou gently awakened Xia Mo, offering quiet encouragement. "Give it your all in today's match." With that, she transformed into a golden light, merging with Xia Mo's thoughts. Having finished checking his gear, Xia Mo emerged from his room, brimming with vitality, and stepped into the transparent elevator that whisked him away to the basketball court. The atmosphere on the court was as lively as ever, with everyone honing their respective skills. Grasping a basketball, Xia Mo entered the expansive court alone, concentrating intently on his shooting practice to warm up for the upcoming one-on-one match. Suddenly, FaZe appeared on the court. Spotting Xia Mo and running over with excitement. "Xia Mo, you're down here so early today." Xia Mo paused his shooting, gazing at FaZe, and replied, "Well, I need to acclimate to the feel of the ball. The individual competition is about to commence. Keep it up. With your abilities, you will undoubtedly excel." FaZe embraced him warmly. "Still, one must remain cautious. Prudence is paramount. Xia Mo responded with a smile, his confidence not undermining his carefulness. Was, is that you? Faze called out loudly as he noticed Was approaching. Why are you both up so early? Was inquired, looking at the two. Haha, I had a sleepless night. So I came down to practice, Faze explained with a grin. Xia Mo, you must put in extra effort for the individual competition, Was said earnestly. Directing his gaze at Xia Mo. Of course, Xia Mo replied, scratching his head with a beaming smile. Thus, the three of them took turns practicing, honing Xia Mo's skills to help him achieve his optimal form. Unbeknownst to them, Vilo had quietly arrived, seated nearby on a hovering chair, watching Xia Mo intently. With a subtle smile, he murmured to himself, this Xia Mo truly becomes more astonishing with each passing moment. Xia Mo noticed the arrival of Velo, ceased his shooting practice, gestured to Fis and Was, and approached Velo, taking a seat beside him. You arrived quite early, Xia Mo remarked. Yes. I wanted to bring you here early to acclimate to the surroundings, Velo replied. What about the others? How are they getting here? Xia Mo inquired. Arthur will escort them. I will accompany you personally. Along the way, I will share some insights regarding the individual competition, Velo explained. Hee, is this considered a form of cheating by previewing? Xia Mo jested. Haha, not quite. I will clarify everything during our journey, Velo said, rising to prepare for departure. Where are you going? Xia Mo asked. I will wait for you in the car on the rooftop. You can come up directly after your meal, Velo replied, looking at Xia Mo. Shall we not have breakfast together? Xia Mo invited. No, thank you. Velo waved his hand and departed alone. It seems he is indeed monitoring his diet, Xia Mo thought to himself. Subsequently, Xia Mo had a brief breakfast with Fis and Was, bid them farewell, and ascended to the rooftop alone. Upon reaching the rooftop, Xia Mo saw Velo seated in the car, waiting. Velo noticed him and waved, signaling, come on, get in. Xia Mo settled into the car as Velo immediately ignited the engine, propelling the vehicle skyward in an instant. Xia Mo, how familiar are you with one-on-one competitions? Velo inquired while maneuvering the car. Oh, not very much. I would say I have only a rudimentary understanding, Xia Mo replied with a hint of embarrassment. Did Fis and Was not mention it to you? Velo glanced in the rearview mirror. They only indicated that it was a one-on-one contest, Xia Mo answered. That amounts to nothing, Velo remarked. After a brief silence, Velo continued, Xia Mo, a one-on-one competition is indeed a duel between two participants, evaluated on a 5-point scoring system. It is akin to your encounter with Arthur. A 2-pointer counts as 1 point, while a 3-pointer is worth 2. The first to reach 3 points emerges victorious. There will be no audience, merely judges seated to observe and referees to oversee, so do not contemplate any underhanded tactics. Furthermore, save your signature moves for the climax. Employing them too early will render subsequent rounds exceedingly challenging. I understand. I shall refrain from revealing my full prowess until the critical moment, Xia Mo smiled. Indeed. This time it is a head-to-head contest. I checked, and you have 3 matches this afternoon. Once completed, you will return with me. If you achieve a clean sweep, you will advance directly to the finals on the 3rd day. If you win only 2, you must compete in 2 additional matches the following day. And both must be victories to secure your place in the finals. What if I win just 1? Xia Mo queried. In that case, you will return with me and await the next pinnacle of basketball competition, Velo replied. Oh, Xia Mo acknowledged. Remember, it is best to secure victories in all 3 matches. Otherwise, you will need to contend in 2 more. If you only win one of the 2 the next day, you will have to wait for the next grand showdown. Is it really that stringent? Xia Mo asked in astonishment. Of course, otherwise, how could it be deemed a grand confrontation? Velo jested lightly. The 2 engaged in a relaxed conversation as they traveled. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Velo parked the car in front of a grand sports arena. Upon exiting, he noticed Xia Mo following suit and pointed ahead, saying, This is the venue. The competition will be held here this year. Xia Mo gazed upon the magnificent basketball arena before him, a grand edifice that seemed to be crafted from crystal, shimmering with brilliance. Above the venue, a large letter A hung prominently. Is this the basketball arena of the A Club? Xia Mo inquired, glancing at Velo. Indeed. This year's competition is being held at their venue. Follow me closely, and do not wander off. Your individual competition will take place in the training court, not in the main arena. Velo guided Xia Mo towards the smaller basketball court adjacent to the main hall. This miniature court resembled a scaled-down version of the grand sports arena. At that moment, Xia Mo noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the small venue. Velo led Xia Mo through a series of turns, entering the intimate court. Xia Mo gazed intently at the opulently adorned hall, surveying his surroundings. Do not appear so ill at ease, as if you have never encountered such grandeur. Vilo cast a sidelong glance at Xia Mo, offering him a piercing look. Xia Mo could only manage an awkward smile. They arrived at the designated booth, where a small television awaited them. I shall sit here and watch you compete, she said. This was a continuous match. Victory would lead to the next challenger, while defeat would send one back to the booth, awaiting further instructions before re-entering the fray. Willow cast a glance at Xia Mo, gesturing towards the corridor outside. There are 4 passageways, A, B, C, and D, each leading to a basketball court. Shortly, the announcement will call your name, and that will be your cue to proceed. Willow's gaze was fixed on the television screen, which was currently displaying the arrangement of the basketball courts. Xia Mo's heart raced, for this was his inaugural participation in such a grand event. He felt that past competitions paled in comparison. Moments later, the announcement echoed. Please, player number 1 from the X Basketball Club, Xia Mo, proceed to Court A. Velo gently nudged Xia Mo, urging, what are you waiting for? Hurry along. Xia Mo regained his focus, responding affirmatively a couple of times before stepping into the passageway. As he traversed the elongated corridor, he was momentarily dazzled by an unexpected burst of light. Once his eyes adjusted, he beheld a space akin to half a basketball court, flanked by a tall platform upon which 3 elegantly attired gentlemen were seated, diligently marking scores on their clipboards. Shortly thereafter, a spherical device soared before him, sweeping from above his head to below his feet, followed by a voice announcing, detection completed. Almost immediately, the referee approached and said, Xia Mo, please enter the arena. Xia Mo remained silent as he strode briskly onto the court. Emerging from Passage A was a man of formidable musculature, his physique taut and powerful. Clad in a black jersey, with hair cascading like a waterfall, an intriguing contrast to his robust frame. He tied his hair back neatly and, after passing through the machine for inspection, proceeded directly onto the court. Hello. Xia Mo smiled, at a loss for words and resorting to a simple greeting. The muscular man, evidently disinterested, showed no inclination to respond. Xia Mo chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, and the two decided the possession of the ball through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Xia Mo has gained possession of the ball. He stands beyond the 3-point line, while the muscular man stands at the free throw line, gazing intently at him. Xia Mo extended his right foot, attempting to probe the defensive limits of the muscular man. The muscular man remained focused, prepared for any direction from which Xia Mo might attempt to break through. Xia Mo realized that the muscular man's reaction speed was not as swift as his own, which put him at ease. Subsequently, Xia Mo suddenly lifted his right foot and dribbled the ball with remarkable speed, charging towards the right side of the muscular man to launch an attack. The muscular man hastily adjusted his position to defend on the right side. Xia Mo abruptly slammed on the brakes, followed by a deft between-the-legs dribble accompanied by a fluid turn, his movements reminiscent of poetry in motion. He pulled the ball back once more and executed another between-the-legs maneuver. The muscular opponent hastily shifted to the left, attempting to impede his advance. However, observing that Xia Mo did not force a breakthrough, he intended to maintain close defensive pressure. Sensing this, Xia Mo immediately steadied himself and launched a vigorous assault toward the right flank of his adversary. The muscular man aimed to stay closely aligned in defense, but Xia Mo seized the opportunity to decisively break through. He had not anticipated. Xia Mo effortlessly succeeded in his breakthrough, prompting the muscular man to realize the gravity of the situation and hastily pursue him. Xia Mo seized the opportunity and dashed straight towards the basket. Xia Mo swiftly approached the basketball hoop, poised to leap, when he sensed a muscular figure encroaching from behind, intent on stealing the ball. In an instant, he pivoted, transferring the ball to his left hand to continue his dribble. The muscular man, now trailing closely behind, attempted to intercept the ball but was unsuccessful, forcing him to hastily position himself in front of Xia Mo. As Xia Mo beheld this scene, she swiftly turned around, determined to escape from the muscular man. The muscular man, noticing Xia Mo's sudden movement, hurriedly advanced, attempting to intercept her. Xia Mo smiled gently, executing a move reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers rather than a mere turn. With a sudden switch from his left hand to his right, he deftly maneuvered the ball through his legs, leaving the muscular opponent trailing behind him. Xia Mo swiftly seized the opportunity, charging towards the basket and scoring with a deft layup. The muscular man stood frozen in place, and after a brief moment of silence, He wordlessly retreated beyond the three-point line. The referee hurried over to retrieve the ball, handing it to the muscular man while signaling for Xia Mo to take his position at the free throw line. The muscular man keenly scrutinized Xia Mo's defense, hoping to uncover even the slightest flaw. Xia Mo discerned the muscular man's intentions and deliberately exposed a vulnerability, intentionally leaving his right side open. Seizing the opportunity, the muscular man launched an attack, determined to force his way past Xia Mo. As he barreled through from Xia Mo's right flank, Xia Mo struck with lightning speed, snatching the ball from his grasp. With the ball now in his possession, Xia Mo advanced beyond the three-point line, while the muscular man, still bewildered, searched frantically for him until he suddenly realized the precarious situation and hurriedly turned to sprint back towards the three-point line. Xia Mo secretly mocked such technology. Even my grandmother could triumph over it. He subtly ridiculed his opponent. Chapter 73, The Ultimate Strike. Once Xia Mo suddenly sprang into action, his arms trembling slightly as he prepared to shoot. The muscular opponent charged towards him, leaping in an attempt to block the shot. A faint smirk graced Xia Mo's lips as he exerted force through his wrist, releasing the ball with impeccable precision. The muscular adversary was a fraction too late, his outstretched hand nearly grazing the ball. With a swift whoosh, the basketball swished through the net, a flawless entry into the hoop. Xia Mo landed steadily, gazing at the muscular man. "You are remarkable," he remarked. At that moment, in the corner, Vilo exclaimed with excitement. "Well done." Xia Mo disdainfully pressed his lips together, effortlessly claiming his first victory without exerting much effort at all. At this moment, the announcement echoed across the arena. Xia Mo emerges victorious, the competition continues, and the next contestant is requested to prepare. Xia Mo stood at the center of the court, awaiting the emergence of his opponent. In the headquarters of Team X, a colossal virtual screen replayed the moments of Xia Mo's triumph, igniting a fervor among the audience, who erupted into thunderous applause. Xia Mo was an unparalleled force. "Go! Xia Mo! Xia Mo! Xia Mo!" At this moment, the entire arena was brimming with passion. Not far away, Fis and Waz gazed intently at the screen. "Waz, do you think Xia Mo can achieve victory for a third consecutive time?" Fis inquired. "It's hard to say. As long as he doesn't encounter the rising stars from those clubs, he should manage," Waz replied. "I share the same sentiment. If he can evade them, victory will come easily for Xia Mo." Fis raised his hands, his gaze fixed on Xia Mo on the screen. In the A corridor, a figure emerged slowly. His body was wrapped in bandages, his torso bare save for a pair of shorts, with a head of vibrant green hair and a face marred by scars, exuding an aura that deterred approach. After undergoing machine scanning, he was granted entry to the competition arena. Waz's eyes widened as he witnessed this individual step into the basketball court, his gaze transfixed on the screen. After a moment, he murmured, "This guy. His strength is unfathomable." Fis, puzzled, looked at Waz. "Who is this person?" "A standout among newcomers, certainly among the top 10, Waz stated, his words deliberate. The bandaged man ascended the court, and Xia Mo's eyes locked onto him. He sensed the palpable intensity emanating from the bandaged figure as the machine circled ominously between them. The match commenced. The referee stood at the center, proposing they settle the possession with a game of rock, paper, scissors. "No need, just give it to him." The bandaged man gestured towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo let out a cold snort. "Do not underestimate me. How about you take the first shot?" Xia Mo provocatively gazed at the bandaged man. The bandaged man cast a glance at Xia Mo, his murderous intent palpable. Observing the tension, the referee promptly suggested, "Let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors." Thus, the two swiftly engaged in the game. The bandaged man secured the right to the ball. Subsequently, he dribbled it, scrutinizing Xia Mo's defensive stance and movements. Xia Mo extended her arms wide, her gaze fixated intently on the bandaged man, daring not to show even the slightest hint of relaxation, for this individual before her represented a formidable threat that Xia Mo could not afford to overlook. The rapping man's lips subtly curled into a smile, and in an instant, he launched a fierce assault towards Xia Mo's left side. Xia Mo swiftly sidestepped, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The weaver of bindings concealed a dagger within his smile, seeking to employ a sharp maneuver to extricate himself from Xia Mo's grasp. However, Xia Mo's speed far exceeded his expectations. Xia Mo seized the opportunity with a sudden and unexpected steal. The player hastily retrieved the ball, skillfully dribbling it beneath his legs. Xia Mo contemplated silently. This individual's strength should not be underestimated. The dribbler moved with remarkable agility, strategizing on how to penetrate Xia Mo's defense. Xia Mo seemed to perceive his intentions, immediately closing in to bolster his defense. The Weaver, sensing Xia Mo's relentless pursuit, swiftly pivoted and dribbled, attempting to shake him off with haste. As Xia Mo observed him preparing to turn, he promptly took a half-step back. The Enshrouded One turned to accelerate past him, only to realize that Xia Mo had maintained a half-step distance. "You are indeed formidable, but you are not yet capable of defeating me." Upon witnessing this, the Enshrouded One leaped into the air, intending to make a direct shot. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo swiftly leaped into action, intent on blocking his shot. The bandager released the ball, observing that Xia Mo had just taken off. A surge of delight filled his heart. It appears to be nothing extraordinary. This shot is undoubtedly destined for success, the bandager mused. Xia Mo soared into the air, exerting every ounce of strength, his middle finger trembling with precision as it grazed the basketball. "Oh, merely a brush at the edge," the bandager scoffed. Xia Mo did not respond, but instead fixated intently on the soaring basketball. The ball struck the rim with great force, ricocheting away. The entangled observer gazed at the hoop in disbelief, exclaiming, This is impossible." "Yet, nothing is impossible. You have simply encountered me." Xia Mo whistled as he approached the three-point line. At this moment, Xia Mo merely drew upon the techniques he had previously employed in his confrontation with the lanky man. It appears that Xia Mo's capacity for learning is equally remarkable. The referee retrieved the ball, signaling for both players to return to their respective positions. With a sharp whistle, the ball was passed into Xia Mo's hands. Xia Mo, with the ball in hand, fixated intently on the defender, cautiously shifting his right foot to gauge the opponent's reaction. The defender remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he locked eyes with Xia Mo. In that fleeting moment, Xia Mo sprang into action. He opted to launch an assault from the defender's right flank. Observing this, the defender swiftly recalibrated his stance, bracing himself to counter the impending move on the right side. Xia Mo, seizing the opportunity, came to a swift halt, the ball weaving between his legs, accompanied by a dazzling array of movements. Xia Mo endeavored to draw the bandaged man into her rhythm. At this moment, the man, swathed in bandages, gradually conformed to Xia Mo's steps, altering his stance with graceful fluctuations. Xia Mo discerned that the bandaged man had swiftly attuned himself to her rhythm, seemingly endeavoring to lead her into a trap. As Xia Mo turned, he hesitated briefly. In an instant, he pivoted and surged to the right with remarkable speed. The bandaged man swiftly shifted his weight, decisively intercepting him to the right. Xia Mo swiftly reclaimed the basketball, then deftly dribbled it beneath his legs. He found the challenge posed by his opponent to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Chapter 74. The intense battle at this moment. Xia Mo acutely felt the difficulty of contending with his adversary. Xia Mo swiftly altered his direction, aiming to destabilize his opponent's balance and create an opening for himself. However, the bandaged man was not deceived. He maintained a low stance, resolutely defending against Xia Mo. The two found themselves in a stalemate. In the basketball club, was remained fixated on the large screen. He observed Xia Mo's tight defense, which left the bandaged man with no opportunities, was let out a sigh of relief, remarking, "It seems Xia Mo is about to face a challenging battle." "What makes you think that?" Fis inquired, puzzled. "Look, although Xia Mo is on defense, the bandaged man's offensive maneuvers are astute, constantly probing Xia Mo for weaknesses. Yet, Xia Mo remains vigilant, upholding his defensive posture without revealing any vulnerabilities. So, how should Xia Mo respond in this match?" Fis asked. "That will depend on him. The outcome is uncertain, but this bandaged man is indeed formidable," was replied earnestly. Just then, the screen displayed the bandaged man launching a rapid attack, only to be thwarted by Xia Mo's successful defense. The bandaged man immediately leaped, intending to force a shot. All the teammates watched in suspense, their hearts racing, even holding their breaths. Xia Mo nimbly leapt, his middle finger quivering as it grazed the basketball, which subsequently slammed against the rim. The crowd erupted in cheers. Xia Mo had made the block. It was truly nerve-wracking. "I thought he might not succeed. What are you saying?" "Xia Mo is the one leading us to victory." Waz turned to Fis and inquired, "What did you think of Xia Mo's block just now?" "I thought it was fantastic. It directly altered the trajectory of the ball," Fis mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Not quite. Xia Mo didn't have complete assurance that he would successfully block it. It was merely a stroke of luck," Waz retorted. "Think back carefully. If Xia Mo had been a second late, that ball would have already gone in. Waz explained, fixating on the large screen. Isn't that obvious? Anyone could score if they were a second late. Fish shot a glare at Waz. Waz shrugged, saying, the issue isn't merely about being a second late. It's that Xia Mo couldn't predict the next move of the bandaged man at all. Reflect on this. Xia Mo always manages to shoot at the perfect moment during our matches, effortlessly. But this time is different. From that block, I realize Xia Mo is uncertain within himself now, was analyzed. I don't care. Xia Mo will definitely win, Fis asserted, steadfastly supporting Xia Mo. I hope Xia Mo can overcome this opponent. Otherwise, in the upcoming group matches and team competitions, he may not have another chance, Was sighed. In the gym's booth, Vilo was intently focused on the television screen, unwilling to miss any spectacular moments. Xia Mo skillfully blocked the opponent entangled in bandages, and Vilo immediately cheered, wonderful, splendid. This is precisely how to suppress him. Xia Mo continuously shifted the center of gravity of his body, causing the bandaged man to fall into his rhythm. However, Xia Mo was not satisfied and immediately adjusted his strategy. He varied his center of gravity with a pattern of high-high-low-low. The bandaged man suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion, unable to decipher the intentions of this formidable opponent. As Xia Mo executed a high center of gravity shift, the bandaged man followed closely behind. However, in what was originally a position of elevated center of gravity, Xia Mo perceived an opportunity. Noticing that the bandaged man maintained his high stance, Xia Mo understood that the moment had arrived. Xia Mo suddenly lowered his center of gravity, catching the bandaged man off guard as he launched a fierce breakthrough. He deftly leaped over the bandaged man, and as he passed by, Xia Mo scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" To speak candidly, it was indeed the case. Xia Mo relied solely on fundamental techniques and instinct, without employing any special skills. Xia Mo swiftly prepared for a layup, while the bandaged man closely followed. Evidently disturbed by the earlier words, the bandaged man recklessly pursued Xia Mo with fervor. Xia Mo nimbly leaped into the air, executing an elegant layup. The score on the court, 1-0. Xia Mo clapped his hands, shaking off the dust clinging to him, and smiled at the bandaged man. It seems your abilities require enhancement. I scored a point without employing any techniques. The bandaged man, intent on confronting Xia Mo, attempted to advance but was halted by the referee. The possession now belonged to the bandaged man. He cautiously probed Xia Mo's defenses, yet Xia Mo remained unperturbed. Seizing the opportunity, the bandaged man launched an assault towards Xia Mo's right flank. Sensing impending danger, Xia Mo swiftly adjusted his defensive stance. Xia Mo appeared before the bandaged man like a flash of lightning. The bandaged man, taken aback, inquired, "How can you be so swift?" Xia Mo merely smiled, offering no response as she resolutely obstructed the path of the bandaged man. Enraged, he resolved to confront her head-on, turning his back to Xia Mo to launch an assault. The bandaged man swiftly pivoted, advancing step by step towards the hoop. Xia Mo realized that the bandaged man intended to resort to trickery. "Humph. Since you choose to play deceitful games, I shall indulge you in this charade as well." Xia Mo rested one hand on the back of the bandaged man, while the other desperately shielded his vision. The bandaged man took a step back and then leaned back for a jump shot, filled with confidence, firmly believing that Xia Mo would be unable to thwart this attempt. However, Xia Mo, guided by his keen intuition, sprang into the air, poised to block the bandaged man's shot. The bandaged man was taken aback, astonished by the remarkable hang time exhibited by his opponent. Originally, he had planned to linger momentarily in midair, waiting for Xia Mo to begin his descent before making his move. Yet, Xia Mo's aerial prowess surpassed the bandaged man's expectations. As his patience waned, he realized that Xia Mo was not slowly descending as anticipated. Instead, he found himself gradually plummeting. At that moment, the bandaged man had no time for hesitation, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the ball with all his might. Observing this, Xia Mo executed his signature move, deftly catching the ball with one hand. Upon landing, he cradled the ball in both arms and promptly passed it to the referee. "No big deal. Your fadeaway shot will soon be met with the true essence of skill," Xia Mo remarked, a cunning smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the bandaged man. Chapter 75. Mastery of Technique. Xia Mo stood at the three-point line while the bandaged man positioned himself at the free-throw line. The referee blew the whistle, passing the ball to Xia Mo. With the ball in hand, Xia Mo surged forward, attempting to test the bandaged man's defense. The bandaged man remained unwavering, arms tightly guarded. his anger simmering as he resolved to see how Xia Mo would breach his defenses. Xia Mo made 2 attempts, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and swiftly took a shot. The bandaged man, taken by surprise, rushed forward to block. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Xia Mo sent the basketball soaring. A swish echoed through the air as the ball found its mark in the net. Was watched this scene unfold, his heart racing for Xia Mo. That shot was nothing short of breathtaking. Had the bandaged man reacted a moment sooner, Xia Mo's attempt would have been thwarted. Was gazed intently at the large screen, remarking, "How can you say that? I believe Xia Mo performed splendidly. That shot was quick, precise, and executed with finesse. You truly lack insight." Was retorted. Had that man not been utterly focused on defending, analyzing Xia Mo's direction, that shot would have been blocked long ago. Indeed, it was a close call, Fist mused after a moment of contemplation. Did Xia Mo win? He was outside the 3-point line just now. You were quite foolish. Was patted Fist. Xia Mo shot from beyond the arc. Of course, it counts as 3 points. Were you even watching the game? Was looked at Fist with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Oh, right. I see now, Fish chuckled at Was before turning back to the screen. I hope Xia Mo can play all 3 matches today. Unless something unforeseen occurs, it should be quite possible. Xia Mo's shooting touch is on fire today, Was said. His gaze fixed on the screen. Vilo was engrossed in the projection, witnessing Xia Mo's decisive and accurate shot. He excitedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Fantastic, Vilo." At that moment on the court, Xia Mo gazed at the bandaged man across from him, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Your skills, With a mocking tone, Xia Mo continued to taunt the bandaged man, who could no longer restrain himself. He suddenly seized Xia Mo's collar, his fist aimed directly at his cheek. At that instant, a device detected the bandaged man's intent to attack, zipping towards him like lightning and releasing a powerful electric current, compelling him to release his grip. Warning, one more such act, and you will be disqualified from the match. The referee stepped forward, a whistle piercing the air. The bandaged man rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Xia Mo. You are Xia Mo, correct? Remember this name. You are finished. The bandaged man slowly stood, the atmosphere thick with tension. The current score stood at 2-0. Xia Mo intended to conclude the match in a swift 3-0 victory, much like the previous game. The bandaged man gripped the ball, fixing his gaze upon Xia Mo suddenly. He sprang into action, darting towards Xia Mo's right side with remarkable speed. Xia Mo decisively opted for the right flank defense, firmly suppressing the onslaught of the bandaged man. Although the bandaged man appeared more formidable, he was inferior to Xia Mo in height, physique, and muscular strength. In a direct confrontation, the bandaged man would undoubtedly falter against Xia Mo. At this moment, the bandaged man found himself ensnared, unable to discern a path for breakthrough. Xia Mo let out a soft chuckle. Is that all? He continued to provoke the bandaged man, launching verbal assaults with precision. After all, in the realm of competition, the power of words can serve as a formidable weapon. With the right choice of phrasing, one can effortlessly dismantle the opponent's psychological defenses. Observing the bandaged man's propensity for anger, Xia Mo sought to incite him further, thereby disrupting his judgment. In doing so, the adversary would be more likely to overlook crucial details. The bandaged man remained silent, intently searching for any flaw in Xia Mo's demeanor. Xia Mo spoke again. Have you found the flaw? Would you like me to demonstrate one for you? This remark deeply pierced the bandaged man, whose eyes blazed with fury. He resolved to launch a direct attack from behind. With a smile, Xia Mo took the bait. The bandaged man charged towards the hoop with all his might. Yet, Xia Mo effortlessly blocked him with one hand while using the other to obscure his vision. The bandaged man, feeling the overwhelming strength of Xia Mo's physique, found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he pivoted and retreated a few steps, attempting a fadeaway jump shot. Just as he turned and began to backpedal, Xia Mo swiftly initiated his defense. Startled, the bandaged man realized that Xia Mo's defensive speed was astonishingly quick. He had barely completed his retreat when Xia Mo's defense was already in place. Fortunately, the ball was not yet firmly in his grasp. Otherwise, he would have been completely thwarted. In an instant, the bandaged man regained control of the ball, skillfully maneuvering it beneath his legs before pivoting to evade Xia Mo. Xia Mo was evidently not an easy adversary to contend with, and promptly turned to face the challenge. The entangler realized he could not breach Xia Mo's defenses and immediately resolved to force his way through. He charged fiercely towards the hoop, preparing to launch his offensive. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo promptly took a step back. The player entangled in the fabric, perceiving the opening created by Xia Mo, leaped into the air, intending to make a layup. Yet, in that very moment of ascent, Xia Mo swiftly blocked the ball. Subsequently, he handed the ball to the referee, softly remarking, "Your movements are too hasty, lacking in patience." As he spoke, he advanced toward the three-point line, leaving the entangled player utterly at a loss for a countermeasure. Xia Mo's defense and offense were exceedingly formidable, making it difficult for him to withstand. The referee blew the whistle, signaling both players to return to their respective positions. Subsequently, the basketball was passed into Xia Mo's hands. Xia Mo observed the bandager fixating intently upon him, their eyes unwavering, with hands spread wide like the wings of an eagle. Xia Mo remained indifferent, then suddenly burst forth. He swiftly launched an attack towards the right side of the ensnarer. The ensnarer hastily defended his right flank. But Xia Mo smiled faintly, followed by a powerful dribble behind him, intensifying his breakthrough. He intended to conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. Xia Mo decisively broke through, intending to shake off the Weaver. The Weaver appeared flustered, hastily turning to defend. Chapter 76, a formidable opponent won at this moment. Xia Mo's bold breakthrough successfully traversed the Weaver's defenses. The Weaver, unable to pivot in time to defend, could only turn to pursue Xia Mo. Yet, how could the Weaver's speed ever match that of Xia Mo? Xia Mo swiftly darted towards the basket. In an instant, he leaped high into the air, executing a flawless layup. The score was now 3-0. The tangling bandits were defeated. The audience at the ex-basketball club arena erupted in exuberance. Xia Mo's prowess was undeniable. "Isn't he remarkable?" Was nudged his companion Fis, his excitement palpable. "Indeed. Have you noticed that Xia Mo hardly employed any special techniques? Not even once did he activate the awakening state," was observed, his gaze fixed on the large screen. "Oh, I hadn't realized that until you mentioned it. How then did he secure the victory?" Fis questioned, perplexed as he looked at Waz. "Are you truly that oblivious?" Waz lightly tapped Fis. "You see, Xia Mo triumphed entirely through his own skill and strength," he elucidated. "It seems Xia Mo has made significant progress," Fis exclaimed, cradling his head in astonishment. "I suspect that after these 3 matches, Xia Mo has gained invaluable experience," Waz remarked, glancing at Fis. "Yes, I feel the same way. He appears to be growing stronger by the moment," Fis replied, his eyes glued to the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. "Xia Mo is incredible." At that moment, Vero was dancing in the booth, eager to rush in and embrace Xia Mo. Following these 2 matches, Xia Mo's prowess had completely won Vero's admiration. Not even a single match. A man jeered provocatively, disdain evident in his gaze. Xia Mo took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he replied, "No matter how illustrious your club may be, it cannot truly measure the potential of every individual. Whether I can emerge victorious cannot be determined by a mere statement from you. As for the mutants, they are not refugees, but rather teammates endowed with unique powers. And our team thrives because of them." The man let out a cold laugh, leaning slightly forward as he said, "Then let us meet on the field and see for ourselves whether it is your so-called potential or the prowess of our star-studded club that prevails." Xia Mo did not flinch. He gazed unwaveringly into the opponent's eyes and stated calmly, "See you on the court. I shall prove that neither I nor my team will concede easily." The atmosphere between the two grew tense, with the spectators' attention fixated on these impending adversaries. The contest on the basketball court was not merely a display of skill, but a clash of wills. "Dream on." The arrogant man cast a scornful glance at Xia Mo. "In a moment, you'll be crying your way back home." Xia Mo shot him a sidelong glance and replied with composure. The man erupted in laughter. "Little guy. Ha ha ha. Your joke is quite amusing. Soon, you'll be weeping for your captain, Arthur." At the ex-basketball club, Waz contemplated intently while fixated on the large screen. "Waz, why the silence?" Fis inquired, noticing Waz's reticence. Waz turned to Fis and asked, "Do you recognize him?" "No. I don't know him. Wait, I feel like I've seen him somewhere." Fis scratched his head in confusion. He is a rising star at the club, with an enigmatic background, yet he has never participated in a top-tier showdown. He often shines in smaller competitions, consistently emerging as the champion in individual matches. It is said that his breakthroughs are unstoppable and his defense is formidable, Waz elucidated. "Oh, I remember now. I've seen him on television before," Fis remarked, tapping his forehead. It seems Xia Mo might face defeat today. Nonetheless, losing to such an opponent would not be shameful. It would be worth it. Waz leaned back in his chair. "What's wrong? Are you not watching?" Fis asked, eyeing Waz. Was shook his head, then said, "Let us wait and see. I believe Xia Mo's chances are slim." "Hey, Xia Mo is quite impressive. I have faith that he will prevail," Fist declared, staring at the screen. "Shall we place a bet?" Fist suddenly proposed with a wink. Upon hearing this, Was became intrigued, sitting up straight and asking, "What shall we wager?" Fist pondered for a moment and suggested, "If you win, teach me that sneaky layup." Was mocked, "What good will it do you to learn that?" "Then how about this? If I win, during our next meal, you must down 3 crates of green bottle beer in one go," Fist asserted confidently. 3 crates is too few. It must be 6. Was remarked, a sly smile creeping across his face, fully aware of Fist's limited drinking capacity. "Fine. 6 crates it is," Fist retorted defiantly, firmly believing that Xia Mo would not falter. "Deal," Was responded, promptly sitting upright to continue watching the large screen. In the adjacent room, Vilo anxiously studied the projection. He recognized that man. He was from the Star Club, possessing formidable strength and having secured victory in numerous smaller tournaments. Would Xia Mo be able to withstand such a challenge? Soon, the two began to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine possession of the ball. As directed by the referee, Xia Mo has gained possession of the ball. He stands at the 3-point line, while the flamboyant man positions himself just in front of the free throw line. The man fixates on Xia Mo's feet. Sensing this, Xia Mo extends his right foot, probing the opponent's reaction. The dandy swiftly occupies the position to the right. Xia Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he surged toward the left side of the courtesan, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Sensing Xia Mo's advance, the courtesan swiftly shifted to the left to defend himself. Upon noticing the pressure he was under, Xia Mo halted his advance and executed a dribble beneath his legs. His reaction was quite agile. "However, it is unfortunate for you to encounter me. This is where your progress shall cease," the courtesan declared, fixing his gaze upon Xia Mo. Xia Mo let out a soft snort, her shoulders swaying in rhythm with the rise and fall of the basketball. As she skillfully executed dribbling maneuvers beneath her legs and behind her back, artfully deceiving the courtesan before her. Her movements flowed with the elegance of water, precise and unblemished. Observing this, the courtesan was consumed with urgency. Just as Xia Mo prepared to make another breakthrough, she keenly sensed the courtesan's intent to intercept the ball. Xia Mo swiftly retracted the ball, pivoting to launch an assault from an alternate angle. The courtesan male was taken aback. The speed of this young man's reaction was astonishing. He hastily turned towards the direction of Xia Mo's breakthrough, fortifying his defense with all his might. Just as victory seemed within reach, the courtesan male's defense remained closely tethered. Xia Mo calmly opted to retreat. He realized that conventional methods were ineffective against this individual. The opponent before him was on an entirely different level compared to his previous adversaries. Xia Mo's shoulders gently swayed from side to side as he skillfully dribbled the ball beneath his waist, followed by a smooth behind-the-back maneuver. He gradually slowed his pace, intending to draw the courtesan into his rhythm. Unbeknownst to the courtesan, he slowly succumbed to Xia Mo's tempo. Xia Mo gradually accelerated, shifting his center of gravity in tandem. As he transitioned between high and low stances, Xia Mo opted once more for a breakthrough on the right side, only to retract the ball, thereby exhausting the patience of the courtesan. At this moment, it was evident that the courtesan's endurance had reached its limit. As Xia Mo prepared for his next breakthrough, the courtesan male attempted to seize the opportunity to intercept him. However, Xia Mo would not allow him to succeed. He swiftly retracted the ball and pivoted, advancing past the courtesan male from the opposite side. Initially intending to send him tumbling, Xia Mo reconsidered. Having already surpassed him, there was no need for further entanglement. He mused to himself. Xia Mo charged towards the basket, leaping with grace as her hands formed a shape before her chest, poised to execute a simple reverse layup. Unexpectedly, the male courtesan's speed was astonishingly swift. He instantaneously positioned himself in front of Xia Mo and soared into the air with fervor. Xia Mo sensed an impending misfortune. However, the lever action had already been executed, and the ball was poised for release. At that moment, the courtesan male extended his large hand, attempting to block Xia Mo. A sharp sound echoed as Xia Mo was successfully thwarted by the courtesan male's defense. "Young lad, you possess some skill, yet it remains insufficient." The courtesan male mocked Xia Mo. Xia Mo chose not to retort, for he understood that the most effective response to such individuals was to remain indifferent. Next, it was the courtesan's turn to take control of the ball. He first assessed Xia Mo's positioning, identifying the flaws in his defense. With decisive action, the courtesan struck, executing a swift maneuver that took Xia Mo by surprise. Xia Mo swiftly stepped forward to impede him. The flamboyant man intended to launch a direct assault from the right flank. Xia Mo would never allow him to succeed so easily. He decisively established a defensive line to the right of the flamboyant man. The flamboyant man let out a cold snort and then intended to circumvent Xia Mo. Xia Mo swiftly retreated, extending his right hand with the intention of intercepting the basketball held by the man with the floral cap. Observing this, the floral-capped man adeptly dribbled between his legs, swiftly executing a rapid behind-the-back change of direction. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo immediately drew closer. However, the man with the floral cap, seeing Xia Mo's close defense, swiftly accelerated with the ball in his right hand, effortlessly breaching Xia Mo's line of defense. Xia Mo could not help but be slightly astonished by the speed. The man with the floral headgear had successfully evaded Xia Mo, yet he did not relent and continued to pursue closely behind. Xia Mo was wholly absorbed, following closely behind the man with the floral headgear. Sensing Xia Mo's unwavering pursuit, the man abruptly halted and leaped high into the air. Xia Mo felt a sudden tightening in her chest and shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, she leaped in front of the floral-haired man, mirroring his height. With a subtle flick of his right wrist, the floral-haired man assumed a shooting stance, prompting Xia Mo to jump in tandem. As he exerted strength in his wrist, he aimed at the hoop and decisively released the ball. Xia Mo had already soared into the air, his right hand extending gracefully towards the hoop. His middle finger barely grazed the basketball. Futile, the flamboyant man declared with unwavering confidence. Xia Mo's middle finger quivered slightly, vibrating rapidly. In that instant, the speed of the basketball noticeably diminished. This was precisely Xia Mo's signature move. The ball descended to a mere half-centimeter from the hoop, barely grazing its presence. TSK, quite impressive indeed. It seems he has gleaned this trick from those aberrant individuals. Ha ha, such a petty maneuver. The flamboyant man derided Xia Mo, incensed, glared at the flamboyant man. You shall soon comprehend the disparity in our abilities. On the basketball court of the X-Basketball Club, Fies cheered. Xia Mo, splendid job. Just moments ago, that move was pondered. Indeed, it must be an imitation of the technique employed by that lanky figure during his previous match against Arthur, Fies remarked to Was. Indeed, but in Xia Mo's hands, I must say, he has executed it with greater finesse, Was mused. Of course, I dare say you are destined to lose this time. Fies gently nudged Was. Not necessarily. This individual is formidable, and Xia Mo must exercise caution, lest he face an unexpected defeat, Was asserted, gazing at the large screen. Xia Mo has always been prudent. I have every confidence in him, Fies declared, brimming with faith in Xia Mo. At that moment, it was Xia Mo's turn to attack. As the referee passed the ball to him. Chapter 78, The Final Battle. Xia Mo grasped the ball, and one could observe the floral-haired man's eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. The awakening mode of the floral-haired man had been activated. Xia Mo pondered inwardly. Awakening state? This time, I shall endeavor to triumph without resorting to this mode. He gripped the ball tightly, resolved to strike directly at the heart of the challenge. At this moment, the flamboyant opponent had significantly enhanced both his speed and skill. In the blink of an eye, he had darted like lightning to stand before Xia Mo. Having only completed half of his breakthrough, Xia Mo noticed the sudden advance of the flamboyant player and promptly withdrew the ball, initiating a series of cross-dribbling maneuvers. Xia Mo feigned a lateral movement, leading the flamboyantly dressed man to mistakenly believe he was attempting to break through from that side, prompting an immediate adjustment in defense. Xia Mo not only stepped to the left, but also allowed his waist and shoulders to follow suit, executing the feint with remarkable realism. Subsequently, he sprang into the air, performing a scissor kick that left the flamboyant man momentarily disoriented. However, he did not relinquish his defensive stance. Xia Mo's feigned movements of his head and shoulders were strikingly realistic, as if he were genuinely about to break through the defense to the left. However, at the crucial moment, he suddenly changed direction, switching hands to dash swiftly to the right. The flamboyant man noticed this and hurriedly attempted to block the right side. Xia Mo's lips curled slightly as he switched hands once more, intending to make another attempt from the left side. He sensed the man with the floral hair was attempting to close in on him. In an instant, Xia Mo took a step back, feigning a backward jump shot. Yet this ruse failed to deceive the floral-haired man. Xia Mo, feeling a sense of helplessness, dribbled the ball while deftly altering his technique. executing a series of crossovers in an attempt to momentarily disorient the man with the flamboyant hairstyle and throw him off balance. However, the flamboyant-haired individual had entered a state of heightened awareness, making it exceedingly difficult for Xia Mo's maneuvers to destabilize him. Xia Mo employed every trick in his repertoire behind the back dribbles, scissor steps, and sliding movements, each tactic designed to perplex his opponent. In this critical moment, Xia Mo seized the opportunity. He noticed a slight opening on the left side of the flamboyant-haired man and immediately capitalized on this flaw, launching a full-scale offensive. The swiftness of Xia Mo took the flower-headed man by surprise, prompting him to hurriedly defend, yet he was effortlessly outmaneuvered. Xia Mo raced towards the hoop with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the basket, he leapt high into the air, his thoughts racing like lightning. Xia Mo reflected on how he skillfully employed the deceptive layup, the basketball striking the opponent's hand before spinning off the backboard and into the net. He mused, positioned on the left side of the backboard. When I attempt the layup, the flashy player will leap to block my shot. I simply need to control the force and pivot to the left. The force must be substantial. When the ball connects with his hand, it should make a direct impact on the backboard. Xia Mo calculated the force, cradling the ball with one hand, poised to impart a spin. Indeed, the flamboyant man suddenly appeared before him, leaping high, his right hand extended, ready to block his shot. At this moment, Xia Mo emulated Waz's iconic shooting motion, gripping the ball with one hand. He then swiftly descended, and in an instant, transitioned to cradling the ball with his right hand, skillfully harnessing the momentum. Utilizing the strength of his right wrist, he imparted a leftward spin to the ball, meticulously controlling the force. In a heartbeat, the basketball was released, soaring directly towards Xia Mo. Observing this spectacle, the flamboyant player immediately prepared to block the shot. As the basketball made contact with his palm, it unexpectedly ricocheted, hurtling towards the backboard. Almost instantly, the ball swished through the net. In the stands, Velo witnessed this scene, utterly amazed. Waz's signature move. When did he teach Xia Mo this? Velo applauded and cheered, unaware that this was a self-discovered technique by Xia Mo. Waz on the big screen wore a look of astonishment, realizing that this young man had taught himself the skill, for many had attempted to replicate his elusive layup, only to fall short. Faiz also cheered from the sidelines. As Xia Mo landed and stood firm, he triumphantly declared, "What do you think? My super basketball star." He deliberately elongated the final words. Upon hearing this, the flamboyantly dressed man lost his temper instantly, glaring at Xia Mo with clenched teeth. "You uncouth bumpkin. Soon you shall witness my true prowess." With that, he strode towards the three-point line, preparing to make his move. It was now the flamboyant man's turn to shoot. He held the ball, fixing his gaze upon Xia Mo, and swiftly advanced towards Xia Mo's right side. Xia Mo sensed that his opponent intended to force a breakthrough and resolved to remain steadfast, adopting a lateral defensive stance. The flamboyant individual advanced, his hands executing intricate, dribbling maneuvers that appeared dazzling, yet were fundamentally hollow, impressive in form but devoid of substance. Xia Mo scoffed coldly, inciting an even greater fury within the flamboyant player, whose eyes glimmered with a menacing light, as if he yearned to devour Xia Mo. The flamboyant player swiftly drove the ball past Xia Mo's right side. Xia Mo reacted swiftly, shifting his defensive position to the right. Observing this, the man with the flamboyant hairstyle decisively accelerated to break through. Xia Mo extended his right hand in an attempt to intercept the ball. The man with the flamboyant hairstyle, feeling helpless, had no choice but to retract the ball. He performed a series of behind-the-back dribbles before swiftly pivoting to bypass his opponent. Xia Mo promptly retreated, creating distance between them. Xia Mo also wished to comprehend the attack patterns of the flamboyant man. Otherwise, he would not have retreated earlier, but rather opted for a direct defense. Foolish. The flamboyant man muttered curses under his breath, and then launched himself with all his might to break through the defenses. Xia Mo swiftly kept pace, closely trailing the man with the floral cap. The floral-capped man felt as though he were endowed with divine assistance, leaping into the air, poised to deliver a spectacular slam dunk. Xia Mo also leapt into the air. However, at the moment of the slam dunk, the flamboyant man withdrew his right hand, tracing a U-shaped trajectory before him. He intended to execute a layup instead. Xia Mo silently contemplated a strategy. However, the flamboyant man did not execute a pull-up layup. The ball quietly slipped past his raised right hand, gliding smoothly from his waist. Immediately after, he unleashed a deft hook shot. The basketball swished through the net, the crisp sound resonating throughout the court. At this moment, Xia Mo was filled with astonishment, unable to believe what he had witnessed. Such a unique and seemingly impossible shot was executed so flawlessly by the flamboyant player. The score on the court was instantly tied at 1-1. Chapter 79. The contest of strategies was fixed his gaze on the large screen, marveling at the peculiar technique of the flamboyant player. This shooting style is truly unexpected. How did he accomplish that? Did you see his posture? It's simply unfathomable. I cannot comprehend how he managed to release the ball, Faze remarked in awe. Indeed. But I have always maintained that the flamboyant player's skills go far beyond this, was analyzed. If Xia Mo does not put in considerable effort, his chances of victory appear bleak. I can only hope that Xia Mo can seize the next shot, Faze silently wished. Xia Mo, and he seemed to be at a 50-50 standoff. The critical factor now lay in how Xia Mo would respond to the forthcoming challenges, was expressed his concern. Xia Mo hasn't even activated his awakening state yet, Faze reminded. I believe Xia Mo may not wish to rely on the awakening state this time. He seems determined to win the match through his own strength, was pondered. At this moment, on court A, Xia Mo widened his eyes in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that the opponent had scored in such a manner, the flamboyant man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, country bumpkin, are you astonished by my shot?" Xia Mo remained silent, his thoughts racing as he contemplated how to unravel the enigma of this man's shooting technique. After a brief moment of reflection, he shook his head. The referee accepted the ball and signaled for both players to return to their respective positions. Subsequently, the referee passed the ball to Xia Mo, and the whistle sounded. Xia Mo, with the ball in possession, swiftly extended his right foot to gauge the reaction of the man with the flamboyant hairstyle. The man, displaying a remarkable level of alertness, advanced towards him without hesitation. Observing the man take 2 steps forward, Xia Mo seized the opportunity and launched an immediate assault towards his right side. The man promptly retreated, shifting his focus to defend against the impending threat from that direction. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo executed a series of dribbles behind his back, followed by a deft crossover between his legs. Xia Mo incessantly dribbled beneath his legs, attempting to disrupt the rhythm and judgment of the flamboyant player. Indeed, as the latter momentarily lost focus, Xia Mo seized the opportunity to launch another assault towards the right side. With swift behind-the-back dribbling combined with a turn, Xia Mo aimed to elude his opponent. However, the flamboyant player was far from an easy adversary. He quickly stepped to the right, once again positioning himself in front of Xia Mo. At this moment, Xia Mo furrowed his brow slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. A smile blossomed on the face of the dandy. Feeling a bit strained, are we? I dare say your stamina has reached its limit. Perhaps it's time to reconsider your approach? Xia Mo remained silent, refraining from responding to the provocations of his opponent, and directly charged towards the right flank of the dandy, intent on circumventing him in one decisive move. However, the dandy once again positioned himself in front of him, sneering coldly and taunting. You lack the ability for that. Before his words had fully dissipated, Xia Mo was already poised to strike. In an instant, he accelerated fiercely, planning to break through from the right side once more. The dandy took a half-step back, shifting his weight, just as Xia Mo executed a deft behind-the-back dribble. The ball transferred to his left hand, and his body swiftly pivoted, opting to break through from the left side instead. A cleverly executed behind-the-back maneuver. Do you really think such fundamental techniques can shake me off? The dandy scoffed. For although he had shifted his weight, he had retained a portion of his strength in reserve, prepared for any sudden change in Xia Mo's direction. He knew he must adjust immediately. Failure to do so would leave him at a disadvantage. Sensing Xia Mo's shift, the dandy swiftly recalibrated his stance, gliding to the right while simultaneously retreating half a step, preemptively occupying the position to block Xia Mo's path of attack. This time, Xia Mo's breakthrough was successfully thwarted. This ignited an even fiercer determination within Xia Mo. He recalled the derision directed at him by this very individual, the disdain shown towards mutants, and the contempt for his beloved team. Xia Mo felt a surge of indignation within. Are you aware of your own arrogance and ignorance? As he spoke, he swiftly retreated, reclaiming the ball while simultaneously leaping into the air. Xia Mo executed a step-back jump shot. The playboy immediately sensed the impending danger, leaping into the air with alacrity. Poised to block the shot, he soared high, positioning himself in front of Xia Mo. Xia Mo gazed at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The playboy's jumping ability was indeed remarkable. He offered a faint smile, but in the next instant, his expression froze. He was taken aback, realizing that the ball in Xia Mo's hand seemed to drift further away from him. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended it was a leaning jump shot. Xia Mo smiled faintly, his body immediately leaning backward. This move combined a retreating step with a backward jump shot, enhanced by Xia Mo's height, leaping ability, and hang time advantage. His body tilted swiftly, forming nearly a 45-degree angle with the ground. Then, with a powerful flick of his wrist, the basketball gracefully evaded the flamboyant player's block, heading straight for the hoop. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as the ball swished through the net. The players in front of the big screen erupted in cheers, rallying behind Xia Mo. Such a remarkable backward jump shot. His technique is indeed exceptional, FaZe exclaimed. Eyes glued to the screen. Was silently nodded in agreement, aware that Xia Mo's backward jump shot was one of his signature moves. Clearly, Xia Mo was not holding back. He aimed for a swift victory, Was commented. Fantastic. The score is now 2-1. FaZe shouted excitedly. You won. He escaped those little green bottles. He patted Was on the shoulder. Not so fast. This guy's moves are unpredictable. He might have hidden tricks up his sleeve, Was countered, gesturing dismissively. I think you're just worried about finishing those drinks. FaZe chuckled in response. If it comes to that, just tell your brother, and he'll help you out. Their playful banter filled the atmosphere with ease. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Was playfully smacked FaZe, their camaraderie growing ever stronger. Chapter 80. The clash of skills. There's some skill there. The flamboyant player narrowed his eyes as he regarded Xia Mo, a hint of coldness in his smile. Suddenly, his expression turned even more indifferent as he stepped to the three-point line, with Xia Mo mirroring his stance. The referee received the ball, passed it to the flamboyant player, and then blew the whistle, signaling the resumption of the match. The flamboyant player held the ball, locking eyes with Xia Mo. He smiled lightly, imitating Xia Mo's stance and extending his right foot to gauge the situation. Xia Mo dared not let his guard down, despite having just scored against the flamboyant player. He understood the need to respect his opponent, as the player's unpredictable moves rendered him nearly defenseless. Lowering his center of gravity, Xia Mo focused intently on the flamboyant player. Suddenly, the player surged forth, attempting to break through on Xia Mo's right side. Xia Mo reacted instantly, retreating a half step. The flamboyant player abruptly halted, and Xia Mo sensed he was preparing for a jump shot. Rushing forward to defend, Xia Mo was met with the player's deft maneuver, who quickly dribbled the ball through his legs to evade. Your reflexes are remarkably swift, the flamboyant player articulated with clarity, yet such superficiality ultimately bore no substance. The player executed a quick dribble behind his back, intending to break through immediately. Recognizing his intent, Xia Mo advanced, determined to thwart the impending attack. Following the behind-the-back dribble, the flamboyant player launched into a significant drive, precisely as Xia Mo had anticipated. Xia Mo instinctively extended his hand, ready to intercept the ball. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the flamboyant player swiftly pulled the ball back. Just a moment too late. Had he hesitated even slightly longer, Xia Mo would have seized the ball. At this juncture, the pressure on the flamboyant player was palpable, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Hey, shining star of the basketball realm, are you sweating in the presence of a mere nobody? Would you like me to assist you in wiping it away? A hint of provocation danced in Xia Mo's smile. Get lost. The flamboyant player's fury ignited. He would not permit anyone to belittle him. Labeled a basketball prodigy since childhood, he had been revered within the club, having clinched victory in his last 2 matches. This time, he could not afford to lose. His gaze was intense and resolute. Even without any extraordinary awakening state, the glimmer of determination shone bright within him. Xia Mo observed the unfolding scene, a voice resonating in his mind. Xia Mo. His strength pales in comparison to yours. Seize the opportunity and give it your all. Xia Mo gently curled his lips into a smile, preparing to make another interception. The flamboyant man would not easily grant him such an opportunity and decided to launch an immediate counterattack. Xia Mo took a step back, resolutely defending against the man with the flamboyant hairstyle. The flamboyant man feigned an attack from the right but suddenly changed direction. Caught off guard, Xia Mo hurriedly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, the flamboyant man swiftly dribbled the ball behind his back, intending to break through Xia Mo's defense directly. Xia Mo discerned the flaw in the flamboyant man's technique and resolutely stepped forward to intercept him. He was convinced that the flamboyant man would undoubtedly attempt to break through on the right side. Indeed, after dribbling behind his back, the flamboyant man executed a low, Between the legs dribble, attempting to weave past Xia Mo. Xia Mo was fully prepared, intent on disrupting the ball control of the man with the floral cap. However, the floral cap man had anticipated this move, certain that Xia Mo would attempt to seize the ball. A slight smile graced his lips as the basketball swiftly transitioned from his right hand to his left, seamlessly altering its direction. He broke through from the left side. Xia Mo's heart sank. The speed of the man with the floral headgear was astonishing. He felt the man's mockery pierce him like a needle. Come back to challenge me, after 100 more years of cultivation, the floral-headed man proclaimed arrogantly. Xia Mo swiftly retreated, striving to keep pace with the flamboyant man. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. It was not long before Xia Mo could no longer withstand the pressure. The flamboyant man cornered him beneath the basket and leaped up with great force. Xia Mo immediately sprang to his feet. Contemplating, this young lad is about to employ that technique once more. As anticipated, Xia Mo raised one hand, poised to block, while the flamboyant youth, with the ball in his left hand, suddenly traced a U-shaped trajectory downwards. While most would perceive this as a maneuver for a pull-up, in reality, it was an exceedingly unconventional shooting motion. Xia Mo's mind was ablaze with alarm bells as his thoughts raced, contemplating how to thwart this impending shot. If he extended his hand, the opponent would pass the ball beneath his arm for a shot. Conversely, if he refrained from reaching out, the adversary would shoot directly. Alas, was there truly no solution? Xia Mo lamented inwardly. Just then, an idea sparked within him, though he was uncertain of its feasibility. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. Xia Mo contemplated quietly within his heart. Subsequently, he raised his left hand into the air. Upon witnessing this, the flower-headed man curled his lips into a cold smirk as the basketball descended. He then swiftly switched to his right hand, attempting to lift the ball once more. Xia Mo felt a sudden chill, sensing an ominous portent. He hastily raised his right hand in an attempt to block the impending threat. However, the mocking laughter of the man with the flamboyant hairstyle soon followed. "You cannot stop this. You are utterly helpless against this shot," he sneered, his words dripping with disdain. Seizing the moment, he darted past Xia Mo and aimed directly for the hoop. In the blink of an eye, the basketball resounded sharply as it struck the ground. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. How could this happen? How could you possibly block my layup? He nearly roared in fury. This must be the essence of impotent rage. Huh? Did you not say I was incapable? Xia Mo looked at him, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The sight of this man's fury brought Xia Mo a surge of exhilaration. You fool! A country bumpkin. You are no different from those mutants. There is no way you could defend against my layup. It must have been your own error. You simply didn't secure the ball properly. The man clutched his head in a frenzy of despair. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo was consumed by fury. He stepped forward and seized the collar of the man with the floral hair. Repeat that, if you dare. Insult me all you want. But to speak ill of the mutants? His gaze blazed as though ignited by flames. Ha ha, I shall indeed insult the mutants. They are nothing but bastards, devoid of parents. The floral-haired man spewed forth a torrent of vile and unrestrained words. Xia Mo clenched his left fist, yearning to land a powerful blow upon his opponent's face, driving him back completely. Yet, he understood the gravity of the situation. Such an act would lead to his disqualification from the competition, diminishing the chances of victory for the ex-basketball club. Chapter 81. The Decisive Kill. Xia Mo raised his head, gazing with a smile at the unruly floral-haired man. I shall make you truly experience pain, he calmly declared as he released his right hand. Inside the ex-basketball club, Faye shouted loudly at the large screen, Xia Mo, please show mercy. Waz remained silent, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He understood that had it been him, he would have obliterated his opponent long ago. This punch must not be thrown. If it is, Xia Mo will be disqualified, Faye remarked, gently nudging Waz while watching the screen. I comprehend. Xia Mo likely will not resort to violence. Just watch, Waz confidently asserted, believing Xia Mo to be a thoughtful individual capable of restraining his impulsive rage. Indeed, moments later, Xia Mo released the floral-haired man and walked straight towards the three-point line. Waz, you truly frightened me just now. I thought Xia Mo would actually strike, Faye remarked, patting his head. Are you foolish? Have you not yet seen through Xia Mo during this time? Waz replied, looking at Faye. Xia Mo had long seen through the ruse, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He deftly shifted his stance, anticipating the movements of the man with the flamboyant hairstyle, effortlessly blocking his advance from the right. Did you think such trivial tricks could deceive me? Xia Mo scoffed, his gaze betraying an unwavering confidence. The flamboyant-haired man's face turned ashen, his heart ablaze with fury as he quickened his dribbling, determined to breach Xia Mo's defense. Yet Xia Mo remained calm and composed, nimbly following the every movement of the flamboyant man, as if he had already discerned his intentions. You underestimate me too much, the flamboyant man bellowed, propelling himself forward with all his might. Yet Xia Mo remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the final moment of the flamboyant player. Suddenly, he leapt up, deftly thwarting the player's shot with precision. I have already stated that your skills are nothing but a jest before me, Xia Mo remarked nonchalantly, a glimmer of triumph illuminating his gaze. The flamboyant player was rendered speechless, his pride utterly shattered in this contest, left only to glare at Xia Mo in silence. This is the truth. Your so-called divine technique is merely self-deception, Xia Mo whispered, turning away from the court, leaving the flamboyant player to savor the bitter taste of defeat alone. I have come to an understanding, Xia Mo pondered. Xia Mo is a figure of remarkable prowess, renowned for his exceptional mastery of balance control techniques, which are among the finest in the industry. He possesses an extraordinary sense of equilibrium that often renders his opponents off-kilter. The flamboyant individual attempting to showcase such tricks before Xia Mo is, without a doubt, merely demonstrating his own ineptitude. Xia Mo's gaze fixated on the flamboyant man's gestures. In an instant, the flamboyant man raised his right hand slightly. Xia Mo immediately sensed the shift in force and prepared to counterattack from the left flank. The flamboyant man swiftly darted to the left. In quick succession, he readied himself for an assault from that side. Xia Mo nimbly slid into position to block the left. How did you accomplish that? The flamboyant man exclaimed, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe it. Xia Mo possessed an astonishing reaction speed and adaptability. Oh, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Many are stronger than you, Xia Mo remarked with a faint smile. The flamboyant man, undeterred by this, resolved to force his way through. With his back turned to Xia Mo, he attempted to break through the defense. Xia Mo pressed one hand against his back while using the other to disrupt his rhythm. In an instant, the flamboyant man leaned against Xia Mo's palm, leveraging it to break to the left. Xia Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took a step back, positioning himself defensively to the right of the flamboyant player. At this moment, the match was drawing to a close. It was over. The flamboyant player smiled, clearly intent on executing that particular move once more. Indeed, it was over. Xia Mo returned the smile. The flamboyant player took a step forward, followed by another, and then leaped high into the air, the ball cradled in his left hand, seemingly performing a mere layup. Xia Mo leaped in synchrony. He extended his left hand to thwart the flamboyant man's advance. In an instant, the flamboyant man executed a U-shaped pull, receiving the ball with his left hand before swiftly transitioning to his right hand, poised to shoot. Xia Mo extended his right hand once more, poised to block. The flamboyant man's attention was entirely fixated on Xia Mo's right hand, unaware that Xia Mo's left hand quietly descended, positioned behind him. This was Xia Mo's strategy against the ostentatious man. Since you wish to engage in deceit, I shall indulge you to the very end. Xia Mo concealed his left hand behind his back, patiently awaiting the flamboyant man's ill-fated approach, and then swiftly captured him. As the flashy man attempted to slip the ball through a mere few inches beneath Xia Mo's armpit, his wrist poised to strike, the ball was once again sent crashing to the ground. The flashy man, his heart heavy with despair, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how Xia Mo had thwarted his shot. Chapter 82. Imitation. The flashy man struggled to accept that he had been blocked by the man before him, for this maneuver had never been successfully defended against by anyone. Not even the seasoned veterans of the club could impede it. Yet, in this moment, the man before him had decisively thwarted his attempt on the second try. The flashy man remained unable to reconcile this reality. Waz's cunning layup from years past had been equally unassailable, invincible, impenetrable. However, in the end, Xia Mo had successfully unraveled the situation. In the basketball club, gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the court. Xia Mo, what an exquisite block. This block, I could never have imagined it in my wildest dreams. So cool. Xia Mo is truly ingenious. Xia Mo is indeed exceptionally clever. Had it been me, I would never have conceived such a direct method of blocking, Fis remarked, his gaze fixed on the large screen. Often, the most intricate problems demand the simplest solutions. Xia Mo indeed possesses extraordinary wisdom. Even I could not foresee the path to deciphering this move. Was also focused on the large screen, nodding in agreement. Now, it is Xia Mo's turn to attack. Faiz exclaimed excitedly. Do you think Xia Mo will score? Faiz inquired, tilting his head towards Was. I believe. It's hard to say. The uncertainty is overwhelming. Although I have come to fully respect Xia Mo, Was sighed. Hey, can't you say something positive? Fai's shot was a disapproving glance. I'm merely stating the facts. Indeed, surprises are always possible. It is just uncertain how Xia Mo will respond, Was remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at the screen. Perhaps. Yet. I still hope Xia Mo can triumph in this match, Was added. That is a certainty. Let me tell you, those little green bottles are definitely yours. Faiz raised his hands high, brimming with excitement. Hiki. Was chuckled and shook his head, secretly thinking that as long as Xia Mo wins, he would gladly indulge in however many bottles it took. Was also harbored a deep desire for Xia Mo to secure this victory because only by winning could they ensure advancement to the group stage. That way, he and Faiz could help alleviate some of Xia Mo's burdens. He carried far too much already. Was sighed deeply. In the adjacent room, Vilo exuberantly raised his hands, praising Xia Mo for executing 2 consecutive blocks against the flashy player. At that moment, Arthur entered Vilo's room. Vilo, how is Xia Mo performing? Arthur's voice resonated. Brother? Vilo turned to his brother, his excitement undiminished, and proceeded to recount the splendid moments of Xia Mo. You should have seen it. Xia Mo just executed a magnificent play, delivering 2 resounding blocks to that star player. Initially, he completely humiliated him. Vilo mimicked Xia Mo's shooting and blocking actions. Though clumsy, it elicited laughter from Arthur. Subsequently, Vilo inquired about the situation on Arthur's side. Oh, don't mention it. We lost. I have to take them again tomorrow. Arthur shook his head. Vilo grew anxious. Brother, don't push yourself this time. We still have Xia Mo. Vilo pointed towards Xia Mo on the projection screen. Arthur chuckled as he ruffled Vilo's hair. We can't rely on others for everything. We must also strive ourselves. If my team falters tomorrow, I calculated, including myself, there will only be 8 players available. 8 players, plus 1 substitute. A hint of regret flickered in Vilo's gaze before he turned to Arthur's ankle and asked, Is your foot all right now? No problem. A few days of rest should suffice for recovery, Arthur replied with a beaming smile. Arthur had sustained an old injury during a previous match, which had recently flared up again. After his careful rehabilitation, he had improved significantly, yet he still experienced occasional pain. Typically, a basketball team comprises between 10 to 15 players, as the duration of a match is extensive. And no individual can endure the entire game unless endowed with remarkable stamina. Nowadays, only 8 players are permitted on the court, with at least 3 required to participate throughout the entirety of the match, which is precisely the source of Arthur's greatest concern. Very well. Let us observe Xia Mo's performance together, Arthur remarked as he settled beside Velo. It appears that Xia Mo is now in control of the ball. This is likely the final play, Velo elaborated to Arthur. At that moment, the flamboyant-haired individual, brimming with overconfidence, seized Xia Mo by the collar, fervently questioning. How could you possibly block my shot? Who are you? Do you possess magical powers? Magic? Oh, superstar, your imagination is truly boundless. Will you not review the game footage after this? Xia Mo pointed towards the apparatus above, which was currently counting down. The mere thought of the machine's electric therapy prompted Xia Mo to immediately release his grip. The flamboyant-haired individual evidently failed to comprehend Xia Mo's implication. Warning, violent behavior detected. 3, 2, 1. Upon hearing the alert above, the flamboyant-haired individual hastily relinquished his grasp, but it was too late. A surge of electricity coursed from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, transforming him into a spiky figure in an instant. Xia Mo swiftly distanced himself, erupting into laughter. It was now Xia Mo's turn to mount an offensive. Once this play concludes, you shall return home directly, he declared nonchalantly. Humph, you are merely a braggart, the flamboyant-haired individual retorted with unwavering confidence. Xia Mo, with the ball cradled in both hands, poised for a jump shot. The flamboyant-haired man felt a surge of anxiety, hastily advancing to defend. As Xia Mo observed the man with the floral headgear charging towards him, he deftly flicked his right hand, sending the ball soaring directly towards the man's head, only for it to rebound back into Xia Mo's grasp. Enraged, the floral-headed man rushed towards Xia Mo with fervent fury. At this moment, Xia Mo began to dribble the ball, executing a swift turn as he prepared to evade the man with the flamboyant hairstyle. The man with the flamboyant hair gritted his teeth. harboring an intense desire to devour Xia Mo whole. Xia Mo smiled as he skillfully dribbled behind his back, offering a glimpse of the art of behind-the-back dribbling. He then swiftly switched to his right hand, driving towards the right side of the man with the flamboyant hairstyle. The flamboyant-haired man quickly moved to defend, but Xia Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he executed a behind-the-back dribble, pivoting to break through. However, the flamboyant-haired man was not an easy opponent. He also pivoted, closing in on Xia Mo once more. Xia Mo furrowed his brows tightly, the basketball bouncing upon his shoulder, his feet nearly parallel to the ground, poised for action. Chapter 83, The Fiery Confrontation. Xia Mo resolved to execute his signature drag step. Alas, he initially intended to refrain from employing any special techniques. With a gentle sigh, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, he appeared to the right of the flower-headed man. The flower-headed man hastily shifted his defense to the right, yet Xia Mo had already traversed half the distance. Left with no choice, the flower-headed man could only awkwardly position himself to obstruct, attempting to decelerate Xia Mo's momentum. However, how could Xia Mo be swayed to reduce his speed? Xia Mo swiftly dribbled the ball behind his back, spotting the flamboyant man on his left. Without hesitation, he surged forward, breaking through on the left side. The flamboyant man hurriedly retreated, attempting to widen the defensive gap. Yet at this moment, the dawn of victory shimmered before him. Xia Mo disregarded everything else and sprinted forward with all his might. The flower-haired man, witnessing Xia Mo's intent to make a layup, curled his lips into a smile rich with meaning. He took 2 steps back, acknowledging his inability to thwart Xia Mo's advance. Consequently, he opted to concede, preparing to intercept Xia Mo directly. Seeing this, Xia Mo gripped the basketball tightly, taking 1 step, then another, before soaring into the air. The man with the flamboyant hairstyle leapt simultaneously, his face etched with displeasure and filled with animosity towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo gripped the ball tightly, preparing to execute a powerful slam dunk. The flamboyant-haired opponent spread his arms wide, meticulously blocking Xia Mo's path to the basket. Suddenly, Xia Mo executed a pull-down move, leading the man with the flamboyant hairstyle to believe he was about to attempt a layup. The man chuckled, "A layup? Aren't you a bit late for that?" However, in the very next moment, Xia Mo swiftly grasped the ball with his right hand, pulling it behind his back, with his wrist exerting a slight force. He utilized the momentum of the descending ball and rapidly flicked his fingers. The basketball soared from behind Xia Mo and effortlessly swooshed through the hoop. In a turn of events, he retaliated with the same tactic. Steadying himself, Xia Mo addressed the man with the flamboyant hairstyle, who had now collapsed to the ground. Supporting himself with both hands, Xia Mo approached him, her gaze piercing as she looked down upon him. "Your contempt will come at a cost. You shall be excluded from the forthcoming competition." 3-2. Xia Mo has triumphed. Within the confines of the ex-basketball club, jubilation erupted as Xia Mo successfully advanced. "Was that not your signature reverse layup?" FaZe inquired of Waz. "Indeed, and his accuracy surpasses even mine," was nodded in response. "Is he truly that formidable?" FaZe exclaimed in astonishment. After all, Waz had diligently honed this technique for years, while Xia Mo had only observed it once, yet he executed it flawlessly in the match, even exceeding Waz's precision. Such prowess is truly remarkable. "Waz, how would you assess Xia Mo's technique?" FaZe queried further. "What else can I say? This move is a testament to the adage the student surpasses the master, eclipsing my former reverse layup with unparalleled accuracy. Observe how Xia Mo's fingers subtly tremble as if orchestrating the trajectory of the basketball, causing it to soar into the hoop with greater speed and stability," was articulated. "Is it truly that impressive?" "Xia Mo's progress is substantial," FaZe remarked, fixated on the large screen. "Indeed, his improvement is clear and striking," was acknowledged. Eyes fixed on the display. "I always knew Xia Mo would emerge victorious," FaZe smiled at Was. "Alas, I concede defeat," Was replied with a hint of exasperation. In the adjoining room, Vilo anxiously chewed his nails for Xia Mo. Upon witnessing Xia Mo's score, he excitedly embraced Arthur, exclaiming, "Xia Mo has scored. He has won. I always believed in him." Arthur chuckled, affectionately patting Vilo's head. "Indeed, this lad's growth is astonishing." Xia Mo faced the flamboyant man, who was still unable to accept his defeat. Trembling, the man rose, glaring at Xia Mo. You foolish bumpkin. How dare you defeat me? Do you even know who I am? Regardless of your identity, you have already lost. Prepare for tomorrow's revival match." Xia Mo's calm demeanor only served to ignite the other's fury. The flamboyant man clenched his fists tightly. At the judging panel, a man stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Xia Mo from the X-Basketball Club has successfully advanced." Upon hearing this, Xia Mo turned to the flamboyant man and said, "Do you remember what I told you? I will ensure that you cannot progress to the group matches." Then, Xia Mo inquired of the judges, "Esteemed teachers, will I still need to participate in the revival match tomorrow?" The man looked at Xia Mo and replied, "There is no need. You have already advanced." Xia Mo smiled at him and then inquired, "May I participate as a contestant in the resurrection match tomorrow?" The man was taken aback, contemplating Xia Mo's suggestion, and then replied, "No, you are already among the qualifiers." It is essential to understand that countless individuals yearn for advancement and are reluctant to engage in the resurrection match. As the pressure is immense, a single misstep could result in the loss of eligibility and the opportunity to compete on a grand stage. Xia Mo approached the judging panel with measured steps. "Esteemed teachers, I wish to participate in the revival match to eliminate some competitors who may lack the requisite strength. After all, in a competition of this magnitude, I would prefer not to encounter opponents of insufficient caliber in either the group stage or the quintet stage, as that would merely squander everyone's time. Would you not agree?" Xia Mo's eloquence resonated with the judges. A hushed discussion ensued among the panel members. "He makes a valid point. This would indeed simplify our statistical duties," one remarked. "I concur with this sentiment. Perhaps we should consider allowing him to partake in the revival match. It poses no detriment to us." After a moment of contemplation, a man cleared his throat twice and rose, stating, "Very well, I accept your proposal, but bear in mind that should you falter in either of the two matches, you shall face elimination like the others." Xia Mo immediately responded with great enthusiasm, "No problem. Thank you, mentor." Subsequently, he approached the flower-haired man and whispered, "Pray that you do not encounter me then, for should you do so, I shall ensure you are sent home in a most expedited manner." However, at that moment, the flower-haired man paid no heed to Xia Mo's words. He was lost in the bewilderment of his recent defeat. Despite his exceptional abilities and considerable efforts, he had still succumbed to that golden-haired youth. The bald man found it unacceptable. He was resolute in his belief that there must have been an error in the referee's judgment. Chapter 84. The Triumph of Return. Xia Mo returned to the lounge with a cheerful demeanor, only to discover that Velo and Arthur were both present. "Hey, Captain Arthur, you're here too." Xia Mo greeted warmly. "You rascal. I knew I wasn't mistaken. You've been promoted again, congratulations." Arthur replied with a smile. "Hee, it's nothing much." Xia Mo scratched his head modestly. "However, I must say, I caught your earlier conversation on television. Do enlighten me. Why are you vying for a spot in the rematch?" "I believe you have your reasons," Arthur remarked, seated comfortably in his chair while gazing at Xia Mo. Xia Mo stood tall and replied, "Indeed. There are reasons behind my actions. Firstly, he insulted me, which I can overlook, as verbal sparring is commonplace on the basketball court. However, I will not permit anyone to demean my friends, my passion, or to tarnish our team's reputation. Furthermore, Captain Arthur, you need not conceal the truth from me. I am well aware. I have estimated that only 7 or 8 players are likely to take the court. This diminishes our numbers even further. Thus, I aspire to completely eliminate 2 of our adversaries." Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Arthur regarded him with admiration, his esteem for Xia Mo rising. "However, Xia Mo, do you understand that this course of action will expose you to greater risks? Are you fully aware of this?" Vero gently cautioned. Xia Mo gazed at Velo, his tone resolute. "I fear not. Challenges are meant to be conquered, for how else can I grow?" "Huh? Come on now, you certainly have a way with words." Arthur interjected, rising to pat Xia Mo on the shoulder. "Xia Mo, you have truly excelled. The future of the club rests upon your shoulders." He then turned to Velo. "I must take my leave, as I have matters to attend to. Please ensure Xia Mo returns directly. There is no need to wait for me." "Understood, brother," Velo replied, gesturing for me to take a seat in the lounge. "Xia Mo, that last shot of yours was simply extraordinary." Velo continued to mimic Xia Mo's shooting and dribbling movements, causing Xia Mo to blush with bashfulness. "Hee, indeed, the pace of growth is astonishing." Xia Mo scratched his head, a smile nearly illuminating his entire face. "However, I must remind you, there are always greater talents out there. Remain ever vigilant. Caution is the vessel that endures the test of time, regardless of the opponent. Never overestimate yourself, for pride may expose your weaknesses." Velo was diligently imparting wisdom to Xia Mo at that moment. Xia Mo rubbed his head in response. Oh, sister. I understand. I will remain humble. Vilo cast a sidelong glance at Xia Mo and scoffed. I fail to see that. From what I observed in your 3 matches, you appeared quite pleased with yourself, especially against that flashy player. It seemed you were on the verge of dancing upon the rim in pride. Indeed, when facing the flamboyant player, Xia Mo's confidence was beyond verbal expression. And that bandaged fellow. Look at you. You even had him assigned to guard you. Xia Mo, have you taken this competition lightly? Should he possess any secret weapon, let me assure you, your advancement today is bleak. Vilo continued to admonish Xia Mo, who felt as if a tightening spell had been cast upon him, rendering his mind a chaotic haze. Xia Mo, are you listening? Vilo reached out and pinched Xia Mo's ear. He yelped in pain, Sister. Sister, I hear you. I won't do this again. Vilo, with a heart full of concern, released her grip and added, Xia Mo, I do this for your own good. Otherwise, your arrogance may become your downfall. She sighed. Oh, sister, I understand, Xia Mo replied. The two fell into a prolonged silence, the room unusually quiet. There is one more thing I'm uncertain whether to tell you, Vilo said, looking at Xia Mo, hesitating. What is it? Xia Mo turned to her. Vilo seemed indecisive. It's all right, just say it, Xia Mo encouraged her sincerely. Vilo then spoke slowly, Xia Mo. Brother Arthur's old injury has resurfaced, and his foot still pains him. He may try to push through during the match, but the injury won't allow him to endure for long. You know, at least 3 out of the 8 must play the entire game. Vilo's words left Xia Mo astounded. He was not concerned about the match itself, but rather that Arthur was injured. Arthur is injured? When did this happen? Xia Mo asked hurriedly. Well, it's an old injury. During the last peak showdown, Arthur competed for a rebound with a key player from the Star Club, and the opponent deliberately stepped on his foot. Fortunately, his physical condition is robust, and he dodged in time, but his ankle was still hurt. He has been in treatment since. He was on the mend, but for some unknown reason, it has flared up again today, Vilo explained, looking at Xia Mo. What I mean is, Xia Mo, Brother Arthur's injury may render your competition even more challenging, Vilo observed Xia Mo, her eyes filled with concern. Xia Mo patted his chest and replied with exuberance. Hey, I thought it was a major issue. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will uphold the banner for Brother Arthur. Despite Xia Mo's confident words, a sense of uncertainty lingered within him, as he questioned whether he could truly lead the team to victory in Arthur's stead. Thank you, Xia Mo, which is precisely why I hold such high expectations of you. I truly apologize, Velo said, lowering her head, her heart aching at the thought of her brother's illness. Come now, Velo, don't be like that. During the competition, we'll limit Arthur's appearances. We won't let him take risks until the very last moment. Xia Mo quickly sat beside Velo, offering gentle comfort. Look, our team consists of me, Fis, and Waz. Our strength is formidable. At that time, I can handle 2 opponents. Waz can take on another 2. And Fis will face just 1. It's quite evident that it's 3 against 5. Xia Mo jested. At this moment, Velo inquired with curiosity. Why can Fis only handle 1? Oh, that fellow Fis is simply too unwieldy, Xia Mo remarked, mimicking Fis's movements, which elicited a laugh from Velo. She continued, Xia Mo. Thank you, I will do my utmost. Now, let us return. Xia Mo nodded gently, caressing Velo's head. Chapter 85, The Antidote Under Velo's Guidance. Xia Mo returned to the small vehicle. As Velo activated the engine, the car soared into the air, racing towards the X-Basketball Club. No need to rush. I have activated the autopilot mode, Velo murmured, pressing a small button on the central console and leisurely reclining in her seat, admiring the scenery outside. The view is truly enchanting. Xia Mo broke the silence with a compliment. Indeed, Velo replied, gazing out the window. What do you usually occupy yourself with? Xia Mo inquired, turning to her. Primarily, I help my brother alleviate the pressures of life. Sometimes, I take on odd jobs as well. Do you think it's easy for my brother to earn money? In fact, he no longer participates in any commercial basketball matches, Velo elucidated. Why not? Xia Mo asked. There was a conflict with them previously. During that incident, Waz accompanied my brother, and the opposing team insulted Waz. He endured it, but my brother could not. And they ended up in a scuffle. Consequently, they blacklisted the X-Basketball Club, Velo explained, her gaze fixed on Xia Mo. It seems Arthur cannot tolerate the insults directed at mutants either. Xia Mo remarked softly. Precisely. Otherwise, how could you so boldly confront that dandy and still participate in the revival match? with Brother Arthur fully supporting you. Velo shot a glance at Xia Mo, speaking. Brother Arthur is an exceedingly compassionate individual. Although he appears indifferent on the surface, you may not realize the extent of his efforts behind the scenes, striving tirelessly to pave the way for the mutants. Sigh. Every time I see him like this, my heart aches. He simply works too hard, unable to change, Velo said. Shaking her head gently, her words laced with concern. Do not worry. I will wholeheartedly support you. Xia Mo replied resolutely. I hope you can help my brother share some of the burden. After all, he is truly overexerting himself. Velo shook her head, her eyes shimmering with worry. Rest assured, I will do everything I can to assist Arthur. Xia Mo gazed at her, offering comfort. Thank you for your reassurance. I will trust in you. Velo responded with a smile. Looking at Xia Mo felt a similar anxiety within, devoid of any certainty. Yet, at this moment, he was not merely fighting for himself, but for the future of the mutants. With this thought, Xia Mo clenched his right fist tightly. Along the way, he shifted the conversation, attempting to uplift Willow's spirits. Gradually, Willow emerged from her depths of worry, her mood beginning to ease. A sense of calm washed over her. She understood that the future of the entire basketball club rested upon the shoulders of this young man. The vehicle landed smoothly, coming to a halt atop the ex-basketball club's grand edifice. Xia Mo opened the car door and stepped out, glancing back at Willow, who remained inside the vehicle. Willow, are you coming down? He inquired. I won't be joining you. I have a few matters to attend to shortly, Willow replied with a smile. All right then. I shall take my leave, Xia Mo said, waving goodbye to her. Yes, all right, she responded. Xia Mo turned away, leaving Willow slightly anxious in her response. She then softly said, Xia Mo, thank you. However, Xia Mo had already turned and departed, unable to hear her words. As Xia Mo ascended in the elevator to the stadium, a palpable anticipation enveloped the crowd, eager for his return. The moment he emerged from the transparent enclosure, throngs of admirers surged towards him. Xia Mo, you are truly remarkable. Xia Mo, you have brought glory to the club. Xia Mo, your shooting technique is simply stunning. Xia Mo, could you teach me your dribbling skills? I am very eager to learn. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Xia Mo smiled bashfully, scratching the back of his head. Everyone is here, he said, a hint of shyness in his voice as he touched his head. We have all been waiting for your return, shouted a shorter player. Indeed, we are all eagerly anticipating your victorious comeback, proclaimed another towering teammate. Haha, Xia Mo. Everyone awaits your triumphant return. Another player chimed in with a laugh. Xia Mo was profoundly moved by the enthusiasm of those around him. In his world, he had always been overlooked, with no one caring for his feelings. He had long been a silent, unnoticed presence. Memory surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Xia Mo, could you do me a favor and buy some food? Xia Mo, please cover my shift. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Xia Mo, could you deliver this for me? Xia Mo, don't you have anyone to play basketball with? Those once painful words now stirred Xia Mo's recollections. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. Everyone eagerly anticipated Xia Mo's return, showering him with concern and regarding him as the heart of the team. This transformation filled the previously insecure Xia Mo with overwhelming joy, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Xia Mo, why are you crying? A teammate noticed and hurried over to inquire. It's nothing, just some dust in my eye, Xia Mo replied, wiping the corners of his eyes. We won, he exclaimed, raising his arms in celebration along with his teammates. Nearby, Fis and was sat in a floating chair, quietly savoring the moment. Xia Mo was now the darling of the group. Fis looked at Waz, a broad smile adorning his face. Darling, huh? Waz's lips twitched slightly. The term, when uttered by Fis, always carried a peculiar connotation. Xia Mo, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly recounted his experiences from the match to his teammates, detailing the tension he felt on the court and the arduous path to victory. Yet, they all understood that Xia Mo's triumph was, in reality, quite effortless. Come now. Xia Mo, you surpassed him so swiftly. Why wait for him at all? You are simply too formidable. One teammate chuckled. Oh, how can you say that? Xia Mo merely granted his opponent a second chance, another darker-skinned teammate retorted. Their exchange elicited peals of laughter from Xia Mo. Subsequently, he imparted defensive techniques and offensive insights, leading everyone to the court where he demonstrated and elaborated on each aspect in detail. His teammates listened with rapt attention, some even eager to challenge him to a contest. Naturally, in the end, it was still Xia Mo who emerged victorious. The defeated teammates were not disheartened. Instead, they remained intently focused on Xia Mo's explanations. After approximately 2 hours, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xia Mo surveyed his surroundings and noticed Fis and was seated not far away in their levitating chairs. Chapter 86. Resolution. Upon seeing the two, Xia Mo walked straight over, brimming with excitement as he asked, "Did you witness my performance just now?" He mimicked the shooting posture, his face radiating joy. "Indeed, Xia Mo, you were exceptional. The entire basketball club is applauding you," Fis praised, giving a thumbs up. "Xia Mo, remember to remain humble, or you may find yourself defeated next time," was advised, echoing the sentiments of Velo with a serious tone. "Why do you speak just like Velo?" Xia Mo shrugged, appearing quite helpless. "What do you mean?" was inquired, gazing at Xia Mo. Thus, Xia Mo imitated Velo's manner of speaking, saying, "What I mean is, one must never become arrogant or complacent." Xia Mo's performance had phases and fits of laughter, while Was suppressed his amusement in silence. "What do you think? Does my imitation resemble the original?" Xia Mo inquired with pride. "Haha, I concede. It is strikingly similar," Faze replied, chuckling while rubbing his belly. "Xia Mo, now that you have advanced, you can enjoy a well-deserved rest tomorrow," Was suggested. Gazing at Xia Mo shook his fingers and replied, "No, no, no. I still have to participate in the resurrection match tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Fis and Was were momentarily taken aback, then spoke in unison, "But you have already advanced, haven't you?" "No, I must compete in the resurrection match tomorrow. A certain individual dared to insult our club, targeting me specifically. Humph. Let us see if he can still make it to the competition," Xia Mo said, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of composure. At this moment, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the man with the flamboyant hair being a mutant, mindful of the presence of 2 mutant friends. Indeed, such a person should have been eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Fis exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Xia Mo, although you have triumphed in all 3 matches, it's prudent to remain cautious," Was cautioned. "Oh dear, fret not. I still possess a few tricks up my sleeve," Xia Mo reassured with a smile. "By the way, Fis, come here for a moment. I'll teach you a few moves. The group matches are about to commence." Xia Mo beckoned him with a gesture. Thus, the 3 of them made their way to the basketball court. Xia Mo passed the ball to Faze and remarked, "Faze, remember during the group matches, the most crucial aspect of a 3-on-3 game is securing the rebounds. While executing swift defensive plays, one must be mindful of physical confrontations, particularly when it comes to positioning one's feet." Xia Mo grinned mischievously. Faze, looking perplexed, scratched his head and inquired, "I do not comprehend your meaning." "Come here, and I shall teach you," Xia Mo replied. The two proceeded to the area beneath the hoop. Xia Mo persistently obstructed Faze's position, his foot closely pressed against the inner side of Faze's. "Now, see if you can leap." Xia Mo turned to Faze. Faze attempted to jump, yet was unable to succeed, ensnared by Xia Mo's interference. Thus, securing a rebound is not solely a matter of strength, it also requires intellect. You must restrict him, even to the extent of rendering him immobile. Xia Mo's smile was more cunning than Waz's, who appeared on the verge of tears. "Faze, remember, first lower your center of gravity. A low center of gravity allows for stability. Then, use your back and hips to push your opponent away from the basket. On one hand, by pushing your opponent away, the ball is more likely to land in your possession. On the other hand, as I just demonstrated, if your body is pinned down, you hinder your opponent's initial leap. Without that first step, many find themselves unable to jump, while you maintain your own center of gravity, ready to leap to your highest point at any moment." Through observation over several matches, Xia Mo tailored a strategy specifically designed for Faze, taking into account his unique attributes. Xia Mo continuously instructed Faze on the nuances of positioning techniques, demonstrating how to skillfully occupy advantageous spots. Faze listened with rapt attention to Xia Mo's explanations, was observed quietly from the side, contemplating inwardly. "I never anticipated that Xia Mo possessed such a profound and concealed side." Xia Mo's instructional techniques on positioning have granted Fis an undeniable advantage beneath the basket. Any center or power forward lacking proficiency would likely find it impossible to withstand his prowess. Xia Mo gently patted Faze on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "With diligent practice, in due time, you shall become the next Oriole." "Which Oriole?" Faze inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing at all," Xia Mo chuckled, scratching his head. Phase, remember? You must never grant your opponent even the slightest chance. Indeed, I shall, Phase replied, refocusing on his footwork practice. Was, come here, Xia Mo called as he approached Was. What is it? Was asked. I will teach you a few tactical maneuvers, Xia Mo said with a beaming smile. Let us engage in some practical training. Holding the ball. Xia Mo looked at Was. All right, let us go, Was responded. Xia Mo swiftly advanced with the ball, while Was hurriedly approached to defend. Xia Mo swiftly dribbled the ball between his legs, poised to breach Was's defense. Was immediately reached out, attempting to intercept. Xia Mo reacted swiftly, executing a deft pullback maneuver to effortlessly break through from the opposite side of Was. Was turned to attempt to block against Xia Mo. Yet Xia Mo charged directly towards the basket, entirely disregarding Was. Approaching the key, Xia Mo accelerates with fervor. Was clings closely to Xia Mo, attempting to disrupt his momentum. Entering the penalty area, Xia Mo skillfully controls the ball with both hands. 1 step, 2 steps, then he leaps into the air. Observing Xia Mo's soaring ascent, Was follows suit and leaps as well. Xia Mo, with the ball in his left hand, prepares to make a layup, while Was extends his left hand to block. Xia Mo suddenly executed a U-shaped maneuver, drawing the ball down and swiftly transitioning it to his right hand, raising it high in preparation for a shot. While Was also quickly lifted his right hand. Xia Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile, with his right hand firmly grasping the ball. He deftly maneuvered it through a space of approximately 3 inches beneath Was's armpit, with his right hand deftly gripping the ball. Xia Mo executed a subtle flick of his wrist. The basketball sailed through the air, finding its mark behind Was with impeccable precision. Was utterly astonished. This maneuver was familiar to him. It was the signature move of the flamboyant player. Yet, Xia Mo had only demonstrated it before him a mere handful of times. Now, to witness Xia Mo flawlessly replicate it left Was in awe of his remarkable prowess. Xia Mo stood firm, gazing at Was, and said, You are aware. This is the technique of the flamboyant fellow. I found it quite intriguing, so I quietly observed his shooting form and learned it, intending to teach it to you. Chapter 87. Strength was utterly taken aback, completely unprepared for this revelation. Xia Mo's ability to precisely replicate this move left Was stunned with astonishment. Summer Mo seized the opportunity to approach and gently patted Was on the shoulder, inquiring, Did you comprehend it? Was remained ensnared in the recent astonishment. Was. Summer Mo vigorously shook Was, endeavoring to rouse him from his reverie. Huh? Was emerged from his thoughts, gazing at Summer Mo, and then remarked, Summer Mo. Enlighten me on how you managed to master this technique so swiftly. This is the signature move of the flamboyant gentleman. Was scrutinized Summer Mo, his eyes brimming with confusion. Xia Mo scratched his head, beaming with a smile as he replied, Haha, I believe this move suits you perfectly. I was just thinking of surreptitiously learning it to teach you. Was pressed further, How did you manage that? Xia Mo, still touching his head, explained, Oh. I simply watched it twice and dissected his movements. Then I grasped it. Was marveled, Your ability to imitate is truly remarkable. Xia Mo waved it off. Hey? Let us not dwell on that. Did you comprehend the move I just showed you? He inquired, gazing at Was. Well, I sort of understand, Was replied. What do you mean by sort of understand? Understanding means you understand. Not understanding means you do not. All right, let us do it again. Xia Mo picked up the ball and walked to beyond the 3-point line. Was shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, this guy is becoming increasingly formidable. Before positioning himself at the free throw line, the two resumed their offensive and defensive exchange. Xia Mo once again triumphed over Was with this tactic. Did you see it clearly this time? Xia Mo inquired. Yes, I did, Was replied. Very well, I shall defend, and you may give it a try. Xia Mo passed the ball to Was. Was advanced to the 3-point line, while Xia Mo positioned himself near the free throw line. Xia Mo was entirely focused on Was. With the ball firmly in his hands, Was locked his gaze on his Xia Mo, cautiously testing his reaction with his right foot, noticing Xia Mo's indifference. Was suddenly surged to the right. Xia Mo swiftly fortified his defense on the right side. Was adeptly maneuvered the ball beneath his legs, attempting to disrupt Xia Mo's defensive rhythm. With remarkable agility, Was executed a series of dribbles beneath his hips, followed by a seamless behind-the-back switch. Xia Mo persistently defended against Was, attempting to disrupt his dribbling from behind. Was, with both hands behind his back, continued to dribble. Keenly observing the gap to Xia Mo's left side, he swiftly transitioned the ball to his left hand, making another attempt to break through Xia Mo's defense from that side. Too hasty. Steady yourself, Xia Mo exclaimed, promptly shifting his position to defend against Waz's movements. Waz quickly pulled the ball back, executing another behind-the-back dribble, and charged towards the right side of Xia Mo. Xia Mo hurriedly dashed towards the left side of the defense, unable to attend to the right. How astonishingly swift Waz is. Xia Mo couldn't help but marvel. In an instant, Waz launched a rapid offensive from Xia Mo's left. Consequently, Xia Mo could only respond with haste under Waz's relentless defense, closely trailing behind. At this moment, they had already entered the golden zone. Waz continued to unleash a fierce assault, pressing toward the basket. As he neared the rim, Waz suddenly leaped, cradling the ball in both hands, and in an instant, he shifted it to his right hand. Xia Mo ascended into the air, extending his right arm in preparation for an interception. Observing this, Wozi hurriedly lowered the ball, switching to his left hand, and once again elevated the ball skyward. Xia Mo sensed Waz's movements and promptly extended his left hand, raising it in readiness. At that moment, his arm stood firm like a barrier. Waz identified the flaw, swiftly directing the ball with his left hand to pierce under Xia Mo's armpit, flicking his wrist. In an instant, he propelled the ball with all his might. The basketball swished through the net. Waz had mastered it, and that was splendid. Xia Mo remained stationary, his joy evident. Moreover, remember, this maneuver should be employed when the opponent least expects it. Whether others can decipher it remains uncertain, but I can, thus. I shall teach you how to counter it. Xia Mo meticulously elucidated the path to cracking to Waz. He then remarked, Waz, it would be splendid if you could devise a means to render my crack ineffective. I shall ponder this diligently, Xia Mo, Waz mused. It seems that practice is indeed the key. Once mastered, it will be effortlessly employed, Xia Mo encouraged. Possessing a plethora of unique layup techniques, Waz gradually honed this skill to perfection under Xia Mo's attentive guidance. Xia Mo turned to Fei Si, who was intently practicing his post moves beneath the basket. Xia Mo approached and advised, Fei's, your current posture is too elevated. You must lower it further. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to gain an advantage. Remember, Fei's, only by squatting low enough can you leap higher at the moment of takeoff. Moreover, you must exert your entire being to secure your position. For your opponents will not yield easily. They will seek to unravel your strategies. Thus, you must endeavor to solidify your stance. Xia Mo patiently guided Fei Si, who listened attentively and embraced the lessons with humility. Meanwhile, Arthur observed the scene, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Xia Mo, the future of the club now rests upon your shoulders. After a period of training, Fei Si had generally grasped the essentials of positioning. Naturally, Wozi's learning pace was swift as well, given his keen intellect. Xia Mo surveyed the surroundings and remarked, quite satisfactory. Let us take a brief respite. I shall go take a shower. As soon as Xia Mo's words fell, Fei's interjected, the resurrection match begins tomorrow afternoon. It's just 2 rounds. Let's go? Today will be the same. See you downstairs. Wonderful. I feel utterly restless without a meal for a day, Xia Mo chuckled. Waz, what you taught today was remarkable. Thank you, Waz approached to express his gratitude. There's no need for formality among family. I have imparted all I know. It is now up to you to cultivate what you have learned. I hope you truly grasp today's lessons, Xia Mo replied, scratching his head with a beaming smile. Waz, do not forget those several boxes of green bottles. Fei's remarked with a smile, glancing at Waz. Understood. Waz rolled his eyes at Fei's. All right. To lighten your load, let it be 3 boxes. Fei's lifted 3 fingers. Who do you look down upon? Waz glared at Fei's with wide eyes. 3 boxes? What are you two discussing? Xia Mo inquired, scratching his head, oblivious to their wager. It was Waz who mentioned it. Before Fei's could speak, Waz had already seized him. Taking the initiative. Chapter 88. Experiences. Waz, pulling Fei's along, waved his left hand casually, saying, It's nothing, truly. As they headed towards the transparent container, Waz turned back to Xia Mo, calling out, Xia Mo, we are leaving. You tidy up, and later, Fei's and I will come to find you. Xia Mo was utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired between the two, pondering whether they had exchanged secret words behind his back. He sighed wryly as he contemplated this. Subsequently, Xia Mo put away the ball and stepped into the pristine, transparent box. Upon returning to his room, he collapsed onto the levitating bed, releasing a deep sigh. Oh dear, what a tiring day it has been. Reflecting on the day's events, he recalled the exhilarating matches, the vibrant atmosphere of the court, sharing delightful moments with everyone, and imparting practical skills to Waz and fists. Despite his fatigue, Xia Mo's heart brimmed with joy. This experience was entirely novel for him. Turning onto his side, he savored the day's memories and couldn't help but proclaim aloud, "Today has been simply marvelous." Soon after, Xia Mo rose to enter the bathroom for a shower. Once he finished, he emerged to find Xiaoro seated on his bed, gazing at him. As he toweled off his damp hair, he inquired, "When did you come out? Could you perhaps give me a heads up next time? You always appear without a sound. It's quite startling." "Hey, I didn't want to disturb you while you were bathing. I was afraid you might faint in the bathroom from the shock," Xiaoro playfully replied. Xia Mo approached and playfully tapped Xiaoro's forehead with his index finger, exclaiming, "You chatterbox." Xiaoro, covering her forehead, feigned great pain, declaring, "You hurt me." Xia Mo remained unperturbed, seated gracefully in the floating chair. "Are you aware of pain? Aren't you an artificial intelligence?" "What artificial intelligence? I am the system. The so-called heavenly path you speak of," Xiaoro retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Heavenly path? Regardless of what path it may be, here, you must heed my commands," Xia Mo asserted, gesturing to himself. "Humph. Yet, this time you truly excelled. Remarkably, your performance was exceptional. That flamboyant fellow's data nearly matched yours. And you managed to defeat him without activating special mode." Xiaoro praised Xia Mo with warmth. "Of course, that goes without saying," Xia Mo replied with a chuckle. "However, I must remind you that despite this, I have great faith in your abilities for tomorrow's revival match. Most of the participants are merely those who have been eliminated, posing little threat to you," Xiaoro added. "Oh, you are aware of the participants for tomorrow's revival match?" Xia Mo inquired, promptly sitting beside Xiaoro. "The secrets of destiny must not be divulged," Xiaoro declared mysteriously. "You sound just like a fortune teller." Xia Mo gently patted Xiaoro's head. Xiaoro covered her head with her hands, turning to glare at Xia Mo, her expression one of discontent. "What is it? You resort to violence without even asking me. How can you harbor such tendencies?" Xia Mo hurriedly reassured Xiaoro. "Oh dear. Xiaoro, I was merely teasing you. You are my favorite, so just tell me." Xiaoro pouted, crossing her arms defiantly, and replied, "All right, I will tell you, but you must take me along for tonight's late-night snack." "Oh." This girl had clearly plotted this out in advance, Xia Mo mused internally. "However, I cannot allow you to impersonate Velo again. The last time almost exposed us. And if we attempt it once more, I might." Xia Mo's words trailed off. "How about this? I will pretend to be you, and you shall stay behind." Xiaoro's sparkling eyes fixed on Xia Mo. "Absolutely not. That is out of the question," Xia Mo declared firmly. "But I want to eat." "You cannot enjoy it all by yourself," Xia Mo protested. "That will not suffice. If you do not take me with you, I will not divulge anything," Xiaoro huffed, turning her back on Xia Mo. "Oh dear, Xiaoro, I must think of a solution," Xia Mo pondered for a moment. "Alas, I truly have no other option. I suppose I shall have to disguise myself as Velo." Xia Mo chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "But if anything goes awry, I will not admit to knowing you." Seeing Xiaoro's delighted expression, Xia Mo quickly added, "But you mustn't worry." Xiaoro was unconcerned with such matters, as long as there was food involved. She was willing to do anything. "Can we now discuss it? The matter of the resurrection match?" Xia Mo gazed at Xiaoro, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Well, what do you wish to know?" Xiaoro reclined on the bed. "I simply wish to ascertain whether I will encounter that flamboyant gentleman again tomorrow." The thought of him filled Xia Mo's heart with bitterness. "You won't cross paths. I have seen it, and you will not meet." Xiaoro shook her head. "Is there any way for us to meet?" Xia Mo inquired, gazing at Xiaoro. "Theoretically, it is possible, but I have no intention of facilitating that," Xiaoro scoffed, turning her head away. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Xia Mo immediately rushed over, embracing Xiaoro's arm and pleading, "Xiaoro, I know you possess the kindest heart. Please, assist me. I implore you. Do not expect me to comply. After all, you were the one who initiated the conflict," Xiaoyao retorted, pouting with a face full of indignation. "Then, would you not consider retaliating?" Xia Mo gazed up, his eyes filled with earnest appeal directed at Xiaoyao. "Absolutely not. You must devise a way to bring me joy. Perhaps then I would assist in transferring you to that handsome gentleman's group," Xiaoyao declared. As she forcefully kicked Xia Mo away, Xia Mo swiftly rushed forward, tightly clasping Xiaoyao's arm, her voice laced with playful charm. "Xiaoyao, please. I rely on you." Xiaoyao, with an air of disdain, retorted, "Let go. Not until you agree." Xia Mo's endearing antics elicited a wave of annoyance from Xiaoyao. "Release me first." Xiao Yao insisted. Oh, Xiao Yao, what will it take for you to consent? Xia Mo gazed at her earnestly. Fine. But you must include me in your late-night snacks from now on, Xiao Yao declared. Well, that sounds agreeable. Xia Mo, momentarily disregarding everything else, was solely focused on making Xiao Yao happy, leaving future considerations for later. All right, let us make a pact. With a flourish of her left hand, Xiao Yao conjured a shimmering golden slip of paper that hovered in midair. Xia Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yao, you possess such remarkable abilities? He assumed that Xiao Yao could conjure objects out of thin air. That's merely child's play. Look, here is the agreement. Simply sign it if you consent. Xiao Yao handed the document to Xia Mo. Chapter 89. Transformation. Xia Mo extended his hand and grasped the agreement suspended in midair, scrutinizing it closely. What? I must take you along for every late-night snack, and should I fail to do so even once, I shall be compelled to don women's attire for an entire year? What does this imply? After perusing the document, Xia Mo remarked. It is precisely as it states. If you neglect to bring me even once, I shall ensure that you transform into a woman for a whole year, Xiao Yao replied with a cold huff. Xia Mo was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A woman? A woman? This girl truly knows how to play. I had merely intended to brush it off, yet I did not anticipate her taking it seriously. Xia Mo chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Yao, given our friendship, I believe there is no need for such theatrics. Xiao Yu tilted her head and gazed at Xia Mo, retorting. Do you think I am easily deceived? I am certainly not. Now sign the document. Xiao Yao, Xia Mo pleaded desperately. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I shall not disclose anything to you. Xiao Yao placed her hands on her hips, staring intently at Xia Mo. Xia Mo, feeling helpless, reluctantly signed the agreement under Xiao Yao's pressure. He pressed his thumb onto the document, and it swiftly integrated into his being. What is this? Xia Mo inquired, bewildered. This is the agreement. Now that you have signed it, it will enter your body. One day, when you sneak out for a midnight snack without me, you will bang into a girl, Xiao Yao exclaimed, raising her hands and mimicking an explosion. You are too ruthless. Xia Mo pointed at Xiao Yao. If I weren't a bit ruthless, would you accompany me for midnight snacks? You big deceiver. I am well aware that your promises are nothing but empty checks. Xiao Rou and Xia Mo exchanged glances, their tones laced with sarcasm. Haha, Xiao Rou, how could you misunderstand me like this? Xia Mo smiled in response. All right. Since you have agreed, I shall arrange for you to be in the same group as the flamboyant fellow, Xiao Rou declared, her hands swiftly tracing arcs in the air. And moments later, a small point of light shot forth into the void. Just wait and see. This light will soar to Arena A, binding your name to that of the flamboyant lad, placing you in the same group, Xiao Rou explained, gesturing towards the glowing point. To think you possess such extraordinary abilities. Could you not simply grant me the title of champion? Xia Mo inquired with curiosity. How naive. Every achievement must be earned through one's own efforts. Moreover, the laws of the heavens do not permit me to intervene excessively in your affairs. What I am doing for you is already considerable, Xiao Rou huffed, clearly somewhat displeased. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Why do you always take offense? Xia Mo remarked, offering a gentle smile. He then continued, however, I cannot fathom why. Given your extraordinary powers, you do not simply enhance all my attributes directly? Are you foolish? If I were to elevate all your attributes at once, could your human form withstand such a burden? I fear you might end up like an overinflated balloon, bursting with a loud pop. Xiao Rou lightly tapped Xia Mo's head as a reminder. Oh, yes, you are quite right, Xia Mo replied with a smile. By the way, after the competition tomorrow, I intend to take you to the realm of the void for training. The speed there is hundreds of times faster than in reality, allowing you to train effectively in preparation for the group matches. Who will I be competing against? It won't be that shadowy figure again, will it? Xia Mo lamented, recalling his encounter with the dark smoke, a memory he wished to forget. The lightless arena, the silent expanse, a battle that belonged solely to the two of them. Xia Mo pondered silently. Indeed, Xiao Rou replied without hesitation. Well, we shall see then. After all, individual competitions lead into team matches. One cannot focus solely on personal improvement. Teamwork is equally vital, Xia Mo stated. Yes, you make a valid point. Xiao Rou nodded in agreement, gazing at Xia Mo. As Xia Mo was poised to pose further inquiries, Xiao Rou interjected, stating, let me share the remaining matters with you only after you secure the championship. Discussing them now would be futile. She shook her head. At that moment, a knock resonated from Xia Mo's door. It must be Faze and the others, Xia Mo surmised. Swiftly, Xiaoro nestled within Xia Mo's being. Rising to open the door, Xia Mo found Fei's waiting outside. Xia Mo, are you ready? He inquired. Yes. I am prepared and about to head down, Xia Mo replied. Excellent. Then you should proceed downstairs and find a good spot for me. I just had a short nap and need to freshen up. Please save a place for me. Fei's instructed. All right, I will head down first, Xia Mo gestured. Good. I shall take a shower now, Fei said before promptly entering the bedroom. Xia Mo swiftly closed the door and, using a transparent container, emerged from the building. He briskly walked into a nearby alley. Venturing deeper into the narrow passage, Xia Mo glanced around to ensure no one was watching before closing his eyes. Manifest. He silently beckoned. In an instant, a golden light erupted from his forehead, soaring into the sky. As the golden radiance touched the ground, it transformed in the blink of an eye into the figure of Xiaoro. Time is of the essence. I was just pondering how to bring you to the dining table, and now Fei is insisting on taking a shower, urging me to come down sooner, Xia Mo remarked. When the time comes, you should say we coincidentally ran into each other on the way and that you insisted on dragging me along for a late-night snack, he suggested. Xiaoro's eyes widened in surprise, and after a nod, her form shifted. The golden light shimmered brilliantly. As the glow subsided, Xiaoro had transformed into Velo. Let us proceed, Velo, Xia Mo instructed. Onward. Velo replied in agreement. They arrived at the restaurant, where Xia Mo chose a comfortable seat. Looking at Velo, he cautioned, Xiaoro, remember what I just said. Do not make any mistakes. Velo responded, Oh, I know. If anyone inquires about today's events, you need not speak. I will handle it, Xia Mo whispered. Soon after, Fei appeared, hastily approaching and taking a seat. Apologies for the wait, he said. Waz will be a while longer. He is changing something. He will be down shortly. Changing what? Xia Mo inquired. The light bulb in his room is out. I offered to assist, but he insisted on doing it himself, so let him handle it, Fei replied, looking up. At that moment, Fei noticed Velo and, with a hint of surprise, remarked, This scenario feels oddly familiar. Could it be that I possess the gift of foresight? Xia Mo stifled a laugh and explained, What do you mean by predicting the future? It was merely a chance encounter with Vero downstairs, which prompted me to invite him to share a meal. Chapter 90, Confusion, so that's how it is. This scene feels quite familiar, Fis remarked, scratching his head in bewilderment. Let's order first. Let us order. Xia Mo quickly shifted the topic. I'll place the order. Vero volunteered eagerly. All right, you go ahead, Xia Mo said, gazing at Vero with a smile. Xia Mo, your relationship with Vilo has become increasingly solid. Fei remarked as he gazed at Xia Mo. It's all good, Xia Mo replied. By the way, Xia Mo, the positioning technique you taught me is indeed effective. After returning, I contemplated it carefully, and it truly works, Fei exclaimed, patting Xia Mo with delight. Haha. As long as you utilize it well, securing rebounds under the basket should pose no problem. The remaining aspect is teamwork. You must put in the effort. Xia Mo encouraged Fei. Indeed, that is true, Fei said with a slight smile, his lips curving upwards. At that moment, Vilo ordered an abundance of exquisite dishes all at once. Can we finish all of this? Xia Mo gazed at the menu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With so much food, it seemed daunting for 4 people. Absolutely no problem. Vilo shot a determined glance at Xia Mo and declared, Where's Was? I shall make a call to inquire, Fei suggested. No sooner had he spoken than Was stepped into the establishment. Was? Xia Mo called out loudly. Was surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting Xia Mo, made his way over. You've kept us waiting for so long. Were you hiding from those 3 boxes of little green bottles? Fei teased. Hey, who's afraid of whom? Was replied as he settled beside Fei. He then looked up and noticed Vilo, casually asking, Oh, Vilo is here too? Before Vilo could respond, Xia Mo hurriedly explained, Yes, indeed. I encountered Vilo downstairs in the building and invited her to join us for a meal. Especially since she has been our chauffeur today, we ought to express our gratitude. Xia Mo scratched his head as he spoke. That's right, Vilo, today you should indulge yourself, Fei assured, thumping his chest. All right, today I shall feast heartily, Vilo exclaimed with excitement. Xia Mo quickly nudged Velo with her elbow, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Velo complied, falling silent. I couldn't help but notice that Velo seemed somewhat endearing today, her demeanor less aloof than before. Fei looked at Velo, scratching his head in confusion. Perhaps it was due to Xia Mo's victory in the match that had lifted her spirits, Was replied with a smile. Haha, Yes, indeed, I won. And Velo is particularly delighted, Xia Mo said, a hint of bashfulness in her laughter. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at the table. And Velo dug into the food with abandon. Xia Mo, do you feel confident about tomorrow's revival match? Fies asked with concern. It's a trivial matter. I will certainly triumph tomorrow, so everyone can rest assured, Xia Mo replied casually while taking a bite of a green dish. After the revival match comes the finals. And once that concludes, it's the individual competition, was interjected. Xia Mo, be extra cautious in the finals. This year's newcomers are exceptionally strong. The flashy guy can only be considered of average caliber, was continued while eating. Average? That formidable? Xia Mo had initially thought the flashy guy was above average. But now she realized her estimation was mistaken. Indeed, a few of the rookies at Arena A are quite impressive. I hold a healthy respect for their breakthroughs and speed. Was remarked, sipping from his small green bottle. Nonetheless, I remain confident. After all, I didn't even activate awakening mode in today's 3 matches, Xia Mo asserted. True, was noted. You hardly employed any techniques or awakening mode, relying solely on your innate strength to score. Fies picked up a pink delicacy, tasting it before commenting. I believe Xia Mo will face no significant issues in the revival match. The real challenge lies in the finals. I shall accompany you to watch it live. Waz's face revealed a hint of worry. I will go too. Count me in. Fies exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand. Haha. Of course, there's no problem. We shall all go together, Xia Mo responded with a smile. Subsequently, Waz showcased his outrageous talent with 3 small green bottles. And though Xia Mo remained perplexed as to why he flaunted these beverages, she still cheered him on. After downing 2 bottles in one go, Waz gasped, I need a break. This continuous drinking is quite taxing. Hey, you're just not cut out for it. Fies said gleefully from the side. Come on, let us split the last bottle. 1 for you, 1 for me. Was boldly challenged. Who is afraid? Fies retorted. Thus, the competition between the two commenced while Xia Mo sat beside, amused by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Velo, like an invisible presence, quietly savored her food in silence. Velo nearly finished off more than half the food on her own, prompting Xia Mo to signal the waiter for more dishes. At that moment, Fies and Was each downed another bottle. Was appeared somewhat overwhelmed, clutching a bottle in one hand and food in the other, swaying unsteadily. Fies, slightly tipsy, mocked Was. Oh dear, your hands are shaking. Xia Mo also picked up a bottle and suggested, I shall drink less today, for there is a competition tomorrow. Let us raise our glasses. The 4 of them then lifted their small green bottles and shared a drink. Face, do you have any strategies regarding the trio? Xia Mo inquired. What strategies? I am entirely at your discretion, Face replied, gazing at Xia Mo. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Mo turned to Was and inquired, Was, do you have any suggestions? Was replied, what ideas could I possibly have? We might as well continue with the previous trio formation. Was implied that he would take on the role of the G, leaving the scoring responsibilities to Xia Mo. Xia Mo shook his head and replied, no, Was. This time you must take responsibility for scoring. Waz's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Me responsible for scoring? Yes, after tomorrow's game, I will teach you shooting techniques. With your speed combined with shooting, becoming a shooting guard will be a piece of cake. Our team cannot solely rely on Fist for rebounding. I am a swingman. And I will play small forward to assist Fist with rebounds, Xia Mo analyzed. Xia Mo, is that really feasible? Fist inquired. It's fine, Xia Mo. I believe I can handle the rebounding alone. Rebounding is too perilous. Look at your frail physique. How can you manage that? Fist teased, playfully patting Xia Mo's shoulder. Have you seen my hang time ability? Moreover, your boxing out footwork was taught by me. Do you think I can't do it? Xia Mo asserted confidently, thumping his chest. Chapter 91. Dialogue. At this moment, Xia Mo patted his chest, assuring Fist of his capability to undertake the rebounding task. Xia Mo, your plan seems somewhat flawed, Was commented. I concur. After all, I believe I can handle the rebounds myself, Fist added. All right. Listen to me, Xia Mo said, taking a sip from a small green bottle before continuing. The current division of labor is indeed effective, but there is a critical issue. Xia Mo fixed his gaze on Fist. What issue? Fist and Was asked in unison. Our playing style is excessively one-dimensional. Firstly, continuous gameplay will lead to fatigue. But that's not the main concern. Secondly, if we encounter 2 opponents skilled in rebounding, we will be at a disadvantage. Therefore, we need more strategies, otherwise, we could easily be led astray, Xia Mo explained slowly. But during our last confrontation with Arthur and his two companions, weren't they double rebounding? Yet they still lost in the end, Fist remarked. Looking at Xia Mo, Xia Mo was well aware that Arthur had sustained an injury. Had Arthur not been hurt, the outcome might have differed. Nevertheless, one must proceed with caution, for carelessness in action is inadvisable. Xia Mo gazed into Fist's eyes and articulated this sentiment. Haha, Xia Mo. While you speak of caution, let us not forget how audacious you can be on the court, was remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Fist chimed in at that moment. Oh, let us not dwell on the past. We are here to discuss important matters, Xia Mo said, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. After all, Xia Mo possessed considerable prowess, and occasional arrogance was understandable. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. It is always beneficial to learn more. What say you, Fist? Was pondered aloud. Since Was concurs, I have no objections, Fist responded with a smile. Fist, you must also acquire skills in attacking under the basket. I shall teach you and subsequently enhance your dreamlike footwork, Xia Mo stated as he looked at Fist. Upon hearing this, Fist quickly waved his hands and said, I'm not sure I can do that. My skills are lacking. I can only manage with rebounding. As a competent inside player, you must master more techniques. I aspire to cultivate you into a formidable player, Xia Mo said slowly. Remember last time? You learned your dream footwork rather swiftly. There is no harm in expanding your knowledge, Was remarked, glancing at Fist. Indeed, acquiring more skills is always advantageous. Fist, I suspect you are simply reluctant to learn. Vilo interjected. Fist blushed, unsure how to respond, and scratched his head with a sheepish laugh, saying, all right, I understand. Well, if Was masters long-range shooting, my burden will lighten somewhat, allowing me to assist Fist with rebounding and alleviate his pressure as well, Xia Mo contemplated. So, does that mean my burden will be considerable? Was teased, playfully tapping Xia Mo. Hey, let us conserve our energy. Allow me to contemplate how to optimize our team configuration and tactics. I will undoubtedly present you with an impeccable strategy shortly, Xia Mo assured with a beaming smile. Subsequently, Xia Mo and the others continued to enjoy their small green bottles, while Vilo savored the delicacies. After gulping down his food, Fist gazed at him and gently nudged Was, saying, Was, do you not feel as though this scene seems familiar? I have an odd sense of déjà vu. At that moment, Was was oblivious to Fist's words, lost in a tipsy reverie. Seizing a small green bottle and fixating on Fist, determined to continue drinking. It appeared that one among them would surely succumb to inebriation that night. Moments later, Vilo leaned close to Xia Mo's ear and whispered, I am quite full. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo noticed the two were still debating their drinking capacities and silently pulled Vilo away from the dining area, leading him into a quiet alley, saying, If you are full, we should return. In an instant, Vilo radiated brilliance, transforming into Xiao Ro. She contentedly patted her stomach and said, I am truly stuffed. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. We shall chat upon my return. With that, Xiao Ro transformed into a beam of golden light, entering Xia Mo's consciousness. Xia Mo licked his lips and murmured, I am utterly exhausted. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly returned to the dining hall. While the two individuals remained completely oblivious to his recent departure, Xia Mo quietly took a seat and casually suggested, Come, let us drink heartily together. Thus, the trio resumed their joyful revelry, consuming yet another 3 cases of small green bottles. Having already indulged in 3 cases, Was finally succumbed, collapsing onto the table. Ha ha ha, and you were mocking me? Look at you now. Face teased Was at that moment. At last, one has fallen. Xia Mo contemplated to himself. However, Faze was not faring much better. He swayed unsteadily, resembling a tipsy old man. Xia Mo cast a glance at Faze and proposed, Come, let us proceed. He raised the small green bottle and clinked it with Faze. Under Xia Mo's insistence, Faze, nearing his limits, managed to stagger forward. Xia Mo waved his hand, signaling, It's time to go home, time to go home. He rose and assisted Was. Can you still walk? Xia Mo inquired, turning to him. I can walk. Let's go, don't mind me, Was replied, staggering to his feet, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from Xia Mo. The 3 of them slowly made their way out of the shop. Suddenly, Was noticed the absence of Vilo and asked, Where is Vilo? Xia Mo responded, He left long ago. He walked on his own. I didn't notice. He said he would message me if anything came up. This scene seems familiar, Was hesitated. It seems the tales within the cup are insufficient. Otherwise, why would I dwell so persistently on this matter? Xia Mo pondered silently. The dramatic scene unfolded once more. Xia Mo caught sight of a familiar silhouette in the distance, and his heart tightened instantly. He hastily turned to Fis, saying with urgency, "Fis, I have spotted Velo. He seems to be in need of assistance. You should go directly to him while I have a word with Velo." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Mo had already grasped Waz's hand and hurried towards the entrance, leaving Fis far behind. Velo was on the verge of delivering medication to his brother when he suddenly noticed someone sprinting toward him, carrying another person on their back. Startled, he focused his gaze and realized it was Xia Mo. Chapter 92. An unexpected encounter. How did you end up here? Xia Mo inquired, casting a glance at the approaching Fis. I'm bringing some items for my brother. What brings you two here? Velo replied, stealing a look at Fis before turning back to Xia Mo. Oh, we were just having a few drinks. Waz has had a bit too much. And Fis is quite intoxicated. When Fis says something in a while, just let it be. He was a bit agitated earlier. He's drunk. So please keep an eye on him, Xia Mo explained swiftly. Velo wore a perplexed expression, nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Just then, Fis approached, addressing Velo. Velo, why are you running so fast? Aren't you going to stay and have another drink with me? Velo glanced at Xia Mo, who was energetically blinking as a signal for him to play along with Fis's words. Once he comprehended, Velo responded to Fis. I have something to attend to. I need to deliver some items to the commander. All right then. So today, Fis continued to chatter away. Xia Mo sensed that it was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal the truth, and hastily covered Fis's mouth, saying, You should go up and rest. Velo and I have matters to discuss. Xia Mo pushed Fis into the transparent box and waved at him. Fis, still in a daze inside the box, pressed a button. And in an instant, he vanished from Xia Mo's sight. Xia Mo let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had departed. Had they lingered any longer, his cover would have been compromised. Xia Mo sighed again, pondering to himself. Xia Mo, why the sigh? Vilo inquired, gazing at him. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find their capacity for drink rather lacking, and I can't help but look down upon it, Xia Mo replied with an awkward smile. Ah, I see, Vilo responded. Xia Mo glanced at the still slumbering Waz and inquired, Velo, it is quite late. Are you still here delivering medicine to your brother? Indeed. My brother's foot injury has not improved. It seems to have worsened, hence I brought the medicine, Velo replied, her gaze towards Xia Mo filled with concern. Leave it to me. I shall take it to him shortly, Xia Mo said. That would be good. You might also take the opportunity to converse with your brother, Velo said as she handed the medicine pouch to Xia Mo. After a brief exchange, Xia Mo watched Velo depart before stepping into the transparent enclosure. It appears I must hasten my training, Xia Mo mused, shaking his head as he pressed the button for the elevator. Soon after, he shouldered Waz and entered his room. Observing the space, Xia Mo could not help but exclaim, Indeed, it is entirely different from my own style. Waz's room resembled a genuine cave, with a stone-paved floor and walls constructed of rock. Even the presence of a washroom seemed somewhat out of place. Xia Mo gently placed Waz on a soft mat on the floor of the cave simulation, covered him with a blanket, and then turned to exit the room. Upon returning to his own quarters and after a refreshing bath, Xia Mo noticed the herbs laid out on the table and decided to deliver them to Arthur. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Mo called out to Xiaoro, Xiaoro, are you there? In an instant, Xiaoro materialized from Xia Mo's thoughts. She gazed at him, tilting her head inquisitively. What do you need? Xiaoro, do you recall the old injury on Arthur's foot? Xia Mo inquired, settling onto the edge of his bed. Yes, I remember. I also heard about it the last time Vilo mentioned it. She replied cheerfully, perching herself on the bed and playfully patting the sheets. I had such a hearty meal today, she exclaimed, rubbing her belly. Today we nearly got caught. How could you even bring that up? Xia Mo shot her a disapproving glance. Who told you to promise that you'd always take me out for late-night snacks? Xiaoro teased, sticking out her tongue with a grin. Alas, one should be cautious with their words. Xia Mo sighed, then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. So, can Arthur's injury heal completely? It's a difficult injury to fully recover from. It may take 1 or 2 years, Xiaoro answered, looking at Xia Mo earnestly. Xiaoro, is there any way for you to ensure Arthur's injury heals entirely? Xia Mo gazed at her with a hint of pleading in his eyes. I see. You wish to take advantage of me again, Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise. Xiaoro, how can this be called taking advantage? It's mutual assistance. You must understand, our team comprises only 8 members, and at least 3 of us must persevere from start to finish. Surely, you wouldn't want to see us eliminated, would you? Moreover, Arthur is the captain. He cannot withdraw due to pain. Do you realize the tremendous challenge this poses for him? Xia Mo implored, wrapping his arms around her in a playful manner. Don't try that on me. It won't work. Xiao Rou pouted. Oh, come on. I treated you to a delightful late-night meal today. How can you be like this? Xia Mo complained, feigning indignation. Today was about fulfilling a promise. Not merely because you took me out to eat. Xiao Rou shot him a sidelong glance. Can you help me? Arthur's old injury will truly impact our team's performance. Xia Mo gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Xiao Rou met Xia Mo's gaze, and after a moment, she relented, saying, All right, I will assist you. But this is the last time, and please refrain from mentioning any unnatural occurrences, like tying the yangan. Upon hearing Xiao Rou's agreement, Xia Mo raised his hands in triumph, his face beaming with joy. Wonderful. Xiao Rou, you are the best. You are the most extraordinary system in the world. With a soft huff, Xiao Rou traced several golden lines in the air with her right hand. The lines gradually intertwined, ultimately forming a small golden orb of light. She extended her hand, presenting the orb to Xia Mo, saying, Take this. It is the light of healing. Later, direct it towards Arthur's foot and gently press down, and it will merge with him. Xia Mo carefully accepted the luminous orb, cradling it in his hands, and gazed at Xiao Rou with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Xiao Rou. You always manage to assist me greatly. This is the last time. Don't expect me to help you again, Xia Mo. Xiao Rou warned him with a knowing look. Understood. Understood. Xia Mo replied, his heart brimming with joy as he looked at the orb in his hands. He then gently placed the orb into his pocket, picked up the bag of supplies, and said to Xiao Rou, I shall take my leave now. With that, he made his way to the door. Humph. He really thinks of himself as a savior, Xiao Rou muttered under her breath, arms crossed. Chapter 93. Healing at this moment, Xia Mo walked with a light step. He arrived at Arthur's door and raised his right hand to knock. Moments later, the door swung open. Arthur, clad in an oversized shirt and pajama pants, appeared somewhat surprised to see Xia Mo. Oh, so late. Do you need something from me? Xia Mo smiled and said, I just encountered Vilo. She mentioned she would deliver medicine to you. I offered to bring it instead, to spare her the trouble of running up and down the stairs. You rascal, ha. Now hand over the medicine to me. Hurry back and rest. Captain Arthur chuckled as he extended his hand. Captain Arthur, won't you invite me in for a moment? Xia Mo gazed intently at Arthur. What would we do sitting here at this late hour? Arthur teased with a smile. Captain Arthur, I am aware. Vilo has informed me about your foot. Xia Mo noticed Arthur deliberately avoiding the doorway, concealing his foot from her view. Oh dear, very well. Come inside, Arthur said, limping back to his room. As Xia Mo entered the room, he discovered that Arthur's decor mirrored his own. He gently closed the door and approached the floating chair to take a seat. Arthur, dragging his injured leg, retrieved a can of cold drink from the refrigerator and handed it to Xia Mo before reclining beside the bed. Why on earth did Velo have to inform you about my injury? Arthur murmured to himself. He then added, It's nothing, Xia Mo. A few days of medication will suffice, and it won't hinder our team's competition. Captain Arthur, you should not push yourself. Xia Mo replied, locking eyes with Arthur. Arthur's complexion instantly turned pale. He sighed and said, Alas, Xia Mo, I truly have to rely on you this time. My old ailment has suddenly worsened, and I am at a loss. All I can do is rest and give my best during the competition. He shook his head in resignation. Captain Arthur, I came to see you today, firstly out of concern, and secondly because I heard from Velo about your condition. I have concocted a remedy based on the treatments of our planet, which is particularly effective for your ailment, Xia Mo said, gazing intently at Arthur. Is that so? Huh. My condition has left major hospitals helpless, Arthur replied with a bitter smile. Why not give it a try? Xia Mo suggested. He continued, Captain, I can assist you with your treatment, but you must promise me one thing. Upon hearing this, Arthur sat up slightly, his spirits lifting at the prospect of Xia Mo's healing abilities. He quickly inquired, What is the condition? Xia Mo rose slowly and said, Arthur, I understand that as the captain, you always give your all, but you seem to forget that we are all team members, each with our own contributions to make. Thus, do not bear everything alone. We are here to assist you. Furthermore, when things occur, do not conceal them. Look, if it weren't for Velo, who would have known about your old injury resurfacing? What would happen during the match? You must express it. We shall face it together. After speaking, Xia Mo fixed a resolute gaze upon Arthur. Arthur felt a lump in his throat and smiled. Xia Mo, I comprehend your sentiments and recognize that you have my best interests at heart. However, sometimes matters cannot simply be resolved by voicing them. Do you understand? There are responsibilities that I must shoulder. Captain Arthur, yet speaking out is always better than bottling things up. Let us confront this together. Xia Mo approached Arthur, squatted down, and retrieved a small golden orb from his pocket, gazing at Arthur as he inquired, Captain, is it this foot? Yes, indeed. I accidentally collided during a match years ago, and it has become a lingering ailment, Arthur replied with a smile. Arthur, you truly are modest. You were clearly ambushed, Xia Mo thought to himself, gently shaking his head. Subsequently, Xia Mo pressed the small orb against Arthur's injured foot, and the orb gradually merged into his foot, the golden light slowly fading away. Xia Mo rose to his feet and inquired, Captain Arthur, stand up and take a few steps. How does it feel? Have you recovered so swiftly? Arthur was taken aback by the sudden improvement. He leaped from the bed, and in just a few steps, the joy on his face blossomed like a vibrant flower. Xia Mo, how did you accomplish this? It's truly miraculous. I have sought the help of countless hospitals, tried numerous remedies, and applied countless plasters, yet none have proven effective. Yet you achieve results with but a single dose? He paced excitedly around the room. Xia Mo's lips curved into a smile as she witnessed Arthur's joy, and her heart swelled with satisfaction. Xia Mo, I am truly grateful to you, Arthur said, gazing at her. Yes, this medicine was brought from my hometown. It is the only one I possess. Since you are injured, I thought it might prove useful, she explained after clearing her throat. Oh, so you only have one? That makes me feel rather guilty, Arthur replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Oh, do not concern yourself with that. Good resources should be utilized wisely. I am fine. If you need it, please use it. You can give your all in the basketball match. Xia Mo reassured him. Xia Mo, I truly do not know how to repay you, Arthur expressed with deep emotion. Oh, it is merely a trivial matter. Arthur, it is getting late, and I must take my rest. Remember, after taking the medicine, you should rest well and avoid strenuous activities for a few days. Xia Mo waved goodbye. All right, then you should rest. There is a match tomorrow. Do not stay up late, Arthur urged. Yes, and you should also retire early, Xia Mo remarked as she gently closed the door behind her. Inside, Arthur paced back and forth, gazing at his healing foot, filled with joy at the thought of being able to alleviate the pressure on the team during the upcoming competition. He silently expressed his gratitude to Xia Mo, recognizing the significant help she had provided. Xia Mo hummed a little tune, merrily returning to her room. Upon seeing Xiaoro still waiting in bed, she closed the door and dashed straight to her side, excitedly exclaiming, Xiaoro, you are truly remarkable. Arthur's foot is almost healed. Chapter 94, The Resurgence of Battle Humph. Xiaoro responded with a soft grunt. Xiaoro, you are truly impressive. You should have seen how delighted Arthur was just now. Xia Mo animatedly illustrated Arthur's joy with her hands. You're so extraordinary, I feel as though I've stumbled upon a treasure. Xia Mo exclaimed with delight. Of course, you have no idea how capable I truly am. Xiaoro was slightly cheered by Xia Mo's teasing. Indeed, Xiaoro is the greatest. Next time, I'll take you to savor some delicacies. As she spoke, Xia Mo handed a cold drink to Xiaoro. Xiaoro's eyes lit up at the sight of the drink Xia Mo offered, and she eagerly accepted it, gulping it down in one go. At least you have a bit of conscience, Xiaoro remarked between sips. Hiki, Xia Mo chuckled. Xia Mo praised Xiaoro, and her spirits instantly brightened. He cast a glance at the clock and realized that the night had deepened, urging him to rest early for the impending competition the next day. After exchanging goodnights, Xia Mo drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xia Mo awoke to the persistent ringing of his alarm clock. He turned it off, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and gazed at Xiaoro, who was still lost in dreams beside him. Xia Mo lifted his gaze to check the time. It was not too early, yet he could not afford to delay any longer. He rose and quickly completed his morning routine, emerging from the bathroom to gently nudge Xiaoro. Xiaoro, it's dawn, the sun is shining. Xiaoro sleepily opened her eyes and regarded Xia Mo. I'll head down first. You should hurry too, suggested Xia Mo. Xiaoro replied, transforming into a glimmering thought within Xia Mo's mind. Xia Mo changed his attire and stepped out of his room. He arrived at the basketball court, which was still bustling with activity and vibrant with energy. Upon seeing Xia Mo, the players eagerly approached to greet him. Good morning, Xia Mo. Are you here for training again today? I heard you have an important match scheduled for later. Is that true? Xia Mo smiled in response to everyone. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Look at your popularity, it's ever increasing." Xia Mo turned around to find it was Was. "Awake now? You didn't overindulge last night, did you?" Xia Mo teased. Was scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "Not at all, I wasn't drunk." "Haha, Was, you really are quite stubborn," Face chimed in, placing an arm around Waz's shoulder. "You were carried back last night, you know." Their playful interaction revealed a growing camaraderie. Observing this, Xia Mo smiled subtly but chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Xia Mo invited Waz to an empty basketball court, proclaiming, "Waz, I wish to demonstrate long-range shooting." He positioned himself beyond the three-point line, leaped gracefully, and with a slight flick of his wrist, sent the basketball soaring. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net. FaZe clapped and exclaimed, "Xia Mo, that was incredible." Rising from his seat, Xia Mo turned to Waz. "Did you see that clearly? I think I can give it a try." Waz said as he picked up the ball from the ground and took Xia Mo's place, aiming for the hoop. With determination, he jumped high, his right hand trembling slightly, and released the ball. However, it merely grazed the rim before bouncing away. "Waz, what you need to learn is how to achieve a clean shot, not rely on luck. Right now, there is no one defending you. But how would you score if there were?" Xia Mo advised Waz. Xia Mo tightened his grip on the basketball once more, turning to Waz and indicating, "Pay attention to my gestures, the trajectory of the ball in flight, and the moment of the shot." Xia Mo aimed at the hoop, leaping into the air to reach the optimal throwing position. With a deft flick of his wrist, the basketball swiftly soared from his hand, tracing a precise arc before nestling into the net within the three-point line. Did you see that? The key lies in the subtle control of the wrist. It's about feeling it with your fingers. Find the ideal shooting point, then release. Xia Mo explained to Waz. Waz nodded, retrieving a basketball from a short distance and joining Xia Mo, similarly aiming for the hoop as he leapt. He sought that pinnacle moment, his fingers delicately caressing the ball, adjusting the angle before gently flicking his wrist. The basketball swished through the net, scoring effortlessly. "Well done, Waz." Xia Mo applauded. "It seems you have made significant progress. By the way, where are your claws?" He suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Did you just notice, Xia Mo?" FaZe interjected. "Well, I just became aware of it." Xia Mo scratched his head. "Ever since you activated the awakening mode last time, he has been maintaining his human form for longer periods after playing basketball with you," FaZe elucidated. "I see," Xia Mo replied with a wry smile. After finishing his shot, Waz turned to Xia Mo with excitement, exclaiming, "Xia Mo, I feel like I'm adapting quickly. This is entirely different from shooting three-pointers before. Indeed, you now possess fingers, my friend. Previously, with claws, you could hardly grasp the essence of basketball. Now, you can fully perceive the texture of the ball, enabling you to shoot with greater accuracy," Xia Mo instructed. "Ah, so that's how it is," was nodded thoughtfully. Xia Mo retrieved the ball and gazed at Waz. "Let us see," he said. "I will stand before you, not to block your shot, but merely to leap and disrupt your line of sight." Waz accepted the ball, and Xia Mo positioned himself directly opposite. "Shall we begin?" Waz, holding the ball, executed two feints in an attempt to shake off Xia Mo, yet Xia Mo remained as steadfast as a rock. Suddenly, Waz sprang into the air, and Xia Mo immediately followed suit, raising his arms high to obscure Waz's view. Sensing the challenge, Waz fixed his gaze intently on the hoop. His right hand trembled slightly as he felt the texture of the basketball, and with determination, he released the shot. Despite Xia Mo's obstruction of his sight, Waz's ball soared directly towards the hoop, only to regrettably clang off the rim. Did you see that? Defending against an opponent is an entirely different matter than shooting unchallenged, Xia Mo declared as he landed and steadied himself. Indeed, that is true, Waz replied slowly. Thus, practice and experience are the best methods, Xia Mo suggested with calm assurance. Chapter 95, The Resurgence of Battle, Part 2. Xia Mo picked up the ball from the ground and then said to Waz, "Come, defend me. I wish to showcase my skills." Waz immediately positioned himself opposite Xia Mo, who held the ball firmly, ready for action. He mimicked Waz's movements, feigning a shot in an attempt to deceive him. However, Waz remained unfold, steadfast in his defense. In the moment of Xia Mo's feint, he suddenly leaped into the air. Waz was momentarily startled and followed suit, yet he was evidently a beat too slow. Xia Mo raised his arms slightly, adopting the shooting posture. His gaze fixed intently on the hoop, but Waz obstructed his line of sight. Waz thought to himself, "Let us see how you will execute this shot." Xia Mo delicately felt the texture of the basketball with her fingers, and with a gentle flick of her wrist, the ball soared into the air. It traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net. Upon landing, Xia Mo steadied her stance and remarked, "You must practice your three-point shooting diligently. Once you attain proficiency, I shall impart to you more advanced techniques, including the art of shooting accurately while in motion. At that time, I will also teach you the exquisite skill of leaping to receive the ball and shoot." Was nodded in understanding, then took the basketball and began to focus intently on perfecting his three-point shots. As Xia Mo beheld the scene, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. He turned to Fei Si and urged, "Hasten. Do not dawdle. The time for the group matches is precious. Quickly, let us practice positioning." Understood. Fei Si reluctantly grasped the ball and made his way to the basket. "Come, let us take our positions. You attempt to block me." Xia Mo positioned himself before Fei Si. Fei Si persistently endeavored to thwart Xia Mo with his footwork, yet Xia Mo's movements were as agile as a serpent, effortlessly circumventing Fei Si's attempts at positioning. Xia Mo shook his head, remarking, "Your method of positioning is flawed. You must adopt a different mindset, contemplating how to counteract and how to completely neutralize your opponent. Do not fret about injuring them. They will not allow themselves to be easily harmed." At a distance, Vilo sat, and unbeknownst to him, Arthur had quietly approached and waved a greeting. "Brother, you are here too?" Vilo beamed at Arthur. "Indeed, I came to watch Xia Mo." Arthur inquired. "Yes, he has a revival match today," Vilo replied in a hushed tone. "Ah, very well." Arthur observed Vilo and remarked, "Brother, your foot is better now?" He noted that Vilo's foot appeared to be free of issues. Arthur bounced lightly, exclaiming, "Yes, I have fully recovered. How did you heal so swiftly?" Those herbs seemed ineffective. Vilo expressed his astonishment, suspecting the herbs had played a role. Arthur shook his head, clarifying, "It was not the herbs. It was Xia Mo who aided in my healing." "Xia Mo? He is not a doctor. How could he possibly mend your old injury?" Vilo remained skeptical. He mentioned he brought a type of medicine from his planet, originally intended to prevent foot injuries. Upon discovering my foot was troubled, he administered it to me. "Look, I am completely healed now," Arthur declared with evident joy. "Oh, that is wonderful," Vilo exclaimed in delight. "Why did you divulge this to him? Does it not make him more anxious?" Arthur chided lightly with a smile directed at Vilo. "It is for your sake, brother. I wanted him to know so he could provide you with assistance on the court and alleviate some of the pressure," Vilo softly explained. "Aha, well, I comprehend now. My foot has also recovered. Once our quintet can compete normally, we shall truly showcase our abilities. During this time, I will diligently study tactics and later discuss them with Xia Mo to hear his insights," Arthur said with a radiant smile. At this moment, Arthur had come to regard Xia Mo as one of his own, placing great expectations upon him, for he firmly believed in Xia Mo's immense potential. Arthur was also convinced that the outcome of this match hinged entirely on Xia Mo's performance. "Brother, do you believe we can truly achieve victory this time?" Vilo inquired, his eyes wide with anticipation, gazing intently at Arthur. "Trust me, sister, this time we shall surely succeed. We will return to the club victorious." Arthur's confident words greatly encouraged Vilo. Xia Mo continued to engage in an intense confrontation with Fis, who seemed to have gained some insight and begun to grasp a few fundamental positioning techniques. "Xia Mo, how do you think I'm doing now?" Fis asked, brimming with confidence. "You are still quite far from it," Xia Mo replied, shaking his head. "But I did manage to pin you down just now." Fis retorted, "Is that truly what you call pinning down? I allowed you to do so for quite some time." Xia Mo exclaimed, "Ah, mastering positioning is indeed no easy feat." Fis sighed. "What is so difficult about it? It requires patience and a step-by-step approach. There is no such thing as instant success. However, you've learned remarkably quickly. At this stage, you're already doing quite well." Noticing Fis's dejection, Xia Mo promptly offered words of encouragement. "Really?" Fis's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Xia Mo. "Yes, truly," Xia Mo affirmed. "Then I shall practice on my own once more." Fis gathered his courage and prepared to try again. Xia Mo noticed Arthur and Velo not far away and said to Fis, "You practice first. I will go greet Velo and Arthur." With that, Xia Mo jogged towards Velo and Arthur. "Velo, you arrived quite early today," Xia Mo remarked, scratching the back of his head. Chapter 96, The Resurgence of Battle, Part 3. "I heard you have cured your brother's old ailment?" Velo inquired with a smile, gazing at Xia Mo. "Yes, it was an old remedy from my hometown. I thought I would give it a try, and to my surprise, it actually worked." Xia Mo replied with a smile, looking at Velo. You truly are someone of hidden talents, Velo exclaimed, rising to his feet and playfully patting Xia Mo's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Just a coincidence, Xia Mo responded with a chuckle. At that moment, Arthur spoke from behind Velo. Xia Mo, the revival match is about to start. Are you feeling confident? You, my friend, have a tongue sweeter than honey. Velo laughed. After a brief moment of light conversation, Velo suggested, Xia Mo, shall we be on our way? Absolutely, Xia Mo replied, glancing back at Waz and Fis, who were diligently practicing. He silently resolved to put in even more effort, unwilling to let everyone's expectations go unmet. Following Velo, they ascended to the pinnacle of the high-rise and once again boarded the small flying vehicle. Xia Mo fastened his seatbelt, and Velo said, let us set off. The vehicle immediately ascended, heading straight for Arena A. Xia Mo, thank you for helping my brother recover, Velo remarked softly, gazing ahead. It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. For athletes, injuries are the most devastating blow, easily leading to despair. I've noticed that Captain Arthur has been somewhat downcast lately. Besides, once the quintet competition begins, we can truly showcase our abilities. Xia Mo exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yes, but I must still express my gratitude for helping my brother regain his spirits, Velo replied, filled with appreciation. Oh, family shouldn't stand on ceremony. There's no need to be so courteous, Xia Mo said, feeling a bit bashful from the praise. Now let us discuss today's revival match. What are your thoughts? Velo activated the autopilot and leaned back in his seat. Thoughts? Let us dive in and give it our all. Xia Mo laughed heartily. Still, it's wise to exercise caution. Velo remained concerned for Xia Mo. After all, Velo was inherently a cautious person, aware that while others might recover from a misstep, he could not afford such a luxury. One wrong move could lead to irrevocable consequences. Thus, he became exceptionally careful, never taking risks lightly. Xia Mo discerned his concern and spoke. While I possess a certain arrogance, I am also aware of when to embrace pride and when to exercise caution. Therefore, rest assured, victory in this competition is imperative for me. Should I perceive any risk, I shall not partake in the revival match. That brings me solace, Velo murmured in response. Perhaps it is merely our illusion. Fis might just be in a foul mood and has indulged a bit too much. Xia Mo attempted to elucidate, yet his gaze wavered slightly. Illusion? I have never witnessed Fis in such a manner, as though concealing a significant secret, Velo asserted, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Xia Mo. Xia Mo scratched his head, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. Indeed, we engaged in conversation, but it primarily revolved around the future of the team. Your matters were not broached. Perhaps Faze has his own reasons. Oh, could you divulge the specifics of your discussion? Velo pressed, clearly not entirely convinced. We deliberated on enhancing team collaboration and strategizing for the forthcoming challenges. That is all, nothing particularly noteworthy. Xia Mo endeavored to maintain his composure. Velo scrutinized Xia Mo for a moment before finally exhaling a sigh. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. However, should anything arise, do remember to inform me. After all, we are friends, are we not? A warmth enveloped Xia Mo's heart as she nodded and replied, of course, we shall always be friends. If anything arises, you will be the first to know. The tension that lingered between them dissipated, and the gentle strains of music in the car infused their conversation with an air of ease. Virgo gazed intently at Xia Mo, stating earnestly, it feels as though they are conspiring against me. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Mo contemplated the misunderstanding that had led Virgo to believe they were speaking of him behind his back. Xia Mo hurriedly clarified, Virgo, how could we ever speak ill of you? We scarcely have time to sing your praises, let alone tarnish your reputation. Indeed, you have left me with little room for criticism, Virgo pondered. Wait, could it be that Watts is speaking ill of me behind my back? Virgo fixed his gaze upon Xia Mo, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Xia Mo forced a smile, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was he truly going to let Watts bear the brunt of this blame? Yet, that would be unjust to Watts. What if Virgo sought him out for clarification? Wouldn't that expose his ruse? Xia Mo hastily clarified, do not indulge in such unfounded speculations. How could Watts possibly speak ill of you? You are correct. If some foolhardy individual dares to slander me, I shall ensure they experience the consequences. Virgo gestured menacingly, causing Xia Mo to break into a cold sweat. Offending Virgo was no trivial matter. Next time, a different approach must be taken to treat Ro to a meal. Impersonating Virgo was no longer an option, lest his own life be in jeopardy. Virgo cast a sidelong glance at Xia Mo and remarked, very well, Perhaps Faiz truly was inebriated, or perhaps I have been overthinking. Chapter 97. The commencement of action. Xia Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "You must be overthinking. You are far too sensitive." "I hope that's the case," Virgo responded. The two continued their casual conversation for a while. The sedan came to a halt in front of the A gymnasium, and they alighted and walked inside. Xia Mo followed Virgo closely as they entered the familiar little gym once again, swiping their cards to gain access. They stepped inside, settling into the same compartment, patiently awaiting the announcement. This time, Xia Mo felt no trace of the anxiety that had gripped him during his first visit. Instead, he hummed a tune. Observing the staff diligently cleaning the floor and arranging the tables and chairs on the projector screen. "Are we perhaps too early?" Xia Mo inquired, glancing at Virgo. "Well, I just wanted to arrive early to avoid any rush," Virgo replied. "That makes sense," Xia Mo murmured softly, continuing his melodicum. "You seem far less nervous than your initial visit," Virgo remarked with a smile directed at Xia Mo. "Of course. Who am I but a legend in the realm of basketball? What have I to fear? Those tricks are of no consequence to me," Xia Mo jested. "You certainly have a way with words," Virgo teased, casting a playful glare at Xia Mo. At that moment, the announcement crackled to life. "The court is ready, all players. Please prepare." "Xia Mo, are you ready?" Virgo asked, his gaze fixed on him. "Absolutely, just wait and see my performance." Xia Mo winked mischievously at Virgo. A moment later, the announcement echoed again. "Player Xia Mo from X Basketball Club, please proceed to Court B." "Xia Mo, it's your turn. Do your best," Virgo encouraged him. "Understood. I'm on my way," Xia Mo replied, rising to his feet, waving goodbye as he made his way into the passage leading to Court B. Xia Mo traversed the passage with poise, stepping into the B-zone arena. The four referees remained seated at their table, one of them rising to inquire, "Are you the one who voluntarily requested to participate in the resurrection match, Xia Mo?" "Indeed, that is I," Xia Mo replied resolutely. "Such determination is a rarity among players," the man remarked before resuming his seat. Xia Mo strode confidently into the center of the arena as a hovering device swiftly descended upon him, conducting a thorough scan from above. Shortly thereafter, the device emitted a voice, "Verification successful." Xia Mo stood at the center of the court, contemplating. Look at this self-important fellow. Does he intend to showcase his prowess or retreat in haste? Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the tunnel. The man radiated a robust masculinity, and his piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, made Xia Mo feel somewhat uneasy. He possessed bronze-toned, muscular physique, comparable to Xia Mo's own. A machine hovered above him, executing the same verification process. Verification successful. The man sported neat short hair, his body adorned with numerous scars. Approaching Xia Mo, he inquired, "Are you the new star of the X Basketball Club?" "Yes. What brings you here?" Xia Mo countered. "I hail from the Star Club. I heard you defeated that playboy." The man replied. "Indeed, his skills were lacking." Xia Mo responded nonchalantly. "Humph, you are quite full of yourself. Don't think that a single stroke of luck has granted you superiority. This time, I shall show you what a true conclusion looks like." The man glared coldly at Xia Mo, unaware that Xia Mo had triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, mistakenly believing him to be a participant in a revival match after a single defeat. "Well then, let us see if you possess the capability." Xia Mo replied with a calm smile. "Such bravado," the man said, slightly stiffening in a defensive posture. The referee arrived just in time, signaling for both to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine possession. After a brief contest, Xia Mo emerged victorious, securing the first move. He positioned himself on the 3-point line, while his opponent stood slightly ahead of the free throw line. The referee handed him the ball, and upon receiving it, Xia Mo heard the whistle signaling the start. "I will demonstrate the disparity in our strengths." The man licked his lips, speaking coldly. At this moment, he did not regard Xia Mo with much seriousness, for he believed Xia Mo had merely enjoyed a fluke victory over the playboy, of whose abilities he was fully aware. "Is that so?" Xia Mo replied with a smile. Suddenly, Xia Mo extended his right leg, gauging his opponent's reaction. The man anticipated an attack from the right and immediately fortified his defense on that side. Upon realizing he had been deceived, he quickly adjusted his balance to defend with all his might. Haha, this exemplifies the gap in our abilities. Had I truly committed to action just now, you would have already lost. Xia Mo laughed heartily. With that, Xia Mo charged towards the man's right side. The man initially thought this was merely a feint, but was taken aback as Xia Mo suddenly accelerated toward him. He hastily extended both hands, preparing for a serious defense. Xia Mo suddenly came to a halt. Maintaining a certain distance from the man, deftly dribbling the ball beneath his legs, intending to bewilder his opponent and catch him off guard. However, the man's physical prowess was exceptional, and he was not easily ensnared by Xia Mo's tactic. Not bad, Xia Mo remarked as he swiftly dribbled the ball twice behind his back, launching another assault towards the man's left side. The man promptly sidestepped, ever ready to thwart Xia Mo's advance. As Xia Mo noticed his pursuer closely following, he immediately executed a series of swift directional changes before the man. Startled, the man thought to himself, how dare he attempt such tricks before me? Is this not akin to walking into a snare? Seizing the moment, he reached out, intent on intercepting Xia Mo's ball. However, Xia Mo had long anticipated this very action. In the instant the man extended his hand, Xia Mo deftly maneuvered the ball behind his back and pivoted, intending to break through once more from the left side. At that moment, the man realized the predicament he was in. He had been outwitted. Hastily retracting his hand, he attempted to defend again, but it was too late. Xia Mo had already surpassed him, and as he passed by, he inquired, "Is this what you refer to as a disparity in strength?" With that, Xia Mo swiftly launched himself towards the basket. Observing this, the man rushed forward to defend, trying to obstruct Xia Mo from the side. Chapter 98. Composure. Xia Mo advanced with remarkable speed, while the man endeavored to obstruct his path of attack. Xia Mo has advanced closely to the basket, taking one step, then another, before soaring into the air. The man, witnessing Xia Mo's leap, follows suit, ready to contest his shot. Xia Mo, gripping the ball in his left hand, prepares to take a shot. The man raises his left hand, poised to block. Xia Mo deftly lowers the ball again, creating an elegant arc, then swiftly switches the ball to his right hand, lifting it once more in readiness for the layup. The man, convinced that Xia Mo intends to execute a reverse layup, extends his right hand with a smug expression, believing that Xia Mo stands no chance of scoring. Xia Mo chuckled softly and remarked, "To strike an egg against a stone." In an instant, her right hand traversed the 3-foot space beneath the man's armpit. Xia Mo's right hand subtly emerged at the man's waist, her fingers gently trembling as they skillfully maneuvered the basketball. With a flick of her wrist, the ball soared gracefully toward the hoop, landing squarely in the net with a satisfying swish, leaving the man utterly astonished. This was undeniably the finesse of a masterful player. When had she acquired such remarkable prowess? The man stared wide-eyed, still unable to comprehend the reality before him, rooted in place. Xia Mo steadied his footsteps, gently patting his hands and lightly tapping the man's shoulder, remarking with an air of indifference, "Beyond the mountains, there are more mountains. Beyond people, there are more people. I haven't had breakfast, and I certainly do not wish to be defeated even in my hunger." Upon hearing these words, the man was consumed by fury. With a swift motion, he brushed aside Xia Mo's hand resting on his shoulder, gritting his teeth in anger. "Very well, you have succeeded in provoking me. Now, show your true skills, or you shall be thoroughly embarrassed." As Xia Mo walked towards the free throw line, he waved his hand in response. At that moment, the ball was in the man's possession, and he stood poised at the three-point line. Xia Mo stepped slightly forward, positioning himself just before the free throw line. The referee passed the ball to the man and promptly blew the whistle to signal the start of the match once again. The duel commenced anew as the man charged directly towards Xia Mo with the ball in hand. Yet, Xia Mo remained utterly unperturbed. In terms of physical stamina and combat prowess, unless faced with an adversary of Phase's caliber, he possessed his own strategies to handle any situation. Observing Xia Mo's unwavering stance, the man abruptly halted and executed a behind-the-back dribble. Was his dribbling speed too sluggish? Xia Mo taunted during his defense, the disdain in his tone inciting the man's ire. "What, do you need me to teach you a few moves?" Xia Mo's provocative remarks ignited the man's fury. Indeed, the man, consumed by rage, persisted with a series of behind-the-back dribbles, attempting to breach Xia Mo's defenses. However, Xia Mo's guard was as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving the man unable to penetrate. In a moment of desperation, the man swiftly executed a between-the-legs dribble, preparing to force his way through Xia Mo's left flank. Xia Mo would not allow him to succeed so easily and prepared to intercept the ball. The man immediately pulled the ball back, prompting Xia Mo to reflect. That reaction was quite nimble, indeed. Realizing that impatience would yield no results, the man steadied his stance and swiftly dribbled the ball beneath his legs, searching for an opening. Xia Mo discerned that the man was seeking an opportunity and had adjusted his stance accordingly. His ability to calm his anger so swiftly revealed a commendable psychological resilience. Xia Mo mused. At that moment, seizing the chance as Xia Mo shifted slightly to the left, the man suddenly surged forward, driving the ball fiercely from the right side. Xia Mo noticed a sudden surge in the man's speed and immediately became alert. Xia Mo transcended his limits, swiftly transitioning into a defensive stance. Keenly observing every movement of his opponent, a faint spark glimmered in the man's eyes. Awakening state, he mused inwardly, amused by the prompt activation. As the defense unfolded, the two had stealthily approached the restricted area. The man prepared for a direct layup, leaping into the air. Xia Mo, of course, would not miss the golden opportunity, and similarly leapt into the air. The man swiftly made his move, attempting to seize the advantage before Xia Mo could reach the same height. Just as he was about to take his shot, Xia Mo had already ascended high, his arms blocking the man's line of sight. Whatever means you possess, feel free to employ them, Xia Mo taunted. The man remained silent, responding, "You wish to compete with me in the art of suspension? Huh." He was renowned as the king of suspension in the basketball club, unmatched by anyone. However, he was gravely mistaken. The individual before him possessed an even greater ability to remain airborne. Xia Mo burst into laughter, for it was the first time someone dared to challenge his ability to remain suspended in the air. The man struggled to maintain his position, while Xia Mo effortlessly glided through the sky. Gradually, the man began to descend, and in a moment of desperation, he opted for a backward shot. Just as the ball left his hands, Xia Mo executed a sharp block, sending the ball soaring away. The man was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Xia Mo's aerial prowess was so extraordinary, even surpassing his own. Furthermore, he had assumed that his backward position was foolproof. Yet Xia Mo easily thwarted his attempt. Xia Mo landed steadily, gazing at the man still immersed in shock, and remarked with a smile, "Do not overthink it. It may strain your mind." The man, lost in memories, muttered to himself, "Xia Mo is truly formidable." Nevertheless, he resolved to confront him head-on. Next, Xia Mo held the ball, standing beyond the three-point line as the referee passed it to him. With a calm smile, Xia Mo provocatively declared, "Perhaps not. I intend to secure an absolute victory over you." The man, taken aback by his words, felt a surge of confusion. Was there still two more offensive opportunities? No. He aimed for a three-pointer. The man immediately rushed forward, attempting to thwart Xia Mo. However, Xia Mo skillfully controlled the ball with his left hand, suddenly stepping back before leaping into the air. The man hurriedly approached and leaped as well. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth as he softly said, "Huh, I've caught up. How do you plan to respond?" Chapter 99. The distance of miracles with a slight upward curve of his lips. The man exuded an air of unwavering confidence. "This time, I shall block you for certain," he boldly proclaimed. "Oh, is that so?" Xia Mo, relying on his exceptional core strength, leaned slightly backward. Xia Mo leaned back slowly, allowing the man to reach out in vain, yet he could not touch his ball. Xia Mo's wrist suddenly flicked, his fingertips subtly capturing the sensation of the basketball. In the next moment, the ball shot from his hand like an arrow released from a bow, soaring towards the hoop. The man stood in astonishment, utterly powerless to intervene. The basketball deftly glided past his fingers, swishing effortlessly through the net. An exquisite, hollow entry. As the man landed, he remained frozen in place, having had no opportunity to unleash his own skills before being effortlessly defeated by Xia Mo. He gazed ahead in disbelief. After Xia Mo landed, he lightly clapped his hands and patted the man's shoulder, saying, "You must understand, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and there are always greater people beyond people. Moreover, the disparity in our strengths is far too significant. You speak the truth. The difference in our abilities is indeed vast. You are not my match." The man stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a drone flew overhead, and an announcement echoed. Court 57, X-Basketball Club. Xia Mo emerges victorious. At this moment, within the confines of the X-Basketball Club, a crowd remained gathered at the edge of the court, their eyes fixed on the large screen displaying Xia Mo's three-point shot. Gasps of awe filled the air. Xia Mo's move is simply spectacular. I concur. His prowess is astounding. Oh, how I wish to learn that. Not far away, Fisk gazed at the screen and remarked, "Was, is this the skill you wish to master?" "Yes, I believe it is," was replied thoughtfully. The fadeaway jumper combined with a three-pointer, while maintaining accuracy, is undoubtedly quite challenging. Oh, this is not a bad thing at all. When the time comes, Xia Mo will teach you personally. I have no doubt you will succeed. Fis encouraged. Giving Was a thumbs up, Was nodded in agreement, responding, "It seems I must heed Xia Mo's advice. Relying solely on traditional techniques. The three of us stand no chance." At that moment, Was grasped the reason behind Xia Mo's insistence that he learn the three-point shot. It was clear to Was that, like Xia Mo, who could both shoot from beyond the arc and execute layups, he was nearly invincible in one-on-one matches. In stark contrast, the man clearly struggled with long-range shooting and his layups were mediocre. His overly formulaic style of play had become a disadvantage in individual competitions. In a team setting, it would likely prove even more challenging. On court 57, the man gradually regained his composure, gazing at Xia Mo with his mouth slightly agape, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he silently left the court. At this moment, Xia Mo brimmed with confidence, firmly believing in his own abilities. In the forthcoming confrontation, that arrogant individual would undoubtedly be unable to withstand my prowess. Meanwhile, from the judges' table, the central adjudicator rose, and applause resonated throughout the hall. He then proclaimed, "Xia Mo, your performance has left a profound impression. I eagerly anticipate your future." With that, he resumed his seat. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo let out a slight, somewhat awkward chuckle. Immediately thereafter, the machine began to announce, "Please welcome the next contestant to the stage." Xia Mo gazed towards the entrance, silently vowing, "Today, I shall bring you to tears." Soon after, that arrogant adversary staggered into view, persistently provoking, as always. He approached the machine for scanning, and upon successfully completing it, made his way to the court. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Xia Mo. His complexion instantly turned ashen as he exclaimed, How can you participate in the revival match?" "Ah, I see. You lost a match in the preliminaries?" The flamboyant-haired man initially believed Xia Mo's claim of being unable to advance to the finals was mere jest. However, reality caught him off guard. He truly encountered Xia Mo. "Well, did you not anticipate this? I specifically requested the judges to arrange this additional match for me. I volunteered to participate. By the way, I should mention, I won all 3 matches in the preliminaries. I even sent one of your teammates packing just now. I forgot to ask his name, the burly fellow." Xia Mo revealed a cunning smile, fixing his gaze on the flamboyant-haired man. Shocked, the man pointed at Xia Mo, stammering, You actually. Today, I shall personally defeat you and make you comprehend the folly of your actions," Xia Mo retorted, pointing back with a grin. The referee blew the whistle, signaling them to determine the order of attack through rock, paper, scissors. The two then engaged in their duel, ultimately resulting in the flamboyant-haired man's victory. A profound smile flickered across Xia Mo's face. Today, he intended to make the flamboyant player fully comprehend reality. The two positioned themselves on the court as predetermined. The flamboyant player stood beyond the three-point line. The referee passed him the ball, and then blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. Humph. The flamboyant player let out a cold scoff. He swiftly extended his right foot, attempting to test Xia Mo. However, Xia Mo was not deceived by his maneuver. The flamboyant player, eager, probed again with his right foot, causing Xia Mo to worry that he might attempt a jump shot. Consequently, Xia Mo gradually advanced 2 steps forward. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the flamboyant player hastily dribbled the ball, intending to break through to Xia Mo's right side. Xia Mo would not allow this opportunity to slip away. He swiftly glided to the right side to fortify his defense. Upon noticing this, the man with the flamboyant hairstyle immediately turned his back to dribble the ball. Attempting to pivot and shake off his opponent, Xia Mo followed closely behind. Just as the man with the flamboyant hairstyle turned around, Xia Mo reached out, poised to intercept. Fortunately, the man reacted swiftly, pulling the ball back just in time. That was a close call. It nearly slipped away from him, the man thought to himself. Xia Mo's interception skills are comparable to those of Was, and while their speeds each possess unique merits at this moment, he is merely testing the waters with a tentative attempt at intercepting the ball. Otherwise, the ball would have already found its way into Xia Mo's grasp. He intentionally seeks to gradually wear down the patience of the man with the flamboyant hairstyle. Quite the quick reflexes, Xia Mo remarked with a charming smile. Humph. The man with the flamboyant hairstyle coldly retorted, evidently disinterested in engaging further with Xia Mo. He then skillfully controlled the ball with his right hand and charged again towards Xia Mo's right defensive line. Xia Mo swiftly slid into position, maintaining a steadfast defense on the right side. Observing this scenario, the man with the flamboyant hairstyle quickly shifted to dribble with his left hand, intending to break through from the left. However, Xia Mo had anticipated this move, nimbly shifting his body to the left. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the man could only resort to dribbling between his legs. Chapter 100. Where lies authority? The man executed a rapid between-the-legs dribble, while Xia Mo's gaze remained fixed on his feet. Indeed, while hands and eyes may deceive, the feet remain truthful, for there is always one foot acting as the pivot. Xia Mo's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on the feet of the man with the floral cap. Noticing Xia Mo's unwavering concentration, the floral-capped man, left with no choice, launched another attack. He executed 2 deft dribbles between his legs, then swiftly maneuvered the ball behind him, attempting to break through from the right side. Xia Mo seized the opportunity, swiftly extending his right hand in preparation to snatch the ball. The flamboyant-haired man sensed impending doom, hastily retreating, and without hesitation, leaped high into the air, casting a disdainful glance at the still grounded Xia Mo. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, this fellow possesses some skill, knowing to retreat and take a jump shot when unable to penetrate. However, this posed no threat to Xia Mo, for he was a master of both the retreat jump shot and the fadeaway jumper. Xia Mo is capable of executing a 3-point fadeaway and a step-back jumper with remarkable finesse. In an instant, he propels himself off the ground, taking a decisive step forward before leaping gracefully into the air. In the face of a step-back jumper, the average individual often leaps forward immediately. Yet this seldom achieves the necessary height. Typically, one must first take a step forward, harnessing the power of inertia to elevate their jump to greater heights. Xia Mo had closed in on the man with the floral headgear. The floral headgear man, still unyielding, seized the opportune moment, flicking his wrist gently to release the ball. Just as the sphere left his hand, a large hand swooped in and sent the basketball soaring away. Are you unaware of my exceptional fadeaway and step-back skills? Xia Mo remarked with a smile, for he had inherited the true essence of Kobe and Harden, making him incomparable to such a character. The floral headgear man glared at Xia Mo, desperately searching for any sign of a foul, but finding none, he could only stare in frustration. Subsequently, Xia Mo tossed the ball to the referee and strolled leisurely to the 3-point line. The floral headgear man was seething with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss, reduced to futilely shouting in anger. Moments later, the referee passed the basketball back to Xia Mo and promptly blew the whistle. Xia Mo held the ball, gazing intently at the male courtesan opposite him, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm of our abilities, he taunted. Humph. Come forth, the male courtesan retorted dismissively. Xia Mo dribbled the ball, swiftly advancing forward with determination. The male courtesan, equally resolute, assumed a defensive stance. Xia Mo suddenly came to an abrupt halt and turned around. With his back facing the flamboyant man, he launched a vigorous assault. This action ignited the flamboyant man's fury. You scoundrel, are resorting to trickery. What? Is physical confrontation deemed against the rules? Xia Mo retorted with a smile. Subsequently, Xia Mo began to single-handedly challenge the flamboyant man, who strained to defend himself, finding it difficult to withstand Xia Mo's strength with one hand. The flamboyant man resorted to extending both arms to brace against Xia Mo's back, attempting to thwart his advance. However, Xia Mo's physical prowess was beyond what the flamboyant man could contend with. With determination, Xia Mo lowered his body and steadily pushed toward the basket. The flamboyant man, unable to match Xia Mo's strength, was compelled to move forward. Are you too cowardly to face me head-on? The flamboyant man bellowed. Xia Mo remained silent, his focus unwavering. As he approached the scoring position, he suddenly pivoted, taking a step back before leaping high into the air. The flamboyant opponent, witnessing this, hastily jumped in an attempt to block the shot. This was a demonstration of the step-back jumper. A subtle smile graced the corners of Xia Mo's lips. Almost simultaneously, the flamboyant opponent also leapt into the air, clinging to a sliver of confidence, believing that their simultaneous ascent would afford him a chance to block Xia Mo's shot. However, Xia Mo's body tilted slightly backward. The flamboyant opponent stretched his arms with all his might, striving to obstruct Xia Mo's release. Yet, as the flamboyant opponent reached his apex, he experienced a brief moment of suspension before plummeting back to the ground. Indeed, the duration of his airborne moment paled in comparison to that of Xia Mo. Watching the flamboyant opponent descend, a faint smile flickered across Xia Mo's face as his wrist deftly flicked, fingers attuned to the texture of the basketball. With a gentle snap of his wrist, the ball soared from his palm towards the hoop. The unmistakable sound of swish echoed as the ball nestled perfectly through the net. Steadying himself, the flamboyant opponent spoke. You, As Xia Mo landed, he remarked, "Have you seen clearly now? This is the true essence of a step-back jumper." His words brimmed with derision towards the courtesan man. The courtesan man advanced, fixing an intense gaze upon Xia Mo, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "I shall surely make you weep." Xia Mo extended one hand, bringing it close to her lips with a playful smile. "Oh dear, are you upset?" At that moment, the flamboyant man appeared with clenched fists, as if consumed by an inferno of rage. Meanwhile, Xia Mo exuded the aura of a masterful antagonist, commanding the scene. The two swiftly took their positions. The flamboyant man received the ball tossed by the referee from beyond the three-point line. The referee then blew the whistle, signaling the resumption of the game. The flamboyant man's eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, even more intense than before. Xia Mo pondered silently. Has it already entered the awakening state so soon? Wait a moment. This time the awakening state seems to be even more pristine. The flamboyant man suddenly dashed towards Xia Mo with such speed that Xia Mo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Impressive. There's still a contest to be had. Xia Mo swiftly intercepted the flamboyant man's offensive. The flamboyant man then executed a clever reverse maneuver, turning to break through on Xia Mo's left side with renewed vigor. Xia Mo furrowed his brows tightly and swiftly slid to the left. In that fleeting moment, the flamboyant man seized the opportunity, making a wide turn to suddenly appear on Xia Mo's right side. He was poised to make a rapid breakthrough from that flank. Xia Mo sensed the impending danger and realized his negligence. He swiftly turned to adopt a defensive stance. The flamboyant man, silent as ever, advanced rapidly forward. Xia Mo could only exert himself in defense against the flamboyant player. At that moment, the flamboyant player surprisingly broke past Xia Mo. However, he did not revel in his success, but immediately sprinted towards the basket. As he prepared to take the shot, Xia Mo pursued him with utmost speed. The flamboyant player seized the moment, dribbling the ball, taking 1 step, 2 steps, and then leaping. Chapter 101, A Strange Transformation. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. He was utterly convinced that his ability to linger in midair would thwart the flamboyant player's attempt to score. The flamboyant player, eyes blazing with determination, unleashed a thunderous roar. He was fully committed to the task at hand, gripping the basketball tightly as he forcefully pulled it downward. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo immediately extended his hands in an attempt to obstruct. He was keenly observing the intentions of the flamboyant player. The player slightly leaned to the right, and then the ball transitioned to his right hand. Instead of attempting a layup, he forcefully launched the ball. The basketball grazed Xia Mo's arm and soared past him, striking the backboard before descending into the net. At that moment, the score was tied, 1-1. At the Basketball Club, was observed the flamboyant player maneuver past Xia Mo and sighed, remarking that Xia Mo had been exceedingly careless. How could Xia Mo be outmaneuvered by such a player? FaZe inquired with a hint of confusion. Did I not mention this before? Xia Mo occasionally exhibits excessive confidence. This is the consequence of overconfidence. Regardless of how feeble the opponent may be, one must never let their guard down. The moment a slight flaw is revealed, it could very well become the turning point for the adversary to seize victory. Was gazed at the large screen and remarked, "Are you referring to just now? Xia Mo is overly confident, isn't he?" FaZe glanced at Was. Indeed, that defensive moment. Xia Mo was overly confident, believing that thwarting the opponent's left-wing assault would ensure his victory. However, to his astonishment, the adversary swiftly altered direction and effortlessly breached his defenses. In truth, when the opponent initially launched the attack, Xia Mo should have sensed the impending danger. Yet, his arrogance clouded his judgment, leading him to firmly believe that he could maintain his position. Consequently, he overlooked this critical signal. Was let out a sigh and shook his head, inquiring, "What shall we do now?" At that moment, Fis was engulfed in anxiety, as if he were competing in place of Xia Mo, desperately hoping to discern this pivotal flaw. Was smiled and Fis sighed again, lamenting, "I hope Xia Mo does not lose this match. Otherwise, advancement will be utterly beyond reach." In the adjacent room, Velo watched as Xia Mo was easily outmaneuvered, resulting in the opponent scoring, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for him. Velo recognized that Xia Mo's pride had allowed the adversary to score with such ease. He murmured to himself. Despite all that was said, he still did not listen. Now look, the opponent has scored. The flamboyant adversary continued to gaze at Xia Mo with a sense of triumph, silently proceeding towards the free throw line. Xia Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly remarked, "At last, this is becoming interesting." He then positioned himself beyond the three-point line, receiving the ball from the referee as the whistle pierced the air. In that moment, if the flamboyant-haired player could intercept or block Xia Mo, preventing him from scoring, he would seize the upper hand. The flamboyant-haired player incessantly taunted Xia Mo, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Come on, show me what you're made of." Excitement gleamed in his eyes, for he had fully entered a state of awakening, feeling invigorated, with heightened reflexes and ball-handling skills. Xia Mo quietly observed the flower-headed man, remaining silent. He still hesitated to activate his awakening mode. Then, with determination, Xia Mo launched an offensive, holding the ball with one hand. He swiftly charged towards the right side of the flower-headed man. The flower-headed man quickly shifted to the right to defend. Xia Mo became intensely focused. Observing the floral-haired man shift towards the right in defense, he promptly pulled the ball towards himself. Without hesitation, he executed a swift change of direction, transferring the ball to his left side, ready to launch a fast break from that flank. The floral-haired man attempted to steal the ball with his left hand, but Xia Mo deftly dribbled backwards with one hand. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the floral-haired man mistakenly assumed Mo was preparing for a step-back jump shot and hurriedly pursued him. Xia Mo swiftly accelerated forward, poised to once again outmaneuver the flamboyant man. Xia Mo, with the ball in his left hand, prepared to attempt a breakthrough on the left side once more. The man with the flamboyant hairstyle, seeing Xia Mo charging towards him again, was caught off guard and hastily raised his left hand to block. Yet, how could he possibly thwart Xia Mo? Xia Mo deliberately slowed his pace, launching an offensive to the left. Immediately, the flamboyant-haired man hurriedly adjusted his stance, confident that he had surpassed Xia Mo's speed, rushing to defend on the left. However, in a fleeting moment, Xia Mo deftly maneuvered the ball behind his back, gripping it firmly with his right hand, and with a powerful push from his left leg, effortlessly broke through on the right side of the flamboyant man. The swiftness of Xia Mo caught the flower-headed man off guard. By the time he regained his composure and readied himself to pursue Xia Mo had already completed the layup, and the basketball had slipped through the net. 2-1. Xia Mo gently brushed off her garments, effortlessly retrieved the ball, and, as she passed by the flamboyant man, teased, "I merely allowed you a moment of hope, only to shatter it later. Huh? Did you truly believe you could surpass me? Such delusions are but fleeting dreams." Following this, Xia Mo continued, "I haven't even activated my full power mode, and yet I easily triumph over you. What do you possess to challenge me?" Upon hearing these words, the flamboyant man was left seething, stamping his feet in frustration, utterly at a loss. He found himself powerless to halt Xia Mo's advance, let alone obstruct her path. Xia Mo passed the ball to the referee and positioned himself at the free throw line. The man with the flamboyant hairstyle stood beyond the three-point arc. The referee passed the ball to him and blew the whistle. The flamboyant man held the ball, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Mo. "Excellent. Such determination is commendable," Xia Mo remarked with a smile. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity as he suddenly charged towards Xia Mo. How could Xia Mo grant him another chance? The man with the flamboyant hairstyle, clutching the ball with one hand, swiftly dashed towards Xia Mo's left side, while Xia Mo instinctively spread his arms to defend. Suddenly, the flamboyant-haired man withdrew the basketball, dribbling it rapidly beneath his legs, attempting to confuse Xia Mo's judgment with this maneuver. Xia Mo, however, remained composed. The flamboyant man, believing that Xia Mo was momentarily distracted, suddenly pivoted to the right and made a breakthrough. Xia Mo, with keen eyesight and swift hands, maintained a tight defense. The man with the flamboyant hairstyle maneuvered the ball behind him, receiving it with his left hand. He intended to replicate his previous strategy. Holding the ball in his left hand, he charged directly at Xia Mo. At this moment, he had circled to Xia Mo's left side. Chapter 102. The rules. The flamboyant man smirked, disdainfully remarking, "Ha, is that all there is?" Xia Mo also smiled, then extended his left hand and struck forcefully, snatching the ball from the man with the floral headgear's left hand. Xia Mo twirled the ball on his left index finger. "Did you think I couldn't seize your ball? Previously, I was merely giving you a chance, yet you failed to grasp it. Now, the opportunity has slipped away." Xia Mo regarded the man with flamboyant hair with a mocking gaze, full of amusement. The man seethed with rage. Xia Mo tossed the ball to the referee and turned to the man with the flamboyant hairstyle, declaring, "It is over. Your basketball career shall also come to a conclusion." Xia Mo stood resolutely at the edge of the three-point line, his gaze unwavering. The referee guided the still-dazed playboy toward the free throw line. He then passed the ball to Xia Mo, promptly blowing the whistle once more. At this moment, Xia Mo gripped the basketball tightly, his eyes burning with intensity as they fixated on the playboy across from him. The playboy, fully aware of the stakes, dared not let his guard down. He knew that if Xia Mo scored again, victory would undoubtedly be his. He stared intently at Xia Mo, who made no attempt at provocation but instead launched a direct assault on the playboy's defenses. In that instant, Xia Mo executed an elusive dance of shadows, leaving the playboy disoriented. He swiftly dribbled the ball between his legs, adjusting his stance, aiming to draw his opponent into his rhythm. The playboy's desire for triumph surged intensely. For should Xia Mo score once more, the game would reach its conclusion. Thus, he exerted every ounce of effort to defend against Xia Mo. Xia Mo suddenly dribbled behind him, breaking through from the left side of the playboy. The playboy immediately extended his left hand, sliding to intercept. Xia Mo had a clear understanding in his heart. He had gradually mastered the rhythm of the competition. Xia Mo gradually lowered his center of gravity, and the playboy descended in tandem. In the ebb and flow of their shifting stances, the playboy kept pace with Xia Mo, convinced he had discovered the rhythm to synchronize with him. He believed he was sufficiently equipped to withstand any of Xia Mo's onslaughts, merely needing to stall for time until the conclusion of the match. However, he was unaware that all of this was intricately woven into Xia Mo's strategy. Xia Mo dribbled swiftly beneath his legs, acutely aware that this was the opportune moment to strike. His left foot grazed the ground, while his right hand deftly controlled the ball, his shoulder moving in synchrony with its rhythmic bounce. In that instant, Xia Mo surged forward with an explosive acceleration, catching the playboy utterly off guard. Xia Mo gently shook his head, slightly reducing his speed, and observed the dandy anxiously shifting to the right in defense. The dandy firmly believed that Xia Mo's surge of speed signified an imminent breakthrough on the right side. Subsequently, Xia Mo swiftly switched the ball from his right hand to his left, feigning a move to break through from the left. The dandy's center of gravity remained on the right, and he exerted all his effort to shift his weight to the left, bracing himself to intercept Xia Mo once more. Xia Mo smiled lightly, swiftly changing hands, and once again opted for an assault on the right side. His speed was unparalleled, leaving the courtesan male in a state of astonishment. He struggled to steady himself, intending to transition from defense to offense on the right. In that fleeting moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The courtesan male, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. It was evident that his ankle had suffered a fracture. Xia Mo came to a halt, effortlessly leaping into the air to execute a casual shot. The ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. 3-2. Xia Mo emerged victorious. Xia Mo approached the flamboyant man with measured steps, his tone calm yet authoritative. It is time to retire. Your old injuries are beyond even divine intervention. Remember, this is the price you pay for underestimating the mutants and insulting our basketball society. At that moment, Xia Mo's voice resonated with a profound and commanding presence, clearly audible throughout the live broadcast. The flamboyant man attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain radiating from his right ankle caused beads of sweat to stream down his face. His right ankle was grotesquely twisted behind him, contorted in an alarming manner. The broadcast announced mechanically, the victor of the resurrection match, Xia Mo, advances to the finals. Xia Mo walked past the courtesan and made her way toward the exit. This is a world where the weak are at the mercy of others. Only through personal strength can one safeguard what is cherished. It is only when you possess sufficient power that what you hold dear will be protected. Otherwise, you shall merely become a stepping stone beneath the feet of the strong. Xia Mo deeply resonated with this. In the basketball club, the crowd was electrified as they witnessed Xia Mo deftly outmaneuver the flamboyant opponent, causing a catastrophic injury to his ankle. The ensuing excitement was palpable. Xia Mo is simply magnificent. My goodness, that play has enshrined him as a legend. The arena reverberated with jubilant cheers. Was, seated at a distance, fixated on the large screen, silently applauding Xia Mo's prowess. He then spoke. I now comprehend why Xia Mo chose to participate in the resurrection match. Why is that? Fies, sitting nearby with a soda in hand, looked at Waz with a puzzled expression. You daft fool, Waz exclaimed, smacking his forehead in disbelief. It's because that arrogant individual insulted us, the mutants, and the basketball club. Xia Mo could not let such an affront go unchallenged. Hence, he opted for the resurrection match to ensure that Man wouldn't even reach the finals. And Xia Mo was ruthless, effectively ending his career. Was grimaced. Oh, I see. Xia Mo is truly incredible. I adore him. Phi shouted enthusiastically. Hey, did you even understand what I just said? Was replied with exasperation. In the adjoining room, Vilo gasped as he beheld Xia Mo's skillful maneuver that resulted in the opponent's ankle shattering. This Xia Mo is undeniably fierce. Good heavens, he actually broke someone's ankle. Isn't such a display typical for Xia Mo? Arthur remarked as he entered the room. Brother, you're here, Vilo exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 103, Conclusion. Arthur entered the room with a warm smile, addressing Vilo. I came to see how your match was progressing. Brother, look, Xia Mo won. And he broke the opponent's ankle. Vilo pointed at the projection screen, eager to share the news. Is that true? Ankle broken? Arthur hurried over to examine the screen. At that moment, Xia Mo stood beside the flamboyant man, who was seated on the ground, clutching his injured foot in agony. Xia Mo has indeed been rather merciless, Arthur commented. Indeed, it seemed as though Xia Mo initially allowed that man to score, only to suddenly retaliate and inflict an injury. Now, it appears his ankle is shattered, Vilo explained to Arthur. Arthur, visibly astonished as it was his first time witnessing such a scene, clicked his tongue and remarked, Xia Mo. He only uttered a few words. Was it truly necessary to resort to such severity? Upon hearing this, Vilo furrowed her brow and pouted. How can one tolerate such insults? Who could endure it? If it were Waz, he would have acted long ago. Arthur cast a sidelong glance at Vilo, reminding her, even so, one must not resort to violence. Your approach is not applicable on the court. At that moment, Xia Mo sauntered into the room, raising his arms in celebration. Vilo, did you see? I won. Xia Mo noticed Arthur's presence and smiled, exclaiming, Captain Arthur is here too. Haha, Xia Mo, well done, keep it up. Arthur responded joyfully. Xia Mo, I had advised you to be cautious, yet you still allowed them to score. Vilo chided Xia Mo with a stern gaze. Hee, I intentionally let him score, otherwise, how could he muster the spirit to challenge me? The match would lose its thrill otherwise. Xia Mo scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. In truth, Xia Mo's strategy was to give the flamboyant player a sense of opportunity, compelling him to defend vigorously, thereby allowing Xia Mo the chance to outmaneuver him. This illustrates the depth of Xia Mo's cunning. Arthur approached and embraced Xia Mo, saying, You performed exceptionally well. However, in tomorrow's final, you must give it your all. Once the final is over, the remainder will be considerably easier. Xia Mo smiled and replied, Yes, I will do my best in tomorrow's finals. By the way, Captain, how did the competition go on your side? She looked up at Arthur, who responded with a smile, We narrowly won. It was a 5-person team match, and we certainly gave it our all. That's great. At least it alleviates some pressure, Xia Mo said with a smile. However, despite the reduced burden, the weight of pressure remained heavy. Other teams had a steady stream of backup players, while the ex-basketball club had only a mere 3 substitutes. Vilo then added, Xia Mo, tomorrow's finals will be a decisive battle. The outcome hinges on this moment. After it concludes, you may take a day to rest. But immediately following that will be the group matches. During that time, I will elaborate on several games and teach you how to respond. All right, Vilo. Xia Mo playfully stuck out her tongue, her face beaming with joy. I'm looking forward to your performance in tomorrow's finals, Xia Mo. I will take Little Black home now. You can leave with Vilo shortly. Arthur spread his arms, bidding farewell to the two before departing. Vilo gazed at Xia Mo and nervously exclaimed, You truly scared me just now. That flamboyant fellow effortlessly got past you. I thought you were in for a narrow victory. Xia Mo crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, Hey, that was intentional. Otherwise, how could he muster all his strength to defend against me? I lured him into the trap. If he believed he had no chance of winning, he wouldn't have taken his defense seriously, and I wouldn't have been able to outmaneuver him. Upon hearing this, Vilo gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated Xia Mo to be so contemplative. You injured him. Won't he come after you? He inquired. Humph. Come after me? Not even the referee had anything to say about it. It merely indicates his lack of skill and physicality. What does that have to do with me? Xia Mo complained. It is worth noting that the flashy lad was the top seed of the basketball club, a key focus of the club's training. Yet, he had been thoroughly defeated by Xia Mo, and the club's resentment towards her must have reached a boiling point. Vilo stood up, patted Xia Mo on the shoulder, and said, You performed admirably today. I had intended to treat you to a meal, but since the finals are tomorrow, let us wait until after the match. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo felt a pang of anxiety. Dining. She would have to bring along Xiao Ro. How should she arrange for her this time? Xia Mo fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Was grasped Xia Mo's wrist and led her out of the changing room. "Let's return early," Vilo said, glancing back with a smile at Xia Mo. The two of them settled into Vilo's car, and he ignited the engine, causing the vehicle to ascend swiftly. "Xia Mo, your performance has been widely recognized. You are truly remarkable, and your progress is astonishing," Vilo complimented. "Oh, please don't flatter me too much, or I might become vain." Xia Mo chuckled. "I understand you find my words tedious, but you must remember that this competition is rife with formidable opponents. Exercise caution. Tomorrow is the finals. And you cannot afford to display any weaknesses as you did today," Vilo advised earnestly. Xia Mo understood that the opponents in the finals were formidable competitors, and he had no intention of falling short in this decisive match. Therefore, he resolved to confront the challenge with tenfold determination the following day. "Indeed, I comprehend that during the preliminary and revival matches, I scarcely exerted my full potential. They were merely a taste of my capabilities. In the finals, I shall unleash all my skills," Xia Mo declared, his gaze fixed intently on Velo. Velo responded, "Yes, it is good that you understand. The finals are a different realm than the preliminaries and revival matches, where the adversaries are exceptionally skilled. You must be thoroughly prepared." "I understand, miss." Xia Mo yawned before adding, "I do this for you and for the entire basketball team. I look forward to your leadership in propelling the team forward." Velo gazed at Xia Mo with a beaming smile. "Yes, I shall remember that," Xia Mo replied thoughtfully. "Moreover, brother's injury has healed, and he will be there to lend you a hand," Velo supplemented. Chapter 104. The attempt. It's not that I require your assistance, rather, I am aiding the esteemed team leader." Xia Mo chuckled playfully. "TCH, you do talk too much. I need to rest. I arrived late last night," Velo retorted before activating the autopilot mode and reclining back, while Xia Mo gazed out the window. At that moment, Xia Mo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he contemplated the upcoming match and whether he would emerge victorious. The prouder one is, the more they often lack confidence. Despite Xia Mo's occasional calm demeanor, it stemmed from his insecurities. He repeatedly pondered if there were any flaws in his basketball skills and how he could enhance his breakthrough techniques to outpace his opponents more swiftly. After a while, Xia Mo glanced out the window and could vaguely discern the outline of the basketball tower. He gently nudged the still slumbering Velo. "Velo, we are almost there," Xia Mo called to awaken him. "Is it already that quick?" Velo rubbed his eyes and then sat up to look ahead. Soon after, the vehicle came to a smooth stop at the rooftop of the tower. After disembarking, Xia Mo inquired, "Aren't we having lunch together today?" "Ah, I have a few matters to attend to shortly. You should go enjoy yourself with everyone." Velo waved at Xia Mo. "You are truly busy." Xia Mo teased Velo with a grin. Velo chuckled in response. "I want to ramble on with you. I'm off." With that, Velo started the car, and it soared into the sky. Xia Mo watched the airborne vehicle with a faint smile before turning and stepping into the transparent pod. As the pod transported him, Xia Mo arrived at the basketball training ground, which was bustling with activity as everyone trained with composure. Xia Mo emerged from the transparent box, casting a glance at the crowd. As before, they immediately gathered around him, bombarding him with inquiries. "Xia Mo, that move that bewildered your opponent was simply spectacular. Xia Mo, you actually toppled your adversary. That was not a fall, it was a break. Xia Mo, your words afterward were so eloquent." At this moment, the crowd encircled Xia Mo, engaging in animated conversation. Xia Mo gently touched the back of his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he once again felt the warmth of everyone's enthusiasm. "Ha ha, the finals are tomorrow. Let us celebrate after the competition concludes," he remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "Xia Mo is certain to win the finals," exclaimed a teammate confidently. "Absolutely. His prowess far surpasses that of the other competitors," another teammate declared loudly. At that moment, Xia Mo felt a twinge of bashfulness amid the accolades showered upon him. He then said, "All right, everyone, please disperse. I wish to practice a little longer." "Indeed. Do not disturb Xia Mo during his training. He is the future of our club," someone affirmed. "Well said. Everyone, please leave." With those shouts, the crowd gradually began to disperse, yet their gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Xia Mo. Xia Mo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as she glanced around, only to spot Was and Fis seated not far away in their floating chairs. Fis, noticing Xia Mo approaching, waved to her in acknowledgement. Xia Mo approached briskly, and Fis immediately remarked, "Xia Mo, you have become quite the sensation at the basketball club." Xia Mo scratched the back of his head, responding with a hint of embarrassment. Hey, don't tease me. Xia Mo, that technique you have to unbalance your opponents is truly impressive, was remarked as he gazed at him. Well, you can achieve it too. Just practice the feints I taught you. Xia Mo replied. He then turned to FaZe and inquired, how is your positioning practice coming along? The 3-on-3 is approaching swiftly. FaZe, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, Oh, it's nearly there. Could you please stop asking about it? Xia Mo set aside his usual playful demeanor and earnestly stated, practice diligently. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to secure a position during the competition and subject to ridicule from others. Upon witnessing Xia Mo's sudden seriousness, FaZe found himself at a loss for words. Noticing this, Was stood up and addressed Xia Mo, saying, Xia Mo, FaZe's positioning is quite satisfactory. He simply lacks adaptability, relying too heavily on fixed methods. I believe that with more practical experience, FaZe will be just fine. So there is no need for concern. After hearing this, Xia Mo nodded, acknowledging Waz's intelligence and commendable basketball talent. He turned to Waz and inquired, And what about you? Waz? How's your three-point shooting practice coming along? It must be quite good, right? Waz, being equally prudent, gazed at Xia Mo and replied softly, I have been practicing. But I still sense some issues. However, I am in the process of making improvements. Xia Mo gazed at Waz and proposed, Come. Let us engage in a round and see how well you have honed your skills. With that, he took Waz by the hand and led her towards the expansive basketball court. Xia Mo picked up a basketball from the sidelines and handed it to Waz, saying, Waz, come, I shall defend against you. I wish to discern where your challenges lie. Waz accepted the ball, positioning himself beyond the three-point line, while Xia Mo took his stance opposite him. With the ball in hand, Waz fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the hoop, then leapt directly into the air, showing no intention of faking Xia Mo out. Upon witnessing this, Xia Mo promptly leapt into action. He had not anticipated that Waz would spring into the air so decisively. Without any feints or pretenses, Xia Mo swiftly extended his arm to obstruct Waz's line of sight. At that moment, Waz had already assumed his shooting stance. Poised to release the ball at the apex of his jump, Xia Mo was ascending, while Waz had already reached the pinnacle. Waz gently flicked his wrist, his fingers savoring the texture of the basketball, and with a deft twist of his wrist, the ball soared forth. Waz's shot was executed with precision and poise, devoid of any hesitation. Xia Mo, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. Waz's unmatched speed in maneuvering past defenders was remarkable. Yet he astonishingly applied this very swiftness to his shooting. The basketball arched over Xia Mo's head, hurtling towards the hoop. Then, it swished through the net with perfect grace. Xia Mo stood firm, applauding in admiration. Waz, well done. Waz smiled in response, yes. There's still much practice needed. My accuracy isn't quite there yet. If you had reacted just now, I might not have been so precise. Waz, are you already this accurate? FaZe marveled from the side. Chapter 105, The Commencement of the Finals. Xia Mo cast a sidelong glance at FiS and remarked with a smile. You ought to focus on your own practice rather than extolling Waz. After all, you two have been training in unison. Just look at Waz now. He has already mastered the techniques. At this moment, FiS awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Both FiS and Waz had embarked on their journey of learning the techniques simultaneously, yet Waz's progress was nothing short of astonishing. This left FiS feeling somewhat ashamed. Xia Mo turned to Waz and said, Waz, you are indeed clever, but remember, as your speed increases, your shooting accuracy may decline. To overcome this issue, you must diligently work on enhancing your precision. Was nodded in acknowledgement of the insight. Xia Mo continued, moreover, your shooting posture is quite standard. However, if we were to jump simultaneously, I could easily block your shot by utilizing my hang time ability. Your shooting arc is rather low. Endeavor to elevate it further. Waz's recent shot was indeed remarkable, yet it harbors a critical flaw. Its arc is too shallow. When confronted by a defender of slightly greater height, it is highly probable that the shot could be directly blocked. Xia Mo continued, well, how about this? You practice a bit more, and then I will teach you my fadeaway jump shot. At that point, your three-point shooting will be nearly flawless. Waz gazed at Xia Mo, filled with gratitude. Hey, we're brothers, we're friends, so there's no need for formality. I will impart my skills to you without reservation. Xia Mo chuckled heartily as he patted Waz on the shoulder. The two then proceeded to engage in competitive training. Xia Mo first demonstrated a three-point shot for Waz. Xia Mo's three-point shooting is exceptionally remarkable. with an arc that soars high and is nearly impossible to obstruct. His timing in shooting is executed with extraordinary finesse. The moment an opponent leaps, he chooses to wait. If he rises more swiftly than his adversary, he will promptly release the ball. This skill relies heavily on the player's reaction speed and unparalleled judgment. Waz diligently emulated Xia Mo's shooting technique. After observing that Waz had grasped the essential principles, Xia Mo suggested, "I shall go check on Fis." Waz nodded in agreement. Thus, Xia Mo proceeded to the adjacent court, where Fis was ardently practicing the moves that Xia Mo had imparted to him. Although Fis may not possess the same innate talent as Waz, his industriousness is commendable, as he trains tirelessly without a moment's pause. Xia Mo realized that his earlier words had been somewhat harsh. He approached Faze and gently patted him on the shoulder. Upon turning to see Xia Mo, Faze smiled and said, "Xia Mo, you're here." "I'm still practicing." Xia Mo replied with a warm smile, "Faze, you're doing well. In truth, you are capable of achieving this. My intention in saying that was merely to apply some pressure, allowing you to learn positioning more swiftly." "Ah, I understand. No worries. Your words don't upset me." Faze beamed. "Is that so?" Xia Mo chuckled heartily in response. They then began to engage in physical sparring. Naturally, Xia Mo's physical prowess could not match that of Faze, yet he adeptly employed positioning techniques that rendered Faze unable to leap. At this moment, Faze also grasped the necessity of employing his intellect rather than relying solely on brute strength. "Faze, remember to think critically and utilize your wisdom. You must not blindly position yourself, as it could be detrimental and lead to injury, while also failing to defend against your opponent," Xia Mo advised. Faze nodded in acknowledgement. They resumed their contest, and it was evident that Faze performed significantly better this time, though he still could not surpass Xia Mo's agility. Afterward, Faze looked at Xia Mo and asked, "Am I really that foolish?" At that moment, he hung his head low. Observing Faze's despondency, Xia Mo quickly offered consolation. "No. You are doing quite well now. When I first started, I struggled with positioning just like you." Upon hearing that Xia Mo had once been in his shoes, Faze immediately lifted his gaze and inquired, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Back then, I was criticized by my teammates multiple times for my positioning," Xia Mo laughed. In his recollections, the majority of mentions from teammates were filled with praise, especially during his encounters with Leonard, when they had gazed at him in disbelief. Xia Mo then smiled and said, "Your performance is already commendable. The remaining factor is merely time. I believe that after a while, you will undoubtedly surpass me." Hearing this, Faze felt a renewed sense of determination. They continued to practice beneath the basket, and under Xia Mo's guidance, Faze experienced a breakthrough in his understanding. He gradually improved. And during this time, Xia Mo also trained Faze in the art of the dreamlike footwork, noticing significant progress in Faze's skill. As their practice continued, the sky grew dim. The three gathered together, and Faze proposed, "Let us have a late-night snack tonight, and maybe some drinks." Waz patted Faze on the back, reminding him, "Xia Mo has the finals tomorrow. What late-night snack? He should go home and rest well." Faze scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, look at me. I actually forgot about that." Xia Mo, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, "Oh, it's fine. After the game tomorrow, we'll celebrate together." "Great. I'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow." Faze laughed heartily. "By the way, Vilo said he would treat us after my game. Let us go together." Xia Mo recalled Wei Luo's words and added, "We must give her a good thrashing." Fis rubbed his hands together with excitement. Was gently patted Fis on the back and suggested, "Wei Luo works hard every day, coming and going at odd hours to earn her keep. Let's show her some mercy. After all, we should be good to the end. Tomorrow, we can still dine downstairs. It won't cost us a thing." Xia Mo also expressed his agreement. After all, it is indeed not easy for Vero to earn a living. Although Arthur's old injury has healed, saving a significant amount on medical expenses, the operation of the basketball club still requires financial resources. Subsequently, the three of them entered the transparent elevator and returned to the 10th floor, each retreating to their respective rooms to rest. Xia Mo suddenly recalled that he had yet to dine, and thus he activated his device to order takeout. At that very moment, seemingly out of nowhere, Xiaoro leapt from his mind and settled behind him, exclaiming, "I want to eat too." Her unexpected outburst startled Xia Mo, causing him to sit upright in bed. Xia Mo immediately complained, "Could you at least announce your arrival? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Shiro instantly appeared aggrieved, tears rolling down her cheeks like yellow beans. Chapter 106. Difficulties witnessing this scene. Xia Mo hurriedly approached to console her. "Oh dear. Shiro, please don't cry. I was wrong. Your brother was at fault. Xiao gazed at Xia Mo with a pitiful expression. Xia Mo's voice was excessively loud just now, startling Xiao. He quickly apologized, saying, Xiao, I am truly sorry. My voice was too raised earlier and frightened you. Please don't cry. I will get you something delicious. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao immediately ceased her tears, her eyes widening as she gazed at Xia Mo. She then replied, Well, I would like to eat what we had that night. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo immediately pulled Xiao closer, pointing ahead and inquiring, Xiao, can you see it? Xiao gently nodded and replied, This is a projection of VR. Others cannot perceive it. Yet I exist within your thoughts and can see everything. Xia Mo, upon hearing this, continued to inquire, then, Xiao, what would you like to eat? I shall order for you. Excitedly, Xiao raised her little hand and pointed, exclaiming, I want this, and that. Oh, and I also want a drink. Xia Mo gazed at Xiao as she ordered an abundance of food, unable to suppress a chuckle as he shook his head. Xiao, are you certain you can finish all of this? Xiao, with wide eyes, looked at Xia Mo resolutely and replied, I can. Xia Mo forced a smile and replied, All right, let us just order this much. As he perused the menu, he spotted a type of noodle dish and remarked, this looks like a proper meal. Let us have this. Subsequently, Xia Mo placed the order for the noodles and selected the room number. Xia Mo, are you sure you'll be full with such a small portion? Xiao inquired with concern. I'll be fine. It's you I'm surprised by. For you have quite the appetite, Xia Mo responded with a chuckle. Of course, I digest quickly. Although I don't feel hungry, eating replenishes my energy. Xiao replied with a smile. Xiao, are you implying that I'm gluttonous? She pouted, displaying a hint of annoyance. No. I meant that having a hearty appetite is a blessing. In my world, there's a saying, being able to eat is a sign of good fortune. Xia Mo quickly clarified, arms crossed over his chest. You always have a slick tongue, Xiao retorted with a scoff. Afterward, Xia Mo asked, Do you know who my opponent is for tomorrow's match? Xiao turned her head away and huffed. I want to tell you. You scared me just now. I was going to inform you, but since you frightened me earlier, I've decided not to, she added. Initially wanting to remind him of the important details regarding tomorrow's competition, but Xia Mo's previous actions had left her quite upset. Indeed, Xia Mo himself was feeling anxious. Despite his outward appearance of confidence, he harbored greater nerves than anyone else, as the challenges of the finals exceeded those of the preliminary and revival rounds. While he held little concern for the revival round competitors, he was somewhat apprehensive about those who advanced from the preliminary rounds. Xia Mo is typically brimming with confidence, bordering on arrogance, primarily to avoid instilling doubt in those around him, as he is concerned that their worry may reflect his own uncertainties. At this moment, Xia Mo inquires of Xiao, seeking to ascertain his chances of success. However, Xiao remains upset and is unwilling to divulge any information. Xia Mo gently seated himself beside Xiao and spoke in a warm tone. Xiao, you are truly the best. Would you be so kind as to share with me? Look, I have ordered so many delectable treats for you. Can't you reward me just a little? That's merely your way of apologizing, and it doesn't count, Xiao replied, crossing her arms with a smug expression. At this moment, Xia Mo found himself utterly at a loss for words. He was never particularly adept at interacting with girls, and facing a situation with Xiao left him completely bewildered. He fidgeted with his hands across his chest, his expression imbued with contrition as he said, Xiao, if you do not confide in me, and we happen to lose the competition, we may never form our trio, and we could be trapped here for eternity. Would you truly wish for that? Upon hearing his words, Xiao's demeanor softened slightly, yet she remained resolute as she replied, You made me angry earlier. If it comes to that, I shall merely possess someone else and continue the competition. The moment Xia Mo heard her mention possessing another, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If Xiao were to leave, he feared he would be unable to escape this place. He quickly implored, Xiao, please don't abandon me, otherwise I shall never return home. Observing Xia Mo's evident panic, nearly on the verge of tears, Xiao's heart melted. She reassured him, Oh, I was merely teasing you. I will not leave your side. Since I have chosen you, you shall be my sole vessel. However, you must earn the championship and then return to our world to secure an NBA title. After hearing Xiao's words, Xia Mo felt a sense of calm wash over him. He replied, Yes, I understand. So, Xiao, can you tell me now? At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Xia Mo immediately exclaimed, It must be the food delivery. let us dine while we converse." He hurriedly rose to open the door, revealing a food delivery robot awaiting him. Xia Mo retrieved his ordered meal from the robot, swiftly closed the door, and then briskly approached the table, arranging the dishes and opening a cold beverage. With a beaming smile, he said to Xiao Ro, "Come, let us eat and chat." The moment Xiao Ro laid eyes on the food, she eagerly rushed over. Subsequently, Xia Mo indulged in the dishes before him, his face radiating a smile of contentment. Xia Mo contemplated that as long as this little fellow was happy, he would feel utterly fulfilled. Xiao Ro took a generous sip of her icy drink and let out a burp. Observing this, Xia Mo remarked, "A girl should embody the grace befitting her gender. How could one neglect their image in such a manner? What is restraint? I believe when I am with you, such restraint is unnecessary." Xiao Ro playfully stuck out her tongue. "Well, you do have a point," she conceded. Xia Mo chuckled and affectionately ruffled Xiao Ro's hair. Satisfied, she took a hearty bite of the blue delicacy and continued, "Since you are so earnest, I shall divulge a little secret about the opponent you will face in tomorrow's final." At her words, Xia Mo's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Ro. Xia Mo understood that as long as Xiao Ro provided some intelligence regarding the opponent, his chances of victory would increase by 30%, for pre-match analysis was of paramount importance. Chapter 107. The Dilemma. Xiao Ro took another bite of the green meat, chewed thoughtfully, and then remarked, "Well, I have reviewed it, and based on their internal rankings, your opponent is quite formidable." Upon hearing Xiao Ro's assessment of the opponent's strength, Xia Mo felt a chill run through him. The slight emphasis on "quite strong" from Xiao Ro stirred unease within him. In past encounters with Waz or Arthur, she had never employed such a descriptor, merely stating that their statistics were comparable. Xia Mo inquired, "How formidable is this individual?" Xiao Ro took a few sips of her beverage, gazing at Xia Mo as she replied, "Well, how should I articulate this? Imagine you are Wozniacki, and that person is you, and then you face off against each other." Upon hearing this, Xia Mo instinctively let the chopsticks slip from his grasp. He immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed, "What? Such a disparity?" Xiao Ro, unperturbed, replied, "Oh dear, there's no need to get worked up. Remain calm. In truth, it merely reflects the difference between you and a fully recovered Arthur." Xia Mo had not personally experienced the prowess of Arthur post-recovery, yet upon hearing Xiao Ro's words, he felt a profound sense of concern. For he was well aware of his own limitations. The fact that